have enough to eat and was hungry all the time, Nosenko said in a statement declassified in 2001. I had no contact with anyone to talk. I could not read, I could not smoke. I even could not have fresh air. His testimony was remarkably similar to that of prisoners taken by the CIA after September 2001. I was taken by guards, blindfolded, and handcuffed in a car and delivered to an airport and put on a plane, he said. I was taken to another location where I was put into a concrete room with bars on the door. In the room there was a single steel bed with a mattress. Nosenko was subjected to psychological intimidation and physical hardship for 3 more years. An audio tape of a hostile interrogation conducted by Tenant Begley in the CIA's prison cell was preserved in the agency's files. Nosenko's low basso pleads in Russian, from my soul, I beg you to believe me." Begley's high-pitched voice screams back in English, "That's bullshit, that's bullshit, that's bullshit." For his work, Begley was promoted to Deputy Chief of the Soviet Division and awarded the Distinguished Intelligence Medal by Richard Helms. In the late summer of 1964, the task of telling the Warren Commission about Yuri Nosenko fell to Helms. It was an excruciatingly delicate matter. Days before the commission concluded its work, Helms told the Chief Justice that the CIA could not accept Moscow's protestations of innocence in the assassination of the president. Earl Warren was not pleased by this last-minute development. The commission's final report never mentioned Nosenko's existence. Helms himself came to fear the consequences of Nosenko's incarceration. "I recognized we couldn't keep him in durance vile as we had against the laws of the United States," he said. "Lord knows what would have happened if we had a comparable situation today, because the laws haven't been changed, and I don't know what you do with people like Nosenko." We sought guidance from the Justice Department at the time. It was clear that we were holding him in violation of the law, but what were we to do with him? Were we going to release him and then a year later have it said, "Well, you fellows should have had more sense than to do that. He was the whole key to who killed President Kennedy"? The CIA sent another team of interrogators to question Nosenko. They determined that he had been telling the truth. He was finally freed, 5 years after his defection, paid $80,000, given a new identity, and placed on the CIA's payroll. But Angleton and his circle never closed the case. Their search for the traitor within the CIA ripped the Soviet division apart. The mole hunt began by pursuing officers with Slavic surnames. It went up the chain of command to the Soviet division chief. It paralyzed the CIA's Russian operations for a decade into the 1970s. For 25 years after Nosenko's defection, the CIA struggled to write the last chapter of his story. In all, it conducted 7 major studies of the case. Nosenko was convicted, exonerated, and re-indicted until a last judgment was levied by the CIA's Rich Hoer at the end of the Cold War. Hoer had started out as a firm believer in the master plot. But then he weighed the value of what Nosenko had given the United States. The Russian spy had identified or produced investigative leads on some 200 foreigners and 238 Americans in whom the KGB had displayed interest. He had fingered some 300 Soviet intelligence agents and overseas contacts, and roughly 2,000 KGB officers. He had pinpointed 52 hidden microphones that the Soviets had placed in the American embassy in Moscow. He had expanded the CIA's knowledge of how the Soviets sought to blackmail foreign diplomats and journalists. To believe in the master plot, it was necessary to take 4 things on faith. First, that Moscow would trade all that information to protect one mole. Second, that all communist defectors were agents of deception. Third, that the immense Soviet intelligence apparatus existed solely to mislead the United States. And last, that an impenetrable communist conspiracy lay behind the Kennedy assassination. For Richard Helms, the case remained an open book. Until the day that the Soviet and Cuban intelligence services turned over their files, he said, it would never be laid to rest. Either the killing of John Kennedy was the work of a deranged drifter with a cheap rifle and a $7 scope, or the truth was more terrible. As Lyndon Johnson said toward the end of his presidency, Kennedy was trying to get to Castro, but Castro got to him first. 22. An ominous drift. The covert operations of the Kennedys haunted Lyndon Johnson all his life. He said over and over that Dallas was divine retribution for DM. "We all got together and got a goddamn bunch of thugs, and we went in and assassinated him," he lamented. In his first year in office, coup after coup racked Saigon. A shadowy insurgency started killing Americans in Vietnam, and his fear that the CIA was an instrument of political murder festered and grew. He now understood that Bobby Kennedy wielded great authority over covert operations. He saw him as a sworn rival for the presidency. At an Oval Office meeting with John McCone on December 13, 1963, Johnson asked bluntly if and when Kennedy would leave the government. McCone said that the Attorney General intended to stay on as Attorney General, but it was not clear to what extent the President wished him to become involved with intelligence work, NSC problems, counterinsurgency matters. The answer soon became clear. Bobby's days as the whip hand of the clandestine service were over. He departed 7 months later. On December 28th, McCone flew down to the LBJ Ranch in Texas for breakfast and a briefing after a trip to Saigon. The president immediately brought up his desire to change the image of the CIA from a cloak-and-dagger role, McCone recorded. The director could not have agreed more. The agency's only legal role was to gather, analyze, and report intelligence, McCone said, not to mount conspiracies to overthrow foreign states. Johnson said he was tired of a situation that had been built up that every time my name or the CIA's name was mentioned, it was associated with a dirty trick. But Lyndon Johnson lay awake at night, trying to decide whether to go all out in Vietnam or get out. Without American support, Saigon would fall. He did not want to plunge in with thousands of American troops. He could not be seen to pull out. The only path between war and diplomacy was covert action. Nobody can run the intelligence business. In early 1964, McCone and his new Saigon station chief, Pierre da Silva, had nothing but bad news for the president. McCone was extremely worried about the situation. He thought that the intelligence data on which we gauged the trend of the war was grossly in error. He warned the White House and the Congress that the Viet Cong are receiving substantial support from North Vietnam and possibly elsewhere, and this support can be increased. Stopping this by sealing the borders, the extensive waterways, and the long coastline is difficult, if not impossible. The VC appeal to the people of South Vietnam on political grounds has been effective, gained recruits for their armed forces, and neutralized resistance. Project Tiger, the Saigon Station's 2-year paramilitary program against North Vietnam, had ended in death and betrayal. Now the Pentagon proposed to begin again, in concert with the CIA. Its Operations Plan 34A was a year-long series of covert raids intended to convince Hanoi to give up its insurgency in South Vietnam and Laos. The centerpiece was another set of airborne operations to drop intelligence and commando teams into North Vietnam, along with maritime assaults along the coast. The raiders would be South Vietnamese Special Forces soldiers, supplemented by nationalist Chinese and South Korean commandos, all of them trained by the CIA. McCone had no confidence that the attacks would change Ho Chi Minh's mind. The president should be informed that this is not the greatest thing since peanut butter, he advised. Under orders, the agency turned its network of Asian paramilitaries over to the Pentagon's Special Operations Group in Vietnam. Helms warned against an ominous drift that was pulling the CIA away from espionage and toward a role as a conventional military support staff. The agency's executive director, Lyman Kirkpatrick, foresaw the fragmentation and destruction of CIA, with the clandestine service being gobbled up by the Joint Chiefs of Staff. These were prophetic fears. This book is continued on Disc 9. Legacy of Ashes by Tim Weiner, continued. Disc 9. In March 1964, the President sent McCone and McNamara back to Saigon. The director returned to tell the President that the war was not going well. Mr. McNamara gave a very optimistic view that things were pretty good, McCone said in an oral history for the LBJ Presidential Library. I had to take the position that as long as the Ho Chi Minh Trail was open and supplies and convoys of people could come in there without interruption, that we couldn't say things were so good. That was the beginning of the end of John McCone's career as Director of Central Intelligence. Lyndon Johnson closed the door to the Oval Office. Communication between the CIA and the President was limited to a twice-weekly written report on world events. The President read it at his leisure, if and when he wanted. On April 22nd, McCone told Bundy that he was highly dissatisfied over the fact that President Johnson did not get direct intelligence briefings from me as was the custom with President Kennedy and had been the Eisenhower custom. A week later, McCone told LBJ that I was not seeing very much of him, and this disturbed me. So Johnson and McCone played 8 holes of golf together at the Burning Tree Country Club in May. But they did not have a substantial conversation until October. The President had been in office for 11 months before he asked McCone how big the CIA was, what it cost, and precisely how it could serve him. The director's advice was rarely heard and rarely heeded. Without the President's ear, he had no power. And without the power, the CIA began to drift into the dangerous middle passage of the 1960s. McCone's split with McNamara over Vietnam revealed a deeper political fissure. Under law, the Director of Central Intelligence was the chairman of the board of all American intelligence agencies. But the Pentagon had fought for 2 decades to make the director play second fiddle in the discordant band that people were now calling the intelligence community. For 6 years, the President's Board of Intelligence Advisors had suggested that the director should run the community and let a chief operating officer try to manage the CIA. Allen Dulles had adamantly resisted the idea and refused to pay attention to anything but covert action. McCone kept saying he wanted to get out of the cloak and dagger business. But in 1964, the CIA's clandestine service was consuming close to 2/3 of the agency's budget and 90% of McCone's time. He wanted to assert his statutory power over American intelligence. He needed authority commensurate with his responsibility. He never received it. The Pentagon undermined him at every turn. 3 major branches of American intelligence had grown up over the past decade. All 3 were under the director's titular leadership. That power existed only on paper. The director was supposed to oversee the National Security Agency, the increasingly gigantic global electronic eavesdropping arm of American intelligence. The NSA had been created by Truman in 1952 at the urging of Walter Beadle Smith after the crushing surprises of the Korean War. But the Secretary of Defense was in charge of its money and power. McNamara also controlled the new Defense Intelligence Agency, which he had created after the Bay of Pigs, with the intent of coordinating the jumble of information produced by the Army, the Navy, the Air Force, and the Marines. Then there was the National Reconnaissance Office, born in 1962 to build spy satellites. In the spring of 1964, Air Force generals tried to seize control of the billion-dollar-a-year program from the CIA. The power grab fractured the fragile reconnaissance office. I am just about ready to tell the Secretary of Defense and the President that they can take NRO and shove it, McCone thundered. I think the thing I should do is call up the President and tell him to get a new Director of Central Intelligence. The bureaucrats in the Pentagon are trying to screw things up so that nobody can run the intelligence business. McCone tried to resign that summer, but Lyndon Johnson ordered him to remain at his post until at least Election Day. The war in Vietnam was now on in full, and the appearance of loyalty was utmost. Shooting at flying fish. The war was authorized by the Gulf of Tonkin Resolution, rammed through Congress after what the President and the Pentagon proclaimed was an unprovoked attack by North Vietnam on American ships in international waters on August 4th. The National Security Agency, which compiled and controlled the intelligence on the attack, insisted the evidence was ironclad. Robert McNamara swore to it. The Navy's official history of the Vietnam War calls it conclusive. It was not an honest mistake. The war in Vietnam began with political lies based on fake intelligence. Had the CIA been working as its charter intended, if McCone had fulfilled his duties under law as he saw them, the false reports might not have survived for more than a few hours. But the full truth did not come out until November 2005 in a highly detailed confession released by the National Security Agency. In July 1964, the Pentagon and the CIA determined that the O-Plan 34A overland attacks begun 6 months before had been a series of pointless pinpricks, just as McCone had warned. The United States stepped up commando raids at sea under the leadership of the CIA's Tucker Gugelman, a battle-scarred Marine who many years later became the last American to die in the war in Vietnam. To bolster his forces, Washington increased its surveillance on the North. The Navy had started a program of eavesdropping on encoded enemy communications. The technical term is signals intelligence, or SIGINT, under an operation codenamed DeSoto. Those missions began inside a black box the size of a cargo container, lashed to the deck of a destroyer off the coast of Vietnam. Inside each one were antennas and monitors operated by at least a dozen officers of the Naval Security Group. They listened in on North Vietnamese military chatter, and the data they collected was decrypted and translated by the National Security Agency. The Joint Chiefs of Staff sent the USS Maddox under the command of Captain John Herrick on a DeSoto mission with orders to stimulate and record North Vietnam's reactions to the commando raids. The Maddox had orders to stay 8 nautical miles off the mainland and 4 knots off the coastal islands of North Vietnam in the Gulf of Tonkin. The United States did not recognize the international 12-mile limit in Vietnam. On the last night of July and the first night of August 1964, the Maddox monitored an O-Plan 34A attack on Han Mai Island off the central coast of North Vietnam in the Gulf of Tonkin. It tracked the North's counterattack, watching Soviet-made patrol boats armed with torpedoes and machine guns gathering off the island. On the afternoon of August 2nd, the Maddox detected 3 of the boats approaching. Captain Herrick sent a flash message to fellow commanders of the 7th Fleet. He would fire on them if necessary. He requested help from the destroyer Turner Joy and the fighter jets of the carrier Ticonderoga. Shortly after 3 p.m., the Maddox fired 3 times at the North Vietnamese patrol boats. The shots were never reported or acknowledged by the Pentagon or the White House. They maintained that the Communists shot first. The Maddox was still firing when 4 Navy F-8E jets blasted the patrol boats, killing 4 sailors, heavily damaging 2 of the ships, and winging the 3rd. Their Communist captains fled and hid in coastal inlets, awaiting orders from Haiphong. The Maddox had sustained 1 bullet hole from a machine gun. On August 3rd, President Johnson proclaimed that American patrols would continue in the Gulf of Tonkin, and the State Department announced that it had sent its first-ever diplomatic note to Hanoi warning of the grave consequences of further unprovoked military action. At that hour, another provocative O-Plan 34A maritime mission was dispatched to sabotage a radar station off the North Vietnamese coast on the island of Hon Mat. Then, on the stormy night of August 4th, the American captains of the destroyers, the commanders of the Seventh Fleet, and their leaders in the Pentagon all received an urgent alert from onshore SIGINT operators. The 3 North Vietnamese patrol boats encountered off Han Mai Island on August 2nd were returning. In Washington, Robert McNamara called the president. At 10 p.m. in the Gulf of Tonkin, 10 a.m. in Washington, the American destroyers sent a flash message that they were under attack. The radar and sonar operators aboard the Maddox and the Turner Joy reported seeing ghostly blotches in the night. Their captains opened fire. The NSA report, declassified in 2005, described how the 2 destroyers gyrated wildly in the dark waters of the Gulf of Tonkin, the Turner Joy firing over 300 rounds madly, both ships taking furious, evasive maneuvers. It was this high-speed gyrating by the American warships through the waters that created all the additional sonar reports of more torpedoes. They had been firing at their own shadows. The president immediately ordered an airstrike against North Vietnamese naval bases to begin that night. Within an hour, Captain Herrick reported, "Entire action leaves many doubts." 90 minutes later, those doubts vanished in Washington. The NSA told the Secretary of Defense and the President of the United States that it had intercepted a North Vietnamese naval communique reading, "Sacrificed 2 ships and all the rest are okay." But after the American airstrikes against North Vietnam had begun, the NSA reviewed the day's communications intercepts. There was nothing. Every SIGINT eavesdropper in South Vietnam and the Philippines looked again. Nothing. The NSA re-examined the intercept it had handed to the president, double-checking the translation and the timestamp on the original message. Upon review, the message actually read, "We sacrificed 2 comrades, but all are brave." The message had been composed either immediately before or at the moment when the Maddox and the Turner Joy opened fire on August 4th. It was not about what had happened that night. It was about the first clash 2 nights earlier on August 2nd. The NSA buried this salient fact. It told no one. Its analysts and linguists looked a 3rd time, and a 4th time at the timestamp. Everyone, even the doubters, decided to stay silent. The NSA's leadership put together 5 separate after-action reports and summaries between August 5th and August 7th. Then it composed a formal chronology, the official version of the truth, the last word on what happened out in the Gulf of Tonkin, the history to be preserved for future generations of intelligence analysts and military commanders. In the process, someone at the NSA destroyed the smoking gun, the intercept that McNamara had shown to the president. McNamara had taken over raw SIGINT and shown the president what they thought was evidence of a second attack, said Ray Klein, then the CIA's deputy director of intelligence. And it was just what Johnson was looking for. In a rational world, it would have been the CIA's task to take a hard look at the SIGINT from the Gulf of Tonkin and issue an independent interpretation of its meaning. It was no longer a rational world. It was too late to make any difference, Klein said. The planes had been launched. As the NSA's November 2005 confession says, the overwhelming body of reports, if used, would have told the story that no attack had happened. So a conscious effort ensued to demonstrate that the attack occurred, an active effort to make the SIGINT fit the claim of what happened during the evening of 4 August in the Gulf of Tonkin. The intelligence, the report concluded, was deliberately skewed to support the notion that there had been an attack. American intelligence officers rationalized the contradictory evidence away. Lyndon Johnson had been ready to bomb North Vietnam for 2 months. On his orders, in June 1964, Bill Bundy, the Assistant Secretary of State for the Far East, brother of the National Security Advisor, and a veteran CIA analyst, had drawn up a war resolution to be sent to Congress when the moment was ripe. The fake intelligence fit perfectly into the preconceived policy. On August 7th, Congress authorized the war in Vietnam. The House voted 416-0. The Senate voted 88-2. It was a Greek tragedy, Klein said, an act of political theater reprised 4 decades later when false intelligence on the Iraqi arsenal upheld another president's rationale for war. It remained to Lyndon Johnson to sum up what really happened in the Gulf of Tonkin, which he did 4 years after the fact. "Hell," said the president, "those damn stupid sailors were just shooting at flying fish." 23. More courage than wisdom. "Vietnam was my nightmare for a good 10 years," Richard Helms wrote. As he rose from chief of the clandestine service to become the director of Central Intelligence, the war was always with him. Like an incubus, it involved efforts which were never to seem successful, and demands which could never be met, but which were repeated, doubled, intensified, and redoubled. We tried every operational approach in the book and committed our most experienced field operatives to the effort to get inside the government in Hanoi, Helms recounted. Within the agency, our failure to penetrate the North Vietnamese government was the single most frustrating aspect of those years. We could not determine what was going on at the highest levels of Ho's government, nor could we learn how policy was made or who was making it. At the root of this failure of intelligence was our national ignorance of Vietnamese history, society, and language, he said. We did not choose to know, so we did not know how much we did not know. The great sadness, Helms said in an oral history recorded for the LBJ Library, was our ignorance, or innocence if you like, which led us to misassess, not comprehend, and make a lot of wrong decisions. Lyndon Johnson also had a recurring dream about Vietnam. If he ever wavered on the war, if he faltered, if he lost, there would be Robert Kennedy out in front leading the fight against me, telling everyone that I had betrayed John Kennedy's commitment to South Vietnam, that I was a coward, an unmanly man, a man without a spine. Oh, I could see it coming all right. Every night when I fell asleep, I would see myself tied to the ground in the middle of a long open space. In the distance, I could hear the voices of thousands of people. They were all shouting and running toward me. Coward, traitor, weakling. McCone's War. The strength of the Viet Cong, the communist guerrillas in the South, continued to grow. A new ambassador, General Maxwell Taylor, late of the special group Counterinsurgency, and Bill Colby, the CIA's Far East Division chief, searched for a new strategy against the shadowy terrorists. Counterinsurgency became an almost ridiculous battle cry, said Robert Amory, who had stepped down after 9 years as the CIA's Deputy Director of Intelligence to become the White House budget officer for classified programs. It meant so many things to so many different people. But Bobby Kennedy knew its meaning, and he boiled it down to its essence. What we needed, he said, were people who could shoot guns. On November 16, 1964, an explosive work by Pierre de Silva, the CIA station chief in Saigon, landed on John McCone's desk at headquarters. It was titled, "Our Counterinsurgency Experiment and Its Implications." Helms and Colby had read it and approved it. It was a bold idea with one great risk, the potential to turn McNamara's war into McCone's war, as Deputy Director of Central Intelligence Marshall Carter bluntly warned his boss that day. De Silva had been trying to extend the CIA's power in South Vietnam by creating paramilitary patrols in the provinces to hunt down the Viet Cong. Working with the Interior Minister and the Chief of the National Police, De Silva bought an estate in the northeast corner of South Vietnam from a crooked labor union kingpin and began offering a crash course in counterinsurgency for civilians. In the first week of November 1964, as Americans were electing President Johnson to a full term, De Silva had flown up to inspect his fledgling project. His officers had trained 3 teams of 40 Vietnamese recruits who had reported killing 167 Viet Cong while losing only 6 of their own. Now De Silva wanted to fly 5,000 South Vietnamese citizens up to the estate from all over the country for a 3-month education in military and political tactics taught by CIA officers and American military advisors. They would return home, in De Silva's words, as counter-terror teams, and they would kill the Viet Cong. John McCone had a lot of faith in Pierre De Silva, and he gave his approval. But he felt it was a losing battle. The day after De Silva's memo arrived, McCone walked into the White House and for the second time tendered his resignation to President Johnson. He offered a choice of qualified successors and begged to take his leave. Once again, not for the last time, the president ignored the director of Central Intelligence. McCone stayed on while the crises confronting him piled up. He believed, as did the presidents he served, in the domino theory. He told the future president, Representative Gerald R. Ford, that if South Vietnam fell to the communists, Laos and Cambodia would certainly go, followed by Thailand, Indonesia, Malaysia, and eventually the Philippines, which would have a vast effect on the Middle East, Africa, and Latin America. He did not think the CIA was equipped to fight insurgents and terrorists, and he feared that the VC may be the wave of the future. He was quite certain that the CIA was incapable of combating the Viet Cong. De Silva later mourned the agency's blindness to the enemy and its strategy. In the villages, the Viet Cong use of terror was purposeful, precise, and frightful to behold, he wrote. The peasants would feed them, recruit for them, conceal them, and provide them with all the intelligence the Viet Cong needed. Then, at the end of 1964, the VC took the war to the capital. The Viet Cong use of terror within the city of Saigon was frequent, sometimes random and sometimes carefully planned and executed, De Silva wrote. Secretary of Defense McNamara just missed being hit by a roadside bomb planted on the highway to the city from the airport. A car bomb destroyed the bachelor officers' quarters in Saigon on Christmas Eve, 1964. Slowly, the losses mounted as suicide bombers and sappers struck at will. At 2 a.m. on February 7, 1965, the Viet Cong attacked an American base in Pleiku, the central highlands of Vietnam. 8 Americans died. When the firefight was over, the Americans searched the body of one of the Viet Cong attackers and found a very precise map of the base in his pack. We had more weapons and bigger ones, but they had more spies and better ones. It was a decisive difference. 4 days later, Lyndon Johnson lashed out. Dumb bombs, cluster bombs, and napalm bombs fell on Vietnam. The White House sent an urgent message to Saigon seeking the CIA's best estimate of the situation. George W. Allen, the most experienced Vietnam intelligence analyst at the Saigon station, said the enemy would not be deterred by bombs. It was growing stronger. Its will was unbroken. But Ambassador Maxwell Taylor went over the report line by line, methodically deleting each pessimistic paragraph before sending it on to the president. The CIA's men in Saigon took note that bad news was not welcome. The corruption of intelligence at the hands of political generals, civilian commanders, and the agency itself continued. There would not be a truly influential report from the CIA to the president on the subject of the war for 3 more years. On March 8th, the Marines landed in Da Nang in full battle dress. Beautiful girls met them with garlands. In Hanoi, Ho Chi Minh prepared his own reception. On March 30th, Pierre De Silva was in his second-floor office in the CIA station in Saigon, catty-corner to the embassy, talking on the telephone with one of his officers and staring out the window at a man pushing an old gray Peugeot sedan up the street. De Silva looked down at the driver's seat and saw a detonator burning down. My world turned to glue in slow motion as my mind told me this car was a bomb, De Silva remembered. With the phone still in my hand and without conscious thought, I began falling away from the window and turned as I fell, but I was only halfway to the floor when the car exploded. flying glass and shards of metal slashed De Silva's eyes and ears and throat. The blast killed at least 20 people in the street and De Silva's 22-year-old secretary. 2 CIA officers inside the station were permanently blinded. 60 other CIA and embassy personnel were injured. George Allen suffered multiple contusions, cuts, and a concussion. De Silva lost the vision in his left eye. Doctors pumped him full of painkillers, swaddled his head in gauze, and told him he might go completely blind if he stayed on in Saigon. The president wondered how to fight an enemy he could not see. There must be somebody out there that's got enough brains to figure out some way that we can find some special targets to hit on, Johnson demanded as night fell in Saigon. He decided to pour thousands more troops into battle and ratchet up the bombing campaign. He never once consulted the Director of Central Intelligence. A military effort that we cannot win. On April 2, 1965, John McCone quit for the last time, effective as soon as Lyndon Johnson selected a successor. He delivered a fateful prediction for the president. With the passage of each day and each week, we can expect increasing pressure to stop the bombing, he said. This will come from various elements of the American public, from the press, the United Nations, and world opinion. Therefore, time will run against us in this operation, and I think the North Vietnamese are counting on this. One of his best analysts, Harold Ford, told him, "We are becoming progressively divorced from reality in Vietnam, and proceeding with far more courage than wisdom." McCone now understood that. He told McNamara that the nation was about to drift into a combat situation where victory would be dubious. His final warning to the president was blunt as it could be. We will find ourselves mired down in combat in the jungle in a military effort that we cannot win, and from which we will have extreme difficulty extracting ourselves. Lyndon Johnson had stopped listening to John McCone long ago. The director left office knowing he had had no impact whatsoever on the thinking of the President of the United States. Like almost all who followed him, LBJ liked the agency's work only if it fit his thinking. When it did not, it went into the wastebasket. "Let me tell you about these intelligence guys," he said. "When I was growing up in Texas, we had a cow named Bessie. I'd go out early and milk her. I'd get her in the stanchion, seat myself, and squeeze out a pail of fresh milk. One day I'd worked hard and gotten the full pail of milk, but I wasn't paying attention, and old Bessie swung her shit-smeared tail through that bucket of milk. Now, you know, that's what these intelligence guys do. You work hard and get a good program or policy going, and they swing a shit-smeared tail through it." 24. The beginning of a long slide downwards. The president went looking for a great man to serve as the new director of Central Intelligence, one that can light the fuse if it's just got to be done to save his country. Deputy Director of Central Intelligence Marshall Carter warned against choosing an outsider. He said it would be a grave error to select a military yes-man and a disaster to choose a political crony. If the White House thought the CIA had no one from within who was worthy, they had better close up the place and give it to the Indians. Richard Helms was the near-unanimous choice among the president's national security team, McCone, McNamara, Rusk, and Bundy. Johnson heeded none of them. On the afternoon of April 6, 1965, he placed a call to a 59-year-old retired admiral named Red Rayborn, a native son of Decatur, Texas. Rayborn had political credentials. He had won LBJ's affection by appearing in a paid television announcement during the 1964 campaign, calling the Republican candidate, Senator Barry Goldwater of Arizona, too dumb to be president. His claim to fame was managing the development of the Polaris nuclear missile for the Navy's submarines, an effort that won him friends in Congress. He was a nice man, with a nice job in the aerospace industry and a nice spread in Palm Springs, overlooking the 11th fairway of his favorite golf course. Red Rayborn stood at attention at the sound of his commander-in-chief's voice. "Now I need you," Lyndon Johnson said, "and need you awful bad, awful quick." They were quite a ways into their conversation before Rayborn realized that LBJ wanted him to run the CIA. The president promised that Richard Helms, as the new deputy director, would do the heavy lifting. "You could take you a nap every day after lunch," he said. "We won't overwork you." Appealing to Rayborn's patriotism, laying on the down-home charm, Johnson said, "I know what the old warhorse does when he hears the bell ring." The admiral came aboard on April 28, 1965. The president put on a big show for his swearing-in at the White House, saying he had searched the nation far and wide and found only one man who could do the job. Tears of gratitude ran down Rayborn's face. It was his last happy moment as Director of Central Intelligence. The Dominican Republic exploded that same day. The United States had tried and failed to make the nation the showplace of the Caribbean after the American-supported assassination of the dictator Rafael Trujillo in 1961. Now armed rebels were fighting in the streets of the capital. Johnson decided to send in 400 U.S. Marines, along with the FBI and reinforcements for the CIA station. It was the first large-scale landing of American forces in Latin America since 1928, and the first armed adventure of its kind in the Caribbean since the Bay of Pigs. At a full-dress White House meeting that night, Rayborn reported, without evidence and without qualification, that the rebels were controlled by Cuba. "In my opinion, this is a real struggle mounted by Mr. Castro," Rayborn said the next morning in a phone conversation with the president. "There is no question in my mind that this is the start of Castro's expansion." The president asked, "How many Castro terrorists are there?" Rayborn replied, "Well, we have positively identified 8 of them, and I sent a list over to the White House about 6 o'clock. It should be in the Situation Room. Who they are, what they are doing, and what their training has been." The list of the 8 Castro terrorists appeared in a CIA memorandum which read, "There is no evidence that the Castro regime is directly involved in the current insurrection." The president hung up the phone and decided to send 1,000 more Marines to the Dominican Republic. Had there been any warning of the crisis from the CIA? The president asked his national security advisor that morning. "There was nothing," Bundy replied. "Our CIA says this is a completely led Castro operation," the president told his personal lawyer, Abe Fortas, as 2,500 Army paratroopers landed in the Dominican Republic on April 30th. "They say it is. Their people on the inside tell us. There ain't no doubt about this being Castro now. They are moving other places in the hemisphere. It may be part of a whole communistic pattern tied in with Vietnam. The worst domestic political disaster we could suffer would be for Castro to take over." The president prepared to send 6,500 more American soldiers to Santo Domingo. But McNamara mistrusted what Rayborn was telling the president. "You don't think CIA can document it?" Johnson asked the Secretary of Defense. "I don't think so, Mr. President," McNamara replied. "You don't know that Castro is trying to do anything. You would have a hard time proving to any group that Castro has done more than train these people, and we have trained a lot of people." That gave the president pause. "Well now, don't you think that's something that you and Rayborn and I ought to talk about?" the president said. "CIA told me that there were 2 Castro leaders involved, and a little later they told me 8, and a little later they told me 58. I just don't believe the story," McNamara said flatly. The president nonetheless insisted in a speech to the American people that he would not allow communist conspirators in the Dominican Republic to establish another communist government in the Western Hemisphere. Rayborn's reporting on the crisis did for LBJ what the U-2 had done for Eisenhower and the Bay of Pigs for Kennedy. It led directly to the first assertion by the American press that Lyndon Johnson had a credibility gap. The phrase was first published on May 23, 1965. It stung, and it stuck. The president took no further counsel from his new director of Central Intelligence. Morale plunged at headquarters under Rayborn's unsteady command. "It was tragic," said Ray Klein, the deputy director of intelligence. "The beginning of a long slide downwards." The bitter joke was that Dulles had run a happy ship, McCone a tight ship, and Rayborn a sinking ship. "Poor old Rayborn," said Red White, his third in command as executive director. "He came out there every morning at 6:30 and had breakfast, thinking the president would call him someday." Johnson never did. It was painfully clear that Rayborn was not qualified to run the CIA, White said. The hapless admiral was completely out in left field. If you talked about foreign countries, he wouldn't know if you were talking about a country in Africa or South America. The new director made a fool of himself while testifying in secret to Congress. Senator Richard Russell warned LBJ, "Rayborn has got one failing that's going to get him in trouble. He won't ever admit he don't know. If you ever decide to get rid of him, you just put that fella Helms in there. He got more sense than any of them." Richard Helms ran the CIA, while Rayborn fumbled and flailed. He had 3 major covert action campaigns to fight that year. Each one had been started by President Eisenhower, then strengthened by President Kennedy, and now was central to LBJ's quest to win the war in Southeast Asia. In Laos, the CIA fought to cut the Ho Chi Minh Trail. In Thailand, it set out to fix the elections. In Indonesia, it provided secret support for leaders who massacred countless communists. All 3 nations were dominoes to the presidents who ordered the CIA to keep them in line, fearing that if one fell, Vietnam would fall. On July 2nd, LBJ called Eisenhower for advice on escalating the war. The American death toll in Vietnam stood at 446. The 9th junta since the assassination of President Diem had just seized power, led by Nguyen Cao Ky, a pilot who had dropped paramilitary agents to their death on CIA missions, and by Nguyen Van Thieu, a general who later assumed the presidency. Ky was vicious, Thieu corrupt. Together they were the public face of democracy in South Vietnam. "You think that we can really beat the Viet Cong out there?" the president asked. "Victory depended entirely on good intelligence," Eisenhower replied. "And this is the hardest thing." A sacred war. Laos started out as an intelligence war. Under accords signed by the superpowers and their allies, all foreign fighters were supposed to leave the country. The newly arrived American ambassador, William Sullivan, had helped negotiate the accords himself. But Hanoi kept thousands of troops in the north, bolstering the communist forces, the Pathet Lao, and the CIA had its spies and shadow soldiers everywhere else in Laos. Station chiefs and their officers had orders to fight a war in secret, defying diplomatic niceties and the military facts on the ground. In the summer of 1965, as Lyndon Johnson sent tens of thousands of American troops to Vietnam, the war in Laos was being run by about 30 CIA officers. Backed by military supplies flown in by agency pilots, they armed the Hmong tribesmen who served as guerrilla fighters, traveled to the edges of the Ho Chi Minh Trail, and oversaw Thai commandos trained by the CIA's Bill Lair. Lair ran the war in Laos from a secret compound inside a base at Udorn, built by the CIA and the Pentagon just across the Mekong River in Thailand. He was 40, and he had been working for the CIA in Southeast Asia for 14 years. His forebears had lived in Texas since the Alamo, but he was married to a Thai woman, ate sticky rice with hot peppers, and drank Hmong firewater. When things went wrong in Laos, he locked the facts in his safe. When his fellow CIA officers died in battle, he kept their fates classified. The war was supposed to be as invisible as possible, Lair said. The idea then was to keep that secret because at the time we went in there, we didn't have no idea in the long range what the U.S. was going to do. Once they got started on this tactic of keeping it secret, it's pretty hard to change it. The CIA officer who fought hardest in Laos was Anthony Poshepny, known to all as Tony Poe. In 1965, he too was 40 years old. Wounded in battle as a teenage Marine at Iwo Jima, a veteran of the CIA's paramilitary missions in the Korean War, he was one of the 5 CIA officers who fled the island of Sumatra by submarine in 1958 as the coup in Indonesia collapsed. Po lived at the CIA's base in the Long Tien Valley of central Laos, close to 100 miles north of the capital. With a bottle of scotch or Hmong rice whiskey his constant companion, Tony Po was the field commander of the secret war, walking point on the highland trails and valley paths with his Hmong and Thai troops. He had gone completely native and more than a little crazy. "He did all these damn bizarre things," Lair said. "I knew if you shipped Tony home he wouldn't last 5 minutes in the hallways back there. He'd be out of the agency. But within the agency you had a lot of those guys who admired him because they never were close to it, see? And he had done some good things. The big wheels at the agency all knew exactly what was happening, too, and they didn't say a damn word." Po told his grunts to cut off the ears of the men they killed as proof of their victories in battle. He collected them in a green cellophane bag, and in the summer of 1965, he brought them to the CIA station in Vientiane and dumped them on the deputy chief's desk. Jim Lilly was the unfortunate recipient. If Tony Po wanted to shock the new Ivy League big shot, he succeeded. Lilly had signed up with the CIA fresh out of Yale in 1951. He joined the Far East Division and spent the Korean War dropping agents into China and being swindled by Chinese nationalists. He would go on to serve in Beijing, first as the station chief, then as the American ambassador. In May 1965, Lilly landed in Laos as deputy chief of station, and when his boss burned out, he became the acting chief. He focused on political warfare in the capital. "The CIA's cash flowed in as part of our nation-building effort," he said, "and we pumped a relatively large amount of money to politicians who would listen to our advice." The results of the next election for the National Assembly in Laos would show 54 of 57 seats controlled by the CIA's chosen leaders. But Vientiane was a hard post. "We saw some of our young guys killed in helicopter crashes," Lilly remembered. "We had coups d'etat, floods, and all kinds of things to deal with. We saw some of our people crack up who could no longer take it." The normal problems of red-blooded Americans posted in a tropical war zone, sex, alcohol, madness, multiplied in Vientiane, most often at a nightclub called the White Rose. Lilly recalled the day that one of our senior CIA officers briefed a visiting congressional delegation on the secret war upcountry. That evening, the delegation was taken to the White Rose for exposure to nightlife in Vientiane. Members of the delegation saw a large American man, stark naked on the floor of the bar, yelling, "I want it now." A hostess lifted up her skirt and sat on his face. It was the same officer who had briefed the delegation earlier in the day. The CIA station fought to identify communist targets in Laos, to pinpoint the footpaths that wove together into the Ho Chi Minh Trail, and to hunt the enemy. "We tried to set up tribal teams," Lilly said. "They would report very high statistics of North Vietnamese killed, which I think were in part fabricated. They also spotted targets for American bombing missions. 4 times in 1965, the Americans destroyed innocent civilian targets in Laos, once bombing a friendly village that Ambassador Sullivan had blessed with a goodwill visit the day before. The bombing run had been called in by Bill Lair, who was trying to rescue a CIA pilot who had touched down in a hot landing zone and was captured by the Pathet Lao. The bombs fell 20 miles from their intended target. The pilot, Ernie Brace, spent 8 years as a prisoner of war in the Hanoi Hilton. In June 1965, one of Vang Pao's best officers was killed by ground fire while standing in the open door of a helicopter trying to find a downed American pilot 40 miles inside North Vietnam. In August, an Air America helicopter crashed into the Mekong River outside Vientiane, killing Louis Ojibwe, the CIA's base chief in northwest Laos, and a Lao army colonel who worked with him. The agency brass carved a star honoring Ojibwe into the marble entryway at CIA headquarters. In October, another chopper went down in the jungle near the Cambodian border, killing Mike Jewell and Mike Maloney, two young sons of prominent CIA officers. Two more stars were hewn. The CIA's war in Laos had started small, with a great effervescence, a sense that we had finally found people who would fight the communists and occasionally defeat them in guerrilla warfare, Lilly said. It was a sacred war, a good war. Then the CIA outpost at Long Tieng started to sprawl. New roads, warehouses, barracks, trucks, jeeps, bulldozers, a bigger airstrip, more flights, more firepower, more air support. The Hmong stopped farming when rice started falling out of the sky from CIA planes. We increased our personnel, doubling or tripling it, Lilly said. The newly arriving CIA officers really looked at Laos as a paramilitary problem. They really had no grounding in the overall situation. It became a little more like Vietnam, and that's when the situation began to slip away from us. That moment came in October 1965, when Bill Colby came to Laos and flew up to Long Tieng on an inspection tour. The war in Vietnam was now on full tilt. 184,000 troops were deployed by year's end. The key to defeating the North still lay on the Ho Chi Minh Trail in Laos, where the communists were moving men and materiel into battle faster than the United States could destroy them. Colby was disheartened. The enemy controlled strategic outposts throughout Laos, even on the outskirts of Vientiane. He wanted a new station chief, a cold-blooded, hard-charging commander. The man for the job was Ted Shackley. An exemplary success story. When the call came, Shackley had been the CIA chief in Berlin for less than 6 months, following a long tour trying to overthrow Castro from Miami. His career had been focused on the Soviets, the Cubans, and the East Germans. He had never been anywhere near Asia. He flew to the Udorn base in Thailand, where American bulldozers were carving up the red clay earth and camouflaged American jets were revving up for airstrikes in Vietnam. Shackley remembered seeing the loaded bomb racks and thinking, no one was talking theory here. He wanted to take the war to the enemy, and he wanted instant results. He started building an empire in the jungle, with Jim Lilly as his deputy chief. They became close friends. Lilly's portrait of the man, ambitious, tough-minded, and ruthless, is telling. What he was determined to do was to build up the station in Laos and play a critical role in the Vietnam War by hitting the Ho Chi Minh Trail, Lilly said. He brought in the paramilitary assets that he had to bear on this key target. He didn't just sit around. He wanted to win wars. Shackley brought in men he trusted from the Miami station and the Berlin base and told them to go out into the provinces, form village militias, and send them out to fight. The militias started out by spying on the Ho Chi Minh Trail and wound up in combat. He opened up new CIA bases all over Laos. The number of CIA officers working for him grew more than sevenfold, from 30 to 250. The Lao paramilitary forces under his command doubled to 40,000 men. He used them as forward air controllers to bring American air power raining down on Laos. By April 1966, 29 CIA road watch teams in southeast Laos were calling in enemy movements on the trail to the CIA base in Udorn, which dispatched American bombers to destroy them. The U.S. Air Force started pounding the jungles of Laos into wasteland. B-52 bombers went to North Vietnam to destroy the villages and hamlets at the head of the Ho Chi Minh Trail. The Army and the Navy sent commandos to try to break the spine of the trail as it curved back into the south. Shackley tallied the damage and the body counts. He concluded that his marriage of mountain tribesmen and American military technology had revolutionized irregular warfare and put an essentially new weapon into the hands of American policymakers. Back in Washington, the president's men read Shackley's reports, so many thousands of Lao commandos recruited, so many communists killed per month, so many missions accomplished, and deemed his work an exemplary success story. They approved tens of millions of dollars more for the CIA's war in Laos. Shackley thought he was winning the war, but the communists kept coming down the trail. An anchor land in Southeast Asia. In Thailand, a more tricky political problem confronted the CIA, creating the illusion of democracy. In 1953, Walter Beadle Smith and the Dulles brothers had sent an extraordinary American ambassador to Bangkok, Wild Bill Donovan. He was 70 years old, but he still had one fight left in him. Ambassador Donovan recommended to President Eisenhower that they make a stand in Thailand, try to move from there back into some of those countries and to stop this onrush of communism, said Bill Thomas, the ambassador's chief information officer in Bangkok. Money was no object. Donovan set off a great surge in the CIA's covert operations throughout Southeast Asia after the Korean War. He was helped by the 40,000-strong Thai National Police Force, whose commander, underwritten by the CIA and Donovan's embassy, was an opium king. The agency, and a rapidly expanding American military assistance group, armed and trained the Thai military, whose commander controlled Bangkok's whorehouses, pork slaughterhouses, and liquor warehouses. Donovan publicly endorsed the Thai generals as defenders of democracy. The agency used its inroads with them to build its base near Udon. Once a nerve center for covert operations throughout Southeast Asia, after 9/11 it served as a secret prison for the detention and interrogation of Islamic radicals. Thailand remained under military dictatorship more than a decade after Donovan's departure. In 1965, under prodding from Washington, the generals proposed to hold elections someday, but they feared the left would rise at the ballot boxes, so the CIA set out to create and control the democratic process. On September 28, 1965, Helms, Covert Ops Chief Desmond Fitzgerald, and the Far East Baron Bill Colby presented the White House with a proposal for financing of a political party, electoral support for this party, and support for selected candidates for Parliament from the party. Their plans were strongly endorsed by the wily and ambitious American ambassador in Thailand, Graham Martin, who considered the CIA his personal cash box and constabulary. The problem was a delicate one, they reported. Thailand today is still under martial law, which does not permit political parties. The Thai generals had done little or nothing to develop and organize politically in preparation for the forthcoming elections. But under the firm hand of the ambassador and the CIA, they had agreed to join forces and form a new party. In return, the CIA would provide millions to create the new political machine. The goal was to continue the leadership and control of the present ruling group, and to ensure that the party created is successful in winning a comfortable and commanding majority in elections. The agency said it could begin literally building a democratic electoral process from the ground up, so that the United States could depend on a stable pro-Western regime in an anchor land in Southeast Asia. President Johnson personally approved the plan. The stability of Thailand was essential for an American victory in Vietnam. We only rode the waves ashore. The CIA had warned the White House that a loss of American influence in Indonesia would make victory in Vietnam meaningless. The agency was working hard to find a new leader for the world's most populous Muslim nation. Then, on the night of October 1st, 1965, a political earthquake struck. 7 years after the CIA tried to overthrow him, President Sukarno of Indonesia secretly launched what appeared to be a coup against his own government. After 2 decades in power, Sukarno, his health and his judgment failing, had sought to shore up his rule by allying himself with the Indonesian Communist Party, the PKI. The party had grown in strength, winning recruits with ceaseless reminders of the CIA's assaults on the nation's sovereignty. It was now the world's largest communist organization outside Russia and China, with 3.5 million nominal members. Sukarno's lurch to the left proved a fatal mistake. At least 5 generals were assassinated that night, including the Army Chief of Staff. The state-run radio announced that a revolutionary council had taken over to protect the president and the nation from the CIA. The station in Jakarta had few friends within the army or the government. It had precisely one well-situated agent, Adam Malik, a 48-year-old disillusioned ex-Marxist who had served as Sukarno's ambassador to Moscow and his minister of trade. After a permanent falling out with his president in 1964, Malik had met up with the CIA's Clyde McAvoy at a Jakarta safe house. McAvoy was the covert operator who a decade before had helped recruit the future Prime Minister of Japan, and he had come to Indonesia with orders to penetrate the PKI and the Sukarno government. "I recruited and ran Adam Malik," McAvoy said in an interview in 2005. "He was the highest-ranking Indonesian we ever recruited." A mutual friend had introduced them, vouching for McAvoy. The go-between was a Japanese businessman in Jakarta and a former member of Japan's Communist Party. After Malik's recruitment, the CIA won approval for a stepped-up program of covert action to drive a political wedge between the left and the right in Indonesia. Then, in a few terrifying weeks in October 1965, the Indonesian state split in two. The CIA worked to consolidate a shadow government, a troika composed of Adam Malik, the ruling sultan of Central Java, and an army major general named Suharto. Malik used his relationship with the CIA to set up a series of secret meetings with the new American ambassador in Indonesia, Marshall Green. The ambassador said he met Adam Malik in a clandestine setting and obtained a very clear idea of what Suharto thought and what Malik thought and what they were proposing to do to rid Indonesia of communism through the new political movement they led, the Kap Gestapo. I ordered that all 14 of the walkie-talkies we had in the embassy for emergency communications be handed over to Suharto, Ambassador Green said. This provided additional internal security for him and his own top officers, and a way for the CIA to monitor what they were doing. I reported this to Washington and received a most gratifying telegram back from Bill Bundy, the Assistant Secretary of State for the Far East, and Green's good friend of 30 years from their days together at Groton. In mid-October 1965, Malik sent an aide to the home of the American Embassy's senior political officer, Bob Martins, who had served in Moscow while Malik was the Indonesian envoy. Martins gave the emissary an unclassified list of 67 PKI leaders, a roster he had compiled out of communist press clippings. It was certainly not a death list, Martins said. It was a means for the non-communists that were basically fighting for their lives. Remember, the outcome of a life-and-death struggle between the communists and non-communists was still in doubt, to know the organization of the other side. 2 weeks later, Ambassador Green and the CIA station chief in Jakarta, Hugh Tovar, began receiving second-hand reports of killings and atrocities in eastern and central Java, where thousands of people were being slaughtered by civilian shock troops with the blessings of General Suharto. McGeorge Bundy and his brother Bill resolved that Suharto and the Kap Gestapo deserved American support. Ambassador Green warned them that the aid could not come through the Pentagon or the State Department. It could not be successfully concealed. The political risks were too great. The 3 old Grotonians, the ambassador, the national security advisor, and the Assistant Secretary of State for the Far East, agreed that the money had to be handled by the CIA. They agreed to support the Indonesian army in the form of $500,000 of medical supplies to be shipped through the CIA, with the understanding that the army would sell the goods for cash, and provisionally approved a shipment of sophisticated communications equipment to Indonesian army leaders. Ambassador Green, after conferring with the CIA's Hugh Tovar, sent a cable to Bill Bundy recommending a substantial payment for Adam Malik. This is to confirm my earlier concurrence that we provide Malik with 50 million rupiahs, roughly $10,000, for the activities of the Kap Gestapo movement. This army-inspired but civilian-staffed action group is still carrying burden of current repressive efforts. Our willingness to assist him in this manner will, I think, represent in Malik's mind our endorsement of his present role in the Army's anti-PKI efforts and will promote good cooperating relations between him and the Army. The chances of detection or subsequent revelation of our support in this instance are as minimal as any black bag operation can be. A great wave of violence began rising in Indonesia. General Suharto and the Kap Gestapo massacred a multitude. Ambassador Green later told Vice President Hubert H. Humphrey in a conversation at the Vice President's office in the U.S. Capitol that 300,000 to 400,000 people were slain in a bloodbath. The Vice President mentioned that he had known Adam Malik for many years, and the ambassador praised him as one of the cleverest men he had ever met. Malik was installed as foreign minister, and he was invited to spend 20 minutes with the President of the United States in the Oval Office. They spent most of their time talking about Vietnam. At the end of their discussion, Lyndon Johnson said he was watching developments in Indonesia with the greatest interest, and he extended his best wishes to Malik and Suharto. With the backing of the United States, Malik later served as the President of the General Assembly of the United Nations. Ambassador Green revised his guess of the death toll in Indonesia in a secret session of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. "I think we would up that estimate to perhaps close to 500,000 people," he said in testimony declassified in March 2007. "Of course, nobody knows. We merely judge it by whole villages that have been depopulated." The chairman, Senator J. William Fulbright of Arkansas, put the next question simply and directly. "We were involved in the coup?" he asked. "No, sir," said Ambassador Green. "Were we involved in the previous attempt at a coup?" said the senator. "No," said the ambassador. "I don't think so." "CIA played no part in it?" asked Fulbright. "You mean 1958?" said Green. The agency had run that coup, of course, from the bungled beginning to the bitter end. "I am afraid I cannot answer," the ambassador said. "I don't know for sure what happened." A perilous moment, veering close to the edge of a disastrous operation and its deadly consequences, but the senator let it pass. "You don't know whether the CIA was involved or not," Fulbright said. "And we were not involved in this coup." "No, sir," said the ambassador. "Definitely not." More than 1 million political prisoners were jailed by the new regime. Some stayed in prison for decades. Some died there. Indonesia remained a military dictatorship for the rest of the Cold War. The consequences of the repression resound to this day. The United States has denied for 40 years that it had anything to do with the slaughter carried out in the name of anti-communism in Indonesia. "We didn't create the waves," said Marshal Green. "We only rode the waves ashore." Genuinely and deeply troubled. 20 years earlier, Frank Wisner and Richard Helms had left Berlin together and flown to Washington, wondering if there would ever be a Central Intelligence Agency. Both had risen to lead the clandestine service. Now one was about to attain the pinnacle of power. The other had fallen into the abyss. For months on end, Frank Wisner had been brooding in his lovely house in Georgetown, drinking from cut-glass tumblers filled with whiskey in a dark despair. Among the CIA's more closely held secrets was that one of its founding fathers had been in and out of the madhouse for years. Wisner had been removed as chief of station in London and forced to retire after his mental illness overtook him once again in 1962. He had been raving about Adolf Hitler, seeing things, hearing voices. He knew he would never be well. On October 29, 1965, Wisner had a date to go hunting at his estate on the eastern shore of Maryland with an old CIA friend, Joe Bryan. That afternoon, Wisner went up to his country house, took down a shotgun, and blew off his head. He was 56 years old. His funeral at the National Cathedral was magnificent. He is buried in Arlington National Cemetery, and his gravestone says, Lieutenant, United States Navy. The Cold War esprit de corps was starting to erode. Only a few weeks after Wisner was laid to rest, Ray Klein, the Deputy Director of Intelligence, went to Clark Clifford, the chairman of the President's Intelligence Advisory Board, and cut Red Rayborn's throat. Klein warned that the director was a danger to the nation. On January 25, 1966, Clifford told McGeorge Bundy, who was ready to quit after 5 exhausting years as National Security Advisor, that the Intelligence Board was genuinely and deeply troubled about the leadership problem in CIA. A few days later, a well-placed leak to the Washington Star let Rayborn know he was on his way out. The admiral fought back. He sent a long list of his accomplishments to the president's aide, Bill Moyers. The agency had weeded out stale and unproductive covert actions, installed a 24-hour operations center to feed news and information to the president, doubled the strength of the counter-terror teams in Vietnam, and tripled its overall effort in Saigon. He assured the White House that morale was great at headquarters and abroad. On the morning of February 22, 1966, President Johnson read Admiral Rayborn's glowing self-assessment, picked up the phone, and called McGeorge Bundy. Rayborn was totally oblivious to the fact that he is not highly regarded and he is not doing a good job, the president said. He thinks that he's made a great improvement and he's a great success, and I'm afraid Helms lets him think that. LBJ placed no one in charge of the Covert Action Review Board, known as the 303 Committee, after Bundy resigned that week. Operations that needed White House attention hung in abeyance, including a plan to fix the elections in the Dominican Republic in favor of an exiled former president living in New York, and a fresh infusion of cash and weapons for the dictator of the Congo. Johnson left the chair empty through March and April 1966. At first he wanted Bill Moyers, later in life the most lucid leftist voice of public television, to take charge of the 303 Committee. Moyers attended one meeting on May 5, 1966, shuddered, and declined the honor. The president settled instead on his most loyal yay-sayer, Walt Whitman Rostow, as the new National Security Advisor and 303 Chairman. The committee got back to work in May. Despite the lull, it approved 54 major CIA covert operations that year, most of them in support of the war in Southeast Asia. Finally, on the third Saturday of June 1966, the White House operator placed a call from the president to the home of Richard Helms. 53, graying, trim from tennis, wound up like a Swiss watch, Helms drove his old black Cadillac to headquarters each morning at 6:30, Saturdays included. This was a rare day off. What began for him as a wartime romance with secret intelligence had become an all-consuming passion. His marriage of 27 years to Julia Shields, a sculptor 6 years older, was dying from inattention. Their son was off at college. His life was entirely devoted to the agency. When he answered the ringing phone, he heard his greatest wish fulfilled. His swearing-in took place at the White House on June 30th. The president brought in the Marine Band to perform. Helms now commanded close to 20,000 people, more than a third of them spying overseas, and a budget of about $1 billion. He was perceived as one of the most powerful men in Washington. 25. We knew then that we could not win the war. 250,000 American soldiers were at war when Richard Helms took control of the CIA. 1,000 covert operators in Southeast Asia and 3,000 intelligence analysts at home were consumed by the growing disaster. A battle was building at headquarters. The job of the analysts was to judge whether the war could be won. The job of the clandestine service was to help win it. Most analysts were pessimists. Most operators were gung-ho. They worked in different worlds. Armed guards stood between the directorates at headquarters. Helms felt he was a circus rider standing astride two horses, each for the best of reasons going its own way. One of the hundreds of new CIA recruits who arrived for work the summer that Helms took power was a 23-year-old who had signed up on a lark looking for a free trip to Washington during his senior year at Indiana University. Bob Gates, the future Director of Central Intelligence and Secretary of Defense, rode an agency bus from downtown Washington into a driveway surrounded by a high chain-link fence topped with barbed wire. He entered a forbidding 7-story concrete slab topped with antennas. The inside of the building was deceptively bland, he remembered. Long, undecorated hallways, tiny cubicles to work in, linoleum floors, metal government-issue furniture. It was like a giant insurance company. But then again it wasn't. The CIA made Gates a 90-day wonder, an instant second lieutenant, and sent him off to Whiteman Air Force Base in Missouri to learn the science of nuclear targeting. From there, the fledgling CIA analyst caught a chilling glimpse of the course of the war in Vietnam. The United States was running out of pilots, and white-haired colonels were being sent off to bomb the communists. We knew then, Gates remembered, that we could not win the war. Circle now squared. Helms and his Far East chief, Bill Colby, were career covert operators, and their reports to the president reflected the can-do spirit of the old clandestine service. Helms told LBJ, "This agency is going flat out in its effort to contribute to the success of the total U.S. program in Vietnam." Colby sent the White House a glowing assessment of the CIA's Saigon station. "While the war is by no means over," he reported, "my Soviet or Chinese counterparts report must exhibit great concern over the Viet Cong's mounting problems and the steady improvement in the ability of both the South Vietnamese and the Americans to fight a people's war." George Carver, whom Helms had chosen as his special assistant for Vietnamese affairs, was also a constant bearer of glad tidings for the White House. Yet the CIA's best analysts had concluded in a book-length study the Vietnamese Communists' will to persist, sent to the president and perhaps a dozen top aides, that nothing the United States was doing could defeat the enemy. When Secretary of Defense McNamara read that report on August 26, 1966, he immediately called Helms and asked to see the CIA's ranking expert on Vietnam. As it happened, Carver was on vacation that week, so his deputy, George Allen, was summoned to the inner sanctum of the Pentagon for his first and only one-on-one talk with the Secretary of Defense. He was scheduled for a half hour at 10:30 a.m. The conversation turned out to be the only true meeting of the minds of the CIA and the Pentagon during the presidency of Lyndon Johnson. McNamara was fascinated to learn that Allen had spent 17 years working on Vietnam. He did not know that there was anyone who had devoted himself to the struggle for so long. "Well," he said, "you must have some ideas about what to do." He wanted to know what I would do if I were sitting in his place, Allen remembered. I decided to respond candidly. "Stop the buildup of American forces," he said. "Halt the bombing of the North and negotiate a ceasefire with Hanoi." McNamara called his secretary and told her to cancel the rest of his appointments until after lunch. Why, the Secretary of Defense asked, would the United States choose to let the dominoes of Asia fall? Allen replied that the risk was no greater at the peace table than in the theater of war. If the United States stopped the bombings and started negotiating with China and the Soviet Union, as well as its Asian allies and enemies, there might be peace with honor. After 90 minutes of this riveting heresy, McNamara made 3 fateful decisions. He asked the CIA to compile an order of battle, an estimate of the enemy forces arrayed against the United States. He told his aides to begin to compile a top-secret history of the war since 1954, the Pentagon Papers, and he questioned what he was doing in Vietnam. On September 19th, McNamara telephoned the president. "I myself am more and more convinced that we ought definitely to plan on termination of bombing in the North," he said. "I think also we ought to be planning, as I mentioned before, on a ceiling on our force levels. I don't think we ought to just look ahead to the future and say we're going to go higher and higher and higher and higher, 600,000, 700,000, whatever it takes." The president's only response was an unintelligible grunt. McNamara came to understand, too late, that the United States had dramatically underestimated the strength of the insurgents killing American soldiers in Vietnam, a fatal mistake that would be repeated many years later in Iraq. The order of battle study he commissioned set off a great struggle between the military commanders in Saigon and the CIA analysts at headquarters. Did the United States face a total of fewer than 300,000 communist fighters in Vietnam, as the military maintained, or more than 500,000, as most of the analysts believed? The difference lay in the number of guerrillas, irregulars, militiamen, soldiers without uniforms. If the enemy stood 500,000 strong after 2 years of relentless bombings by American planes and intense attacks by American troops, it would be a sign that the war really could not be won. The lowball figure was an article of faith for General William Westmoreland, the American military commander in South Vietnam, and his aide Robert Comer. Known as Blowtorch Bob, Comer was a charter member of the CIA who ran Westmoreland's new and rapidly expanding counterinsurgency campaign, codenamed Phoenix. He consistently sent eyes-only memos to LBJ saying victory was at hand. The real question, he asserted, was not whether we were winning, but how fast we wanted to win. The argument went back and forth for months. Finally, Helms sent Carver out to Saigon to deal with Westmoreland and Comer. Their talks did not go well. The military was stonewalling. On September 11, 1967, the argument came to a head. "You guys simply have to back off," Comer told Carver in an hour-long monologue over dinner. "The truth would create a public disaster and undo everything we've been trying to accomplish out here." Carver sent a cable to Helms saying the military would not be swayed. They had to prove that they were winning. They had underscored their frustrating inability to convince the press, hence the public, of the great progress being made, and the paramount importance of saying nothing that would detract from the image of progress, Carver reported to the director. Quantifying the number of Viet Cong irregulars in South Vietnam would produce a politically unacceptable total of over 400,000. Since the military had a predetermined total fixed on public relations grounds, we can go no further unless you instruct otherwise. Helms felt a crushing pressure to get on the team and to trim the CIA's reporting to fit the president's policy. He caved in. He said the numbers didn't mean a damn. The agency officially accepted the falsified figures of 299,000 enemy forces or fewer. "Circle now squared," Carver cabled back to the director. This book is continued on Disc 10. Legacy of Ashes by Tim Weiner, continued. Disc 10. The suppression and falsification of reporting on Vietnam had a long history. In the spring of 1963, John McCone had come under enormous pressure from the Pentagon to scuttle a pessimistic estimate that cited very great weaknesses in the government of South Vietnam, including poor morale among the troops, terrible intelligence, and communist penetration of the military. The CIA rewrote that estimate to read, "We believe that communist progress has been blunted and that the situation is improving." The CIA did not believe that. A few weeks later came the riots in Hue, followed by the burning Buddhists and the plotting to do away with Diem. The pressure never stopped. The president's new national security advisor, Walt Rostow, constantly ordered the CIA to produce good news about the war for the White House. "Whose side are you on anyway?" Rostow growled. But on the same day that Helms squared the circle, he also sent a brutally honest CIA study to the president. The attached paper is sensitive, particularly if its existence were to leak, Helms's letter to the president began. "It has not been given and will not be given to any other official of the government." The very title of the report, Implications of an Unfavorable Outcome in Vietnam, was explosive. The compelling proposition, it said, was that the U.S., acting within the constraints imposed by its traditions and public attitudes, cannot crush a revolutionary movement which is sufficiently large, dedicated, competent, and well supported. The structure of U.S. military power is ill-suited to cope with guerrilla warfare waged by a determined, resourceful, and politically astute opponent. This is not a novel discovery. In Saigon, the CIA's best officers were making their own discovery. The more intelligence they gathered, the more they realized how little they knew. But by now it hardly mattered what the CIA reported to Washington. Never had there been a war where more intelligence was placed in the hands of commanders, captured enemy documents, brutal interrogations of prisoners of war, electronic intercepts, overhead reconnaissance, field reports brought home to the Saigon station through the blood and mud of the front lines, careful analyses, statistical studies, quarterly syntheses of everything the CIA and American military commanders knew. Today, an old torpedo factory not far from the Pentagon houses 8 miles of microfilm, a small part of the archive of American intelligence from the war. Never had so much intelligence meant so little. The conduct of the war had been set by a series of lies that the leaders of the United States told one another and the American people. The White House and the Pentagon kept trying to convince the American people that the war was going well. In time, the facts on the ground would prevail. 26. A political H-bomb. On February 13, 1967, Richard Helms was in Albuquerque at the end of a long day touring the American nuclear weapons labs when a highly agitated CIA communications officer met him at his hotel room with a message from the White House: "Return to Washington immediately." A little leftist monthly called Ramparts was about to publish a story saying that the National Student Association, a well-respected worldwide group of American collegians, had for years received a generous stipend from the agency. CIA headquarters had just warned the White House that there would be a firestorm over CIA involvement with private voluntary organizations and foundations. The CIA will probably be accused of improperly interfering in domestic affairs and of manipulating and endangering innocent young people. The administration will probably come under attack. When the story broke, President Johnson immediately announced that Nick Katzenbach, the number 2 man at the State Department, would lead a top-down review of the relationships the CIA had forged with private voluntary organizations in the United States. Since Helms was the only one who knew precisely what had gone on, LBJ left me the responsibility of pulling the agency's scorched chestnuts out of the fire. James Reston of the New York Times knowingly observed that the CIA's links to certain unnamed radio stations, publications, and labor unions were now also in jeopardy. In short order, 2 decades of secret work by the CIA was laid bare. Radio Free Europe, Radio Liberty, and the Congress for Cultural Freedom were revealed as the agency's creations. All the influential little magazines that had flourished under the banner of the anti-communist liberal left, all the eminently respectable groups that had served as conduits for the CIA's money and people, such as the Ford Foundation and the Asia Foundation, all were interwoven in a paper trail of dummy corporations and front organizations linked to the CIA. When one was blown, they all blew. The radios were arguably the most influential political warfare operations in the agency's history. The CIA had spent close to $400 million subsidizing them, and it had reason to believe that millions of listeners behind the Iron Curtain appreciated every word they broadcast. But their legitimacy was undercut when they were revealed as the CIA's frequencies. The agency had built a house of cards, and Helms knew it. The CIA's support for the radios and the foundations were some of the biggest covert action programs the agency had run. But there was nothing truly clandestine about them. 10 years before, Helms had talked to Weiner about phasing out the secret subsidies and letting the State Department handle the radios. They had agreed to try to convince President Eisenhower, but they never followed through. Since 1961, Secretary of State Dean Rusk had been warning that the millions of dollars flowing from the CIA to student groups and private foundations was the subject of common gossip or knowledge both here and abroad. For a year, ramparts had been on the agency's radar. Helms had sent a memo to Bill Moyers at the White House detailing the political and personal behavior of its editors and reporters. But the CIA was not the only party guilty of negligence when it came to the control of covert action. For years, the White House, the Pentagon, and the State Department had failed to keep an eye on the agency. More than 300 major covert operations had been launched since the inauguration of President Kennedy, and, except for Helms, no one then in power knew about most of them. We lack adequate detail on how certain programs are to be carried out, and we lack continuing review of major ongoing programs, a State Department intelligence officer reported on February 15, 1967. The mechanisms created to watch over the CIA and to invest its clandestine service with presidential authority were not working. They never had worked. There was a growing sense at the White House, the State Department, the Justice Department, and Congress that the agency had gone slightly out of control. What they have specifically in mind is killing him. On February 20, 1967, the President telephoned the acting Attorney General of the United States, Ramsey Clark. 5 weeks before, LBJ and the syndicated columnist Drew Pearson had had an hour-long, off-the-record conversation in the White House. Not for nothing was Pearson's column called Washington Merry-Go-Round. He had set the president's head spinning with a story about the Mafia's John Rosselli, the loyal friend of the CIA's Bill Harvey, who was the sworn enemy of Senator Robert F. Kennedy. This story going around about the CIA, sending in the folks to get Castro, LBJ said to Ramsey Clark, it's incredible. He told the tale as he had heard it. They have a man that was involved, that was brought into the CIA with a number of others, and instructed by the CIA and the Attorney General to assassinate Castro after the Bay of Pigs. They had these pills. Every word of that was true, but the story went on. It took Johnson to a terrifying, if unfounded, conclusion. Castro had captured the plotters, and he tortured them, and they told him all about it. So he said, okay, we'll just take care of that. So then he called Oswald and a group in and told them to get the job done. The job was the assassination of the President of the United States. Johnson told Ramsey Clark to find out what the FBI knew about the connections among the CIA and the Mafia and Bobby Kennedy. On March 3rd, Pearson's column reported that President Johnson is sitting on a political H-bomb, an unconfirmed report that Senator Robert Kennedy may have approved an assassination plot which then backfired against his late brother. The item badly frightened Bobby Kennedy. He and Helms had lunch the next day, and the director brought the sole copy of the only CIA memo tying Kennedy to the Mafia plot against Castro. 2 days later, the FBI completed a report for the President with the pungent title, Central Intelligence Agency's Intentions to Send Hoodlums to Cuba to Assassinate Castro. It was clear and concise. The CIA had tried to kill Castro. The agency had hired members of the Mafia to do it. Robert Kennedy, as Attorney General, knew about the CIA plot as it unfolded, and he knew the mob was involved. President Johnson mulled the matter over for 2 weeks before he ordered Helms to undertake an official CIA investigation of the plots against Castro, Trujillo, and Diem. Helms had no choice. He told the CIA's Inspector General John Ehrman to go to work. One by one, Ehrman called the handful of men who knew what had happened to his office. One by one, he pulled together the CIA's files, slowly assembling a detailed account. Secretary of State Rusk ordered the chief of the State Department's Intelligence Bureau, Tom Hughes, to conduct his own independent review of the CIA's covert operations. On May 5th, Hughes sat down with Rusk and Katzenbach in the Secretary of State's chandeliered office. The three men weighed whether the president should sharply curtail the clandestine service. Hughes had come to believe that buying foreign politicians, supporting foreign coups, and running guns to foreign rebels could corrode American values. He proposed that the United States should cut covert action to an irreducible minimum. They should go forward only when the prospective results are essential to national security or national interests, are of such value as significantly to outweigh the risks, and cannot be effectively obtained in any other way. Rusk conveyed these thoughts to Richard Helms, who did not strongly disagree. That same week, Helms read very carefully through the 133-page draft report of the CIA's Inspector General. It said the killers of Diem and Trujillo had been encouraged but not controlled by the U.S. government. But it dissected in grim detail the mechanics of the plots against Castro. We cannot overemphasize the extent to which responsible agency officers felt themselves subject to the Kennedy administration's severe pressures to do something about Castro, it said. We find people speaking vaguely of doing something about Castro when it is clear that what they have specifically in mind is killing him. Though the pressure had come from the highest levels of the government, the report was silent on the question of presidential authorization. The only man who could provide a definitive answer, Senator Robert F. Kennedy, was busy at that moment co-sponsoring a bill raising federal penalties for the desecration of the American flag. The report implicated every living CIA officer who had served as chief of the clandestine service: Allen Dulles, Richard Bissell, Richard Helms, and Desmond Fitzgerald, in conspiracies to commit murder. It placed a particularly heavy burden on Fitzgerald. It said he had personally promised high-powered rifles with telescopic scopes to the Cuban agent Rolando Cubella, who had vowed to kill Castro the week President Kennedy was assassinated. Fitzgerald fervently denied it, but the chances that he was lying were high. On May 10th, Helms put his handwritten notes on the Inspector General's report in his briefcase and went to see the president. No record of what they said is known to exist. On May 23rd, Helms testified before Senator Richard Russell's CIA subcommittee. Russell knew more than any outsider about the agency's affairs. He was closer to President Johnson than any man in Washington. He put a very pointed question to Helms in the context of political assassination. He asked about the CIA's ability to keep former employees quiet. Helms went back to headquarters that day and made sure that every piece of paper created by the Inspector General's investigation was destroyed. He kept the sole copy of the report securely locked in his safe, where it sat untouched for the next 6 years. Helms was well aware that the CIA officer who knew the most damning facts about the Castro conspiracy was the dangerously unstable Bill Harvey, who had been dismissed as station chief in Rome for chronic drunkenness, but remained on the payroll, lurching around the corridors at headquarters. Bill would show up at some meeting just crocked, said Red White, the CIA's executive director. He'd drink those bathtub martinis. White recalled meeting in Helms's office with Des Fitzgerald and Jim Angleton in the last week of May 1967. The subject was what to do with Harvey. They eased him out of the agency with the greatest care and tried to make sure that he had a quiet retirement. The CIA security director, Howard Osborn, took the washed-up officer out to lunch and recorded his extreme bitterness toward the agency and the director, and his willingness to blackmail both if backed into a corner. Harvey would return to haunt the CIA before his death. A man obsessed. It was a time of great professional peril for Helms. Throughout the spring of 1967, he faced another crisis at headquarters, as grave as the ticking time bomb of the assassination plots. Some of his best officers had started an internal rebellion against the conspiracy theories of Jim Angleton. For more than a decade, ever since Angleton had obtained, with Israel's help, a copy of Khrushchev's secret speech denouncing Stalin, he had enjoyed an exalted status at the CIA. He still controlled the Israeli account and liaison with the FBI, along with his crucial role as chief of counterintelligence, the man who guarded the agency against penetration from communist spies. But his vision of a master plot run by Moscow had started to poison the agency. A secret CIA history of Richard Helms as Director of Central Intelligence, declassified in February 2007, reveals in detail the precise tone and tenor of Angleton's work at headquarters. Angleton, by the mid-1960s, had come to hold a set of views that, if accurate, portended grave consequences for the United States. Angleton believed that the Soviet Union, guided by as skillful a group of leaders as ever served one government, was implacable in its hostility toward the West. International communism remained monolithic, and reports of a rift between Moscow and Peking were only part of an elaborate disinformation campaign. An integrated and purposeful socialist bloc, Angleton wrote in 1966, sought to foster false stories of splits, evolution, power struggles, economic disasters, and good and bad communism to present a wilderness of mirrors to the confused West. Once this program of strategic deception had succeeded in splintering Western solidarity, Moscow would find it an easy matter to pick off the free world nations one by one. Only the Western intelligence services, in Angleton's view, could counter this challenge and stave off disaster. And because the Soviets had penetrated every one of these services, the fate of Western civilization rested to a large extent in the hands of the counterintelligence experts. Angleton was unsound. A man of loose and disjointed thinking whose theories, when applied to matters of public record, were patently unworthy of serious consideration, as an official of CIA assessment later concluded. The consequences of believing in him were grave. In the spring of 1967, they included the continuing incarceration of Yuri Nosenko, the Soviet defector who was in his third year of illegal imprisonment under subhuman conditions in a CIA stockade. A cascade of false accusations against senior Soviet division officers wrongly suspected of spying for Moscow, and a refusal to accept the word of any and all Soviet defectors and recruited agents. Loyal agency employees had come under suspicion of treachery solely on the basis of coincidence and flimsy circumstantial evidence, says the secret CIA history of the Helms years. Ongoing operations against Soviet targets had been shut down, new ones stifled, by the conviction that the Kremlin, tipped off by a mole within CIA, had doubled most agency assets. Valuable information supplied by defectors and longtime sources was being ignored, for fear that it was somehow tainted. A small but determined resistance to Angleton was growing within the clandestine service. Rather than being disinformed by the enemy, we are deluding ourselves, a senior Soviet division officer named Leonard McCoy said in a memo that Helms first read in April 1967. He told Helms that the Angletonian mindset had created a complete paralysis of our Soviet effort. In May, Howard Osborn, the director of the CIA's Office of Security, warned that the Nosenko case was a legal and moral abomination. Helms asked the Deputy Director of Central Intelligence, Admiral Rufus Taylor, to try to resolve the case. Taylor reported back that Nosenko was in no way a double agent. The CIA Soviet division was being torn apart, and Helms had to set the prisoner free and make some major personnel changes to clear the air. Angleton and his staff produced almost no intelligence reports for the rest of the agency. He considered himself the ultimate customer for his work and refused to circulate his conclusions in writing. He had sabotaged station chiefs throughout Europe, undermined Allied intelligence services, and poisoned the well at headquarters, all without one scrap of supportive evidence that there ever was or ever had been a mole inside the Soviet division, as Rolf Kingsley, the newly appointed chief of the division under Helms, protested without avail. Helms believed, in Admiral Taylor's words, that Jim was a man obsessed. Helms deplored that obsession, but thought that Angleton was so valuable and so difficult to replace that his other attributes outweighed the disadvantages of that obsession. Despite the blighted careers, the damaged lives, and the sheer chaos that Angleton created, Helms never broke faith with him. Why? First, as far as anyone knows, the CIA was never penetrated by a traitor or a Soviet spy during the 20 years that Angleton ran counterintelligence, and for this Helms was eternally grateful. Second, as the secret CIA history of the Helms years makes clear for the first time, Angleton was partly responsible for his greatest triumph as Director of Central Intelligence, the CIA's accurate call of the Six-Day War. On June 5, 1967, Israel launched an attack on Egypt, Syria, and Jordan. The CIA saw it coming. The Israelis had been telling the White House and the State Department that they were in great peril. Helms told the president that this was a calculated gambit, a white lie told in the hope of winning direct American military support. To Lyndon Johnson's great relief, Helms said that Israel would strike at a time and place of its choosing and was likely to win swiftly in a matter of days. The ultimate source of the confidently stated forecast was Angleton, who had gotten it from his friends at the highest levels of Israeli intelligence and reported it directly and exclusively to Helms. His word was good. The subsequent accuracy of this prediction established Helms's reputation in the Johnson White House, the CIA history recorded. The experience almost certainly constituted the high point of Helms's service as director. It also further solidified Angleton's standing in the DCI's estimation. LBJ was duly impressed by the rare bullseye. Helms proudly recounted for the CIA's historians that Johnson, for the first time in his presidency, realized that intelligence had a role in his life, and an important one at that. This was the first time that he was really sort of jarred by the fact that those intelligence fellows had some insight that these other fellows don't have. He offered Helms a seat at the president's Tuesday lunch, the best table in town, the highest council of the government, what Helms called the magic inner circle, alongside the Secretary of State, the Secretary of Defense, and the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs. Once a week for the next 18 months, the CIA had what it needed most of all: the attention of the President of the United States. An enormous amount of plumbing. Helms wanted to keep the secrets of the CIA under control at home. To that end, he demanded no unpleasant surprises abroad. Under the prevailing political conditions, many of the agency's covert operations were potential H-bombs. In June 1967, Helms told Desmond Fitzgerald to evaluate every one of the CIA's overseas covert actions, ensure that the secrecy surrounding them was secure, and shut down every one that might blow. The agency could not withstand another public scandal or risk any more public scrutiny. The pressure on Fitzgerald, on top of the onus placed upon him by the internal investigation of the Castro plots, proved too great. 5 weeks later, a heart attack killed him as he played tennis with the British ambassador. Like Frank Wisner, he was 56 years old when he died. After Fitzgerald was buried, Helms selected a loyal old friend to lead the clandestine service. Thomas Hercules Karamessines, Tom K. to his friends, a charter member of the CIA and the former station chief in Athens, who lived in constant crippling pain from a twisted spine. Together, in the summer and fall of 1967, they continued the worldwide review of the CIA's covert operations. No nation on Earth was neutral territory, and Helms aimed to give the agency a global reach. In Saigon, the CIA had just started an excruciatingly sensitive operation approved by President Johnson, codenamed Buttercup. The agency was trying to put out peace feelers to North Vietnam by returning a politically astute Viet Cong prisoner of war to Hanoi with a clandestine radio transmitter seeking to open talks at the highest levels with the enemy. Nothing had come of it. The CIA had created and run the local Communist Party in several pro-American nations, among them Panama, hoping that the party's leaders would be invited to Moscow and discover the secrets of Soviet doctrine firsthand. The lessons learned in the never-ending battle to penetrate the Kremlin were slim. Helms was trying to mobilize the CIA's first worldwide cadre of deep-cover officers, spies who worked without the protection of a diplomatic passport, posing as international lawyers or traveling salesmen for Fortune 500 companies. The program, codenamed Globe, had been underway for 5 years, but barely more than a dozen such officers were wandering the planet. Good operations took years to develop. You have to get the infrastructure, get the people who have to work with you, Helms once explained. There is an enormous amount of plumbing to be put into the structure if it is to have any chance of success. But patience, persistence, money, and cunning alone were not enough to fight communism. Real weapons needed to be placed in the hands of friendly rulers and their CIA-trained secret police and paramilitaries. President Eisenhower had created a one-size-fits-all plan called the Overseas Internal Security Program, run by the CIA in concert with the Pentagon and the State Department. The man who wrote the manifesto for the mission, a democratic, unselfish, often unconditional approach to helping other countries to help themselves, was the agency's own Al Haney, the con artist of the Seoul station and the field commander of Operation Success in Guatemala. Haney proposed to police the world by arming America's Third World allies. There have been charges that it is morally wrong for the U.S. to aid undemocratic regimes to strengthen their security systems, thereby serving to entrench them in power, he argued. But the U.S. cannot afford the moral luxury of helping only those regimes in the free world that meet our ideals of self-government. Eliminate all the absolute monarchies, dictatorships, and juntas from the free world, and count those that are left, and it should be readily apparent that the U.S. would be well on its way to isolation. The program trained 771,217 foreign military and police officers in 25 nations. It found the most fertile ground in nations where covert action by the CIA had prepared the soil. It had helped create the secret police of Cambodia, Colombia, Ecuador, El Salvador, Guatemala, Iran, Iraq, Laos, Peru, the Philippines, South Korea, South Vietnam, and Thailand. In each of these nations, the interior ministries and the national police worked in close liaison with the CIA station. The agency also established an international police academy in Panama and a bomb school in Los Fresnos, Texas, which trained officers from Central and South America. Graduates included the future leaders of death squads in El Salvador and Honduras. It was sometimes a short step from the classroom to the torture chamber. The CIA was on dangerous ground, said Robert Amory, chief of the CIA's intelligence directorate under Eisenhower and Kennedy. You can get into Gestapo-type tactics. In the 1960s, the scope of the CIA's work expanded dramatically in Latin America. Castro was the catalyst, said Tom Polgar, the Berlin-based veteran who served as chief of the Foreign Intelligence Staff of the Latin American Division from 1965 to 1967. The CIA and the propertied classes of Latin America had that one thing in common, that fear. My mission was to use the Latin American stations as a means to collect intelligence on the Soviet Union and Cuba, Polgar said. To do that, you have to have a relatively stable government that will cooperate with the United States. The CIA was backing the leaders of 11 Latin American nations: Argentina, Bolivia, Brazil, the Dominican Republic, Ecuador, Guatemala, Guyana, Honduras, Nicaragua, Peru, and Venezuela. Once a friendly government was in power, a CIA station chief had 5 paths to maintain American influence over foreign leaders. You become their foreign intelligence service, Polgar said. They don't know what's going on in the world, so you give them a weekly briefing, doctored to meet their sensibilities. Money, definitely, that's always welcome. Procurement, toys, games, weapons. Training, and you can always take a group of officers to Fort Bragg or to Washington. A wonderful holiday. The agency held the position, duly stated in a formal estimate signed by Richard Helms, that Latin American military juntas were good for the United States. They were the only force capable of controlling political crises. Law and order were better than the messy struggle for democracy and freedom. In LBJ's day, the counterinsurgency missions started by the Kennedys took root where Ike's internal security programs had flourished and the CIA had installed military and political allies. In 1967, through the careful cultivation of dictators on 2 continents, the CIA scored one of its greatest Cold War victories, hunting down Che Guevara. Remember, you are killing a man. Che was a living emblem for the soldiers and the spies of the Cuban Revolution. They served in outposts as far-flung as the Congo, where the power of the strongman Joseph Mobutu was threatened by a ragtag rebel force called the Simbas, whose warriors had kidnapped the CIA base chief in Stanleyville in 1964. The Congo was a cockpit of the Cold War, and Mobutu and the CIA worked in closest harmony. Jerry Gossens, the CIA's number 3 man in the Congo, proposed that they create a new force to fight Soviet and Cuban influence in Africa. Mobutu gave me a house, 7 officers, and 6 Volkswagens, and I taught them how to conduct surveillance, Gossens said. We set up a Congolese service reporting to the CIA. We directed them. We ran them. Eventually, with the president's blessing, we paid their operational expenses. I got the take, vetted it, edited it, and passed it on to Mobutu. Mobutu got whatever he wanted from the CIA: money and guns, planes and pilots, a personal physician, and the political security of close liaison with the American government, while the CIA built its bases and stations in the heart of Africa. In a classic battle of the Cold War, Che and his Cubans confronted the CIA and its Cubans on the western shores of Lake Tanganyika in the heart of Africa. The agency's forces, equipped with recoilless rifles and warplanes, attacked several thousand Simbas and about 100 of Che's Cuban soldiers. Under fire, Che sought new orders from Fidel. Avoid annihilation, El Jefe Maximo advised. Che made an inglorious retreat. On the run, he crossed the Atlantic, seeking to light the flames of revolution in Latin America. He wound up in the mountains of Bolivia, where the CIA tracked him down. A right-wing general, René Barrientos, had seized power in that desperately poor nation, backed by more than $1 million from the CIA. The money served to encourage, in the agency's words, a stable government favorably inclined toward the United States, and in support of the ruling junta's plans to pacify the country. The general crushed his opponents with increasing force. Bill Brough, chief of the Latin American division of the clandestine service, wrote to Helms with satisfaction, "With the election of René Barrientos as president of Bolivia on July 3, 1966, this action was brought to a successful completion." The CIA sent its Barrientos file to the White House. National Security Advisor Walt Rostow handed it to the president and said, "This is to explain why General Barrientos may say thank you when you have lunch with him next Wednesday, the 20th. In April 1967, Barrientos told the American ambassador, Douglas Henderson, that his officers were tracking Che in the mountains of Bolivia. Ambassador Henderson was headed for Washington that week, and he had brought the news to Desmond Fitzgerald. "This can't be Che Guevara," Fitzgerald had said. "We think that Che Guevara was killed in the Dominican Republic and is buried in an unmarked grave." Nevertheless, the CIA sent 2 Cuban veterans of the Bay of Pigs down to join the hunt with a squad of American-trained Bolivian Rangers. One of the CIA's Cubans was Feliz Rodriguez, and he sent a series of stirring bulletins from the battlefront. His messages, declassified in 2004, are the only contemporary eyewitness accounts of a confrontation long shrouded by myth. From the village of Higueras, Rodriguez radioed John Tilton, the station chief in La Paz, who relayed the news to Bill Brough and Tom Polgar at headquarters. Their reports went to Helms, who hand-carried them to the White House. On October 8, 1967, Che was captured after a clash with the Bolivian Rangers. He had a wound in his leg but was otherwise in fair condition. His dreams of making a Vietnam in South America had evaporated in the thin air of the Bolivian highlands. His captors took him to a little schoolhouse. Rodriguez learned that the Bolivian High Command in La Paz would decide Che's fate on the following day. "I am managing to keep him alive," Rodriguez reported, "which is very hard." At daybreak the following morning, Rodriguez tried to interrogate Che, who was sitting on the schoolhouse floor, his face in his hands, his wrists and ankles bound, the corpses of 2 Cuban compañeros beside him. They talked about the clash in the Congo and the course of the Cuban Revolution. Che said that Castro had killed no more than 1,500 of his political enemies, apart from armed conflicts such as the Bay of Pigs. The Cuban government, of course, executed all guerrilla leaders who invaded its territory, Che said, according to Rodriguez. He stopped then with a quizzical look on his face and smiled as he recognized his own position on Bolivian soil. Rodriguez continued, "With his capture, the guerrilla movement had suffered an overwhelming setback. He insisted that his ideals would win in the end. He had not planned an exfiltration route from Bolivia in case of failure. He had definitely decided to fail or win." The High Command sent the order to kill Che at 11:50 a.m. Guevara was executed with a burst of shots at 1:15 p.m., Rodriguez radioed to Tilton. Guevara's last words were, "Tell my wife to remarry, and tell Fidel Castro that the revolution will rise again in the Americas." To his executioner he said, "Remember, you are killing a man." Tom Polgar was the duty officer at headquarters when Tilton called in the news that Che was dead. "Can you send fingerprints?" Polgar asked. "I can send fingers," Tilton replied. Che's executioners had cut off his hands. Paramount considerations must be political sensitivity. There were few such triumphs to trumpet for Helms and his officers. They were outnumbered by a multitude of mistakes. Once again, CIA operations have created a major problem. The State Department's Egypt desk informed Luke Battle, the new Assistant Secretary of State for the Near East. Egypt's ruler, Gamal Abdel Nasser, was complaining, not for the first time and not without cause, that the agency was trying to overthrow his government. "CIA appears to hope that these incidents can be swept under the rug," said the message to Battle. "This should not be allowed to happen." Battle knew what the CIA's work in Egypt entailed. He had been the American ambassador when a happy-go-lucky case officer carelessly exposed the agency's relationship with a prominent Cairo newspaper editor named Mustafa Amin. Amin had been close to Nasser. The CIA paid him for information and for publishing pro-American news reports. The Cairo station chief had lied to the ambassador about the agency's relationship with Amin. He had been on the U.S. payroll, Battle said. Bruce Odell, the CIA case officer, had been meeting regularly with Mustafa Amin. "I had been assured that no funds had been exchanged in Egypt, but a photograph of such a transaction was made when Mustafa Amin was arrested." The case made headlines around the world, prominently featuring Odell, who had worked under diplomatic cover. Amin was tried as a spy, brutally tortured, and imprisoned for 9 years. Helms tried to build confidence in the CIA. He had hoped that President Johnson would come out to Langley, Virginia, to address the troops at headquarters in September 1967 during ceremonies marking the agency's 20th anniversary. But LBJ never once visited the CIA. He sent Vice President Humphrey for the ceremony, and Humphrey delivered a characteristically thumbs-up speech. "You will be criticized," he said. "The only people who aren't criticized are those who do nothing, and I would hate to see the agency get in that state." The CIA could not survive sustained criticism from within the government, much less from the public. It depended on secrecy to survive. When blown operations wound up in the newspapers, it eroded what faith remained in the agency. On September 30th, 1967, Helms laid out strict new guidelines for covert action and sent them to every station. For the first time in the history of the CIA, station chiefs and their superiors were instructed to err on the side of caution. "Review all projects which are politically sensitive," the order said. "Inform headquarters of the identities of foreign politicians, both governmental and opposition, as well as certain military leaders on the U.S. covert payroll." No sum of money spent on covert action was too small to report. "Our paramount considerations must be the political sensitivity of the activity and its consistency with U.S. foreign policy." The flow of cash to burned-out foreign agents, third-rate newspapers, also-ran political parties, and other unproductive operations began to dry up. The number of major political warfare operations in Western Europe began to dwindle. The CIA would stay focused on the hot war in Southeast Asia and the Cold War in the Middle East, Africa, and Latin America. But there was a war going on at home as well. The president had just told Helms to undertake the most politically sensitive operation of all, the job of spying on Americans. 27. Track down the foreign communists. President Johnson feared that the anti-war movement would drive him out of the White House. But in the end, the war itself did it. In October 1967, a handful of CIA analysts joined in the first big Washington march against the war. The president regarded the protesters as enemies of the state. He was convinced that the peace movement was controlled and financed by Moscow and Beijing. He wanted proof. He ordered Richard Helms to produce it. Helms reminded the president that the CIA was barred from spying on Americans. He says Johnson told him, "I'm quite aware of that. What I want for you is to pursue this matter and to do what is necessary to track down the foreign communists who are behind this intolerable interference in our domestic affairs." It is likely that LBJ expressed himself more plainly. In a blatant violation of his powers under law, the Director of Central Intelligence became a part-time secret police chief. The CIA undertook a domestic surveillance operation codenamed Chaos. It went on for almost 7 years. Helms created a new Special Operations Group to run the spying on Americans, and he cannily hid it in the shadows of Angleton's counterintelligence staff. 11 CIA officers grew long hair, learned the jargon of the New Left, and went off to infiltrate peace groups in the United States and Europe. The agency compiled a computer index of 300,000 names of American people and organizations, and extensive files on 7,200 citizens. It began working in secret with police departments all over America. Unable to draw a clear distinction between the far left and the mainstream opposition to the war, it spied on every major organization in the peace movement. At the President's command, transmitted through Helms and the Secretary of Defense, the National Security Agency turned its immense eavesdropping powers on American citizens. Both the President and the conservatives in Congress saw connections between the peace protests and the race riots rocking the United States. They wanted the CIA to prove that communists were behind them both. The agency tried its best. In 1967, American ghettos had become war zones. 75 separate urban riots racked the nation, resulting in 88 deaths, 1,397 injuries, 16,389 arrests, 2,157 convictions, and economic damage estimated at $664.5 million. 43 people had been killed in Detroit, 26 in Newark. Rage filled the streets of New York, Los Angeles, San Francisco, Boston, Cincinnati, Dayton, Cleveland, Youngstown, Toledo, Peoria, Des Moines, Wichita, Birmingham, and Tampa. On October 25th, Senator John McClellan, an Arkansas Democrat and chairman of the Senate Permanent Subcommittee on Investigations, wrote to Helms seeking evidence that the Soviets were running the Black Power movement in the United States. The subcommittee is very much interested in the operations of various militant organizations in this country, the senator wrote. McClellan said that Moscow had created an espionage or sabotage school in Ghana, Africa, for colored people, and that Americans had served as instructors. Purportedly, these teachers came from somewhere in California, the senator wrote. It would be most helpful to the subcommittee if the identity of any American teacher who returned to the United States were known, as well as the identity of any student. Your cooperation in this matter will indeed be appreciated. The clandestine service cooperated. On October 31, 1967, Tom Karamessines sent a raw and unconfirmed rumor from a Miami Cuban to the White House. A Negro training camp had been established at a beach near Santiago de Cuba, where Negroes were being trained for subversive operations against the United States, the report said. Their courses included English, which was being taught by Soviet instructors. It continued, their subversive activities against the United States would include sabotage in connection with race riots directed at bringing a Negro revolution in the United States. It said that 150 Negroes are involved in the training program, and some have already arrived in the United States. Lyndon Johnson was enraged. I'm not going to let the communists take this government, and they're doing it right now, he told Helms, Rusk, and McNamara during a 95-minute rant on a Saturday afternoon, November 4, 1967. I've got my belly full of seeing these people put on a communist plane and shipped all over this country. I want someone to carefully look at who leaves this country, where they go, why they are going. This last remark was aimed pointedly at Helms. But the CIA never found a shred of evidence that linked the leaders of the American left or the Black Power movement to foreign governments. Helms took this unhappy fact to the president on November 15, 1967. He reported that while the CIA suspected that some members of the American left might have ideological affinities with Moscow or Hanoi, no evidence showed that they act under any direction other than their own. Lyndon Johnson ordered Helms to intensify the search. It produced nothing beyond a continuing violation of the CIA's charter. For millions of Americans, the war came home every night on television. On January 31, 1968, 400,000 communist troops hit almost every major city and military garrison in South Vietnam. The attack came on the first night of Tet, the Lunar New Year, and the enemy laid siege to Saigon and the major American bases at Hue and Khe Sanh. On February 1st, television and still cameras captured the Saigon police chief as he executed a Viet Cong prisoner in cold blood with a pistol shot to the head. The assault went on and on. Though the American counterattack was overwhelming, 100,000 tons of bombs fell around Khe Sanh alone. The shock of the surprise attack was a devastating psychological defeat for the United States. Helms concluded that the CIA could not have predicted the Tet offensive because it had next to no intelligence on the enemy's intent. On February 11, 1968, Helms pulled all his Vietnam experts together at headquarters. All but one of them, George Carver, still an optimist though not for long, agreed on the following points. General Westmoreland, the American commander in Saigon, had no coherent strategy. It was useless to send more American troops. If the government and the Army of South Vietnam did not pull together and fight the enemy, the United States should get out. Helms sent George Allen back to Saigon to assess the damage and to meet with President Thieu and Vice President Key. Allen found the Army of South Vietnam shattered and the two leaders at one another's throats. American soldiers were unable to defend the nation's cities. American spies were panicked and demoralized. Hanoi had won its greatest political victory since 1954, when it handed the French their final defeat at Dien Bien Phu. Helms personally gave the president the deeply pessimistic conclusions. They destroyed all but the last of LBJ's enormous political will. On February 19th, as Hanoi mounted a second wave of Tet attacks, the president spoke privately with Dwight Eisenhower. The next day, at the Tuesday lunch at the White House, Helms listened as the president described the conversation. General Eisenhower said that Westmoreland carries more responsibility than any general in the history of this country, LBJ recounted. I asked him how many allies he had under his command during World War II. He said, including U.S. and Allied troops, he had about 5 million. I told him General Westmoreland had 500,000 men, so how could he say that Westmoreland had the greatest responsibility of any American general? He said it was a different kind of war, and General Westmoreland doesn't know who the enemy is. At last, Lyndon Johnson understood that no strategy could survive the failure of intelligence in Vietnam. The United States could not defeat an enemy it could not understand. A few weeks later, he announced he would not seek re-election as the President of the United States. Part 4. Get rid of the clowns. The CIA under Nixon and Ford, 1968 to 1976. 28. What the hell do those clowns do out there in Langley? In the spring of 1968, Richard Helms had good reason to fear that his next boss would be either Robert Kennedy or Richard Nixon. As Attorney General, Kennedy had abused the powers of the agency. He had commandeered the CIA and treated Helms with cold disdain. As a candidate or as a commander-in-chief, he would be threatened by the secrets in the agency's files. Helms was truly shocked when the senator was murdered on the campaign trail in June, but he was not truly saddened. For the rest of his life, Helms bore lasting scars from the lashings Kennedy had laid on him. Richard Nixon was another problem altogether. Helms knew how deep his resentments ran. Nixon thought the agency was filled with Eastern elitists, knee-jerk liberals, Georgetown gossips, Kennedy men. It was an open secret that Nixon held the CIA responsible for the greatest disaster in his life, his defeat in the 1960 election. He was convinced, wrongly, that secrets and lies leaked by Allen Dulles had helped John Kennedy score crucial points in the televised presidential debates. In his 1962 memoir, 6 Crises, Nixon had written that if he had been elected president, he would have created a new organization outside the CIA for carrying out covert operations. It was an open threat to cut out the agency's heart. On August 10, 1968, Nixon and Helms met for their first long talk. The president had invited the candidate down to the LBJ Ranch in Texas, fed him steak and corn on the cob, and drove him around the ranch in an open convertible. Then he turned to Helms for a tour of the world. The confrontation between Czechoslovakia and the Soviet Union, Castro's continuing support for revolutionary movements, and finally the secret peace negotiations between the United States and North Vietnam. Nixon turned directly to Helms with a pointed question. "Do they still believe we have lost the war?" he asked. "The North Vietnamese are convinced they won after Dien Bien Phu," Helms said. That was the last thing Nixon wanted to hear. 3 days after winning the election, Nixon placed a call to LBJ. "What do you think about Helms?" he asked. Would you continue him? Yes, I would, Johnson replied. He's extremely competent. He's succinct. He tells you as it is, and he's loyal. That was high praise. After a year and a half dining at the president's table, Helms had won LBJ's confidence and earned a reputation in Washington as a consummate professional. He believed that the CIA, after 20 years, had developed a cadre of analysts with unique expertise on the Soviet threat and a clandestine service capable of conducting espionage without getting caught. He saw himself as a loyal soldier in the service of his president. Helms would soon find out the cost of that loyalty. Incurably covert. Richard Nixon never trusted anybody, Helms reflected 20 years later. Here he had become President of the United States and therefore Chief of the Executive Branch, and yet he was constantly telling people that the Air Force in their bombings in Vietnam couldn't hit their ass with their hand. The State Department was just a bunch of pinstriped, cocktail-drinking diplomats, that the agency couldn't come up with a winning victory in Vietnam, on and on and on. They are dumb, they are stupid, they can't do this and they can't do that. At the White House in January 1969, a few days into the new administration, Helms sat in tense silence at lunch as Nixon picked at his cottage cheese and canned pineapple. The president ripped into the CIA while his national security advisor, Henry Kissinger, listened attentively. I haven't the slightest doubt, Helms recalled, that Nixon's carping affected Kissinger. The president-elect and the Harvard man had discovered they were kindred spirits. Both were incurably covert, but Kissinger was charming about it, observed Thomas Hughes, the director of the State Department's Intelligence Bureau. Both were inveterate manipulators, but Nixon was more transparent. They had reached an understanding. They alone would conceive, command, and control clandestine operations. Covert action and espionage could be tools fitted for their personal use. Nixon used them to build a political fortress at the White House, and Kissinger became, in the words of his aide, Roger Morris, the acting chief of state for national security. As a preemptive act of self-protection, Helms had created a committee of wise men called the Covert Operations Study Group to report to the president-elect on the value of the clandestine service and to protect it from attack. The group was led by Franklin Lindsay, once Frank Wisner's right-hand man, housed at Harvard and convened in secret. Its foremost members were Richard Bissell and Lyman Kirkpatrick. It included half a dozen Harvard professors who had served the White House, the Pentagon, the State Department, and the CIA. 3 of them were close enough to their colleague Henry Kissinger to know he would be the next president's national security advisor no matter who won the race, for Kissinger had simultaneously served both Nixon and Humphrey as a confidential consultant. Neither man ever considered anyone else for the job. The Covert Operations Study Group's secret report was dated December 1, 1968. One of its recommendations particularly pleased Kissinger. It said the new president should give one senior White House official responsibility for watching over all covert operations. Kissinger would not merely watch them, he would run them. The report urged the new president to make it very clear to the director of the CIA that he expects him to say no when, in the director's judgment, a proposed operation cannot be done. Nixon never heeded that advice. Covert operations can rarely achieve an important objective alone, the report continued. At best, a covert operation can win time, forestall a coup, or otherwise create favorable conditions which will make it possible to use overt means to finally achieve an important objective. Nixon never understood this principle. An individual, a political party, or a government in office can be seriously injured or destroyed by exposure of covert assistance from CIA, the report said. On balance, exposure of clandestine operations costs the United States in terms of world opinion. To some, exposure demonstrates the disregard of the United States for national rights and human rights. To others, it demonstrates only our impotence and ineptness in getting caught. The impression of many Americans, especially in the intellectual community and among the youth, that the United States is engaging in dirty tricks tends to alienate them from their government, the report continued. Disclosures in this atmosphere have created opportunities for the new left to affect a much wider spectrum of political opinion than otherwise would have been the case. The United States has been in the forefront of those nations concerned with expanding the rule of law in international affairs. Our credibility and our effectiveness in this role is necessarily damaged to the extent that it becomes known that we are secretly intervening in what may be or appear to be the internal affairs of others. Nixon and Kissinger willfully ignored all these ideas. It is our impression that CIA has become much too ingrown over the years, the report concluded. Nearly all of the senior people have been in the organization on the order of 20 years. There also is a strong tendency toward isolation and inwardness, a lack of innovativeness and perspective. This much Nixon believed. He set out to infiltrate that inner circle. He began by naming Marine Lieutenant General Robert Cushman, who had been his national security aide when he was vice president, as the deputy director of Central Intelligence under Helms. Cushman's mission was to spy on America's spies for the president. Eager to curry favor with the president-elect, the CIA sent Nixon the same daily intelligence summaries that Lyndon Johnson had received. They piled up unread in a safe at Nixon's suite on the 39th floor at the Pierre Hotel in New York. The stack grew for a month, until Kissinger sent word in December that Nixon would never look at them. He made it clear that from now on anything the agency wanted to tell the president would have to be channeled through him. Neither Helms nor anyone else from the CIA would ever see Nixon alone. From the start, Kissinger exerted an ever-tightening control over the CIA's operations. In 1967 and 1968, the CIA's overseers at the 303 Committee had lively debates over the course of covert action. Those days were gone. Kissinger dominated every other member of the committee: Helms, Attorney General John Mitchell, and the number 2 officers of the State Department and the Pentagon. It became a one-man show. During a 32-month stretch, the committee technically approved nearly 40 covert actions, but never once actually convened. In all, more than 3/4 of the covert action programs of the Nixon administration never were considered formally by the committee. The black operations of the United States were approved by Henry Kissinger. In 1969, as is well known, the president wiretapped private citizens to stop news leaks and to control the flow of information inside the government. His national security advisor went beyond that. Kissinger also used the CIA to spy on Americans, a fact that heretofore has escaped the attention of history. After the anti-war movement called for a monthly national moratorium, a one-day suspension of American business as usual, Helms received an order from Kissinger to spy on its leaders. Recorded in the office diary of Robert L. Bannerman, a senior staff member in the CIA's Office of Security, the memo was titled, "Dr. Kissinger, Information Request." Dr. Kissinger levied a request as to what information we have on the leaders of the groups that conducted the moratorium on Vietnam, the CIA memo reads. After consideration, this request was relayed to, deleted, who agreed to be the focal point for this report, and work on this report was conducted over the weekend. This was not merely a continuation of chaos, the CIA's ongoing search for sources of foreign support for the anti-war movement. It was a specific request from the President's National Security Advisor for CIA files on American citizens. The record reflects no hesitation on the part of Richard Helms. Since 1962, 3 successive presidents had ordered the Director of Central Intelligence to spy on Americans, regardless of the CIA's charter. Nixon believed that all presidential action is legal in the realm of national security. If the president does it, he said, it is not illegal. Among his successors, Only George W. Bush fully embraced this interpretation of presidential power, rooted in the divine right of kings. But it was one thing for a president to issue such an order, and quite another for an unelected official to do so in the president's name. Hit the Soviets and hit them hard. Nixon and Kissinger operated at a level of clandestinity beyond the CIA's. When they dealt with the enemies of the United States, negotiating in secret with the Soviets, the Chinese, the North Vietnamese, the CIA knew little or nothing about it. There was a reason for that. The White House disbelieved much of what the CIA's experts said about the forces of communism, especially the agency's estimates of the military might of the Soviet Union. I don't mean to say that they are lying about the intelligence or distorting it, but I want you fellows to be very careful to separate facts from opinions, Nixon told Helms at a June 18, 1969 National Security Council meeting. The fact is that the intelligence projections for 1965, 1966, 1967, and 1968, and I've seen them all, have been up to 50% off in what the Russians were going to have, and on the low side, Nixon said. We have got to start with fact, and all the facts, and reach the conclusions on the basis of hard fact. Is that understood now? Nixon was outraged when the agency argued that the Soviets had neither the intention nor the technology to launch a knockout nuclear first strike. That conclusion came in a flurry of formal estimates on Soviet strategic forces, all of which Nixon rejected. Useless, he wrote in the margins of a memo from Helms on Moscow's nuclear capabilities. A superficial, mindless recitation of what we know from the daily press. The CIA's analyses flew in the face of Nixon's plans to build an anti-ballistic missile system, the prelude to the Star Wars fantasies of the future. Whose side is the agency on, was the way Helms remembered the White House argument. In other words, let's all get together and trim the evidence. In the end, that is exactly what Helms did, erasing a key passage of the CIA's most important estimate on Soviet nuclear forces in 1969. Once again, the agency was tailoring its work to fit the pattern of White House policy. His decision to go along with the White House did not sit well with the agency analysts, Helms recorded. In their view, I had compromised one of the agency's fundamental responsibilities, the mandate to evaluate all available data and express conclusions irrespective of U.S. policies. But Helms would not risk this battle. I was convinced we would have lost the argument with the Nixon administration, and that in the process the agency would have been permanently damaged. His analysts complained about the suppression of dissent and the failure to learn from past mistakes, but no plan to improve the analysis of Soviet capabilities and intentions came forth. The CIA had been studying spy satellite reconnaissance photos of the Soviet Union for 8 years now, looking down from space and putting together a jigsaw puzzle of the Soviet military. The agency was working on the next generation of spy satellites to be equipped with television cameras. Helms always had believed that gadgets were no replacement for spies. Nevertheless, he assured Nixon that they would give the United States the power to make sure that Moscow complied with agreements reached in SALT, the Strategic Arms Limitation Treaty talks then underway in Helsinki. But the more raw data the CIA obtained on the Soviet military, the less clear the big picture became. Nixon rightly criticized the agency for having underestimated Soviet nuclear firepower in the 1960s. He pounded the agency on that account throughout his presidency. The result of that pressure is now evident. For 13 years, from Nixon's era to the dying days of the Cold War, every estimate of Soviet strategic nuclear forces overstated the rate at which Moscow was modernizing its weaponry. Nixon nonetheless relied on the CIA to subvert the Soviet Union at every turn, not just in Moscow, but in every nation on earth. The President called Henry Kissinger and me into the Oval Office after the NSC meeting today for what turned out to be a 25-minute discussion of a variety of subjects, including SALT, Laos, Cambodia, Cuba, and black operations, Helms recorded in a March 25, 1970 memo. With respect to black operations, the President enjoined me to hit the Soviets and hit them hard any place we can in the world. He said to just go ahead, to keep Henry Kissinger informed, and to be as imaginative as we could. He was as emphatic on this as I have ever heard him on anything. Encouraged by this rare moment of presidential attention, Helms took this moment to hit hard on the point that I felt strongly the United States should give up nothing which constituted a pressure on the Soviet Union or an irritation to them without exacting a specific price in return. He promised the President a new array of proposed covert actions against the Soviets. Only one paragraph of the paper Helms sent to the White House the next week caught Nixon's eye. Helms reviewed the work of Radio Free Europe and Radio Liberty, a 20-year investment of more than $400 million, and the power of the radios to keep the fires of dissent alive behind the Iron Curtain. He detailed the work of Soviet dissidents, such as the physicist Andrei Sakharov and the writer Alexander Solzhenitsyn, whose words had been played back to the Soviet Union by the CIA. 30 million people in Eastern Europe heard Radio Free Europe, and Soviet citizens did their best to tune in Radio Liberty, though Moscow was spending $150 million a year jamming their signals. In addition, the Free Europe and Liberty organizations had distributed 2.5 million books and periodicals in the Soviet Union and Eastern Europe since the late 1950s. The hope was that words, on the air and in print, could promote intellectual and cultural freedom. All that was good, but it was also old hat to Nixon. What captured his imagination was the CIA's ability to swing elections. There have been numerous instances when facing the threat of a Communist Party or Popular Front election victory in the free world, we have met the threat and turned it successfully, Helms reminded the President. Guyana in 1963 and Chile in 1964 are good examples of what can be accomplished under difficult circumstances. Similar situations may soon face us in various parts of the world, and we are prepared for action with carefully planned covert election programs. That was more like it. Money and politics were subjects close to Nixon's heart. The only way to go was the old way. The agency had secretly supported politicians in Western Europe throughout the Cold War. The list included Chancellor Willy Brandt of Germany, Prime Minister Guy Mollet of France, and every Christian Democrat who ever won a national election in Italy. The CIA had spent 20 years and at least $65 million buying influence in Rome and Milan and Naples. In 1965, McGeorge Bundy had called the covert action program in Italy the annual shame. Yet it went on. Foreign powers had been meddling in Italian politics for centuries. Washington was following in the tradition of what the fascists, the communists, the Nazis, the British, and the French had done before, said Thomas Fina, the American consul general in Milan under Nixon and a veteran of American intelligence and diplomacy in Italy. The CIA had been subsidizing political parties, withdrawing money from political parties, giving money to individual politicians, not giving it to other politicians, subsidizing the publication of books, the content of radio programs, subsidizing newspapers, subsidizing journalists, Fina noted. It had financial resources, political resources, friends, the ability to blackmail. Nixon and Kissinger revived that tradition. Their instrument was the CIA's Rome station and the extraordinary ambassador Graham Martin. Kissinger called Martin that cold-eyed fellow, and he meant it as a compliment. He obviously admired somebody who could be as ruthless in the exercise of power as he could be, said Martin's chief political officer in Rome, Robert Barber. Other American diplomats found Martin shadowy and strange, slippery as a cold basket of eels. Martin had converted Marshall Plan funds to CIA cash at the American Embassy in Paris 20 years before. He had worked closely with the CIA as ambassador in Thailand from 1965 to 1968. No American diplomat was more deeply enamored of covert operations. Nixon thought he was terrific. "I have great personal confidence in Graham Martin," he told Kissinger on February 14, 1969, and with that, the machine was in motion. Martin's appointment as ambassador in Italy was the handiwork of a wealthy right-wing American named Pier Talenti, who lived in Rome, where he had raised hundreds of thousands of dollars for the 1968 Nixon campaign among his friends and political allies. That opened the door to the White House. Talenti went to see Colonel Alexander M. Haig, Jr., Kissinger's military aide, to deliver a warning that the socialists were on the verge of taking power in Italy and a proposal that a new American ambassador was needed to counter the left. He named Martin, and his message went right to the top. Martin had persuaded Nixon and Kissinger that he was just the man because he was tough as nails to bring about a shift in Italian politics, said Wells Stabler, his deputy chief of mission in Rome. Martin decided that the only way to go was the old way, said Stabler, who became a reluctant participant in the revival of American covert action in Italy. Beginning in 1970, after receiving formal approval from the Nixon White House, Martin oversaw the distribution of $25 million to both Christian Democrats and Italian neo-fascists, Stabler said. The money was divided in the back room, the CIA station inside the palatial American embassy, by the ambassador, myself, and the station chief, Stabler said. Some was given to the parties, some to individuals. Sometimes the station chief or myself would recommend something, but it was the ambassador who would give the approval. The station chief was Rocky Stone, the veteran of the Iran coup and the blown attempt to overthrow Syria, who had come to Rome after 3 years as chief of operations for the Soviet division. Stone handed out about $6 million to the mainstream Christian Democrats. Millions more went to committees that pushed ultra-conservative policies in the party, Stabler said, and millions more went to a far-right underground. The money, as Martin had promised, transformed the political face of Italy. The man he backed, Giulio Andreotti, won an election infused with the CIA's cash. But the covert financing of the far right fueled a failed neo-fascist coup in 1970. The money helped finance right-wing covert operations, including terrorist bombings, which Italian intelligence blamed on the extreme left. It also led to the worst political scandal in post-war Italy. Parliamentary investigations found that General Vito Miceli, the chief of the Italian Military Intelligence Service, had taken at least $800,000 of the CIA's cash. Miceli was jailed for trying to take over the country by force. Andreotti, the most durable Italian politician in decades, spent the last years of his life fighting criminal charges, including murder. The CIA's days of buying political influence in Italy finally ended when Graham Martin left Rome to become the next, and the last, American ambassador to South Vietnam. This book is continued on Disc 11. Legacy of Ashes by Tim Weiner, continued. Disc 11. We are conscious of what is at stake. Throughout 1969 and 1970, Nixon and Kissinger focused the CIA on the secret expansion of the war in Southeast Asia. They ordered the agency to make $725,000 in political payoffs to President Thieu of South Vietnam, manipulate the media in Saigon, fix an election in Thailand, and step up covert commando raids in North Vietnam, Cambodia, and Laos. In a bleak dispatch on the eve of a world tour that took Nixon across Southeast Asia, Helms told the president about the CIA's long war in Laos. the agency maintained a covert irregular force of a total of 39,000 men, which has borne a major share of the active fighting against the Communists, he reminded Nixon. They were the CIA's Hmong fighters, led since 1960 by General Vang Pao. These irregular forces are tired from 8 years of constant warfare, and Vang Pao has been forced to use 13- and 14-year-old children to replace his casualties. The limits have largely been reached on what this agency can do in a paramilitary sense to stop the North Vietnamese advance. Nixon responded by ordering Helms to create a new Thai paramilitary battalion in Laos to shore up the Hmong. Kissinger asked where it would be best to bomb Laos with B-52s. While their clandestine war in Southeast Asia intensified, Nixon and Kissinger made plans for a secret rapprochement with Chairman Mao Zedong. To clear the way to China, they strangled the agency's operations against the communist regime. Over the past decade, in the name of combating Chinese communism, the CIA had spent tens of millions of dollars parachuting tons of weapons to hundreds of Tibetan guerrillas who fought for their spiritual leader, His Holiness Tenzin Gyatso, the 14th Dalai Lama. When Allen Dulles and Desmond Fitzgerald briefed Eisenhower on the operation in February 1960, the president wondered whether the net result of these operations would not be more brutal repressive reprisals by the Chinese communists. Ike approved the program nonetheless. The agency set up a training camp for the Tibetan fighters in the Rocky Mountains of Colorado. It had paid an annual subsidy of some $180,000 directly to the Dalai Lama, and it created Tibet houses in New York and Geneva to serve as his unofficial embassies. The goal was to keep the dream of a free Tibet alive while harassing the Red Army in western China. The results to date had been dozens of dead resistance fighters and one blood-stained satchel of invaluable Chinese military documents seized in a firefight. In August 1969, the agency requested $2.5 million more to support Tibet's insurgents in the coming year, calling the 1,800-man paramilitary group a force which could be employed in strength in the event of hostilities against China. "Does this have any direct benefit to us?" Kissinger asked. He answered his own question. Though the CIA's subsidy to the Dalai Lama continued, the Tibetan resistance was abandoned. Kissinger then scuttled the remains of the CIA's 20-year mission to conduct clandestine operations against China. The commando raids of the Korean War had dwindled down to desultory radio broadcasts from Taipei and Seoul, leaflets dropped on the mainland, fake news planted in Hong Kong and Tokyo, and what the agency described as activities worldwide to denigrate and obstruct the People's Republic of China. The CIA kept working with Generalissimo Chiang Kai-shek in his doomed effort to free Taiwan, unaware that Nixon and Kissinger had plans to sit down with Chairman Mao and Prime Minister Zhou Enlai in Beijing. When Kissinger finally sat down with Zhou, the Prime Minister asked about the latest Free Taiwan campaign. The CIA had no hand in it? Kissinger assured Zhou that he vastly overestimates the competence of the CIA. "They have become the topic of discussion throughout the world," Zhou said. "Whenever something happens in the world, they are always thought of." "That is true," Kissinger replied, "and it flatters them. But they don't deserve it." Zhou was fascinated to learn that Kissinger personally approved the CIA's covert operations. He voiced his suspicions that the agency was still subverting the People's Republic. Kissinger replied that most CIA officers write long, incomprehensible reports and don't make revolution. "You use the word revolution," Zhou said. "We say subversion." "Or subversion," Kissinger conceded. "I understand. We are conscious of what is at stake in our relationship, and we will not let one organization carry out petty operations that could hinder this course." That was the end of that. The CIA was out of business in China for years to come. Democracy doesn't work. The CIA fought on every front to shore up the war in Vietnam. One of its bigger efforts came to fruition 3 weeks after President Nixon took office. In February 1969, covert action created the appearance of democracy in Thailand. A military junta had ruled Thailand for 11 years, and tens of thousands of American troops readied for battle against Hanoi at Thai military bases. The dictatorship did little to support the notion that Americans were fighting for democracy in Southeast Asia. The CIA's election operation, code-named Lotus, was a straight cash campaign first conceived by Ambassador Graham Martin in 1965, approved by President Johnson, and reaffirmed by President Nixon. The CIA station in Bangkok coaxed the junta toward holding a ballot. The generals kept putting them off. Finally, the agency pumped millions of dollars into the politics of Thailand in 1968 and 1969. The cash financed the apparent transformation of the uniformed military into a ruling party ready to stand for elections. The CIA's bagman was Pote Sarasin, Thailand's ambassador to the United States from 1952 to 1957, the head of the Southeast Asia Treaty Organization from 1957 to 1964, and the leading civilian frontman for the ruling junta. The election came off, and the ruling junta won handily. But the rulers grew impatient with the trappings of democracy. They soon ended the experiment, suspending the constitution and disbanding parliament. Pote Sarasin reassumed his position as the civilian face of martial law on the night of the bloodless coup, and he brought the generals to explain themselves to their friends at the American embassy in Bangkok that evening. They said they respected the principles of democracy and had tried to put them into action, but they said it was clear that in Thailand today democracy doesn't work. The CIA's covert action had been the thinnest veneer. There should be no change in Thai relations with the U.S., Kissinger told Nixon after the coup. The leaders of the Revolutionary Council are in fact essentially the same ones with whom we have been dealing all along, he said. We can anticipate that our programs in Thailand will continue without interruption. Get the CIA jerks working. In February 1970, the president urgently ordered the agency to get going in Cambodia. After a year of planning, his secret bombing campaign against suspected Viet Cong targets in that technically neutral nation was set to begin on March 17th. American B-52s would drop 108,823 tons of bombs on 6 suspected communist camps that the CIA and the Pentagon had identified incorrectly as North Vietnam's hidden command center. Helms was trying to lay the foundations for a new CIA station in Cambodia when the nation's right-wing Prime Minister, Lon Nol, seized power. The overthrow came on the day that the secret bombings began. The coup shocked the CIA and the rest of the American government. "What the hell do those clowns do out there in Langley?" Nixon thundered. "Get the CIA jerks working on Cambodia," he commanded. He told Helms to ship thousands of AK-47 automatic rifles to Lon Nol, to print 1 million propaganda leaflets, and to spread the word throughout the world that the United States was ready to invade. Then he ordered the CIA to deliver $10 million to the new Cambodian leader. "Get the money to Lon Nol," he insisted. Nixon had demanded an accurate tally of the arms and ammunition flowing to the enemy through the Cambodian port of Sihanoukville. The agency had been working on the question for 5 years without success. Nixon suggested that the arms flow could be cut off if the CIA bribed the right Cambodian generals. Helms demurred on practical grounds. The generals were making millions off the arms trade, and the agency did not have the funds to buy or rent their loyalties. The argument did not impress the president. At a July 18, 1970 meeting with his Foreign Intelligence Advisory Board, Nixon savaged the agency's performance. CIA had described the flow of materials through Sihanoukville as only a trickle, he said. In fact, the port was providing 2/3 of the communist arms in Cambodia. If such mistakes could be made on a fairly straightforward issue such as this one, he asked, how should we judge CIA's assessments on more important developments? The U.S. is spending $6 billion per year on intelligence and deserves to get a lot more than it is getting, Nixon said. The Intelligence Board's minutes record his growing rage. The president said he could not put up with people lying to him about intelligence. If intelligence is inadequate, or if the intelligence depicts a bad situation, he wants to know about it and he will not stand being served warped evaluations. He understands that the intelligence community has been bitten badly a few times and thus tends to make its reports as bland as possible so that it won't be bitten again, the minutes say. He believes that those responsible for the deliberate distortion of an intelligence report should be fired. He suggested that the time may be coming when he would have to read the Riot Act to the entire intelligence community. At this delicate moment, Nixon ordered the CIA to fix the next election in Chile. 29. USG wants a military solution. By 1970, the CIA's influence was felt in every nation in the Western Hemisphere, from the Texas border to Tierra del Fuego. In Mexico, the president dealt exclusively with the station chief, not the ambassador, and he received a personal New Year's Day briefing at his home from the Director of Central Intelligence. In Honduras, 2 successive station chiefs had privately pledged the support of the United States to the military junta, in defiance of the ambassadors they served. Few Latin American nations paid more than lip service to the ideals of democracy and the rule of law. One of the few was Chile, where the CIA saw a red threat rising. The leftist Salvador Allende was the front-runner in the presidential election set for September 1970. The moderate Radomiro Tomic, backed by the Christian Democrats, traditional CIA favorites, looked like a very long shot. The right-winger Jorge Alessandri had a strong pro-American track record, but he was corrupt. The American ambassador, Edward Corey, found him insupportable. All bets were off. The CIA had beaten Allende once before. President Kennedy first approved a political warfare program to subvert him more than 2 years before the September 1964 Chilean elections. The agency put in the plumbing and pumped roughly $3 million into the political apparatus of Chile. It worked out to about $1 a vote for the pro-American Christian Democrat Eduardo Frei. Lyndon Johnson, who approved the continuing operation, spent a lot less per voter when he won the American presidency in 1964. Frei's campaign received get-out-the-vote drives and political consultants along with suitcases full of cash. The CIA financed covert anti-Allende efforts by the Roman Catholic Church and trade unions. The agency pumped up the resistance to Allende in the Chilean Military Command and the National Police. Secretary of State Rusk told President Johnson that Frei's victory was a triumph for democracy, achieved partly as a result of the good work of the CIA. President Frei served for 6 years. The Constitution limited him to 1 term. Now the question once again was how to stop Allende. For months, Helms had been warning the White House that if it wanted to keep Chile under control, it needed to approve a new covert action quickly. Winning foreign elections took time as well as money. The agency had one of its most durable and dependable men posted as station chief in Santiago, Henry Heckscher, who had spied on the Soviets from Berlin, helped overthrow Guatemala, and maneuvered Laos into the American camp. Now he strongly advised the White House to back Alessandri, the right-winger. Kissinger was preoccupied. He had a real war in Southeast Asia on his hands. He famously called Chile a dagger pointed at the heart of Antarctica. But in March 1970, he approved a $135,000 political warfare program to crush Allende. On June 27th, adding another $165,000, he observed, "I don't see why we have to let a country go Marxist just because its people are irresponsible." He backed the defeat of Allende, but the election of no one. In the spring and summer of 1970, the CIA went to work. At home and abroad, it fed propaganda to prominent reporters who served as the agency's stenographers. Particularly noteworthy in this connection was the Time cover story, which owed a great deal to written materials and briefings provided by CIA, an in-house agency report noted. In Europe, senior representatives of the Vatican and Christian democratic leaders in West Germany and Italy worked at the CIA's behest to stop Allende. In Chile, posters were printed, news stories planted, editorial comment encouraged, rumors whispered, leaflets strewn, and pamphlets distributed, Helms recounted. The goal was to terrify the electorate, to show that an Allende victory risked the destruction of Chilean democracy, Helms said. It was a strenuous effort, but the discernible effect seemed minimal. Ambassador Corey found the CIA's work appallingly unprofessional. "I had never seen such dreadful propaganda in a campaign anywhere in the world," he said many years later. "I said that the idiots in the CIA who had helped create the campaign of terror, and I said this to the CIA, should have been sacked immediately for not understanding Chile and Chileans. This was the kind of thing I had seen in 1948 in Italy." On September 4, 1970, Allende won the three-way election by a 1.5% margin, with less than 37% of the vote. Under Chilean law, the Congress had to ratify the result and affirm Allende's plurality 50 days after the election. It was a mere legal formality. You already have your Vietnam. The CIA had plenty of experience fixing an election before the ballot. It had never fixed one afterward. It had 7 weeks to reverse the outcome. Kissinger instructed Helms to weigh the chances for a coup. They were slim. Chile had been a democracy since 1932, and the military had not sought political power since. Helms sent Station Chief Henry Heckscher a cable ordering him to establish direct contacts with Chilean military officers who could take care of Allende. Heckscher had no such connections, but he did know Agustin Edwards, one of the most powerful men in Chile. Edwards owned most of the nation's copper mines, its biggest newspaper, El Mercurio, and its Pepsi-Cola bottling plant. A week after the election, Edwards flew north to see his good friend Donald Kendall, Pepsi's chief executive officer and one of President Nixon's most valued financial supporters. On September 14th, Edwards and Kendall had coffee with Kissinger. Then, Kendall went to Nixon and wanted some help to keep Allende out of office, Helms recalled. Kendall later denied that role. Helms scoffed at the disavowal. Helms met Edwards at midday at the Washington Hilton. They discussed the timing for a military coup against Allende. That afternoon, Kissinger approved $250,000 more for political warfare in Chile. In all, the CIA delivered a total of $1.95 million directly to Edwards, El Mercurio, and their campaign against Allende. That same morning, Helms had told Tom Polgar, now the station chief in Buenos Aires, to get on the next plane for Washington and to bring along the chief of the Argentine military junta, General Alejandro Lanusse. The general was an unsentimental man who had spent 4 years in prison in the 1960s after a failed coup. The next afternoon, September 15th, Polgar and Lanusse sat in the director's suite at CIA headquarters, waiting for Helms to return from a meeting with Nixon and Kissinger. Helms was very nervous when he returned, Polgar remembered, and with good reason. Nixon had ordered him to mount a military coup without telling the Secretary of State, the Secretary of Defense, the American ambassador, or the station chief. Helms had scrawled the president's commands on a notepad. 1 in 10 chance perhaps, but save Chile. $10 million available. Best men we have, make the economy scream. Helms had 48 hours to give Kissinger a game plan and 49 days to stop Allende. Tom Polgar had known Richard Helms for 25 years. They had started out together in the Berlin base in 1945. Polgar looked his old friend in the eye and saw a flicker of despair. Helms turned to General Lanusse and asked what it would take for his junta to help overthrow Allende. The Argentine general stared at the chief of American intelligence. "Mr. Helms," he said, "you already have your Vietnam. Don't make me have mine." What we need is a general with balls. On September 16th, Helms called an early morning meeting with his covert action chief, Tom Karamessines, and 7 other senior officers. The president asked the agency to prevent Allende from coming to power or to unseat him, he announced. Karamessines had overall command as well as the thankless job of keeping Kissinger posted. The CIA divided the Allende operation into Track 1 and Track 2. Track 1 was political warfare, economic pressure, propaganda, and diplomatic hardball. It aimed to buy enough votes in the Chilean Senate to block Allende's confirmation. If that failed, Ambassador Corey planned to persuade President Frey to create a constitutional coup. As a last resort, the United States would condemn Chile and the Chileans to utmost deprivation and poverty, Corey told Kissinger, forcing Allende to adopt the harsh features of a police state and provoking a popular uprising. Track 2 was a military coup. Corey knew nothing about it, but Helms defied the president's order to exclude Henry Heckscher, and he told Tom Polgar to return to Argentina to bolster him. Heckscher and Polgar, Berlin-based boys, the best of friends since World War II, were among the finest officers the CIA had. They both thought Track 2 was a fool's errand. Helms called in the station chief in Brazil, David Atlee Phillips, to lead the Chile task force. A CIA man since 1950, a veteran of Guatemala and the Dominican Republic, he was the best propaganda artist at the agency. He had no hope for Track 1. Anyone who had lived in Chile, as I had, and knew Chileans, knew that you might get away with bribing 1 Chilean senator, but 2, never. And 3, not a chance, he said. They would blow the whistle. They were Democrats and had been for a long time. As for Track 2, Phillips said, the Chilean military was a very model of democratic rectitude. Their commander, General René Schneider, had proclaimed that the army would obey the Constitution and refrain from politics. For Track 1, Phillips had 23 foreign reporters on his payroll to stir up international opinion. He and his colleagues had dictated the fierce anti-Allende story that ran on the cover of Time. For Track 2, he had a false flag team of deep-cover CIA men with phony passports. One posed as a Colombian businessman, another as an Argentine smuggler, a third as a Bolivian military intelligence officer. On September 27th, the false flaggers asked the U.S. Army attaché at the embassy, Colonel Paul Weiner, a longtime friend of the CIA, to help them find Chilean officers who would overthrow Allende. One of the very few generals who had tried to stir up a coup in the recent past, Roberto Villot, was a candidate. But many of his fellow officers thought Villot was a dangerous fool. Some thought he was insane. On October 6th, one of the false flaggers had a long talk with Villot. Within hours, Ambassador Corey learned for the first time that the CIA was plotting a coup behind his back. He had a screaming confrontation with Henry Heckscher. "You have 24 hours to either understand that I run you or you leave the country," the ambassador said. "I am appalled," Corey cabled Kissinger. "Any attempt on our part actively to encourage a coup could lead us to a Bay of Pigs failure." An apoplectic Kissinger ordered the ambassador to stop meddling. Then he summoned Helms once more to the White House. The result was a flash cable to the CIA station in Santiago. Contact the military and let them know USG, the U.S. government, wants a military solution and that we will support them now and later. Create at least some sort of coup climate. Sponsor a military move. On October 7th, hours after that order left CIA headquarters, Helms took off on a 2-week inspection tour of the stations in Saigon, Bangkok, Vientiane, and Tokyo. That day, Henry Heckscher tried to knock down the idea of running a coup in concert with General Villot. The station chief told headquarters that a Villot regime would be a tragedy for Chile and for the free world. A Villot coup would only produce a massive bloodbath. That went over poorly in Washington. On October 10th, with 2 weeks left until the installation of Allende, Heckscher tried again to explain the facts to his superiors. "You have asked us to provoke chaos in Chile," Heckscher wrote. "Through Villot's solution, we provide you with formula for chaos which is unlikely to be bloodless. To dissimulate U.S. involvement will clearly be impossible. Station team, as you know, has given serious consideration to all plans suggested by HQ's counterparts. We conclude that none of them stand even a remote chance of achieving objective. Hence, Villot gamble, despite high risk factors, may commend itself to you." Headquarters hesitated. On October 13th, Heckscher cabled the news that Villot was thinking about kidnapping the commander-in-chief of the Chilean army, the constitutionally minded General Schneider. Kissinger summoned Karamessines to the White House. On the morning of October 16th, Karamessines cabled his orders to Heckscher. "It is firm and continuing policy that Allende be overthrown by a coup. It was determined that a Villot coup attempt carried out by him alone, with the forces now at his disposal, would fail. Encourage him to amplify his planning. Encourage him to join forces with other coup planners. Great and continuing interest in the activities of Valenzuela et al., and we wish them optimum good fortune." General Camilo Valenzuela, chief of the Santiago garrison, had been in touch with the CIA 6 days before. He had revealed that he was willing, perhaps able, but frightened. On the evening of October 16th, one of Valenzuela's officers approached the CIA looking for money and guidance. "Que necesitamos es un general con cojones," the officer said. "What we need is a general with balls." The next night, General Valenzuela sent 2 colonels to meet in secret with Colonel Weiner, the CIA's uniformed representative. Their plan, virtually identical to one first broached by Villot, was to kidnap General Schneider, fly him to Argentina, dissolve Congress, and take power in the name of the armed forces. They received $50,000 cash, 3 submachine guns, and a satchel of tear gas, all approved at headquarters by Tom Karamessines. On October 19th, with 5 days to go, Heckscher pointed out that Track 2 had been so unprofessional and insecure that, in Chilean setting, it could stand a chance of succeeding. In other words, so many Chilean military officers knew that the CIA wanted Allende stopped that the odds of a coup were rising. "All interested military parties know our position," reads a CIA memo dated October 20th. Richard Helms returned to the United States from his 2-week tour of Asian stations the next day. On October 22nd, 50 hours before Congress was to convene to confirm the election results, a gang of armed men ambushed General Schneider on his way to work. He was shot repeatedly and died in surgery shortly after Salvador Allende was affirmed by Congress as the constitutionally elected president of Chile by a vote of 153 to 35. It took the CIA quite a few days to figure out who had killed General Schneider. At headquarters, Dave Phillips had assumed that the CIA's machine guns had done the job. To his great relief, it had been Villot's men, not Valenzuela's, who pulled the trigger. The CIA plane once scheduled to smuggle a kidnapped General Schneider out of Santiago carried in his stead the Chilean officer who had received the agency's guns and money. He came to Buenos Aires with a pistol in his pocket, saying, "I'm in big trouble, you got to help me," Tom Polgar remembered. The agency had started out buying votes in Chile, and it wound up smuggling automatic weapons to would-be assassins. The CIA isn't worth a damn. The White House was furious at the agency's failure to stop Allende. The president and his men believed that a liberal cabal at the CIA had sabotaged covert action in Chile. Alexander Haig, now a general and Kissinger's indispensable right hand, said the operation failed because the CIA's officers had let their political feelings flavor their final assessments and their proposals for remedial action in the covert area. It was high time, Haig told his boss, to purge the key left-wing dominated slots under Helms and insist on a major overhauling of the means, the attitude, and the conceptual basis on which CIA's covert programs should be carried out. Nixon decreed that Helms could keep his job only if he cleaned house. The director immediately promised to dismiss 4 of his 6 deputies, retaining only Tom Karamessines for covert action and Carl Duckett for science and technology. In a memo to Kissinger, he warned obliquely that a continuing purge would threaten the morale and dedication of his men. The president responded by threatening over and over to cut hundreds of millions of dollars out of the agency's hide. Nixon railed against the CIA and their lousy intelligence, recalled George P. Shultz, then his budget director. "I want you to cut the CIA's budget to 1/3 its present size," the president would say. "No, make it 1/2 its present size." It was Nixon's way of venting his ire, but you didn't take it too seriously. Nixon was not kidding. In December 1970, one of Kissinger's aides pleaded that you privately urged the president not to make such a large, arbitrary, across-the-board cut. A meat-axe approach could be disastrous. But the president held the knife at the CIA's throat for the next 2 years. It proved simple for the Nixon White House to savage the CIA, but far harder to salvage it. That month, at the president's direction, Kissinger and Shultz deputized an ambitious axe-wielder at the budget office named James R. Schlesinger to lead a 3-month review of the roles and responsibilities held by Richard Helms. Prematurely gray at 41, Schlesinger was a Harvard classmate of Kissinger's, every bit his equal in intellect, though lacking the essential quality of deceit. He had made his reputation at the Nixon White House by crashing into the underbrush of the government and chopping out dead wood. Schlesinger reported that the cost of intelligence was soaring and the quality shrinking. 7,000 CIA analysts swamped with data could not sort out the patterns of the present. 6,000 clandestine service officers could not penetrate the high councils of the communist world. The director of Central Intelligence had no power to do anything except run covert action and produce intelligence reports that Nixon and Kissinger rarely read. The agency could not support Nixon's global ambitions, opening the door to China, standing up to the Soviets, ending the Vietnam War on American terms. There is no evidence that the intelligence community, given its present structure, will come to grips with this class of problems, Schlesinger concluded. He proposed the most radical reshaping of American espionage since 1947. A new czar, to be known as the Director of National Intelligence, would work at the White House and oversee the empire of intelligence. The CIA should be dismembered and a new agency invented to carry out covert action and espionage. Haig, who had set the idea in motion, wrote a memo that it would be the most controversial gut fight undertaken in American government in memory. The problem was that Congress had created the CIA, and it would have to play a part in its rebirth. This Nixon could not abide. It had to be done in secret. He ordered Kissinger to spend a month doing nothing else but making sure it happened. But Kissinger had no stomach for it. "I prefer to sit on it," he scribbled on Haig's memo. "I have no intention to bleed over it." The long battle ended a year after Allende came to power. The president directly ordered Helms to hand over control of the CIA to his deputy director, Nixon's hired gun, General Cushman, and assume the role of figurehead emperor of American intelligence. Helms parried that deadly thrust with a deft riposte. He put Cushman in a freeze so deep that the general pleaded for a new billet as the commandant of the Marines. The No. 2 job stayed open for 6 months. With that, the idea died, except in the mind of Richard Nixon. "Intelligence is a sacred cow," he raged. "We've done nothing since we've been here about it. The CIA isn't worth a damn." He made a mental note to get rid of Richard Helms. The natural and probable consequences. The subversion of Salvador Allende went on. Track 2 never really ended, the CIA's Tom Karamessian said, and his notes from a December 10, 1970 White House meeting reflected what was to come. Kissinger, in the role of the devil's advocate, pointed out that the proposed CIA program was aimed at supporting moderates. Since Allende is holding himself out as a moderate, he asked, why not support extremists? That is precisely what the agency did. It spent most of the $10 million authorized by Nixon sowing political and economic chaos in Chile. The seeds sprouted in 1971. The new chief of the Latin American division, Ted Shackley, back at CIA headquarters after chief of station stints in Laos and South Vietnam, told his superiors that his officers would bring our influence to bear on key military commanders so that they might play a decisive role on the side of the coup forces. The new Santiago station chief, Ray Warren, built a web of military men and political saboteurs who sought to shift the Chilean military off its constitutional foundation. And President Allende made a fatal mistake. In reaction to the pressure placed upon him by the CIA, he built a shadow army called the Grupo de Amigos del Presidente, or the Friends of the President. Fidel Castro backed this force. The Chilean military could not conscience it. Almost 3 years to the day after Allende's election, a young CIA officer in Santiago by the name of Jack Devine, who many years later became the acting chief of the clandestine service, flashed a bulletin that went straight to Kissinger, whom Richard Nixon had just nominated to be Secretary of State. The cable said the United States would within minutes or hours receive a request for aid from a key officer of the Chilean military group planning to overthrow President Allende. The coup came on September 11, 1973. It was swift and terrible. Facing capture at the presidential palace, Allende killed himself with an automatic rifle, a gift from Fidel Castro. The military dictatorship of General Augusto Pinochet took power that afternoon, and the CIA quickly forged a liaison with the general's junta. Pinochet reigned with cruelty, murdering more than 3,200 people, jailing and torturing tens of thousands in the repression called the Caravan of Death. There is no doubt, the agency confessed in a statement to Congress after the Cold War ended, that some CIA contacts were actively engaged in committing and covering up serious human rights abuses. Chief among them was Colonel Manuel Contreras, the head of the Chilean intelligence service under Pinochet. He became a paid CIA agent and met with senior CIA officials in Virginia 2 years after the coup, at a time when the agency reported that he was personally responsible for thousands of cases of murder and torture in Chile. Contreras distinguished himself with a singular act of terror: the 1976 assassination of Orlando Letelier, who had been Allende's ambassador to the United States, and an American aide, Ronnie Moffett. They were killed by a car bomb 14 blocks from the White House. Contreras then blackmailed the United States by threatening to tell the world about his relationship with the CIA, and blocked his extradition and trial for the murder. There was no question at the agency that Pinochet knew and approved of that terrorist killing on American soil. The Pinochet regime held power for 17 years. After it fell, Contreras was convicted by a Chilean court of the murder of Orlando Letelier and served a 7-year sentence. Pinochet died in December 2006 at age 91 under indictment for murder and with $28 million in secret bank accounts abroad. At this writing, Henry Kissinger is being pursued in the courts of Chile, Argentina, Spain, and France by survivors of the caravan of death. When he was Secretary of State, the White House counsel gave him fair warning that one who sets in motion a coup attempt can be assessed with the responsibility for the natural and probable consequences of that action. The CIA was incapable of placing stop-and-go buttons on the machinery of covert action, said Dave Phillips, the Chilean task force chief. I thought that if there were a military coup, there might be 2 weeks of street fighting in Santiago and perhaps months of fighting and thousands of deaths in the countryside. He testified in secret to a Senate committee 5 years after the initial failure of Track 2. God knows I knew I was involved in something where one man might get killed. His interrogator asked, "What is the distinction that you draw between one death in an assassination and thousands in a coup?" "Sir," he replied, "what is the distinction I draw from the time I was a bombardier in World War II and pushed a target button and hundreds and perhaps thousands of people died?" 30. We are going to catch a lot of hell. Under President Nixon, secret government surveillance reached a peak in the spring of 1971. The CIA, the NSA, and the FBI were spying on American citizens. Defense Secretary Melvin Laird and the Joint Chiefs of Staff were using electronic eavesdropping and espionage to keep tabs on Kissinger. Nixon, improving on the work of Kennedy and Johnson, had bugged the White House and Camp David with state-of-the-art voice-activated microphones. Nixon and Kissinger wiretapped their own close aides and Washington reporters, trying to stop leaks to the press. But leaks were a spring that never failed. In June, the New York Times began publishing long excerpts from the Pentagon Papers, the secret Vietnam history commissioned by Defense Secretary Robert McNamara 4 years before. The source was Daniel Ellsberg, a former Pentagon whiz-kid whom Kissinger had hired as a consultant to the National Security Council and invited into Nixon's California compound at San Clemente. Kissinger raged at the release, sending Nixon into a greater fury. The president turned to his domestic policy chief, John Ehrlichman, to stop the leaks. He assembled a team called the Plumbers, led by a very recently retired CIA officer who had played prominent roles in Guatemala and the Bay of Pigs. Everett Howard Hunt, Jr., was a unique character, said Ambassador Sam Hart, who met him when Hunt was chief of station in Uruguay in the late 1950s. Totally self-absorbed, totally amoral, and a danger to himself and anybody around him. As far as I could tell, Howard went from one disaster to another, rising higher and higher, everything floating just right behind him. Hunt had been a romantic young Cold Warrior when he signed up with the CIA in 1950. He had become a fantasist who funneled his talent into writing halfway decent spy novels. He had been retired from the CIA for less than a year when a casual acquaintance, Nixon's aide Chuck Colson, offered him an exciting new assignment running secret operations for the White House. Hunt flew down to Miami to see his old Cuban-American companion Bernard Barker, who was selling real estate, and they talked beside a monument to the dead of the Bay of Pigs. He described the mission as national security, Barker said. I asked Howard who he represented, and the answer he gave me was really something for the books. He said he was in a group at the White House level under direct order of the President of the United States. Together they recruited 4 more Miami Cubans, including Eugenio Martinez, who had run some 300 seagoing missions into Cuba for the CIA and remained on a $100 a month retainer from headquarters. On July 7, 1971, Ehrlichman telephoned Nixon's spy inside the CIA, the Deputy Director, General Cushman. The president's aide told him that Howard Hunt would be calling him directly and asking for assistance. I wanted you to know that he was in fact doing some things for the president, Ehrlichman said. You should consider he has pretty much carte blanche. Hunt's demands escalated. He wanted his old secretary back. He wanted an office with a secure telephone in New York. He wanted state-of-the-art tape recorders. He wanted a CIA camera to stake out a break-in at Ellsberg's psychiatrist's office in Beverly Hills, and he wanted the CIA to develop the film. Cushman belatedly informed Helms that the agency had given Hunt a set of disguises, a red wig, a voice-altering device, fake personal identification. Then the White House demanded that the agency produce a psychological profile of Daniel Ellsberg, a direct violation of the CIA's charter against spying on Americans. But Helms complied. Helms pushed Cushman out of the agency in November 1971. Months went by before Nixon found the perfect candidate, Lieutenant General Vernon Walters. General Walters had been conducting secret missions for presidents for the better part of 20 years. But Helms had never met him before he arrived as the new Deputy Director of Central Intelligence on May 2, 1972. "I had just come from running an operation which the CIA knew nothing about," General Walters recounted. Helms, who had wanted someone else, said, "I've heard about you. What do you know about intelligence?" I said, "Well, I've been negotiating with the Chinese and the Vietnamese for 3 years, and I smuggled Henry Kissinger into Paris 15 times without you or anybody else in the agency knowing anything about it." Helms was duly impressed, but he soon had cause to wonder about his new deputy's loyalties. Every tree in the forest will fall. Late on Saturday night, June 17, 1972, Howard Osborne, the chief of the CIA's Office of Security, called Helms at home. The director knew it could not be good news. This is how he remembered the conversation. "Dick, are you still up?" "Yes, Howard." "I've just learned that the district police have picked up 5 men in a break-in at the Democratic Party national headquarters at the Watergate. 4 Cubans and Jim McCord." "McCord? Retired out of your shop?" 2 years ago." "What about the Cubans? Miami or Havana?" "Miami. In this country for some time now." "Do we know them?" "As of now, I can't say." "Get hold of the operations people, first thing. Have them get on to Miami. Check every record here and in Miami." "Is that all of it?" "No, not half," Osborne said heavily. "Howard Hunt also seems to be involved." Hearing Hunt's name, Helms drew a deep breath. What the hell were they doing, he asked. He had a fair idea. McCord was an expert in electronic eavesdropping. Hunt was working for Nixon, and the charge was wiretapping, a federal crime. Sitting on the edge of his bed, Helms tracked down the acting director of the FBI, L. Patrick Gray, at a hotel in Los Angeles. J. Edgar Hoover had died 6 weeks before, after 48 years in power. Helms told Gray very carefully that the Watergate burglars had been hired by the White House, and the CIA had nothing to do with it. Got that? Okay. Good night, then. Helms convened the daily 9 a.m. meeting of senior CIA officers at headquarters on Monday, June 19th. Bill Colby, now the CIA's executive director, the number 3 man, remembered Helms saying, "We are going to catch a lot of hell because these are formers, that is, former CIA men, and we knew they were working in the White House." The next morning, the Washington Post placed the responsibility for Watergate at the door of the Oval Office, although to this day no one really knows if Richard Nixon authorized the break-in. On Friday, June 23rd, Nixon told his brutally efficient chief of staff, H.R. Haldeman, to call Helms and Walters into the White House and order them to wave off the FBI in the name of national security. They agreed to play ball at first, a very dangerous business. Walters called Gray and told him to stand down. But a line was crossed on Monday, June 26th, when Nixon's counsel, John Dean, ordered Walters to come up with a large sum of untraceable hush money for the 6 jailed CIA veterans. On Tuesday, Dean repeated the demand. He later told the president that the price of silence would be $1 million over 2 years. Only Helms, or Walters when Helms was outside the United States, could authorize a secret payment from the CIA's black budget. They were the only officials in the American government who could legally deliver a suitcase with $1 million in secret cash to the White House, and Nixon knew it. We could get money any place in the world, Helms reflected. We ran a whole arbitrage operation. We didn't need to launder money ever. But if the CIA delivered the cash, the end result would have been the end of the agency, he said. Not only would I have gone to jail if I had gone along with what the White House wanted us to do, but the agency's credibility would have been ruined forever. Helms refused. Then, on June 28th, he fled Washington for a 3-week tour of intelligence outposts in Asia, Australia, and New Zealand, leaving Walters as the acting director. A week went by. Impatient FBI agents started to rebel against their orders to stand down. Gray told Walters he would need an order in writing from the CIA calling off the investigation on national security grounds. Both men now understood the risks of a paper trail. They spoke on July 6th, and shortly thereafter Gray called the president at his retreat in San Clemente. People on your staff are trying to mortally wound you by manipulating the CIA, he told Nixon. An awful silence followed. And then the president told Gray to go ahead with the investigation. Shortly after Helms returned from his trip in late July, Jim McCord, awaiting trial and facing 5 years in prison, sent a message through his lawyer to the CIA. He said the president's men wanted him to testify that the Watergate break-in was an agency operation. Let the CIA take the rap, a White House aide told him, and the presidential pardon would follow. McCord responded in a letter, "If Helms goes and the Watergate operation is laid at CIA's feet, where it does not belong, every tree in the forest will fall. It will be a scorched desert. The whole matter is at the precipice right now. Pass the message that if they want it to blow, they are on exactly the right course." Everyone knew we were in for a bad time. On November 7, 1972, President Nixon was re-elected in one of the great landslides of American history. He vowed that day to run the CIA and the State Department with an iron hand in his second term, to destroy them and rebuild them in his image. On November 9th, Kissinger proposed replacing Helms with James Schlesinger, then the chairman of the Atomic Energy Commission. "Very good idea," Nixon responded. On November 13th, he told Kissinger that he intended to ruin the Foreign Service. "I mean ruin it, the old Foreign Service, and to build a new one. I'm going to do it." He settled on an inside man to do the job, the OSS veteran and champion Republican fundraiser William J. Casey. In 1968, Casey had importuned President-elect Nixon to make him Director of Central Intelligence, but Nixon handed him the chair at the Securities and Exchange Commission instead, a cunning decision that cheered corporate boardrooms across America. Now, in Nixon's second term, Casey would be named Undersecretary of State for Economic Affairs. But his real assignment was to serve as Nixon's saboteur, to tear up the department, Nixon said. On November 20th, Nixon fired Richard Helms in a short, awkward meeting at Camp David. He offered him the post of ambassador to the Soviet Union. There was an uncomfortable pause as Helms considered the ramifications. "Look, Mr. President, I don't think that would be a very good idea to send me to Moscow," Helms said. "Well, maybe not," Nixon replied. Helms proposed Iran instead, and Nixon urged him to take it. They also reached an understanding that Helms would stay on until March 1973, his 60th birthday, the formal retirement age at the CIA. Nixon broke that pledge, a pointless act of cruelty. "The man was a shit," Helms said, faintly shaking with rage as he told the story. Helms believed to his dying day that Nixon fired him because he wouldn't take a dive on Watergate. But the record shows that Nixon resolved long before the break-in to jettison Helms and gut the CIA. The president actually believed that Helms was out to get him. Do you think there was or could have been a CIA conspiracy to remove you from office? Nixon's friend and former aide Frank Gannon asked him a decade later. Many people think so, Nixon responded. The CIA had motive. It was no secret that I was dissatisfied with the CIA, with its reports, and particularly with their appraisals of Soviet strength and our other problems around the world. I wanted to get rid of some of the deadwood and so forth, and they knew it, so they had a motive. Do you think they feared you? Gannon asked. No question about it, Nixon replied, and they had reason to. On November 21st, Nixon offered the CIA to James Schlesinger, who accepted the president's offer with pleasure. Nixon was gratified to put his own man in, one that really had RN tattooed on him, which was Schlesinger, Helms said. Schlesinger's orders, like Casey's at State, were to turn the place inside out. Get rid of the clowns, the president kept commanding. What use are they? They've got 40,000 people over there reading newspapers. On December 27th, the president dictated a memo laying out the mission. Though Kissinger wanted dominion over American intelligence, Schlesinger must be the man in charge, Nixon said. If Congress ever got the impression that the president has turned all intelligence activities over to Kissinger, all hell will break loose. If, on the other hand, I name the new director of CIA, Schlesinger, as my top assistant for intelligence activities, we can get it by the Congress. Henry simply doesn't have the time. I have been bugging him and Haig for over 3 years to get intelligence reorganized with no success whatever. It was a strong echo of Eisenhower's final burst of anger at the end of his presidency, his fuming at his 8-year defeat in his battle to whip American intelligence into shape. In his last days in office, Helms feared that Nixon and his loyalists would ransack the CIA's files. He did everything in his power to destroy 2 sets of secret documents that could have ruined the agency. One was the paper trail of the mind control experiments with LSD and many other drugs that he and Allen Dulles had personally approved 2 decades before. Very few of those records survived. The second was his own set of secret tapes. Helms had recorded hundreds of conversations in his executive office on the 7th floor during the 6 years and 7 months that he had served as Director of Central Intelligence. By the date of his official departure on February 2, 1973, every one had been destroyed. When Helms left the building, all the troops jammed the headquarters entrance for his departure, said Sam Halpern, then the top aide at the clandestine service. There wasn't a dry eye in the house. Everyone knew we were in for a bad time after that. 31. To change the concept of a secret service. The collapse of the CIA as a secret intelligence service began on the day Helms left and James Schlesinger arrived at headquarters. Schlesinger spent 17 weeks as Director of Central Intelligence. In that time, he purged more than 500 analysts and more than 1,000 people from the clandestine service. Officers serving overseas received unsigned coded cables informing them that they were fired. In response, he received anonymous death threats, and he added armed guards to his security detail. He named Bill Colby as the new chief of the clandestine service, and then he sat him down to explain that it was time to change the concept of a secret service. The dawn of technocracy had arrived, and the day of the old boys who had been at the game for 25 years was done. He was hyper-suspicious of the role and influence of the clandestine operators, Colby recounted. He felt the agency had become complacent and bloated under their domination, that indeed there were far too many of these old boys around the place doing little more than looking after each other, playing spy games, and reliving the halcyon past. The old boys argued that every aspect of the CIA's work overseas was part of the struggle against the Soviets and the Red Chinese. Whether you were in Cairo or Kathmandu, you were always fighting Moscow and Beijing. But when Nixon and Kissinger clinked glasses with the leaders of the communist world, what was the point? Peace was at hand. The president's policy of détente was sapping the Cold War elan of the clandestine service. Colby quickly undertook a survey of the CIA's capabilities. A decade before, half the CIA's budget had gone to covert operations. Under Nixon, that figure now was falling below 10%. The recruitment of new talent was flagging, and the war in Vietnam was the cause. The political climate was not conducive to the hiring of bright young college graduates. An increasing number of campuses barred CIA recruiters by popular demand. The end of the military draft meant a halt to the processions of junior officers rotating into the CIA's ranks. The Soviet Union remained close to terra incognita for American spies. North Korea and North Vietnam were blanks. The CIA bought its best information from Allied foreign intelligence services and from Third World leaders whom it owned outright. It was most effective on the peripheries of power, but those were the cheap seats with obstructed views of the global stage. The Soviet division was still paralyzed by the conspiracy theories of Jim Angleton, who remained in charge of American counterintelligence. Angleton devastated us, said the CIA's Haviland Smith, who ran operations against the Soviet target in the 1960s and 1970s. He took us out of the Soviet business. One of Bill Colby's many unhappy duties was to figure out what to do with the alcoholic spy catcher who now had arrived at the conclusion that Colby himself was a mole for Moscow. Colby tried to persuade Schlesinger to fire Angleton. The new director demurred after he got the briefing. In his dark and smoky office, Angleton took the new boss on a 50-year trip. Back to the beginnings of Soviet communism, into the elaborate sting operations and political manipulations that the Russians ran against the West in the 1920s and 1930s, through the communist double-agent operations and disinformation campaigns of the 1940s and 1950s, winding up with the surmise that the CIA itself had been penetrated at or near the highest levels by Moscow in the 1960s. In short, the enemy had breached the CIA defense and burrowed deep within. Schlesinger bought the briefing, entranced by Angleton's guided tour of hell. Outside the legislative charter of this agency, Schlesinger said he saw the CIA as the Central Intelligence Agency, small c, small I, small a. It had become nothing more than some component of the NSC staff under Kissinger. He intended to hand it over to Deputy Director Vernon Walters while he dealt with the spy satellites of the National Reconnaissance Office, the electronic eavesdropping colossus of the National Security Agency, and the military reports of the Defense Intelligence Agency. He intended to serve in the role he had imagined in his report to the President, as the Director of National Intelligence. But his grand ambitions were shattered by the high crimes and misdemeanors of the White House. The Watergate affair began to take over almost everything else, Schlesinger said, and the desires that I had at the outset gradually were inundated by simply the necessity of arranging for the salvation of the agency. He had an unusual sense of how to save it. Schlesinger thought that he had been told everything that the agency knew about Watergate. He was shocked when Howard Hunt testified that he and his plumbers had ransacked Daniel Ellsberg's psychiatrist's office with the technical assistance of the CIA. A review by the agency of its own files turned up a copy of the film it had developed for Hunt after he cased the office. Further review disclosed the letters to the CIA from Jim McCord, which could be read as a threat to blackmail the President of the United States. Bill Colby had jumped behind enemy lines with the OSS. He had spent 6 years supervising the killing of communists in Vietnam. He was not easily impressed by merely verbal violence, but he found Schlesinger's rage awesome. "Fire everyone if you have to," the director ordered. "Tear the place apart, rip out the floorboards, uncover everything." Then Schlesinger drafted a memo to every employee of the CIA. The note was one of the most dangerous decisions a director of Central Intelligence had ever made. It was the legacy he chose to leave. I have ordered all senior operating officials of this agency to report to me immediately on any activities now going on or that have gone on in the past, which might be construed to be outside the legislative charter of this agency. I hereby direct every person presently employed by CIA to report to me on any such activities of which he has knowledge. I invite all ex-employees to do the same. Anyone who has such information should call and say that he wishes to tell me about activities outside CIA's charter. The CIA's exceedingly vague charter was clear on one point. The agency could not be the American secret police. Yet, over the course of the Cold War, the CIA had been spying on citizens, tapping their telephones, opening first-class mail, and conspiring to commit murder on orders from the White House. Schlesinger's order was dated May 9, 1973, and effective immediately. That same day, Watergate began to destroy Richard Nixon. He had been forced to fire his palace guard, and only General Alexander Haig, the new White House Chief of Staff, remained. Hours after the order was issued, Haig called Colby to inform him that the Attorney General was resigning. The Secretary of Defense was taking his job. Schlesinger was leaving the CIA for the Pentagon, and the President wanted Colby to be the next Director of Central Intelligence. The government was in such disarray that Colby was not sworn in until September. For 4 months, General Walters was the acting director and Colby the director designate, an awkward state of affairs. Colby was now 53 years old, with 30 years behind him in the OSS and the CIA. He had been an avatar of covert action all his adult life. Throughout the spring of 1973, he had been forced to serve as Schlesinger's hitman, summoning his fellow officers and handing them their walking papers. In the midst of all this, his eldest daughter, in her mid-20s, had wasted away and died from anorexia. On May 21st, Colby sat down and began to read the initial compilation of the crimes of the CIA, which eventually ran to 693 potential violations. The Senate's public hearings on the Watergate case had opened that week. The news of Nixon and Kissinger's wiretapping of aides and reporters broke. The appointment of a special prosecutor to investigate the crimes of Watergate was announced. All his life, Colby had been a deeply devoted Roman Catholic, a man who believed in the consequences of mortal sin. He now learned for the first time that day of the plots against Fidel Castro and the central role of Robert F. Kennedy, the mind control experiments and the secret prisons and the drug tests on unwitting human guinea pigs. The CIA's wiretapping and surveillance of citizens and reporters did not offend his conscience. Clear orders from 3 presidents stood behind them. But he knew, given the tenor of the times, that if these secrets leaked, the agency could be ruined. Colby locked them up and set about trying to run the CIA. The White House was falling apart under the crushing weight of Watergate, and it sometimes seemed to Colby that the CIA was crumbling too. It was often a good thing that Nixon did not read the intelligence the agency provided him. When the holy days of Yom Kippur and Ramadan coincided in 1973, Egypt went to war against Israel and drove deep into Israeli-held territory. In striking contrast to its solid forecasts of the Six-Day War in 1967, the CIA had misread the gathering storm. "We did not cover ourselves with glory," Colby said. "We predicted the day before the war broke out that it was not going to break out." The agency had assured the White House a few hours before the war began, "Exercises are more realistic than usual, but there will be no war." 32. A classic fascist ideal. On March 7, 1973, President Nixon met in the Oval Office with Tom Pappas, a Greek-American business magnate, political fixer, and friend of the CIA. Pappas had delivered $549,000 in cash to the 1968 Nixon campaign as a gift from the leaders of the Greek military junta. The money had been laundered through the KYP, the Greek intelligence service. It was one of the darker secrets of the Nixon White House. Pappas now had hundreds of thousands of dollars more to offer the president, money to buy the silence of the CIA veterans jailed in the Watergate break-in. Nixon thanked him profusely. "I am aware of what you're doing to help out," he said. Most of it came from members and supporters of the Colonels, the Greek junta that seized power in April 1967, led by George Papadopoulos, a recruited CIA agent since the days of Allen Dulles, and the KYP's liaison to the agency. These colonels had been plotting for years and years, said Robert Keeley, later the American ambassador to Greece. They were fascists. They fitted the classic definition of fascism as represented by Mussolini in the 1920s. A corporate state, uniting industry and unions, no parliament, trains running on time, heavy discipline and censorship, almost a classic fascist ideal. Greek military and intelligence officers had worked in concert with 7 successive station chiefs in Athens. They had a great friend in Thomas Hercules Karamessians, the Greek-American chief of the clandestine service under Richard Helms, and they always had believed that the Central Intelligence Agency was an effective and relatively direct route into the White House, said Norbert Anschutz, the ranking American diplomat in Athens during the 1967 coup. Yet the colonels had taken the CIA by surprise. The only time I saw Helms really angry was when the Greek colonel's coup took place in 1967, said the veteran analyst and current intelligence chief Dick Lemon. The Greek generals had been planning a coup against the elected government, a plan we all knew about. A plan we knew all about and was not yet ripe. But a group of colonels had trumped their ace and acted without warning. Helms had been expecting to be warned of the general's coup, and when a coup occurred, he naturally assumed it was this one, and he was furious. Lemon, who had read the overnight cables from Athens, tried to cool Helms off by pointing out that this was a different coup, which we had no line on. This was a new thought. Official American policy toward the colonels was cool and distant until the inauguration of Richard Nixon in January 1969. The junta used Tom Pappas, who had been working with the CIA in Athens for 20 years, as a courier to slip cash into the political coffers of Nixon and Vice President Spiro Agnew, the most powerful Greek-American in the history of the United States. The payoff reaped benefits. Agnew came to Athens on an official visit. So did the Secretaries of State, Defense, and Commerce. The United States sold tanks, aircraft, and artillery to the junta. The CIA's Athens station argued that the arms sales to the colonels would bring them back to democracy, said Archer K. Blood, a political officer at the American Embassy. That was a lie, Blood said, but if you said anything critical about the junta, the CIA would explode in anger. By 1973, the United States was the only nation in the developed world on friendly terms with the junta, which jailed and tortured its political foes. The CIA station chief was in bed with the guys who were beating up the Greeks, said Charles Stewart Kennedy, the American consul general in Athens. I would raise issues of what would amount to human rights, and this would be discounted by the CIA. The agency was too close to the wrong people, Kennedy said. It seemed to have undue influence over the ambassador, an old friend of Richard Nixon's named Henry Tasca. In the spring of 1974, General Dimitrios Ioannidis took over as the leader of the junta. He had been working with the CIA for 22 years. The agency was Ioannidis' sole contact with the government of the United States. The ambassador and the American diplomatic establishment were out of the loop. Jim Potts, the CIA station chief, was the American government insofar as the junta was concerned. The agency had a major asset in Athens. They had a relationship with the guy who ran the country, and they didn't want it disturbed, said the State Department's Thomas Boyat, the Washington desk officer responsible for Cyprus. This book is continued on Disc 12. Legacy of Ashes by Tim Weiner, continued, Disc 12. conned by a pissant general. Cyprus, an island 40 miles off the coast of Turkey and 500 miles from Athens, had been divided and conquered by Greek and Islamic armies since the days of the Prophet Muhammad. The Greek colonels had a deep hatred for the Cypriot leader, Archbishop Makarios, and an abiding desire to overthrow him. The American deputy chief of mission in Cyprus, William Crawford, had gotten wind of their scheming. I went up to Athens with what I considered proof positive that they were going to pull the whole house of cards down, he remembered. I was told by our chief of station in Athens, Jim Potts, that was just absolutely impossible. He couldn't agree with me. These people were friends with whom we'd worked for 30 years, and they would never conduct anything so foolish. By 1974, Tom Boyat became convinced that the CIA's friends in Athens wanted to do away with Makarios. He drafted a cable to Ambassador Tasca in Athens. "Go talk to General Ioannidis," it said. "Tell him, in words of one syllable that even he will understand, that the United States strongly opposes any efforts by any element of the Greek government, overt or clandestine, to mess around in the Cyprus situation. Tell him that we particularly oppose any efforts to overthrow Makarios and install a pro-Athens government, because if that happens, the Turks are going to invade, and that's not good for any of us." But Ambassador Tasca had never spoken to General Ioannidis in his life. That role was reserved for the CIA station chief. On Saturday, July 12, 1974, the State Department received a cable from the CIA station in Athens. "Rest assured," it said, "the general and the junta were not doing anything to overthrow Archbishop Makarios." "So, all right, we'd had it from the horse's mouth," Boyat recounted. "I went home, and about 3 a.m. on Monday morning I got a call from the Ops Center at the State Department, and the person said, 'You better get in here.'" The junta had attacked. Boyat rushed to the State Department, where a communications officer laid 2 pieces of paper in front of him. One was the CIA's intelligence brief for President Nixon and Secretary of State Kissinger. "We have been assured by General Ioannidis that Greece will not move its forces on Cyprus." The other was a cable from the American embassy in Cyprus. "The presidential palace is in flames. The Cypriot force has been decimated." From Ankara came a flash that the Turkish forces had mobilized. 2 NATO armies, the Greeks and the Turks, both trained and armed by the United States, were about to go to war with American weapons. The Turks hit the beach in northern Cyprus and cut the island in half with American tanks and artillery. There was a great slaughter of Greek Cypriots in the Turkish sector and a great slaughter of Turkish Cypriots in the Greek sector of the island. All through July, the CIA reported that the Greek army and the Greek people were solidly in support of General Ioannidis. After the battle for Cyprus was joined, the Greek junta fell. The CIA's failure to warn Washington about the war was an unusual case. There had been many such failures in the agency's annals from the Korean War onward. In 1974 alone, a leftist military coup in Portugal and a nuclear test in India had come as complete surprises. But this was different. The CIA was in bed with the military men against whom it was supposed to warn. "There we were," Boyat said years later, "sitting there with the entire intelligence establishment of the United States in all of its majesty, having been conned by a pissant Greek brigadier general." The terrible price. On August 8, 1974, Richard Nixon resigned. The final blow was his admission that he had ordered the CIA to obstruct justice in the name of national security. The next day, Secretary of State Kissinger read an extraordinary message from Tom Boyat. It said the CIA had been lying about what it had been doing in Athens, deliberately misleading the American government, and those lies had helped start the war consuming Greece, Turkey, and Cyprus, a war in which thousands died. The next week, gunfire broke out around the American embassy in Cyprus, and Ambassador Roger P. Davies was killed by a bullet that tore his heart out. In Athens, Hundreds of thousands of people marched on the American embassy. Demonstrators tried to set the building on fire. The newly arrived ambassador there was Jack Kubish, a veteran diplomat of broad experience, personally selected by Kissinger on the day that Nixon resigned. He requested a new station chief, and the CIA sent Richard Welch, who had learned his Greek at Harvard and had served as chief in Peru and Guatemala. Welch took up residence in the mansion where every one of his predecessors had lived. The address was widely known. It was a very serious problem, Ambassador Kubish said. I had made arrangements for him to go into a different residence and to live in a different part of town, to try to help conceal who he was and to give him some cover. Given the anti-American fervor in Athens, that seemed prudent. But neither Welch nor his wife seemed to be at all concerned about this, he said. They just didn't think that in Athens there was any real severe threat to them. Welch and his wife went to a Christmas party at the ambassador's residence, just a few blocks from the CIA's mansion in the hills. When they returned home, a small car with 4 people in it was waiting in the driveway. 3 of them forced the station chief out of his car. They fired 3 slugs from a .45 into his chest and killed him, Ambassador Kubish said. They got into their car and sped off. It was the first time in the history of the CIA that a station chief had been assassinated, but it was part of a pattern of the past. Ambassador Kubish said that he had seen in Athens, for the first time in his life, the terrible price the U.S. government must pay when it associates itself so intimately with a repressive regime. Part of the cost was the consequence of letting the CIA shape the foreign policy of the United States. 33. The CIA would be destroyed. Let me start by mentioning a problem we have concerning the use of classified material, President Gerald R. Ford said as he opened one of his first National Security Council meetings in the White House Cabinet Room on October 7, 1974. The survivors of Watergate, Secretary of State Kissinger, Secretary of Defense Schlesinger, Deputy Director of Central Intelligence Walters, and the ambitious and influential White House staffer Donald Rumsfeld were enraged by the latest leak. The United States was preparing to ship billions of dollars worth of weapons to Israel and Egypt. The newspapers had printed the Israeli shopping list and the American response. This is intolerable, Ford said. I have discussed several options for how to deal with it with Don Rumsfeld. The president wanted a plan within 48 hours on how to stop the press from printing what it knew. We don't have the tools we need, Schlesinger warned him. We need an Official Secrets Act, he said. But the present climate is bad for this sort of thing. The power of secrecy had been undone by the lies of presidents, told in the name of national security of the United States. The U-2 was a weather plane. America would not invade Cuba. Our ships were attacked in the Gulf of Tonkin. The Vietnam War was a just cause. The fall of Richard Nixon showed that these noble lies would no longer serve in a democracy. Bill Colby leaped at the chance to renew the CIA's standing with the White House, for he knew that the assault on secrecy threatened the agency's survival. He had cultivated Ford from the moment he became vice president, delivering a copy of the president's daily brief by messenger and keeping him posted on the CIA's secret $400 million project to raise a sunken Soviet submarine from the bottom of the Pacific Ocean. The salvage operation failed when the sub broke in two. He wanted Ford to know everything the president knew, he said. We didn't want another situation like when Truman was unaware of the Manhattan Project. But President Ford never telephoned him or sought his private counsel. Ford restored the National Security Council as it was under Eisenhower, and Colby attended, but he was never admitted to the Oval Office alone. Colby tried to become a player on the great issues of the day, but he remained an outsider, with Kissinger and Haig as gatekeepers and guardians. Colby never penetrated the inner circle at the Ford White House, and whatever chance he might have had to repair the CIA's reputation died in December 1974. A New York Times reporter, Seymour Hersh, had uncovered the secret of the agency's spying on Americans. He had gotten the gist of the story from months of reporting, and on Friday, December 20th, 1974, he received a long-sought interview with Colby at headquarters. Colby, who secretly taped the conversation, tried to convince Hirsch that the illegal surveillance was of no great importance, a small affair, best left unspoken. "I think family skeletons are best left where they are, in the closet," he said to Hirsch. But, he conceded, it had happened. Hirsch wrote all night and into Saturday morning. The story ran December 22, 1974, on page 1 of the Sunday paper. The banner headline read, "Huge CIA operation reported in U.S. against anti-war forces." Colby tried to protect the agency by laying the issue of illegal domestic surveillance at the doorstep of Jim Angleton, who had been opening first-class mail in partnership with the FBI for 20 years. He called Angleton up to the 7th floor and fired him. Out in the cold, Angleton spent the rest of his life spinning myths about his work. He summed it up when he was asked to explain why the CIA had not fulfilled an order from the White House to destroy the agency's stockpile of poisons. "It is inconceivable," he said, "that a secret arm of the government has to comply with all the overt orders of the government." Dead cats will come out. On Christmas Eve, Colby sent a long note to Kissinger summarizing the secrets compiled at Schlesinger's command. In the wake of Watergate, their release could wreck the agency. Kissinger boiled them down in a 5-page, single-spaced memo to President Ford on Christmas Day. It took Congress a year of investigation, all of 1975, to dig out some of the facts in this memo. Kissinger informed the president that the CIA had indeed spied on the left, wiretapped newspaper reporters and placed them under surveillance, conducted illegal searches, and opened uncounted sacks of mail. But there was much more and far worse. Kissinger did not dare put in writing what he had learned from what he called the Horrors book. Some of the CIA's actions clearly were illegal, he warned Ford. Others raised profound moral questions. Though he had served a decade on the small CIA subcommittee in the House of Representatives, President Ford had never heard a whisper of these secrets: domestic spying, mind control, assassination attempts. The conspiracies to commit murder had started in the White House under Eisenhower, the most revered Republican president of the 20th century. Then, on Friday, January 3, 1975, Ford received another bulletin, this one from the acting Attorney General of the United States, Lawrence Silberman. Silberman learned that day about the thick file that held the secrets of the CIA's wrongdoing. It lay in Colby's office safe, and Silberman surmised that it held evidence of federal crimes. The nation's highest law enforcement officer mousetrapped the Director of Central Intelligence. He would have to hand over the files, or he might face a charge of obstruction of justice. It was no longer a question of whether Colby wanted to spill the secrets. It was a question of going to prison to protect them. Silberman, later in life a federal appeals court judge and the leader of a devastating investigation of the CIA in 2005, came perilously close to becoming the director of Central Intelligence himself at this dangerous moment. "Ford asked me to come into the White House to run intelligence, but I declined," Silberman said in an oral history. "I was seriously considered at that point to be CIA director. I did not wish to do that for a whole host of reasons." He knew that the agency was about to face a howling storm. In his January 3rd memo to the president, Silberman raised two issues. 1. Plans to assassinate certain foreign leaders, which, to say the least, present unique questions. 2. Mr. Helms may have committed perjury during the confirmation hearings on his appointment as ambassador to Iran. Helms had been asked, under oath, about the overthrow of President Allende of Chile. Did the CIA have anything to do with that? "No, sir," Helms had answered. Sworn to secrecy, but sworn to tell the truth. Sworn to secrecy, but sworn to tell the truth. Helms eventually had to stand before a federal judge and face a charge of lying. a misdemeanor count of failing to tell Congress the whole truth. On the evening of January 3rd, Ford told Kissinger, Vice President Nelson Rockefeller, and Donald Rumsfeld that the CIA would be destroyed if the secrets leaked. At noon on Saturday, January 4th, Helms came to the Oval Office. "Frankly, we are in a mess," Ford told him. The president said that Rockefeller would run a commission to investigate the domestic activities of the CIA, but only the domestic activities. Ford hoped it could hew to that narrow charter. "It would be tragic if it went beyond it," he told Helms. "It would be a shame if the public uproar forced us to go beyond and to damage the integrity of the CIA. I automatically assume what you did was right, unless it's proven otherwise." Helms saw what lay ahead. "A lot of dead cats will come out," he warned the president. "I don't know everything which went on in the agency. Maybe no one does. But I know enough to say that if the dead cats come out, I will participate." Helms tossed one over the White House fence that day, telling Kissinger that Bobby Kennedy had personally managed the assassination plots against Castro. Kissinger passed the news to the president. The horror deepened. Ford had first come to national prominence through his service on the Warren Commission. Now he understood that there were aspects to the Kennedy assassination he had never known, and the missing pieces of the puzzle haunted him. Near the end of his life, he called the agency's withholding of evidence from the Warren Commission unconscionable. "The CIA made a mistake in not giving us all of the data they had available," Ford said. "Their judgment was not good in not giving us the full story." The White House now faced 8 separate congressional investigations and hearings on the CIA. Rumsfeld explained how the White House was going to head them all off at the pass with the Rockefeller Commission, whose members would be Republican and right. One was already listed in his files. Ronald Reagan, political commentator, former president of the Screen Actors Guild, and former governor of California. "What should the final report be?" the president asked. All present agreed in principle that damage control was of the utmost importance. "Colby must be brought under control," Kissinger said. "If he did not stay silent, this stuff will be all over town soon." On January 16, 1975, President Ford hosted a luncheon at the White House for senior editors and the publisher of the New York Times. The president said that it was decidedly not in the national interest to discuss the CIA's past. He said the reputation of every president since Harry Truman could be ruined if the deepest secrets spilled. "Like what?" an editor asked. "Like assassinations," Ford said. Hard to say which was stranger, what the president had said, or that the editors managed to keep the statement off the record. The new Congress, elected 3 months after Nixon's resignation, was the most liberal in memory. "The question is how to plan to meet the investigation of the CIA," President Ford told Rumsfeld on February 21st. Rumsfeld pledged to mount a damage-limiting operation for the president. He took charge of determining how many, if any, of the CIA secrets Ford and Rockefeller would share with Capitol Hill. On March 28th, Schlesinger told the president that it was imperative to cut back on the prominence of CIA operations around the world. "Within the CIA there is bitter dissension," said Schlesinger, who had helped to sow it. "The clandestine service was full of tired-out old agents, men who might spill secrets. Colby was being too damned cooperative with the Congress. The danger of disclosure was growing by the day." 34. Saigon signing off. On April 2, 1975, Bill Colby warned the White House that the United States was about to lose a war. "Let me get a grasp on the situation," Kissinger said. "Is there anywhere the South Vietnamese have a chance of establishing a line and of stopping the North Vietnamese?" "North of Saigon, here," Colby said, pointing to a line on a map. "That's hopeless," Schlesinger shouted. Was South Vietnam going to collapse? Kissinger asked. It seemed inevitable to Colby. "I think Martin, Ambassador Graham Martin, should begin preparing a plan of evacuation, Kissinger said. I think it's our duty, to get the people who believed in us out. We have to take out these people who participated in the Phoenix program. This was the paramilitary campaign of arrest, interrogation, and torture that Colby had helped run as a civilian, with the rank of ambassador from 1968 to 1971. At a minimum, Phoenix had killed more than 20,000 Viet Cong suspects. The real question now, said Colby, is do we try for a redoubt around Saigon, or negotiate a face-saving, possibly life-saving settlement so as to evacuate the capital without bloodshed? No negotiations, Kissinger said. Not as long as I am in this chair. Keep the weapons flowing to Saigon and let the North and the South work it out. We can save nothing, he said. Nothing but lives, Colby replied. But Kissinger was adamant. He would not negotiate a peaceful end to the war. On April 9th, Colby went back to the White House to try to focus President Ford on the fact that communist armies were closing in on the capitals of South Vietnam, Laos, and Cambodia. 20 years of struggle by the military and intelligence forces of the United States were going down the drain. The Communists have begun a new round of fighting, with Saigon as the ultimate target, Colby told the President and the National Security Council on April 9th. The United States needed to start evacuating everyone it could, Americans and Vietnamese, as soon as possible, he said. There would surely be vengeance when Saigon fell. Thousands of Americans and tens of thousands of political, military, and intelligence allies among the South Vietnamese were at risk if they remained. The North Vietnamese now have 18 infantry divisions in South Vietnam, Colby said. We believe Hanoi will take whatever action is necessary to force the war to an early conclusion, probably by early summer. He was off by 2 months. The city of Saigon, where 6,000 American military officers, spies, diplomats, and government aid workers still labored, would fall within 3 weeks. Colby told the President that we should ask Congress to commit money to carry out the pledge to let the Vietnamese, perhaps 1 to 2 million, leave. This would have been the biggest emergency evacuation in the history of the United States. Colby's warning did not register anywhere in Washington, not at the White House, not with Congress, not in the Pentagon, and not in the mind of the American ambassador in Saigon. One man understood all too well, the Saigon station chief, Tom Polgar. It has been a long fight, and we have lost. At 4 a.m. on April 29, 1975, Polgar awoke to the sound of rockets and artillery. The airport was under fire. 7 Air America helicopters, the CIA's shuttle service in South Vietnam, were destroyed. Polgar had hundreds of people to look after. The Americans who worked for him were one problem. The Vietnamese who worked for the CIA and their families were another. They were desperate to leave, but getting fixed-wing aircraft in and out of the airport would be impossible now. Polgar dressed quickly in a blue shirt and tan slacks, instinctively put his passport in his pocket, and sped to the American embassy. The streets of Saigon, a city of 4 million people, were empty, under 24-hour curfew. He called Ambassador Martin. Suffering from emphysema and bronchitis, Martin was reduced to anguished whispers. Polgar then contacted Kissinger and the American commander-in-chief in the Pacific, Admiral Noel Gaylor, the former director of the National Security Agency. He received new orders from Washington, pushed the evacuation of non-essential personnel to the utmost. Kissinger offered no instructions beyond that as to who would stay and who would go, and how they would leave. The South Vietnamese army was collapsing into chaos. The national police dissolved. The once silent streets were anarchy. President Ford ordered a reduction of the embassy from 600 people to 150. 50 among those to remain were CIA officers. Polgar did not quite envision the North Vietnamese allowing a robust CIA station to go on working after Saigon fell. Inside the embassy, Polgar saw people in states of rage smashing and trampling photographs of Nixon and Kissinger. The embassy had become, in Polgar's words, a 33-ring circus without a ringmaster. At 11:38 a.m., Ford ordered the American mission in Saigon to shut down. Now all Americans had to be out of the city by nightfall. The embassy was surrounded by thousands of panicked Vietnamese, a wall of desperate people. There was only one way in and out, a secret passageway from the parking lot to the garden of the French embassy. Ambassador Martin used it to round up his wife and their servants. Polgar called home. His maid told him he had visitors: a deputy prime minister, a 3-star general, the chief of the nation's communications intelligence agency, the chief of protocol, senior military officers and their families, and many more Vietnamese who had worked with the CIA. 3 hours after President Ford issued the evacuation order, the first American helicopters arrived from 80 miles offshore. The Marine pilots performed with skill and daring, shuttling out about 1,000 Americans and close to 6,000 Vietnamese. A famous photograph shows one of the last helicopters leaving Saigon, perched on a rooftop, as a trail of people climb a ladder to safety. That photo for many years was mislabeled as a shot of the embassy, but in fact it was a CIA safe house, and those were Polgar's friends clambering aboard. Polgar burned all the CIA's files, cables, and code books that evening. Not long after midnight, he composed his farewell. This will be final message from Saigon Station. It has been a long fight, and we have lost. Those who fail to learn from history are forced to repeat it. Let us hope that we will not have another Vietnam experience and that we have learned our lesson. Saigon signing off. Then he blew up the machine that sent the message. 30 years later, Polgar remembered the final moments of the American war in Vietnam. As we stepped up the narrow metal stairs to the helicopter pad on the roof, we knew we were leaving behind thousands of people in the embassy's logistics compound. We all knew how we felt, leaders of a defeated cause. 15 years of hard work that turned to nothing. The CIA's long war in Laos came to an end 2 weeks later in a valley surrounded by tall shafts of limestone. The Communists surrounded the agency's central outpost in Long Tieng. The ridge above the valley was covered with North Vietnamese soldiers. Tens of thousands of the Hmong, the CIA's fighters and their families, were gathering at the primitive airstrip hoping for a flight. The agency had no plans to save them after 15 years of paramilitary missions. One CIA officer remained at Long Tieng. Jerry Daniels, a one-time Montana smoke jumper known to his Hmong friends as Sky. He was 33 years old, and he had been upcountry for close to 10 years. He was the case officer for General Vang Pao, the military and political leader of the Hmong, and the agency's greatest asset in Laos since 1960. Daniels was one of 7 CIA officers, Bill Lair and Ted Shackley included, who had been awarded the Order of the Million Elephants and the White Parasol by the King of Laos in gratitude for their work. Daniels pleaded with Dan Arnold, the station chief in Laos, to send planes to Long Tieng. It was imperative that the evacuation proceed without delay, Arnold said in an oral history. But there weren't any planes. Of course, the authorization for an airlift had to go to Washington, and this was done with the highest precedence, Arnold said. This went from CIA to the White House. Washington was repeatedly requested to urgently arrange for additional airlift capability because we had drawn down so heavily. The problem was occasioned by delays at the highest political level. On May 12, 1975, the CIA scoured up the last 2 C-46 aircraft in Thailand. The planes, roughly the size of a DC-3, belonged to Continental Air Services, a private contractor for the agency. Over the years, hundreds of planes of that size had landed on the Long Tieng airstrip carrying cargo, but they always left empty, barely clearing the high ridgeline. No one had ever flown a loaded C-46 out of Long Tieng. The planes were built to carry 35 passengers. With twice that number aboard and thousands clamoring to get on each flight, they slowly began the evacuation. In Bangkok, on the morning of May 13th, Air Force Brigadier General Heine Adderholt, chief of the U.S. Military Assistance Command in Thailand, got a call from a stranger. General Adderholt, who had worked alongside the CIA on air operations for 20 years, ran the only functioning American military operation remaining in Southeast Asia. The guy did not identify himself by name, the general remembered. He said the U.S. was abandoning the Hmong at Long Tieng. He used that word, abandoning. The stranger asked Adderholt to send a 4-engine C-130, a mid-sized cargo transport plane, to save the Hmong. Adderholt somehow found an American pilot who was minutes from clearing the departure lounge at the Bangkok airport and offered him $5,000 in cash to fly the C-130 to Long Tieng. Then he called the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General George Brown, for authority to carry out the mission. That afternoon, the C-130 arrived. Hundreds of Hmong loaded themselves within a few minutes. The plane departed and returned the next morning. The CIA's Jerry Daniels was running the evacuation, serving as bodyguard to General Vang Pao, working as flight controller at the airstrip, and holding a lifeline for 50,000 panicked people. Daniels and Vang Pao could not be seen to abandon the troops and their families. When the C-130 returned on the morning of May 14th, thousands of Hmong ran for its rear cargo door. It was a scene of fury and despair. Vang Pao stole away to a helicopter landing zone a few miles away. A CIA crew spirited him away. Daniels procured a plane for himself. The flight log reads, "All was in turmoil. We took off at 10:47, and this ended the secret CIA base at Long Tieng, Laos." A CIA contract pilot on the scene, Captain Jack Knotts, recorded an audio tape memorializing the final minutes of the long war in Laos. Daniels, carrying a briefcase and a case of Olympia beer, rolled up to the landing zone in his white and blue Ford Bronco. He stepped out of the car and then stopped dead. "He won't get in the chopper," Knotts said. "He doesn't want to leave yet. He gets his briefcase out of the back, and then he starts talking on the radio. He messes around, and finally, and this is a very bad thing because he's been there for so long, he salutes. He comes to attention, just like he's saluting the Jeep, but he is really saluting 10 or 15 years of hard work that turned to nothing." Richard Helms called Laos the war we won. It was hard to see how. Ford and Kissinger forced a political arrangement that certified communist control of the country. "And then we left," said the CIA's Dick Holm, who had started his 35-year career at the CIA in Laos. Those among the Hmong who survived wound up in refugee camps or in exile. "Their way of life has been destroyed," Holm wrote. "They can never return to Laos. The United States," he said, "failed to assume the moral responsibility that we owed to those who worked so closely with us during those tumultuous years." Jerry Daniels died of gas poisoning at his apartment in Bangkok 7 years after the evacuation of Long Tieng. He was 40 years old. No one knows if he took his own life. 35. Ineffective and scared. The CIA was being sacked like a conquered city. Congressional committees were combing through its files, the Senate focusing on covert action, the House homing in on failures of espionage and analysis. In the streets of Washington, handmade posters of Bill Colby had appeared, inscribed with skulls and crossbones and the ace of spades. The agency's senior officers feared personal and professional ruin. The White House feared political destruction. In the Oval Office on October 13, 1975, the President and his men met to weigh the damage. "Any document which officially shows American involvement in an assassination is a foreign policy disaster," Colby told the President. "They also want to go into sensitive covert operations, like Laos. Would the White House go to the courts to stop Congress?" "We are better off with a political confrontation than a legal one," said Don Rumsfeld. To prepare for that fight, the President shook up his cabinet at the end of October 1975. The move was instantly called the Halloween Massacre. Jim Schlesinger was dismissed, and Don Rumsfeld became Secretary of Defense. Dick Cheney took his place as White House Chief of Staff, and in an uncharacteristically Machiavellian move, Ford neutralized a potentially troublesome challenger for the 1976 presidential nomination by firing Bill Colby and making George Herbert Walker Bush the next Director of Central Intelligence. It was on its face a strange choice. Bush was not a general, an admiral, or a spy. He knew almost nothing about intelligence. He was a politician, pure and simple. The son of Prescott Bush, a patrician U.S. Senator from Connecticut who had been a good friend to Allen Dulles, he had moved to Texas to seek his fortune in the oil business. He served 2 terms in Congress. He ran for the Senate twice and lost. He had been United Nations ambassador for 22 months and Nixon's relentlessly cheery Republican National Committee chairman during Watergate. In August 1974, Ford had come very close to making Bush vice president. His failure to win the job was the worst blow of his political life. His consolation prize was a choice of prestigious ambassadorships, and he had chosen China. From Beijing, Bush had seen the struggles of the CIA through a thick prism, relying on the radio reports of the Voice of America and clippings from week-old newspapers. But his political instincts told him what the job had to offer. Bury Bush at the CIA, he asked himself. It's a graveyard for politics, he wrote. He told Ford, I see this as the total end of any political future. The prospect depressed him, but his sense of propriety impelled him to say yes. Within weeks after becoming director, at the end of January 1976, Bush discovered that he loved the agency. The secrecy, the camaraderie, the gadgetry, the international intrigue. The CIA was skull and bones with a billion-dollar budget. This is the most interesting job I've ever had, he wrote to a friend in March. In less than 11 months at the helm, he bucked up morale at headquarters, defended the CIA against all critics, and deftly used the agency to build a political base for his soaring ambitions. Beyond that, he accomplished little. From the start, Bush ran headlong into Secretary of Defense Rumsfeld, who had control over 80% of the intelligence budget. That money belongs to me, Rumsfeld said. Spy satellites and electronic surveillance and military intelligence were all battlefield support for American soldiers. Though the American military was in full retreat, Rumsfeld stiff-armed Bush. He was strongly disinclined to let the Director of Central Intelligence have a say in shaping the secret spending. Rumsfeld was paranoid about the CIA and, convinced that the agency was out to spy on him, cut off long-standing channels of communication and cooperation between the Pentagon and the CIA, the veteran analyst George Carver said in a CIA oral history interview. The recruitment of new officers in the wake of Watergate and Vietnam was extraordinarily difficult. The agency was top-heavy, with middle-aged bureaucrats playing for time. Bush eased out 12 of the 16 most senior officers at headquarters to try to make some headroom. He wanted to name his own chief of the clandestine service, so he called in Colby's chief, Bill Nelson, and said it was time for him to leave. Nelson saluted and left, but not before dropping a memo on Bush's desk that told him that the clandestine service had 2,000 too many officers. Bush, in the tradition of Allen Dulles, buried the study. The CIA was cut off. This is a turbulent and troublesome period for the agency, Bush wrote to President Ford on June 1, 1976. The intensive investigations by both houses of the Congress for more than a year now have resulted in extensive public disclosures of past and current covert action operations. The investigations led the Senate to create an Intelligence Oversight Committee while Bush was director. The House set one up a year later. If only the president could find a way to shield the CIA from Congress, Bush wrote, then covert action operations will continue to make the positive contribution to our foreign policy that they have made over the past 28 years. But the agency, under a newly vigilant Congress, had very few new covert action operations underway. In a written response to questions from the author, Bush contended that the congressional investigations did long-lasting damage to the agency. They set back our liaison relationships around the world. The CIA's links with foreign intelligence services, the source of so much of the information it gathered, and they caused many people abroad to pull away from cooperating with the CIA. Worst of all, he said, they devastated the morale of perhaps the finest group of public servants this country has. Continuing failures in the field also sapped the CIA's spirit in 1976. Among the biggest was in Angola. 2 months after the fall of Saigon, President Ford approved a big new operation to secure Angola against communism. The country had been Portugal's biggest prize in Africa, but Lisbon's leaders had been among the worst of the European colonialists, and they sacked Angola as they withdrew. The country was coming apart as rival forces went to war. The CIA shipped $32 million in cash and $16 million worth of weapons to Angola through the agency's great ally, President Mobutu of the Congo. The weapons went to an unruly gang of anti-communist guerrillas commanded by Mobutu's brother-in-law and aligned with the white South African government. The program was aided by President Kenneth Kaunda of Zambia, a genial leader who had long received under-the-table support from the United States and the CIA. It was coordinated at Kissinger's State Department by a talented young diplomat, Frank G. Wisner, Jr., the son and namesake of the late Chief of Covert Operations. "We had been forced out of Vietnam," Wisner said. There was a real concern on the part of the administration that the United States would now be tested by the forces of communism across the world. Were we going to see a new, seemingly communist-led offensive move in, take over oil-rich Angola, and begin to carry the Cold War into southern Africa, or were we going to try to stop it? We weren't going to be able to walk down to Congress in the aftermath of Vietnam and say, "Look, let's send American military trainers and equipment over there to Mobutu." So Kissinger and the President made the decision to go to the agency, Wisner said. But the CIA-backed troops in Angola faltered, and their enemies, strongly supported by Moscow and Havana, took control of the capital. Kissinger ordered up another $28 million in secret support. There was no money left in the CIA's contingency budget. Early on in Bush's short year at the CIA, Congress publicly banned covert support for the Angolan guerrillas and killed the operation while it was in progress. Nothing of the kind had ever happened before. The CIA was cut off, and we were driven back, Wisner said. I feel like I have been had. On the bicentennial day of July 4th, 1976, Bush prepared to meet the governor of Georgia at a hotel in Hershey, Pennsylvania. He had been extraordinarily responsive when Jimmy Carter requested intelligence briefings from the CIA even before winning the Democratic presidential nomination. No candidate had ever made such a request so early in the game. Bush and his National Intelligence Deputy, Dick Lemon, who had grown so frustrated watching Allen Dulles hefting reports instead of reading them, found Carter extremely interested. Their discussion ranged from spy satellites to the future of white minority rule in Africa. They agreed that the briefings could continue later in July at Carter's home in the hamlet of Plains, Georgia. The director had a hard time getting there. The CIA's Gulfstream jet could not handle the sod airstrip in Plains. The agency sought logistical help from the Pentagon and learned that Bush would have to take a helicopter to Peterson Field. The CIA aircrew checked their maps. Where the hell was Peterson Field? Another phone call to Plains, and they understood. Peterson's Field was some farmer's 40 acres on the edge of town. The 6-hour session touched on Lebanon, Iraq, Syria, Egypt, Libya, Rhodesia, and Angola. China took 30 minutes. The Soviet Union took 10 times as long. The CIA's men talked all afternoon and into the evening. Carter, who had been a nuclear engineer in the Navy, grasped the arcane details of the American strategic arsenal. He was particularly interested in the evidence spy satellites obtained about Soviet weapons, and he understood that the intelligence they gleaned would play a vital role in arms control. He learned that the Soviets would never show their hand with an accurate statement of the size of their nuclear forces. The American side had to come to the negotiating table and tell the Soviets how many missiles they had and how many we had. This gave Carter pause. The notion that the Soviets lied seemed to be a new idea to him. Bush assured him that the photographs provided by the first generation of spy satellites had provided Presidents Nixon and Ford with the information they needed to pursue SALT, the Strategic Arms Limitation Treaty with the Soviets, and to keep a close eye on whether the Soviets would abide by their agreements. A new generation of satellites was coming online that summer. Code-named Keyhole, they provided real-time television images instead of slow-to-develop photos. The CIA's Science and Technology Division had been working on Keyhole for years, and it was a great breakthrough. Carter's running mate, Senator Walter Mondale of Minnesota, asked about covert action and the agency's liaisons with foreign intelligence services. Mondale had been a member of the Church Committee, the Senate panel that investigated the CIA. Its final report had come out 2 months before. The committee is remembered today chiefly for its chairman's statement that the agency had been a rogue elephant, a pronouncement that badly missed the point by absolving the presidents who had driven the elephant. Bush, infuriated by the very existence of the Church Committee, refused to answer Mondale's questions. 8 CIA officers joined Bush in planes 2 weeks later, sitting in a circle in Carter's family room as his daughter and her cat wandered in and out. To their surprise, Carter seemed to have a highly nuanced understanding of the world. When Carter and Ford went head-to-head in the first televised presidential debates since Kennedy and Nixon, the governor cleaned the president's clock on foreign policy. He also took a hard swipe at the agency, saying, "Our system of government, in spite of Vietnam, Cambodia, CIA, Watergate, is still the best system of government on earth." On November 19, 1976, there was one final awkward meeting between Bush and President-elect Carter in planes. Bush wanted to be kept on at the CIA, Carter remembered. If I had agreed to that, he never would have become president. His career would have gone off on a whole different track. Bush's memo of the meeting shows that he revealed a handful of ongoing operations to the president-elect, including the CIA's financial support for heads of state such as King Hussein of Jordan and President Mobutu of the Congo, and strongmen such as Manuel Noriega, the future dictator of Panama. Bush observed that Carter seemed strangely turned off. His impression was correct. The president-elect found the CIA's subsidies for foreign leaders reprehensible. By the end of 1976, Bush was in bad odor with some of his former fans at the agency. He had made a baldly political decision to let a team of neoconservative ideologues, howling right-wingers, Dick Lemon called them, rewrite the CIA's estimates of Soviet military forces. William J. Casey, the most vociferous member of the President's Foreign Intelligence Advisory Board, had been talking with some of his friends and associates in the intelligence community. They were convinced that the CIA was dangerously underestimating Soviet nuclear strength. Casey and his fellow members of the advisory board pressed President Ford to let an outside group write their own Soviet estimate. The team, whose members were deeply disenchanted with détente and handpicked by the Republican right, included General Daniel O. Graham, America's leading advocate of missile defense, and Paul Wolfowitz, a disillusioned arms control negotiator and a future Deputy Secretary of Defense. In May 1976, Bush approved Team B with a cheery scribble, "Let her fly, OK, GB." The debate was highly technical, but it boiled down to a single question: what is Moscow up to? Team B portrayed a Soviet Union in the midst of a tremendous military buildup, when in fact it was cutting military spending. They dramatically overstated the accuracy of Soviet intercontinental ballistic missiles. They doubled the number of backfire bombers the Soviet Union was building. They repeatedly warned of dangers that never materialized, threats that did not exist, technologies that were never created, and, most terrifying of all, the specter of a secret Soviet strategy to fight and win a nuclear war. Then, in December 1976, they selectively shared their findings with sympathetic reporters and opinion columnists. The B team was out of control, Lemon said, and they were leaking all over the place. The uproar Team B created went on for years, fueled a huge increase in Pentagon weapons spending, and led directly to the rise of Ronald Reagan to the top of the list of frontrunners for the 1980 Republican nomination. After the Cold War was over, the agency put Team B's findings to the test. Every one of them was wrong. It was the bomber gap and the missile gap all over again. "I feel like I have been had," Bush told Ford, Kissinger, and Rumsfeld at the last National Security Council meeting of the outgoing administration. Intelligence analysis had become corrupted, another tool wielded for political advantage, and it would never recover its integrity. The CIA's estimates had been blatantly politicized since 1969, when President Nixon forced the agency to change its views on the Soviets' abilities to launch a nuclear first strike. I look upon that as almost a turning point from which everything went down, Abbott Smith, who ran the agency's Office of National Estimates under Nixon, said in a CIA oral history interview. The Nixon administration was really the first one in which intelligence was just another form of politics, and that was bound to be disastrous. And I think it was disastrous. John Huizenga, who succeeded Smith in 1971, put it even more bluntly to the CIA's historians, and his thoughts rang true in decades to come, into the 21st century. In retrospect, you see, I really do not believe that an intelligence organization in this government is able to deliver an honest analytical product without facing the risk of political contention. By and large, I think the tendency to treat intelligence politically increased over this whole period, and it's mainly over issues like Southeast Asia and the growth of Soviet strategic forces that were extremely divisive politically. I think it's probably naive in retrospect to have believed what most of us believed at one time, that you could deliver an honest analytical product and have it taken at face value. I think that intelligence has had relatively little impact on the policies that we've made over the years. Relatively none. In certain particular circumstances, perhaps insights and facts that were provided had an effect on what we did, but only in a very narrow range of circumstances. By and large, the intelligence effort did not alter the premises with which political leadership came to office. They brought their baggage and they more or less carried it along. Ideally, what had been supposed was that serious intelligence analysis could assist the policy side to re-examine premises, render policymaking more sophisticated, closer to the reality of the world. Those were the large ambitions which I think were never realized. These thoughts did not trouble the Director of Central Intelligence and the future President of the United States. The greatness that is CIA. In his farewell to the employees at CIA headquarters, Bush delivered a fond thank-you note, as was his wont. "I hope I can find some ways in the years ahead to make the American people understand more fully the greatness that is CIA," he wrote. He was the last director of Central Intelligence who received something approaching full support from his troops at headquarters. In their eyes, it was to his great credit that he had tried to save the clandestine service. But to his shame, in the end, he had let the CIA be cowed by politics. "I find no degradation in the quality of intelligence analysis," Kissinger said at their last meeting before the inauguration of Jimmy Carter. The opposite is true, however, in the covert action area. We are unable to do it anymore. "Henry, you are right," said George Herbert Walker Bush, "one of the greatest boosters the CIA ever had. We are both ineffective and scared." Part 5. Victory Without Joy. The CIA under Carter, Reagan, and George H.W. Bush, 1977 to 1993. 36. He sought to overthrow their system. Running for president, Jimmy Carter had condemned the CIA as a national disgrace. Once in power, he wound up signing almost as many covert action orders as Nixon and Ford. The difference was that he did it in the name of human rights. The problem was harnessing the agency's atrophied powers to that new mission. His search for a new director of Central Intelligence went poorly. Thomas L. Hughes, the former chief of the State Department's Bureau of Intelligence and Research, declined the honor. The nomination went instead to the Kennedy speechwriter Ted Sorensen. Somewhat to my surprise, Carter called me and asked me if I would come on down to Plains, Sorensen recounted. I had a brother who had worked for CIA undercover for years. I went down there and I had a brief conversation with Carter, and the very next day he presented me with a job. But he had been a conscientious objector in World War II, and his nomination died, the first time such a thing had happened in the history of the CIA. Carter failed to give me any support while I was dangling there, Sorensen remembered bitterly. On the third try, the new president selected a near stranger, Admiral Stansfield Turner, commander of the southern flank of NATO, based in Naples, Italy. Turner would be the third admiral in the history of the agency who found the CIA a hard vessel to handle. He was the first to admit his unfamiliarity with the agency, but he was quick to assert his authority. That was not the right way to play the game. Lots of people think President Carter called me in and said, "Clean the place up and straighten it out." He never did that, Turner said. From the very beginning, he was intensely interested in having good intelligence. He wanted to understand the mechanisms, from our satellites to our spies to our methods of analyzing what was happening. He was extremely supportive of the intelligence operations. At the same time, I knew full well, just from his character, that we were to operate within the laws of the United States of America. I knew also that there were ethical limits as to what President Carter would want us to do, and whenever I came close to questioning whether we were close to those limits, I went to him and I got his decisions on it. Almost always those decisions were to go ahead. The Carter administration had no bias against covert action, Turner said. The CIA had a problem with covert action itself because it was in this state of shock from the criticisms it had gone through. Early on, the clandestine service presented Turner with a life-and-death dilemma. They came to me and said, "We have an agent almost inside this terrorist organization, but they've asked him to do one more thing to prove his bona fides. He's to go out and murder one of the members of the government. Do we permit him to do that?" And I said, "No, we pull him out. You know, it's a trade-off. Maybe he could have saved some lives, but I was not going to have the United States party to a murder in order to take that chance. This was a real life right now, and this was the reputation of our country, and I thought that was not the right way to play the game." Turner quickly grasped the basics of the tug-of-war between spies and gadgets. He pulled for machines over men, spending much of his time and energy trying to improve the global coverage of American reconnaissance satellites. He tried to organize the intelligence community into a confederation, creating a coordinating staff and a unified budget. Those who served the cause were appalled at the disarray. "I was in charge of human intelligence collection," remembered John Holdridge, who had been Bush's deputy chief of mission in Beijing before joining the intelligence community staff. I would look at these pie-in-the-sky operations which were presented to me and wonder who in the dickens dreamed these up. They seemed to be so dreadfully impractical and unworkable. Nor did the analysts receive high marks. President Carter pronounced himself puzzled at the fact that the CIA's daily brief recapitulated what he read in the newspapers. He and Turner wondered why the agency's estimates seemed shallow and irrelevant. The agency was off to a rocky start with the new president. Carter had changed the long-standing rules. Carter's new national security team had 5 ranking members with 4 different agendas. The president and vice president dreamed of a new American foreign policy founded on the principles of human rights. Secretary of State Cyrus Vance thought arms control was paramount. Secretary of Defense Harold Brown tried to produce a new generation of military and intelligence technology for a few $1 billion less than the Pentagon planned. National Security Advisor Zbigniew Brzezinski was the hawk among these owls and doves. Centuries of Warsaw's woes at the hands of Moscow shaped his thinking. He wanted to help the United States win hearts and minds in Eastern Europe. He harnessed this ambition to the president's foreign policy and tried to hit the Soviets where they were weakest. President Ford and the Soviet leader Leonid Brezhnev had signed an agreement in Helsinki in 1975 endorsing the free movement of people and ideas. Ford and Kissinger saw it as window dressing, but others were dead serious. A generation of dissidents in Russia and Eastern Europe fed up with the evil banality of the Soviet state. Brzezinski ordered, and Carter approved, an array of CIA covert actions aimed at Moscow, Warsaw, and Prague. They commanded the agency to publish books and to subsidize the printing and distribution of magazines and journals in Poland and Czechoslovakia to help distribute the written work of dissidents in the Soviet Union, to back the political work of Ukrainians and other Soviet ethnic minorities, to place fax machines and tape cassettes in the hands of free-minded people behind the Iron Curtain. They wanted to subvert the control of information that was the foundation of repression in the communist world. The political warfare that Jimmy Carter waged opened a new front in the Cold War, said the CIA's Bob Gates, then serving as a Soviet analyst on Brzezinski's National Security Council staff. Through his human rights policies, he became the first president since Truman to challenge directly the legitimacy of the Soviet government in the eyes of its own people. And the Soviets immediately recognized this for the fundamental challenge it was. They believed he sought to overthrow their system. Carter's aims were more modest. He wanted to alter the Soviet system, not abolish it. But the clandestine service of the CIA did not want to take on the task. The White House faced resistance to the stepped-up covert action orders from the chiefs of the Soviet East Europe Division. They had a reason. They had a prized agent to protect in Warsaw, and they did not want the White House's ideals about human rights to threaten him. A Polish colonel named Ryszard Kuklinski was giving the United States a long, hard look at the Soviet military. He was the highest-ranking source that the agency had behind the Iron Curtain. Colonel Kuklinski was himself never in a strict sense a CIA agent, Brzezinski said. He volunteered. He operated on his own. He had secretly offered his services to the United States during a visit to Hamburg. Keeping in touch with him was difficult. 6 months at a stretch went by in silence. But when Kuklinski traveled through Scandinavia and Western Europe, he always left word. During 1977 and 1978, until he began to fall under suspicion and surveillance in Warsaw, he delivered information that revealed how the Soviets would put all the armies of Eastern Europe under the Kremlin's control if war came. He told the agency how Moscow would run that war in Western Europe. Its plans provided for the use of 40 tactical nuclear weapons against the city of Hamburg alone. Freed from the paranoia of the Angleton era, the Soviet division was beginning to recruit real spies behind the Iron Curtain. We had moved away from all the grand and glorious traditions of the OSS and become an espionage service, dedicated to gathering foreign intelligence, said the CIA's Haviland Smith. By God, we could go over to East Berlin and not get caught. We could recruit Eastern Europeans. We were going after and recruiting Soviets. The only thing missing is we don't have anything on Soviet intentions. And I don't know how you get that. And that's the charter of the clandestine service. If we had been able to recruit a member of the Politburo, we would have had everything. The Politburo of the late 1970s was a corrupt and decrepit gerontocracy. Its empire was dangerously overextended, dying from within. The politically ambitious Soviet intelligence chief, Yuri Andropov, had created a false image of the Soviet Union as a superpower for his doddering superiors in the Kremlin. But the Soviets' Potemkin village fooled the CIA as well. We were appreciating as early as '78 that the Soviet economy was in serious trouble, Admiral Turner said. We didn't make the leap that we should have made, I should have made, that the economic trouble would lead to political trouble. We thought they would tighten their belt under a Stalin-like regime and continue marching on. Jimmy Carter's instinctive decision to assert the principles of human rights as an international standard was seen as an act of piety by many members of the clandestine service. His modest mobilization of the CIA to probe that weak chink in the armor of the Iron Curtain was a cautious challenge to the Kremlin. Nevertheless, he hastened the beginning of the end of the Soviet Union. Carter had, in fact, changed the long-standing rules of the Cold War, Bob Gates concluded. From a black-white conflict into a red-white conflict. President Carter also tried to use the CIA to undermine apartheid in South Africa. His stance changed the course of 30 years of Cold War foreign policy. On February 8, 1977, in the White House Situation Room, the President's National Security Team agreed that it was time for the United States to try to change the racist South African regime. The possibilities are there to change this from a black-white conflict into a red-white conflict, Brzezinski said. If this is the beginning of a long and bitter historical process, it is in our interest to accelerate this process. It was not about race, but about getting on the right side of history. The acting director of Central Intelligence, Enno Knosch, said, "We are seeking changes in their fundamental attitudes. This will require very close observation." In other words, the United States was going to have to start spying on South Africa. On March 3, 1977, at a full-dress National Security Council meeting, Carter commanded the CIA to explore how to bring economic and political pressure to bear on South Africa and its racist ally Rhodesia. The problem was that nobody wanted to pay attention to Africa, said Carter's Deputy Director of Central Intelligence, Frank Carlucci. We were very much focused on the Soviet Union. One of the main purposes of having people in stations in Africa was to try and recruit the Soviets who were stationed there. That was the number one priority. The Soviets supported the strongest enemy of apartheid, the African National Congress. The ANC's leader, Nelson Mandela, had been arrested and imprisoned in 1962, thanks in part to the CIA. The agency had worked in the closest harmony with the South African BOSS, the Bureau of State Security. The CIA's officers had stood side by side with the security police in South Africa, said Jerry Gossens, a station chief in 4 African nations under Presidents Nixon, Ford, and Carter. The word was that they had fingered Mandela himself. In 1977, Gossens went to work on the hardcore white supremacist Ian Smith, who ruled in Rhodesia, as well as the pro-American Kenneth Kaunda, the president of Zambia. As station chief in the capital, Lusaka, Gossens met regularly with President Kaunda and his security service. He began to develop a picture of the black and white armed forces arrayed against one another throughout southern Africa. We needed to know how many Soviets and Czechs and East Germans and North Koreans were providing arms and training. Could they overwhelm the Rhodesians? We needed human penetrations into the frontline governments. Then, in 1978, Gossens became the new station chief in Pretoria. His orders from Washington were to spy on the white government of South Africa. Now the CIA was part of an ambitious American effort to push the Soviets out of southern Africa while winning support from black African governments. For the first time in history, he said, I was instructed to begin unilateral operations against BOSS. I got in new people who were undeclared to the government. I got new targets in the South African military, their nuclear program, and their policy vis-à-vis Rhodesia. The embassy was full bore on the question, what is the South African government up to? For 2 years, the CIA started gathering intelligence on the apartheid regimes. Then the secret police in Rhodesia arrested 3 CIA officers who had bungled their way into a trap. South African intelligence betrayed a 4th. Frank G. Wisner, Jr. came out to Zambia as the new American ambassador, where he remembered, "My greatest single crisis, my most difficult moment, came as the result of a spy scandal with a CIA officer." Panicked by the blown missions, agency headquarters started shutting down operations and pulling out its spies. The CIA's efforts to fulfill the human rights policies of the president came up short. They're a unique culture. The morals of the Carter administration were not good for morale at CIA headquarters. Admiral Turner tried to hew to Carter's pledge about never lying to the American people. This was a dilemma for the chief of a secret intelligence service whose operators depended on deceit to succeed. What little confidence Turner had in the clandestine service was constantly chiseled away by acts of subversion. In 1978, the American ambassador in Yugoslavia, Lawrence Eagleburger, who later served as Secretary of State in the first Bush administration, came across a directive from the clandestine service at headquarters to every station chief in the world. Behind Turner's back, someone very senior had sent instructions to keep major operations secret from ambassadors everywhere abroad. The message was in direct violation of standing presidential orders going back 17 years. "I asked my station chief if it were true," Eagleburger said. "He said, yes, it was true. I said, fine. I want you to send a message back to Admiral Turner." It was succinct. "You are out of business in Yugoslavia until such time as that order is rescinded. I mean by that, you're not to come into the office, and you're not to conduct any business in Belgrade or in Yugoslavia. You are simply to close up shop." Turner was a Christian Scientist who drank hot water with lemon instead of coffee or tea. The old boys preferred whiskey in their water. They scorned Turner in word and deed. Turner wrote years later that his enemies within the clandestine service tried to discredit him with disinformation campaigns, one of their basic skills. Chief among these was a story that has persisted for a quarter century, that Turner was single-handedly responsible for the gutting of the clandestine service in the 1970s. The first deep cuts had been ordered by Nixon. 1,000 covert operators had been let go by James Schlesinger. George Bush, under Ford, had chosen to ignore a recommendation from his own covert action chief that 2,000 more should depart. Turner wound up cutting precisely 825, starting with the bottom 5% on the performance charts. He had the president's support. We were aware that some of the unqualified and incompetent personnel whom he discharged were deeply resentful, but I fully approved, Jimmy Carter said in a letter to the author. The old boys fought hard against Turner when he selected John McMahon to lead the clandestine service. McMahon was not one of them. He had started out carrying Allen Dulles' suitcases and now ran the agency's Directorate of Science and Technology, the branch that produced the hardware and software of espionage. He told Turner, "No, I'm the wrong guy for it. They're a unique culture. They work best with their own, and you have to understand how they think. My last exposure to them was back in the early 50s over in Germany, and times have changed." In January 1978, after resisting for half a year, McMahon became the third chief of the clandestine service in 18 months. 3 weeks after he took over, he was called to appear at the first meeting of the new House Intelligence Oversight Committee. The clandestine service rebelled. Talk about apoplexy, they went bonkers, McMahon said. But what I knew was that the congressmen didn't understand CIA or clandestine operations, and I was going to go down there and educate them. He gathered up a shopping bag of spy gear and gadgets, miniature cameras and audio bugs and the like, and went up to the hill. I said, "Let me tell you what it's like to operate in Moscow." McMahon had never been to Moscow in his life. I said, "Now here is some of the equipment we use," and I started passing it out, and they looked at all these gadgets and they were just mesmerized. The spellbound committee gave the spies a far bigger budget than the president had requested. The rebuilding of the clandestine service, ravaged and demoralized by cuts going back to the Nixon years, began then and there in the fall of 1978. But the mood remained grim at the citadel of American intelligence. In spite of its current and worsening morale problems, CIA will still come up with some imaginative ideas, I suspect. Brzezinski's liaison to the agency advised him on February 5, 1979. We must not deceive ourselves, however. The capabilities that used to exist in the CIA are very thin right now, and there are very few officers disposed to take risks of the kind that used to be routinely taken to get things done. That same week, the world started falling in on the CIA. This book is continued on Disc 13. Legacy of Ashes by Tim Weiner, continued. Disc 13. A Spectator Sport. On February 11, 1979, the army of the Shah collapsed and a fanatic Ayatollah took control in Tehran. 3 days later, a few hundred miles to the west, came a killing that would come to bear the same heavy weight for the United States. The American ambassador in Afghanistan, Adolph Spike Dubs, was snatched off the streets of Kabul, kidnapped by Afghan rebels fighting the pro-Soviet puppet regime, and killed when Afghan police, accompanied by Soviet advisors, attacked the hotel where he was held. It was a clear sign that Afghanistan was spinning out of control. The Islamic rebels, supported by Pakistan, were gearing up for a revolution against their godless government. The geriatric leaders of the Soviet Union looked south in fear. More than 40 million Muslims lived in the Soviet republics of Central Asia. The Soviets saw the flames of Islamic fundamentalism burning toward their borders. At an extended Politburo meeting that began on March 17th, the Soviet intelligence chief, Yuri Andropov, declared that we cannot lose Afghanistan. Over the next 9 months, the CIA failed to warn the President of the United States of an invasion that changed the face of the world. The agency had a fair grasp of Soviet capabilities. It understood nothing of Soviet intentions. The Soviets would be most reluctant to introduce large numbers of ground forces into Afghanistan. The CIA's National Intelligence Daily, its top-secret report to the White House, the Pentagon, and the State Department, confidently stated on March 23, 1979. That week, 30,000 Soviet combat troops began to deploy near the Afghan border in trucks, tanks, and armored personnel carriers. In July and August, the Afghan rebels' attacks grew, Afghan army garrisons began to mutiny, and Moscow flew a battalion of airborne combat units into the Bagram air base outside Kabul. Prompted by Brzezinski, President Carter signed a covert action order for the CIA to provide the Afghan rebels with medical aid, money, and propaganda. The Soviets sent 13 generals to Kabul, led by the commander of Soviet ground forces. Still, the CIA assured the President on August 24th that the deteriorating situation does not presage an escalation of Soviet military involvement in the form of a direct combat role. On September 14th, Admiral Turner told the President that Soviet leaders may be on the threshold of a decision to commit their own forces to prevent the collapse of the regime in Afghanistan, but only bit by bit, with small groups of military advisors and some few thousands of troops. Unsure of that assessment, the CIA gathered all its expertise and every element of American military intelligence, electronic eavesdropping transcripts, and spy satellite reconnaissance together for a full-dress review of the evidence. On September 28th, the experts unanimously concluded that Moscow would not invade Afghanistan. The Soviet troops kept coming. On December 8th, a second airborne battalion landed at Bagram. The National Intelligence Daily assessed their presence as a move to beef up defenses against rebel attacks at the airbase. The next week, the CIA station chief in Kabul reported second-hand sightings of Soviet Special Forces commandos on the streets of the city. On Monday morning, December 17th, Admiral Turner went to a White House meeting of the President's most senior aides, the Special Coordination Committee. Among those present were Vice President Walter Mondale, Zbigniew Brzezinski, Secretary of Defense Harold Brown, and the Deputy Secretary of State Warren Christopher. Turner told them that there were now 5,300 Soviet soldiers at the Bagram Air Base and 2 new Soviet command posts just north of the Afghan border. Then he said, CIA does not see this as a crash buildup. It was perhaps related to Soviet perceptions of a deterioration of the Afghan military forces and the need to beef them up at some point. The word invasion did not cross his lips. The CIA's best Soviet analysts, among them Doug McEachin, later the Deputy Director of Intelligence, worked around the clock to marshal their knowledge for the President. On December 19th, they issued their final formal judgment. The pace of Soviet deployments does not suggest urgent contingency, they said. Anti-insurgent operations on a countrywide scale would require mobilization of much larger numbers of regular ground forces. In short, the Soviets did not intend to attack. 3 days later, Vice Admiral Bobby Ray Inman, the director of the National Security Agency, the American electronic eavesdropping empire, got a flash message from the field. The invasion of Afghanistan was imminent. In fact, it was underway. More than 100,000 Soviet troops were seizing the country. Carter immediately signed a covert action order for the CIA to begin arming the Afghan resistance, and the agency began to build a worldwide arms pipeline to Afghanistan. But the Soviet occupation was an accomplished fact. The CIA not only missed the invasion, it refused to admit that it had missed it. Why would anyone in his right mind invade Afghanistan, graveyard of conquerors for 2,000 years? A lack of intelligence was not the cause of the failure. A lack of imagination was. So the Soviet invasion became a spectator sport for the United States. The agency's star analyst Doug McEachin wrote more than 20 years later. The U.S. could make a lot of noise from the stands, but it could not have much impact on the playing field. That would have to wait until the next round of the great game. 37. We were just plain asleep. Ever since the CIA secured his throne in 1953, the Shah of Iran had been the centerpiece of American foreign policy in the Middle East. I just wish there were a few more leaders around the world with his foresight, President Nixon reflected in April 1971, and his ability to run, basically, let's face it, a virtual dictatorship in a benign way. Nixon may not have intended to send a message by sending Richard Helms out as the American ambassador to Iran in 1973, but he did. We were amazed that the White House would send a man who, after all, had such associations with the CIA, which was deemed by every Iranian responsible for the fall of Mossadegh, said Henry Precht, the American embassy's chief political officer. It seemed to us to abandon any pretense of a sort of a neutral America and to confirm that the Shah was our puppet. On December 31, 1977, in a toast to the Shah at a glittering state dinner, President Carter called the monarchy an island of stability in a sea of turmoil, a view that had been confirmed and repeated by the CIA's spies and analysts for 15 years beforehand. It was, in fact, the very phrase the Shah used to describe himself. But when Howard Hart, one of the bravest officers the clandestine service ever produced, came to Tehran a few weeks later and started doing what he did best, skulking around the streets and reporting on the real world, he reached the opposite conclusion. His work was so pessimistic that his superiors suppressed it. It directly contradicted everything the CIA had said about the Shah since the 1960s. The agency had reported nothing to suggest that the Shah was in trouble. It lacked the ability to question 25 years of its own reporting. In August 1978, the agency told the White House that Iran was nowhere near a revolution. Weeks later, there were riots in the streets. As they spread, the CIA's top analysts sent Admiral Turner a draft national intelligence estimate for his signature. It said the Shah might survive for another 10 years, or he might not. Turner read it, deemed it useless, and shelved it. On January 16, 1979, the Shah fled Tehran. A few days later, Howard Hart's view from the streets grew decidedly darker. He was waylaid by an armed gang, followers of a 77-year-old religious zealot, Ayatollah Ruhollah Mousavi Khomeini, who was preparing to return to Tehran from exile. Hart was an investment banker's son who had spent 3 years as a young child interned in a Japanese prison camp in the Philippines during World War II. He was now a prisoner once more. His captors roughed him up, held a kangaroo court, proclaimed him a CIA spy, and prepared to execute him on the spot. Proclaiming his innocence, pleading for his life, preparing to die, Hart asked to see the nearest mullah. A young cleric arrived to find the blond, blue-eyed, hard-muscled spy in the clutches of rough justice. "I said, 'This is wrong. Nowhere in the Holy Koran is this sanctioned,'" Hart remembered. The mullah pondered the question and agreed. Hart went free. We did not understand who Khomeini was. A few days later, on February 1, 1979, the popular revolution that pushed the Shah from the peacock throne opened the way for Khomeini's return to Tehran. Thousands of Americans, including most of the embassy's staff, were evacuated as the chaos in the streets grew. A secular prime minister still held power alongside a revolutionary council, and the CIA tried to work with him, influence him, and mobilize him against Saddam Hussein. Some very, very sensitive, classified conversations occurred at the level of Prime Minister, said Bruce Langan, the chargé d'affaires at the American Embassy. "We went to the degree of actually sitting down with them and giving them highly classified intelligence on Iraq." Langan had been the youngest officer at the American Embassy in Tehran in 1953. He was the most senior officer in 1979. In the intervening years, a succession of station chiefs and ambassadors had become far too cozy with the Shah, far too fond of his caviar and his champagne. "We paid for it," Langan said. "We are there to find out how people are thinking and why they are thinking that way and behaving that way. And if we get too comfortable in believing something that fits our purposes, well, we are in hellish trouble." The idea that religion would prove to be a compelling political force in the late 20th century was incomprehensible. Few at the CIA believed that an ancient cleric could seize power and proclaim Iran an Islamic republic. "We did not understand who Khomeini was and the support his movement had," Turner said, "or what his 7th century view of the world might mean for the United States. We were just plain asleep," he said. On March 18, 1979, Howard Hart, now the acting chief of station, had a 2 a.m. meeting with a high-ranking officer of Savak, the Shah's brutal secret police, who had served the station loyally as an agent and informer. After passing the officer money and false documents to help him flee Tehran, Hart ran into a cordon of Khomeini's Revolutionary Guards. They beat him brutally, shouting, "CIA, CIA." Flat on his back, Hart drew his pistol and killed them both with 2 shots. Many years later, he remembered the glittering zeal he saw in their eyes. It was the face of holy war. "We haven't a clue as a nation," he reflected, "as to what the hell this is." It was beyond insult. Iranians from all walks of life, well-educated elites and wild-eyed radicals alike, thought the CIA was an omnipotent force with immense power over their lives. They could not have believed the truth. In the summer of 1979, the CIA station was a 4-man operation, and all 4 were newly arrived in Iran. Howard Hart had returned to headquarters in July, leaving behind a new station chief, Tom Ahern, who had spent the past 13 years in Japan, an experienced case officer, Malcolm Kalp, a communications technician, Phil Ward, and a 32-year-old Marine veteran, William J. Doherty, who had joined the CIA 9 months before. Doherty had flown 76 combat missions during the Vietnam War. Tehran was his first CIA tour. "I knew little about Iran," he recalled. "I knew even less about Iranians. My entire exposure to Iran, beyond the evening television news and a 3-week area studies course at the State Department, consisted of what I had picked up during 5 weeks on the desk reading operational files. 5 months before, a rabble of Iranian Marxists had overrun the American embassy. The Ayatollah's followers led a counterattack, threw the communists out, and set the Americans free. No one thought it could happen again. "Don't worry about another embassy attack," the CIA's Iran branch chief at headquarters had assured the Tehran station. "The only thing that could trigger an attack would be if the Shah was led into the United States, and no one in this town is stupid enough to do that." On October 21, 1979, Doherty stared at a new cable from headquarters. "I could not believe what I was reading," he recalled. Under intense political pressure from friends of the Shah, notably Henry Kissinger, President Carter, against his better judgment, had decided that day to admit the exiled monarch to the United States for medical treatment. The president had agonized about this decision, fearing that Americans would be taken hostage in reprisal. "I shouted, 'Blank the Shah. He's just as well off playing tennis in Acapulco as he is in California,' Carter recalled. 'What are we going to do if they take 20 of our Marines and kill one of them every morning at sunrise? Are we going to go to war with Iran?' No one at the White House thought to ask the agency for its opinion. 2 weeks later, a group of Iranian students, all followers of the Ayatollah, seized the American embassy. They held 53 hostages for the rest of the Carter administration, 444 days and nights. Doherty spent the last weeks of 1979 in solitary confinement. He recalled 6 interrogations between November 29th and December 14th, starting at nightfall and going on until dawn, led by Hossein Sheikh ul-Islam, a future deputy foreign minister of Iran. After midnight on December 2nd, Hossein handed him a cable. "I thought my life was over," he wrote in a memoir for the CIA's in-house journal. The cable gave my true name and stated clearly that I was to be assigned to the station in Tehran. It also mentioned the special program under which I had come into the agency 10 months previously. When I looked up at Hossein and his stooges, they were grinning like a trio of Cheshire cats. His interrogators said they knew that I was the head of the CIA's entire Middle East spy network, that I had been planning Khomeini's assassination, and that I had been stirring up the Kurds to revolt against the Tehran government. They accused me of trying to destroy their country, Doherty remembered. These Iranians found it inconceivable that the CIA would ever send to such a critical place as Iran someone who was so ignorant of the local culture and language. It was so inconceivable to them that weeks later, when they at last came to realize the truth, they were personally offended. It had been difficult enough for them to accept that the CIA would post an inexperienced officer in their country, but it was beyond insult for that officer not to speak the language or know the customs, culture, and history of their country. After each night's interrogation ended, Doherty slept fitfully on a foam rubber pad in the station chief's office. As hundreds of thousands of Iranians chanted in the streets outside the walled American compound, he dreamed of flying a warplane over the wide boulevards and incinerating the crowds with napalm. The CIA could do nothing to free him and his fellow hostages at the American embassy. But in January 1980, the agency executed a classic espionage operation to extract 6 State Department employees who had managed to find refuge across town at the Canadian embassy. The operation was the brainchild of the CIA's Tony Mendez, whose specialties were forgery and disguise. Mendez and his crew were the people who perfected the Mission Impossible masks that allowed white officers to disguise themselves as Africans, Arabs, and Asians. He was a rare exemplar of intuitive genius at the CIA. As a cover for the mission in Iran, Mendez created Studio 6, a bogus Hollywood film production company, rented office space in Los Angeles, and took out full-page ads in Variety and The Hollywood Reporter announcing the upcoming filming of Argo, a science fiction fantasy with location shots in Iran. The script for the movie, and for the operation, included documents and masks for the 6 Americans. Armed with a portfolio of forged passports and phony publicity, he cleared his entry to Iran with the proper authorities, flew in on a commercial flight from Bonn, checked into the Tehran Sheraton, obtained Swiss Air reservations to Zurich for the coming Monday, and took a taxi to the Canadian Embassy to meet his 6 fellow Americans. Mendez brought the Argo operation off with barely a hitch. One of the Americans he freed punched him in the arm as they boarded the Swiss Air flight and said, "You arranged for everything, didn't you?" He was pointing at the name painted on the nose of the airplane, Aargau, a canton in Switzerland. "We took it as a sign that everything would be all right," Mendez remembered. "We waited until the plane took off and had cleared Iranian airspace before we could give the thumbs up and order Bloody Marys." An act of vengeance. No such magic freed the remaining prisoners. The Pentagon's Special Operations Forces were in charge of Desert One, the April 1980 mission to save the hostages at the American Embassy. The effort relied very heavily on the CIA, said Anthony Quainton, the government's chief counterterrorism coordinator from 1978 to 1981. The agency provided intelligence on the probable location of the hostages inside the embassy compound. Its pilots flew a small plane undetected into the Iran desert to test the landing site for the mission. Howard Hart helped create the immensely complicated plan to extract the hostages and fly them to freedom. But the mission ended in catastrophe. 8 commandos died in the Iranian wasteland after crashing a helicopter into a transport plane. Life became much worse for the hostages. Bill Doherty was taken from the embassy and thrown into prison. He spent most of the next 9 months in solitary, in a cell barely big enough to hold his 6'3" frame. He ended up weighing 133 pounds. He and the rest of the hostages finally were freed by the consent of their captors at the hour that President Carter left the White House for the last time. Their release had nothing to do with covert action or American intelligence. It was a political statement devised to humiliate the United States. The next day, Jimmy Carter, private citizen, came to meet the freed Americans at a military base in Germany. "I still have the photos stashed away somewhere," Doherty recorded. "The former president looks awkward, and I look like an unsmiling cadaver." The taking of the hostages was an act of vengeance for the CIA's 1953 coup in Iran, wrote Ken Pollack, a veteran CIA analyst of the Middle East. But the legacy of that long-ago operation went far beyond the Americans' ordeal. The zeal of the Iranian Revolution would haunt the next 4 presidents of the United States and kill hundreds of Americans in the Middle East. A blaze of glory for the covert operators of the CIA's greatest generation became a tragic conflagration for their heirs. 38. A freelance buccaneer. On October 4, 1980, the Director of Central Intelligence and 3 of his top aides drove out to Wexford, a millionaire's estate in the Virginia horse country once owned by John and Jackie Kennedy. They came to brief the Republican candidate for president, Ronald Reagan. He had agreed to give the CIA an hour of his time. Admiral Turner had 15 minutes to cover Saddam Hussein's recent invasion of Iran. 15 minutes more went to the 9-month-old Soviet occupation of Afghanistan and the CIA's arms shipments to support the Afghan resistance. Bob Ames, the agency's expert on the Middle East, did 15 minutes on the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the theocracy of Ayatollah Khomeini. Members of Reagan's entourage, flush with the prospect of certain victory in the upcoming election, rushed in and out of the room like characters in a screwball comedy. The hour was over in a flash. Reagan knew little more about the CIA than what he had learned at the movies. But he pledged to unleash it, and he was good to his word. The man he chose for the job was his brilliant and devious campaign manager, William J. Casey. Casey, enthralled to his memories of his days as an OSS intelligence chief in London, hung a signed portrait of Wild Bill Donovan on his office wall at headquarters, and for the next 6 years Donovan gazed down upon him. In a global and totalitarian war, Wild Bill had said, intelligence must be global and totalitarian. This was Bill Casey's credo. He aimed to revive that fighting spirit at the CIA. His view of how you fight a war against a totalitarian power had clearly been shaped in World War II, said Bob Gates, who served 6 years at his side, where there were no holds barred, where everything went. Casey made a bid to become Secretary of State, but the idea appalled Reagan's intimates. It was a question of appearances. Casey was no statesman. He looked like an unmade bed, mumbled unintelligibly, and ate like a stumblebum. The First Lady-in-Waiting could not bear the thought of Casey at a formal state dinner, spilling food down his cummerbund. Sensing the opposition, Casey was bitter, but he won a handshake deal with Reagan. He would accept the CIA, but he had to have cabinet rank, the first director to do so, and he had to have the ability to see the president in private. He would use those powers not merely to execute American foreign policy, but to make it, as if he were the Secretary of State after all. All Casey needed was a few minutes with the president, a wink and a nod, and he was off. Casey was a charming scoundrel, an old-time Wall Street operator whose fortune came from selling tax shelter strategies. His talent lay in bending rules to the breaking point. "By God, we've got to get rid of the lawyers," he once muttered to William Webster, Reagan's FBI director. "I don't think he meant to say scrap the Constitution," said Webster, who was a lawyer to the soles of his wingtips. "But he tended to feel the constraints of the law. He wanted a way out of them." Reagan trusted him. Others did not. "I was absolutely surprised when President Reagan selected Casey," Gerald R. Ford said. "He was not qualified to be the head of the CIA." Ford's own director of Central Intelligence agreed wholeheartedly. "Casey was an inappropriate choice," said George H.W. Bush. But Casey believed that he was responsible for Reagan's election and that they had a historic role to play together. Like Reagan, Casey had big visions. Like Nixon, he believed that if it's secret, it's legal. Like Bush, he thought the CIA embodied the best American values. And like the Soviets, he reserved the right to lie and cheat. The Reagan years started out with a burst of new covert operations approved by the small National Security Planning Group, which met in the Situation Room down in the basement of the White House. The group was the laboratory for covert action in the Reagan years. At the start, its core members were the President, Vice President Bush, Secretary of State Alexander M. Haig, Jr., Secretary of Defense Caspar W. Weinberger, the National Security Advisor and the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs, the United Nations Ambassador, Jeane Kirkpatrick, and her close friend, Bill Casey. Casey dominated the first meeting, and in the first 2 months of the new administration, the group gave him the go-ahead for sweeping covert operations aimed at Central America, Nicaragua, Cuba, Northern Africa, and South Africa. On March 30th, 1981, a lunatic shot the president on a sidewalk in Washington. Reagan came very close to dying that day, a fact the American people never knew. When Al Haig, hoarse, sweating, trembling, grabbed the press room podium at the White House with white-knuckled hands and proclaimed himself in charge, he did not inspire confidence. The president's recovery was slow and painful. So was Haig's meltdown. Throughout 1981, there was an underlying problem, said Vice Admiral John Poindexter, then a National Security Council staffer. Who was going to be in charge of foreign policy? That question was never answered, for Reagan's national security team was in a never-ending state of war with itself, riven by fierce personal and political rivalries. The State Department and the Pentagon fought like opposing armies. 6 different men served as National Security Advisor over the course of 8 tumultuous years. Reagan never tried to stop the backstabbing. Casey gained the upper hand. When George P. Shultz took over from Haig as Secretary of State, he was astonished to find Casey freelancing plans such as an invasion of Suriname on the northeastern shoulder of South America, with 175 Korean commandos backed by the CIA. "It was a harebrained idea," said Schultz, who killed it. "Crazy. I was shaken to find such a wild plan put forward." He quickly came to understand that the CIA and Bill Casey were as independent as a hog on ice and could be as confident as they were wrong. A blindered fraternity. Bill Casey was as smart, as capable, and as inspirational a leader as any man who ever ran the CIA. He was also a freelance buccaneer, said Admiral Bobby Ray Inman, who was the director of the National Security Agency when President Reagan ordered him to serve as Casey's number 2 in 1981. Casey told me very directly that he did not want to be the traditional director of Central Intelligence, Inman said. He did want to be the president's intelligence officer, and he was going to run the clandestine service of the CIA. Casey believed that the clandestine service had become a blindered fraternity living on the legends and achievements of their forebears of the 1950s and 1960s, said his first chief of staff, Bob Gates. It needed fresh blood. He did not give a damn for the CIA's organizational chart. He would reach down into the bowels of the agency or outside it to find people who would do his bidding. So he shoved John McMahon out as chief of the clandestine service. He viewed me as a slow mover when it came to covert action, that I didn't have that fire in the belly, McMahon said. He knew I was a cautionary influence on what he or the agency might want to do. Casey replaced the 30-year CIA veteran with an old friend named Max Hugel, who had raised money and gotten out votes for Reagan. Hugel was a foul-mouthed business mogul who had started out in Japan after the war as a used car salesman. He knew nothing about the CIA, which was instantly evident. A tiny man with a toupee, he once showed up for work at the agency wearing a lavender jumpsuit open to the navel, gold chains nestled in his graying chest hair. To a man, the CIA's covert operators, serving and retired, rebelled against him. They dug up dirt on him, fed it to the Washington Post, and forced him out in less than 2 months. He was replaced by John Stein, who had helped Mobutu rise to power and had created the Cambodia Station during the war in Vietnam. Stein, the 5th new chief of covert action in 5 years, soon also proved too cautious for Casey's taste. He would be cast off for a truly bold covert operator, Claire George. Having tossed McMahon out of the clandestine service, Casey ordered him to reshape the Directorate of Intelligence and shake up its analysts. McMahon made a start on the first major reorganization of the Directorate in 30 years. But it was nothing compared to what Bob Gates did when he took over from McMahon at the start of 1982. At age 38, Gates had won the promotion with an attention-grabbing memo to Casey. CIA is slowly turning into the Department of Agriculture, he wrote. The agency had an advanced case of bureaucratic arteriosclerosis. The halls were filled with plodding mediocrities counting the days until retirement, and they were the principal cause of the decline in the quality of our intelligence collection and analysis over the last 15 years. Gates told the CIA's analysts they were close-minded, smug, arrogant people. Their work was irrelevant, uninteresting, too late to be of value, too narrow, too unimaginative, and too often just flat-out wrong. Their ranks were filled with amateurs pretending to be experts. They had missed almost every important development in the Soviet Union and its advances into the Third World over the past decade. It was time to shape up or ship out. Shape up meant get in line. When Casey disagreed with his analysts, as he often did, he rewrote their conclusions to reflect his views. When he told the president, "This is what the CIA thinks," he meant, "This is what I think." He chased independent-minded, let-the-chips-fall-where-they-may analysts out of the CIA, and among the last to leave was Dick Lemon, the current intelligence chief who had endured Allen Dulles when the old man judged his work by hefting its weight rather than reading it. Working for Casey was a trial for everybody, partly because of his growing erraticism and partly because of his own right-wing tendencies, Lemon said. He was amenable to argument, but it took a hell of a lot of argument. Like a newspaper bent by its publisher's prejudices, The analytical powers of the CIA became one man's opinion. The CIA's intelligence was in many cases simply Bill Casey's ideology, Secretary of State Schultz said. I'll take care of Central America. After publicly denouncing everything Jimmy Carter represented, Reagan and Casey embraced 7 major covert action programs that he had started. Arms shipments to Afghanistan and political warfare programs to support dissidents in the Soviet Union, Poland, and Czechoslovakia would prove to be among the most important CIA operations of the Cold War. But Casey was more interested in a real war in America's backyard. Sometime in the dark of night, said Claire George, Casey had reassured Ronald Reagan, "I'll take care of Central America. Just leave it to me." In 1980, President Carter had approved 3 small covert action programs in Central America. They took aim at the Sandinistas, the leftists who had taken power in Nicaragua, wresting it from what remained of the brutal 43-year-old right-wing dictatorship of the Somoza family. The Sandinistas' mixture of nationalism, liberation theology, and Marxism was tilting ever closer to Cuba's. Carter's covert actions committed the CIA to support pro-American political parties, church groups, farmers' co-ops, and unions against the spread of the Sandinistas' socialism. Casey turned the small-bore operations into a huge scattershot paramilitary program. In March 1981, President Reagan authorized the CIA to provide guns and money to counter foreign-sponsored subversion and terrorism in Central America. The White House and the agency told Congress that the goal was to defend El Salvador, run by right-wing politicians and their death squads, by cutting off Nicaraguan arms shipments to leftists. This was a calculated ruse. The real plan was to train and arm Nicaraguans in Honduras, the Contras, and to use them to recapture their country from the Sandinistas. Casey convinced the president that the CIA's little army could take Nicaragua by storm. If they failed, he warned Reagan, an army of Latino leftists could roll northward from Central America to Texas. The CIA's analysts tried to contradict him. The Contras are not going to win, they said. They do not have popular support. Casey ensured that the naysayers' reporting never reached the White House. To counteract them, he built a Central American task force with its own war room, where covert action officers cooked the books, inflated the threats, exaggerated the prospects for success, and pumped up reports from the field. Gates says he raised hell with Casey about the war room for years, to no avail. Casey gave his plans a kickstart by selecting Duane Claridge as the Latin American division chief of the clandestine service. Just shy of 50, hard drinking and cigar puffing despite an early heart attack, Claridge had never worked in Latin America, spoke no Spanish, and knew next to nothing about the region. Casey said, "Take off a month or 2 and basically figure out what to do about Central America," Claridge said. That was the sum total of his approach, and it didn't take rocket science to understand what needed to be done. Claridge said he came up with a 2-point plan: make war in Nicaragua and start killing Cubans. This was exactly what Casey wanted to hear, and he said, "Okay, go ahead and do it." Reagan's ambassador to Nicaragua, Anthony Quainton, arrived to take up his post on the day of the opening shot. The secret war began on March 15, 1982, when the CIA, using Nicaraguan agents, blew up the bridges that connected Nicaragua with Honduras, he said. I stepped off the plane with my wife in a blaze of Klieg lights and microphones and was asked what I thought about the developments that morning, the blowing up of the bridges, and how that would affect bilateral relations between the United States and Nicaragua. I had not been told that this event was to take place on this day, Ambassador Quainton said. The CIA had a planning process of their own. The secret war did not stay secret for long. On December 21, 1982, Congress passed a law restricting the CIA to its stated mission of cutting off the flow of communist arms in Central America. the agency was prohibited from using its funds to oust the Sandinistas. President Reagan stuck with the cover story, maintaining the fiction that the United States was not seeking to topple the Nicaraguan regime, giving his assurances to a joint session of Congress. That was the first time the well-loved president lied to Congress to protect the CIA's covert operations, but not the last. Fuck the Congress. Congress gave Casey hundreds of millions of dollars in new funds for the clandestine service during his first 2 years in power. Spending on American intelligence, buried inside the Pentagon's accounts, shot past $30 billion as the agency's own budget rose above $3 billion. The money supercharged the CIA's ambitions and the scope of covert action. Casey used part of his windfall to hire close to 2,000 new officers for the clandestine service, reversing the cuts made under Presidents Nixon, Ford, and Carter. The new hires knew far less about the world than their predecessors. They were far less likely to have served in the military or lived overseas. They were proof positive that the CIA was no longer attracting America's brightest, Claridge said. Yuppie spies who cared more about their retirement plan and health insurance benefits than about protecting democracy. Congress strongly supported a bigger, better, stronger, smarter CIA. But it did not support a war in Central America. Neither did the American people. Reagan never took the trouble to explain why that war was a good idea, nor would most Americans approve of some of the CIA's allies, leaders of the dictatorial Nicaraguan National Guard, shock troops from the Argentine military junta, murderous colonels from the Honduran army, and death squad leaders from Guatemala. The powers of Congress to oversee the CIA had slowly evolved into a workable system by 1981. Now, 2 select intelligence committees, one in the Senate, one in the House, were supposed to receive and review presidential covert action plans. These check reins never slowed Casey. Casey was guilty of contempt of Congress from the day he was sworn in, said Bob Gates. Called to testify, he would mumble and obfuscate and occasionally lie through his teeth. "I hope that will hold the bastards," he said on emerging from one hearing. The deceit spread downward from the director's office. Many of Casey's senior officers learned the fine art of testifying in ways that were specifically evasive, in the words of his Central American Task Force chief, Alan Fires. Others resisted. Admiral Inman resigned as Casey's deputy director after 15 months because I caught him lying to me in a number of cases. Casey's lies were designed to slip a tightening legal leash. If Congress would not finance the CIA's operations in Central America, he would work around the law, looking for private financiers or a foreign potentate to give him the money. Despite Casey's open disdain, the Congressional Intelligence Committees gave him great power under global findings, authorizations signed by President Reagan that covered covert action campaigns against real and perceived threats anywhere in the world. Many of the CIA's operations were conceived by Casey as grand designs to boost an American ally or bleed an American enemy. But they boiled down to running guns to warlords. One of the first got underway 10 days after Casey took office. It lasted for 10 years. A January 1981 global finding ordered the CIA to do something about the Libyan dictator Muammar Gaddafi, who was serving as a one-stop weapons depot for radical movements all over Europe and Africa. Seeking a base for operations against Libya, the CIA set out to control the government of its next-door neighbor, Chad, one of Africa's poorest and most isolated nations. The agent for this mission was Hissan Habre, Chad's defense minister, who had broken with his government and holed up with about 2,000 fighters in western Sudan. American aid started to flow, the result of a Casey decision, said Ambassador Don Norland, the senior American diplomat accredited to Chad at the start of the Reagan era. The CIA was deeply involved in the whole operation. Habre was getting assistance directly and indirectly. The official foreign policy of the United States was to promote a peaceful resolution of the factional fighting in Chad. Habré had committed countless atrocities against his own people. He could only rule by brute force. The CIA, knowing little about Habré and his history, helped him take over Chad in 1982. It supported him because he was Gaddafi's enemy. CIA supply planes flew the weapons into North Africa in shipments coordinated by the National Security Council. This was the first major covert operation in which a young lieutenant colonel on the NSC staff named Oliver North caught Bill Casey's eye. David Blakemore, a military aide in the Chad operation, took an urgent call from North on a Friday night in late 1981. He asked what the delay was in getting the equipment out to Chad. He wanted to see it move immediately. I said, "Well, Colonel North, that is fine. We have notified the Congress, and we have to wait so many days, and then we will get it moving. We understand the urgency." North's reply was, "Fuck the Congress, send the stuff now," which we did. Thousands died as Habré and his forces fought for control of Chad. As the fighting intensified, the agency armed him with Stinger missiles, the world's best shoulder-carried anti-aircraft weapon. Ambassador Norland said it cost the United States perhaps $500 million to put him in power and keep him there for 8 years. American support for Chad, Casey's policy, was a misguided decision, he said. But few Americans had ever heard of the country, much less cared about its fate. Fewer still knew that throughout the 1980s, the CIA's ally Habré received direct support from Saddam Hussein. On the eve of the 1991 Gulf War against Iraq, the CIA realized that a dozen or so of the stingers that it had sent to Chad were missing and unaccounted for, and possibly in Saddam's hands. When Secretary of State James A. Baker III heard that, he was thunderstruck. Baker had been the White House Chief of Staff when the covert action began, but he had lost track of the operation. He wondered aloud, what the hell did we give Stinger missiles to Chad for? Someday, the United States will not be here. The CIA's biggest gun-running mission was its global pipeline to the Mujahideen, the holy warriors of Afghanistan, who were fighting the 110,000-man Soviet Army of Occupation. It began under Jimmy Carter in January 1980. Because it was Carter's idea, Casey did not embrace it wholeheartedly, not at first. But soon he saw the opportunity at hand. I was the first chief of station ever sent abroad with this wonderful order. "Go kill Soviet soldiers," said Howard Hart, who arrived as the chief in Pakistan in 1981. Imagine, I loved it. It was a noble goal, but the mission was not to liberate Afghanistan. No one believed that the Afghans could actually win. From the start, the Saudis matched the CIA support for the rebels dollar for dollar. The Chinese kicked in millions of dollars worth of weapons, as did the Egyptians and the British. The CIA coordinated the shipments. Hart handed them over to Pakistani intelligence. The Pakistanis skimmed off a large share before delivering them to the exiled political leaders of the Afghan resistance in Peshawar, east of the Khyber Pass, and the rebel leaders cashed their share before the weapons ever got to Afghanistan. "We didn't try to tell the Afghan rebels how to fight the war," John McMahon said. "But when we saw some of the Soviet successes against the Mujahideen, I became convinced that all the arms that we had provided were not ending up in Afghan shooters' hands." So he went to Pakistan and convened a meeting of the 7 leaders of the Afghan rebel groups, who ranged from Parisian exiles wearing soft loafers to rough-hewn mountain men. I told them I was concerned that they were siphoning off the arms and either caching them for a later day, or, I said, "God forbid you're selling them." And they laughed. And they said, "You're absolutely right. We're caching some arms, because someday the United States will not be here, and we'll be left on our own to carry on our struggle." The Pakistani intelligence chiefs who doled out the CIA's guns and money favored the Afghan factions who proved themselves most capable in battle. Those factions also happened to be the most committed Islamists. No one dreamed that the holy warriors could ever turn their jihad against the United States. In covert action, McMahon said, You always have to think of the end game before you start it. And we don't always do that. A brilliant plan. In May 1981, the Soviets weighed the rhetoric and the realities of the Reagan administration and began to fear a surprise attack by the United States. They went on a global nuclear alert that lasted for 2 years. The superpowers came too close for comfort to an accidental war without the CIA's ever realizing it, Bob Gates concluded a decade later. We did not then grasp the growing desperation of the men in the Kremlin, how pedestrian, isolated, and self-absorbed they were, how paranoid, fearful they were, said Gates, the agency's foremost Soviet analyst and the strongest defender of its performance in his field. If the Soviets had eavesdropped on a private conversation between President François Mitterrand of France and President Reagan that summer, they might have had good reason to fear. In July 1981, Mitterrand pulled Reagan aside at an economic summit in Ottawa. Translators who doubled as spies passed the word. French intelligence was running a KGB defector, Colonel Vladimir Vetrov, and Mitterrand thought the United States should have a look at his work. His file, codenamed the Farewell Dossier, was handed on to Vice President Bush and Bill Casey. It took 6 months for the National Security Council staff and the CIA to absorb its meaning. By that time, Vetrov had gone mad and murdered a fellow KGB officer. He was arrested, interrogated, and executed. The Farewell Dossier held 4,000 documents detailing a decade's worth of work by a unit inside the KGB's Directorate for Science and Technology. The group was called Line X. It worked with every major intelligence service in Eastern Europe. It stole American know-how, especially software, a field where the United States then held a 10-year lead on the Soviets. The KGB's efforts at technology theft extended from the dullest international trade fairs to the dramatic docking of the Apollo and the Soyuz spacecraft in 1975. The dossier contained clues that the Soviets had cloned American software for airborne radar systems. It suggested the ambitions of Soviet military designers to pursue a new generation of military aircraft and the ever-elusive goal of a defense against ballistic missiles. It identified scores of Soviet intelligence officers assigned to steal American technology in the United States and Western Europe. America struck back. It was a brilliant plan, said Richard V. Allen, Reagan's first national security advisor, whose staffers devised it. We started in motion feeding the Soviets bad technology, bad computer technology, bad oil drilling technology. We fed them a whole lot. Let them steal stuff that they were happy to get. Posing as traitorous employees of the American military-industrial complex, FBI officers sent a procession of technological Trojan horses to Soviet spies. The time bombs included computer chips for weapons systems, a blueprint for a space shuttle, engineering designs for chemical plants, and state-of-the-art turbines. The Soviets were trying to build a natural gas pipeline from Siberia into Eastern Europe. They needed computers to control its pressure gauges and valves. They sought the software on the open market in the United States. Washington rejected the request, but subtly pointed to a certain Canadian company that might have what Moscow wanted. The Soviets sent a Line X officer to steal the software. The CIA and the Canadians conspired to let them have it. For a few months, the software ran swimmingly. Then it slowly sent the pressure in the pipeline soaring. The explosion in the wilds of Siberia cost Moscow millions it could ill afford to spare. The silent attack on Soviet military and state engineering programs went on for a year. Casey capped it by sending John McMahon to Western Europe to hand friendly foreign intelligence services the identities of some 200 Soviet officers and agents identified in the Farewell Dossier. The operation used almost every weapon at the CIA's command: psychological warfare, sabotage, economic warfare, strategic deception, counterintelligence, cyber warfare, all in collaboration with the National Security Council, the Pentagon, and the FBI. It destroyed a vigorous Soviet espionage team, damaged the Soviet economy, and destabilized the Soviet state. It was a smashing success. Had the tables been turned, it could have been seen as an act of terror. 39. In a dangerous way. For more than a decade, terrorists had been hijacking airplanes, taking hostages, and killing American ambassadors. Neither the CIA nor any other branch of the American government had a clear idea of what to do about it. On the last Saturday of January 1981, Anthony Quainton, then still serving as the government's counterterrorism coordinator, received an urgent phone call from Secretary of State Haig. On Monday at 1 o'clock, Quainton would brief the White House on his work. I gave that briefing to the President, who was joined by the Vice President, the head of CIA, the head of the FBI, and a number of National Security Council members, Ambassador Quainton said. After a couple of jelly beans, the President dozed off. That in itself was quite unnerving. That same week, Haig announced that international terrorism would replace human rights as the #1 issue for the United States. Soon thereafter, Haig proclaimed that the Soviets were secretly directing the dirty work of the world's worst terrorists. He asked the CIA to prove this bold assertion. Casey privately agreed with Haig, but he had no facts to prove the case. The CIA's analysts could not provide them, despite bitter tongue lashings from the boss. Under pressure, the CIA produced a fraud. Casey's conclusions placed precariously atop an analysis that could not support them. The attempt to place the blame on the Kremlin was a failure to understand the true nature of terror in the Middle East. The CIA once had possessed an exceptionally well-placed source, Ali Hassan Salameh, Chief of Intelligence for the Palestine Liberation Organization and henchman in the murder of 11 Israeli athletes at the 1972 Munich Olympics. The information he offered was an olive branch being extended to the United States by the PLO's chairman, Yasser Arafat. His case officer was Bob Ames, who worked the streets of Beirut before rising to deputy chief of the Near East Division at the clandestine service. Starting at the end of 1973, Salameh and Ames negotiated an understanding that the PLO would not attack Americans. For 4 years, they shared intelligence on their mutual enemies in the Arab world. During that time, the CIA's reporting on terrorism in the Middle East was better than it ever had been, or ever would be again. It showed an understanding that terrorism transcended state sponsorship, that it was rooted in the rage of the dispossessed. An April 1976 CIA study concluded that the wave of the future was the development of a complex support base for transnational terrorist activity that is largely independent of and quite resistant to control by the state-centered international system. This line of thought disappeared from the CIA's reporting after 1978, when Israeli intelligence assassinated Salameh in revenge for Munich. It did not reappear for a generation. When President Reagan took office, the CIA had next to no good sources on terrorism in the Middle East. Too little intelligence for a long time. On Friday, July 16, 1982, the day he was sworn in as Secretary of State, George Shultz confronted an international crisis in Lebanon. The second telephone call he placed from his new office that day was to Bob Ames, who had become the leading CIA analyst of the Arab world. Ames was the most influential CIA officer of his generation. A uniquely talented man, Bob Gates said. Tall, handsome, fond of hand-tooled cowboy boots, he dealt personally with Arafat, King Hussein of Jordan, and the leaders of Lebanon. Among his recruited agents was a political strongman in Beirut named Bashir Gemayel, a Christian of the Maronite sect and the CIA's most highly placed source in Lebanon. The agency's Maronite network was a controlling force in Beirut. The CIA's reliance on it blinded the agency to how deeply the majority of Lebanese despised the power of the Maronite minority. That anger was a principal cause of the civil war that shattered the nation and opened the path for the Israeli invasion of June 1982. By August, the country was flying apart. Muslim against Christian, Muslim against Muslim. Gemayel, with the strong backing of the United States and Israel, was selected as president by Lebanon's parliament. The CIA once again had a national leader on its payroll. Gemayel personally assured the agency that Americans would be safe in Lebanon once the PLO's armed forces were evacuated and Israel ended its brutal shelling of Beirut. On September 1st, President Reagan announced a grand strategy to transform the Middle East. It had been put together in secret by a small team that included Bob Ames. Its success depended on a harmonic convergence in which Israel, Lebanon, Syria, Jordan, and the PLO cooperated at the command of the United States. It lasted all of 2 weeks. On September 14th, President Gemayel was assassinated when a bomb destroyed his headquarters. In revenge, the CIA's Maronite allies, abetted by Israel's troops, slaughtered some 700 Palestinian refugees stranded in the slums of Beirut. Women and children were buried under rough stones. In the wake of the killings and the outrage they engendered, President Reagan sent a contingent of U.S. Marines to serve as peacekeepers. There was no peace to keep. As the Marines landed, the agency people were busy trying to recreate some of their disrupted networks, said Robert S. Dillon, the American ambassador in Lebanon. They remained involved, probably in a dangerous way, with the Maronites. As the CIA fought to rebuild in Beirut, it did not see a new force rising from the rubble. An assassin named Imad Mughniya, a chieftain of the violent terrorist group called Hezbollah, the Party of God, was gathering money and explosives, training his thugs for a series of bombings and kidnappings that would paralyze the United States for years to come. He reported to Tehran, where the Ayatollah Khomeini was creating an office of liberation movements to further his messianic vision of conquering Iraq, seizing the holy shrine of Karbala, and marching onward across the River Jordan to Jerusalem. Mughniya's name has been forgotten now, but he was the Osama bin Laden of the 1980s, the scowling face of terror. As of this writing, he remains at large. On Sunday, April 17, 1983, Bob Ames flew into Beirut, dropped by the American embassy on his way from the airport, and then sat down to supper with 3 fellow officers at the home of Jim Lewis, the deputy chief of station who had survived a year at the Hanoi Hilton after being captured upcountry in Laos 15 years before. Ames had been away from Beirut for 5 years. He was exhilarated to be back, said the CIA's Susan Morgan, who was at the table Sunday night. He had returned to try to resurrect what the agency had lost with Gemayel's assassination. On Monday morning, Ames called Morgan and invited her to supper that night at the Mayflower Hotel. Then Morgan went off to a luncheon in Sidon, south of Beirut. As the plates were being cleared, her hostess told her that there had been a radio report about an explosion at the American embassy. Morgan drove back to Beirut in a daze, barely seeing the ruined villages around her, destroyed during the Israeli army's assault. She had to walk past a police cordon on the Corniche to get to the embassy. It had been destroyed. Ames and his fellow officers had been killed instantly by the shock wave and buried in stone and steel and ash. It was 2:30 in the morning when they found him in the rubble. Morgan retrieved his passport, his wallet, and his wedding ring. 63 people were dead. Among them, 17 Americans, including the Beirut station chief Ken Haas, a veteran of the Tehran station, his deputy, Jim Lewis, and a CIA secretary, Phyllis Valachi, who had toughed it out through years in the provinces of South Vietnam. In all, 7 CIA officers and support staff were killed, the deadliest day in the history of the agency. The blast was the work of Imad Mughniya, supported by Iran. The obliteration of the Beirut station and the death of Robert Ames destroyed the agency's capability for gathering information in Lebanon and in much of the Middle East. leaving us with too little intelligence for a long time thereafter, said Sam Lewis, the American ambassador to Israel at the time. It made us very dependent on Israeli intelligence. The CIA would see the Islamic threat in the Middle East through an Israeli prism for the rest of the Cold War. Now Beirut was a battleground for the United States. But the CIA's reports, bereft of sources, had no impact whatsoever. American Marines were siding with the Christians. American jets were dropping bombs on Muslims, and American ships were lobbing one-ton shells into the hills of Lebanon without knowing what they were hitting. The White House had gone to war in the Middle East with no idea of what it was getting into. On October 23, 1983, Mughniya's terrorists drove a truck bomb into the American barracks at Beirut International Airport and killed 241 Marines. The blast was estimated at the kiloton level, the metric used for tactical nuclear weapons. Operating virtually in the dark. 36 hours after the barracks bombing, with the dead and wounded still being counted in Beirut, the White House, the Pentagon, and the CIA diverted America's attention to a nasty little Marxist insurgency in Grenada, a tiny island in the Caribbean crawling with a Cuban brigade of military construction workers. The island's leader, Maurice Bishop, had been killed in a power struggle, and that death provided an excuse to go deal with that problem, said Duane Claridge, chief of the Latin American Division, and one of the 3 principal planners of the Grenada invasion. Our intelligence about Grenada was lousy, Claridge said. We were operating virtually in the dark. That contributed to the confusion of an operation in which 19 Americans died, and at least 21 patients at a mental hospital were killed by an American bombing raid. The CIA staged its part of the invasion out of a hotel in Barbados. Claridge's deputy handed the agency's proposal for a new Grenadian government to his State Department counterpart, Tony Gillespie. The CIA had a plan to form a government, Gillespie recalled. This was a top-secret list with all kinds of code words on it. He ran it past the most experienced American diplomats in the region. They looked at it and then just threw up their hands. They said, "These are some of the worst people in the Caribbean. You don't want them anywhere near this island." The list included the worst crumb bums, narcotics traffickers, and crooks. These miscreants were the CIA's paid sources. As Allen Dulles had judged the value of his analyst's work by its weight, his successors assayed the value of secret information by virtue of what it cost. That was the rule in Beirut, in Barbados, and around the world. The good vibrations resounding from the liberation of Grenada had faded by the time the last of the American Marines left Beirut on February 26, 1984, their failed deployment doomed by a near-total lack of accurate intelligence. The mission had left 260 American soldiers and spies dead, and America's enemies in control. Casey had looked long and hard to find a new station chief with the courage to restore the CIA's eyes in Lebanon. The only candidate was an experienced but aging officer, Bill Buckley, who had served before in Beirut and whose cover had been blown. Casey decided it was worth the risk to send him back. 18 days after the last Marine left Lebanon, Buckley was kidnapped on his way to work. He was in enemy hands. 40. He was running a great risk. The agency had some experience with hostages. One of its officers had just been freed from 40 days of harsh captivity. Timothy Wells, a 34-year-old combat-wounded Vietnam veteran, had been sent to Addis Ababa, the capital of Ethiopia, in 1983. The nation was controlled by the Marxist dictator Haile Mengistu, whose palace guard, provided by Moscow, was led by East German intelligence officers. Wells was on his second tour of duty with the CIA. His orders were to create a political uprising. There was a presidential finding signed by Ronald Reagan, Wells said. It was a mandate. I was there to help overthrow the goddamn government. 10 years before, Wells had been a Marine Guard at the American Embassy in Khartoum when Palestinian gunmen took the American ambassador and the departing chargé d'affaires hostage at a reception. President Nixon made a no-concession statement off the top of his head. The PLO chairman, Yasser Arafat, answered with a go-ahead to kill the Americans. The harrowing experience made Wells change his life. He returned to the United States, went back to college, and joined the CIA. He underwent 18 months of training for the clandestine service and arrived in Ethiopia after a 2-year tour in Uganda. He was posted under State Department cover as a commercial officer. The United States had little commerce with Ethiopia at the time. Mengistu had made the White House's most wanted list. Under President Carter, the CIA had a minuscule covert action project of financial support for an exile group called the Ethiopian People's Democratic Alliance. Under President Reagan, the program became a no-holds-barred multi-million-dollar affair. Wells inherited a network of Ethiopian intellectuals, professors, and business people that he suspected had been penetrated by Mengistu's security forces. His mission was to keep them supplied with money and propaganda written by an exiled former Ethiopian Minister of Defense who worked with the agency. Posters, pamphlets, and bumper stickers arrived in diplomatic pouches at the embassy, where CIA personnel outnumbered State Department officials 2-1. Wells knew that he was being tailed, yet he persisted. "I'm surprised it took them as long as they did to get me," he said. On December 20th, 1983, Mengistu's thugs burst in on a meeting Wells was holding in an upper-middle-class neighborhood and arrested 3 leaders of the opposition: a 78-year-old aide to the late Emperor Haile Selassie, a 50-year-old businessman, and his niece, a biologist. Wells hid for 2 days and 2 nights in a closet where the propaganda was kept. Then Mengistu's palace guard found him. They hogtied Wells, brought the 3 dissidents back to the house, and began to torture them. Wells heard their screams and confessed that he was a CIA officer. His captors blindfolded him, tossed him in a car, and drove him away. On Christmas Eve, they took him to a safe house south of the city in a place called Nazareth. He spent the next 5 weeks being interrogated and beaten. His skull was fractured and his shoulders dislocated. To save his own ass, this American rolls up the rest of the organization, gives it away, said Joseph P. O'Neill, the deputy chief of mission at the American embassy. Scores of Ethiopians were jailed, tortured, or killed as a consequence. At the end of the 5 weeks of torture, the Ethiopians sent word through the Israeli embassy in Nairobi that they had imprisoned a CIA officer. Within a day, President Reagan dispatched his ambassador-at-large, General Vernon Walters, who was in Africa at the time, to free Wells. On February 3, 1984, the former Deputy Director of Central Intelligence, 67 years old and riddled with gout, came lumbering off a plane in Addis Ababa, flopped into a car, and rode up to the embassy, gasping in the thin air at 8,300 feet. "What are you going to say to Mengistu?" O'Neill asked. Walters replied, "The President of the United States wishes to have back Mr. Timothy Wells." He had no intention of negotiating. Walters went up to the presidential palace in Asmara, where Mengistu gave him a 3-hour lecture on Ethiopian history. Wells was set free the next day. His hair had turned gray. He had told his captors the identities of the 4 other members of the CIA station. "Counter-revolutionary elements caught red-handed," said the morning headline in the Ethiopian Herald, the English-language newspaper in the capital. It ran alongside a front-page picture of 18 terrified Ethiopians standing in front of a table littered with weapons, pamphlets, and cassettes. Most, if not all, of the people in the picture later died in confinement. Wells flew back to Washington in a Learjet. A team of CIA officers met the plane. It was not a welcoming party. They suspected him of treason. They took him to a safe house in the Virginia suburbs and interrogated him for 6 weeks. "If I had wanted to stay a captive, I would have stayed in Ethiopia," Wells told them. I had wanted to join the agency because they took care of their own, he said. They did not take care of me in any way, shape, or form. They thought I was a traitor for talking. I was asked to resign. That was devastating to me. The pain remained more than 20 years later. The Reagan administration took a covert operation that had been begun on a very small scale under Carter, and it made it into an activity to be carried on inside of Ethiopia, said David Korn, the American chargé d'affaires in Addis Ababa when Wells was taken hostage. This was something I didn't believe could go undiscovered, and tried to get stopped. I was sure that given the surveillance the Ethiopian government exercised over us that this would be discovered. It was. This book is continued on Disc 14. Legacy of Ashes by Tim Weiner, continued. Disc 14. What the hell kind of intelligence agency are you running? On March 7, 1984, Jeremy Levin, the CNN bureau chief in Beirut, was kidnapped. On March 16th, Bill Buckley, the CIA station chief, disappeared. On May 8th, the Reverend Benjamin Weir, a Presbyterian missionary, vanished from the streets of the city. In all, 14 American hostages were taken in Beirut during the Reagan years. But Buckley always was uppermost in Bill Casey's mind, and with good reason, for the director was personally responsible for his plight. Casey played a tape of Buckley being tortured to President Reagan. By all accounts, it had a profound effect. The CIA came up with at least a dozen plans to free Buckley, but it never had enough intelligence to execute them. In frustration, the clandestine service set out to try to kidnap Imad Mughniyeh. The President had approved Director of Central Intelligence Casey's recommendation to kidnap Mughniyeh, said the government's counterterrorism coordinator, Robert Oakley. The CIA thought he was in Paris. Alerted by the agency, French intelligence officers raided the hotel room where the CIA said they would find him. They found a 50-year-old Spanish tourist where a 25-year-old Lebanese terrorist was supposed to be. One of the many sources that the CIA station in Paris had cultivated in the name of counterterrorism was an Iranian swindler named Manucher Ghorbanifar, a wheeler-dealer who had been an agent of Savak, the Shah's secret police. Fat, balding, goateed, clad in fancy suits, carrying at least 3 fake passports, Ghorbanifar had fled Iran after the fall of the old regime. He had been selling dubious information to the CIA and Israeli intelligence ever since. Ghorbanifar had a pattern of predicting events after they happened. His information was carefully crafted to create cash payoffs. One day after Buckley was kidnapped, Ghorbanifar met with CIA officers in Paris and said he had information that could free him. The agency subsequently subjected him to 3 lie detector tests. The last time he flunked every question but his own name and nationality. On July 25, 1984, the CIA officially certified Ghorbanifar as a consummate liar, an intelligence fabricator and a nuisance, and issued a rare worldwide burn notice in his name, an order stating that the truth was not in him and his word was never to be trusted. Nonetheless, on November 19, 1984, Ghorbanifar lured the veteran CIA officer Ted Shackley to a 3-day meeting at a 4-star hotel in Hamburg. After a ruthlessly ambitious rise to second-in-command of the clandestine service, Shackley had been forced into retirement by Admiral Turner 5 years before, to the great relief of some of his CIA colleagues. His name had become synonymous with professional dishonesty at the agency. He now worked as a private intelligence broker, a seller of secrets like Ghorbanifar. He had represented himself in meetings with various Iranian exiles as an emissary of the President of the United States. Shackley listened with interest as Ghorbanifar discussed ways to free the American hostages. Perhaps it could be a secret ransom, a straight cash deal. Or perhaps it could be profitable. The United States could ship missiles to Iran using a trading firm called Starline, which Ghorbanifar ran in tandem with the Israeli intelligence service. the sale of weapons would create goodwill in Tehran, millions for the private traders involved, and a large cash ransom to free Bill Buckley and his fellow American hostages. Shackley reported the conversation to the ubiquitous Vernon Walters, who passed it on to the counterterrorism czar Robert Oakley. On December 3, 1984, Peter Kilburn, a librarian at the American University in Beirut, was kidnapped. In Washington, the families of the American hostages begged the White House to do something. Their pleas wounded the president, who asked Casey constantly what the CIA was doing to set them free. Reagan was preoccupied with the fate of the hostages and could not understand why CIA could not locate and rescue them, said Bob Gates. He put more and more pressure on Casey to find them. Reagan's brand of pressure was hard to resist. No loud words or harsh indictments, none of the style of Johnson or Nixon. Just a quizzical look, a suggestion of pain, and then the request. We just have to get those people out, repeated nearly daily, week after week, month after month. Implicit was the accusation, what the hell kind of intelligence agency are you running if you can't find and rescue these Americans? It was of our own making. In December 1984, as Washington prepared for Reagan's second inauguration, Ghorbanifr's offer to facilitate a profitable arms for hostages deal still stood. Casey kept it alive. That same month, he formally proposed that the CIA should finance its war in Central America with money from abroad. He had been kicking the idea around at the White House for half a year. Congress outlawed American funding for the war shortly before Election Day 1984. Two snafus at the clandestine service had compelled the cutoff. First, there was the comic book fiasco. Since Casey had exhausted the CIA's small reservoir of paramilitary expertise in Central America, the agency had to reach outside itself and bring in people who could conduct that war for them, said Deputy Director of Central Intelligence John McMahon. That was mainly done through retirees from the Special Forces who had learned their trade in Vietnam. One of these veterans had an old comic book that had been used to train Vietnamese peasants how to take over a village by murdering the mayor, the chief of police, and the militia. The CIA translated it into Spanish and distributed it to the Contras. It quickly became public, and when it did, some high-ranking officers at the agency thought that somebody's pulling a covert action against us, McMahon said. This has to be absurd, and it turned out it was of our own making. Casey issued reprimands to 5 senior CIA officers over the comic book. 3 refused to sign them. Their insubordination went unpunished. Then there were the mines. Aiming to destroy what was left of Nicaragua's economy, Casey had authorized the mining of the Nicaraguan port of Corinto, an act of war. This was a Duane Claridge brainstorm, born of desperation after the funds for the Contras started running dry. I was sitting at home one night, frankly having a glass of gin, and I said, the mines have got to be the solution, Claridge said. The agency made them on the cheap out of sewer pipe. Casey had notified Congress about the mining with an inaudible mumble. When Senator Barry Goldwater, the Republican chairman of the Intelligence Committee, raised a ruckus about it, CIA officers defamed him as a muddle-headed drunk. Congress, wary of Casey's ways, had specifically prohibited the agency from soliciting funds from third countries to evade the ban on aid to the Contras. Casey nevertheless arranged for Saudi Arabia to kick in $32 million, Taiwan another $2 million, the money flowing through a Swiss account controlled by the agency. But it was a stopgap. In January 1985, at the start of the second Reagan administration, the director faced 2 urgent commands from the president. Free the hostages, save the Contras. The missions commingled in his mind. Casey saw life as an enterprise. He believed in the end that politics, policy, diplomacy, and intelligence were all business deals. He saw how the hostage crisis and the cash crunch confronting the Contras could be resolved through a grand bargain with Iran. The director would have preferred to run the Iranian operation by himself, but he faced the universal opposition of his clandestine service to working with the notorious Manucher Ghorbanifar, and the CIA had no other channel into Iran. Casey would have loved to save the Contras single-handedly too, but the CIA was prohibited from providing them with direct assistance. His solution was to run both operations outside the government. He conceived what he believed to be the ultimate covert action. It lasted less than 2 years from conception to destruction, and it came dangerously close to ruining President Reagan, Vice President Bush, and the agency itself. He was running a great risk, Bob Gates reflected, jeopardizing the president, himself, and CIA. 41. A conman's conman. On June 14, 1985, Hezbollah, the Party of God, hijacked TWA Flight 847 out of Athens en route to Rome and New York. They took the plane to Beirut, hauled a U.S. Navy diver out of his seat, shot him in the head, and dumped his body on the tarmac not far from where the American Marines had died in their barracks 20 months before. The hijackers demanded the release of 17 jailed terrorists held in Kuwait, one of whom was Mughniya's brother-in-law, and 766 Lebanese prisoners held by Israel. President Reagan privately pressured Israel, and 300 of the prisoners were set free. At the request of the White House, Ali Akbar Hashemi Rafsanjani, the Speaker of Iran's parliament, helped negotiate an end to the hijacking. The ordeal taught Casey a lesson. Reagan was willing to make deals with terrorists. That same week, the Iranian wheeler-dealer Manucher Ghorbanifar got a message through to the director via an indicted Iranian-American arms trafficker who was a relative of Rafsanjani's. It was a bracing bulletin. Hezbollah held the hostages. Iran held sway over Hezbollah. An arms deal with Iran could free the Americans. Casey carefully explained this proposition to the president. On July 18, 1985, Reagan wrote in his diary, "It could be a breakthrough on getting our 7 kidnap victims back." On August 3rd, the president gave Casey formal approval to cut a deal. With that go-ahead, the Israelis and Ghorbanifar sent 2 shipments containing a total of 504 American TOW missiles to Tehran. The Iranians paid about $10,000 per missile. The middleman pocketed a modest profit, and Iran's Revolutionary Guards took the weapons. On September 15th, hours after the second shipment arrived, the Reverend Benjamin Weir was set free after 16 months of captivity. 2 pillars of Reagan's foreign policy: no deals with terrorists, no arms for Iran, tumbled down in secret. 3 weeks later, Ghorbanifar sent word that all 6 remaining hostages could be freed in exchange for several thousand American Hawk anti-aircraft missiles. The price kept going up, 300, 400, 500 missiles for a life. On November 14th, Casey and McMahon met with National Security Advisor Robert McFarlane and his deputy, Admiral John Poindexter. All 4 thought that Israel would deliver the American weapons to a faction within the Iranian military that wanted to overthrow Ayatollah Khomeini. But that was a lie, a smokescreen devised by Ghorbanifar and his Israeli backers, who stood to gain millions from the operation. The more arms delivered, the more profit to be pocketed. To watch over the middlemen, Casey chose Richard Secord, a retired American general turned private arms dealer, as the CIA's representative. Secord had been a loyal soldier in the global underground effort to arm and finance the Contras behind the back of Congress. His job was to ensure that a share of the profits wound up in the right hands. This really isn't worth it. Shortly after 3 a.m. on Friday, November 22, 1985, Duane Claridge, now chief of the European Division of the Clandestine Service, was awakened by a frantic phone call from Lieutenant Colonel Oliver North. They met on the 6th floor of CIA headquarters about an hour later. The Hawk flight to Iran was becoming a debacle. The Israelis had packaged 800 technologically outmoded missiles on an El Al 747. The idea was for the Israelis to fly the weapons to Lisbon and transfer them to a Nigerian cargo plane leased by Secord, which would take them to Tehran. But no one had secured landing rights in Lisbon for the Israeli plane, which was at that moment somewhere over the Mediterranean. North said the plane was filled with oil drilling equipment bound for Iran, and could Claridge please move heaven and earth to clear its landing in Portugal. This gave Claridge, who was neither a fool nor a stickler for rules and regulations, a moment's pause. It didn't matter whether drill bits or baby bottles or bazookas were aboard the flight, he observed. Sending anything to the Iranians was against the law and the foreign policy of the United States. But North assured him that the president had lifted the embargo and approved a secret deal to free the hostages. Claridge worked the problem all weekend. One flight was scrubbed, then another. Finally, he secured a CIA 707 in Frankfurt. The smaller plane managed to fly from Tel Aviv to Tehran and deliver a fraction of the cargo, 18 Hawk missiles, to the Iranians on Monday, October 25th. The government of Iran was unhappy with the quantity and the quality of the out-of-date weapons, not to mention their Hebrew lettering. No one was less happy than Deputy Director of Central Intelligence John McMahon, who arrived at work at 7 a.m. Monday to discover that the CIA had broken the law. Only weeks before, McMahon had beaten back an attempt by the National Security Council staff to violate a presidential ban on political assassinations. "We received a draft secret executive order telling us to go knock off terrorists in preemptive strikes," McMahon recalled. "I told our folks to send it back and tell them, when the president revokes the executive order which precludes CIA from assassinations, then we'll take this on." That hit the guys on the NSC staff. They went ballistic. The flight of the CIA 707 was a covert action that required a finding, a signed presidential order. McMahon knew that Reagan had approved an arms for hostages deal in principle, but in practice the CIA's participation required the president's signature. McMahon ordered the CIA's in-house general counsel to draw up a retroactive finding, backdated like a bad check, authorizing the provision of assistance by the Central Intelligence Agency to private parties in their attempt to obtain the release of Americans held hostage in the Middle East. It continued, "As part of these efforts, certain foreign materiel and munitions may be provided to the government of Iran, which is taking steps to facilitate the release of the American hostages." There it was in black and white. The CIA sent the finding to the White House. On December 5, 1985, the President of the United States signed it. Under its terms, and under a second finding drawn up a few weeks later, Casey was the man ultimately responsible for the arms for hostages deal. Casey summoned Ghorbanifar to Washington to anoint him as the CIA's Iranian agent in the operation. Claire George pleaded with him to stop. "Bill, the guy really is no good," he said. "This really isn't worth it." So did the CIA's Charles Allen, the chief of the agency's Hostage Location Task Force. On January 13, 1986, he met with Ghorbanifar and then went to see Casey. "I described him as a con man to the director," Allen said. Casey replied, "Well, maybe this is a con man's con man." Casey insisted that the CIA would keep using Ghorbanifar as its arms merchant and interlocutor with the government of Iran. Charlie Allen knew there was only one conceivable reason to use him. The Iranian shyster told the CIA officer that the arms deal could spin off money for Ali's boys in Central America. On January 22, 1986, North secretly tape-recorded a conversation with Ghorbanifar. "I think this is, Ali, the best chance," the go-between said with a laugh. "We never will find such a good time again. never get such good money. We do everything free of charge. We do hostages free of charge. We do all terrorists free of charge. Central America free of charge. After a long haggle, the first hawk transaction had concluded with $850,000 left over in a Swiss bank account controlled by Richard Secord. Colonel North took the money and gave it to the Contras. Iran was now a source of covert funds for the war in Central America. Now the Iranians sent word that they wanted battlefield intelligence for the war against Iraq. The CIA already had provided intelligence for Iraq to use against Iran. This was too much for McMahon. In a January 25, 1986 cable to Casey, who was meeting his Pakistani colleagues in Islamabad, McMahon warned that the CIA was aiding and abetting the wrong people. Providing defensive missiles was one thing, but when we provide intelligence on the order of battle, we are giving the Iranians the wherewithal for offensive action. Casey rejected his advice. McMahon retired not long thereafter as the number 2 man at the CIA, closing out a 34-year career on a bitter note. Bob Gates took his place. The deal went ahead. A neat idea. Oliver North's role in the underground effort to keep the war against the Sandinistas going had been an open secret in Washington since midsummer 1985. That winter, reporters were working on detailed accounts of what North was doing in Central America, but not a soul outside a very small circle at the CIA and the White House knew what he was doing in Iran. North had worked out the money end of the arms for hostages swap. The Pentagon would transfer thousands of TOW missiles to the CIA. The cost to the agency was a cut rate $3,469 per missile, a crucial fact known to very few people. Secord, on behalf of the CIA, would pay $10,000 apiece, generating $6,531 in gross profits, pocketing his fair share, and then transferring the net to the Contras in Central America. Ghorbanifar would cover the $10,000 cost and then some by marking up the missiles again when he sold them to the Iranians. Depending on how many weapons the United States could sell to Tehran, the Contras stood to gain millions. In late January, Defense Secretary Weinberger ordered his chief aide, the future Secretary of State Colin Powell, to transfer 1,000 TOW missiles from a Pentagon warehouse to the custody of the CIA. The missiles went through Richard Secord and Manucher Ghorbanifar into Iran in February. The Iranian broker marked up his prices munificently before the weapons reached Tehran. When the cash flowed back, the CIA reimbursed the Pentagon with a technique familiar to money launderers everywhere. Its checks were broken up into sums of $999,999.99 or less. CIA financial transfers of $1 million or more required a routine legal notification to Congress. Secord received $10 million for the 1,000 missiles from Ghorbanifar. Most of the profit was earmarked for the Contras. In an April 4, 1986 memo, Lieutenant Colonel North laid out the big picture for Vice Admiral John Poindexter, the new National Security Advisor to the President. Once everyone's costs were covered, he reported, $12 million will be used to purchase critically needed supplies for the Nicaraguan Democratic Resistance Forces. As North famously observed, it was a neat idea. Only one element was missing from this elaborate calculus: the hostages. 4 hostages were being held in July 1986. 6 months later, there were 12. The willingness of the Americans to provide weapons to the Iranians only increased the appetite for hostages. North's rationale, which was supported by those in the CIA who were helping him, was that the kidnappers in Lebanon were a different group from those who were getting the payoffs, said the American ambassador in Lebanon, John H. Kelly. Our Shiites are reliable. It's a different group of Shiites that are doing the kidnapping. It was total hogwash. Casey and a handful of his loyal analysts concocted the notion that the weapons deals would signal support to political moderates in the government of Iran. This was a grievous example of the way in which the CIA was corrupted during the Reagan administration, in the words of Philip C. Wilcox, Jr., the State Department's principal intelligence officer and its highest-ranking liaison to the CIA in the late 1980s. There weren't any moderates left in the government of Iran. They had all been killed or jailed by the people receiving the weapons. I hope it will not leak. The proceeds of the arms sales and the millions Casey had finagled from the Saudis put the CIA back in business in Central America. The agency set up an airbase and a network of safe houses for weapons shipments outside San Salvador. The base was run by two veteran anti-Castro Cubans on the CIA's payroll. One was Felix Rodriguez, the man who had helped capture Che Guevara. The other was Luis Posada Carriles, who had just escaped from a Venezuelan jail, where he was being held for his central role in the terrorist bombing of a Cuban passenger jet that killed 73 people. By the summer of 1986, they were dropping 90 tons of guns and ammunition to the Contras in southern Nicaragua. In June, Congress did an about-face and authorized $100 million in support for the war in Central America, effective October 1st. On that date, the CIA would have its hunting license back. For a moment, it looked like the war was going their way. But the CIA's elaborately concealed arms network was coming apart. The station chief in Costa Rica, Joe Fernandez, was serving as an air traffic controller for the weapons shipments, and he had a rough airstrip cleared for clandestine flights. But the new president of Costa Rica, Oscar Arias, who was working for a negotiated peace in Central America, had warned Fernandez to his face not to use the airstrip to arm the Contras. On June 9, 1986, a CIA plane loaded with weapons took off from the secret airbase outside San Salvador in bad weather, made an unscheduled landing at the airstrip, and sank axle-deep into the mud. Shaking with fear and anger, Fernandez got on the phone, called San Salvador, and ordered his CIA colleague to get that plane the hell out of Costa Rica. It took 2 days. That same month, Felix Rodriguez began to realize that someone in the supply line, he suspected General Secord, was profiting from their patriotism. On August 12th, he tried to blow the whistle in a meeting with another old friend, Vice President Bush's national security advisor, the CIA veteran Don Gregg. It was, Gregg concluded, a very murky business. On October 5, 1986, a teenage Nicaraguan soldier fired a missile that brought down an American C-123 cargo plane ferrying weapons from San Salvador to the Contras. The sole survivor, an American cargo handler, told reporters that he worked under contract for the agency. Felix Rodriguez made a panicked call to the office of the Vice President of the United States. When the plane went down, North was in Frankfurt trying to cut a new arms-for-hostages deal with Iran. On November 3rd, weeks after the tale of the secret deals was first revealed in anonymous leaflets scattered on the streets of Tehran, it was published by a little weekly in Lebanon. It would be months before the full story came out. Iran's Revolutionary Guards had received 2,000 anti-tank missiles, 18 sophisticated anti-aircraft missiles, 2 plane loads of spare parts, and some useful battlefield intelligence through the good offices of the CIA. The arms shipments added significantly to Iranian military capabilities, said Robert Oakley, the counterterrorism coordinator. The intelligence we passed to them was also of significant help. But the Iranians had been cheated. They were complaining, with good reason, that they had been overcharged 600% for the last shipment of Hawk parts. Ghorbanifar himself had been caught short. His creditors were pursuing him for millions, and he threatened to expose the operation to save his skin. Casey's covert operation was coming undone. The person who managed this whole affair was Casey, said the State Department's in-house counsel, Abraham Sophir. I don't have any doubt about it. I knew Casey from before. I admired and liked him. And when I blew the whistle on the whole thing, it was Casey who I felt regarded what I had done as treason. On November 4th, 1986, Election Day, Rafsanjani, the Speaker of Iran's parliament, revealed that American officials had been to Iran bearing gifts. The next day, Vice President Bush recorded in his taped diary, "On the news at this time is the question of the hostages. I'm one of the few people that know fully the details. This is one operation that had been held very, very tight, and I hope it will not leak." On November 10th, Casey went to an extraordinarily tense meeting of the members of the National Security Council. He steered Reagan toward making a public statement that the United States was working on a long-term strategic plan to foil the Soviets and the terrorists in Iran, not trading weapons for hostages. The president parroted the line. "We did not, repeat, did not trade weapons or anything else for hostages," Reagan told the nation on November 13th. Once again, as in the U-2 shoot-down, as at the Bay of Pigs, as in the war in Central America, the president lied to protect the covert operations of the CIA. This time, very few people believed him. It took more than 5 years to free the last American hostages. 2 never came back. Peter Kilburn was murdered. After enduring months of torture and interrogation, the CIA's Bill Buckley died in chains. No one in the U.S. government knew. The Congressional Intelligence Committees wanted a word with Bill Casey, but he chose to follow tradition and leave the country at a moment of crisis for the CIA. On Sunday, November 16th, Casey flew south to review the troops in Central America, leaving his deputy Bob Gates to clean up the mess. The hearings were reset for the coming Friday. The 5 intervening days were among the worst in the agency's history. On Monday, Gates and his subordinates started trying to piece together a chronology of what had happened. The director put Claire George and his clandestine service in charge of preparing his testimony to Congress. The intent was not to tell the truth. On Tuesday, staff members of the Intelligence Committee summoned George to a closed hearing in a sealed and electronically secured vault in the dome of the Capitol. He knew that a year earlier the CIA, without legal authorization, had traded arms for hostages. Under close questioning, he did exactly as the president had done 5 days before. He lied. Overnight, Gates sent another of Casey's assistants down to Central America to deliver a draft copy of Casey's proposed testimony and to bring the director back to headquarters. On Wednesday, Casey started writing a new version on a legal pad as he flew back to Washington. But he soon found that he could not read his own handwriting. He started dictating flowery prose into a tape recorder. It was a jumble. He tossed the work aside. On Thursday, Casey carried the original draft in his briefcase to the White House for a meeting with North and Poindexter. As they put their heads together, Casey scrawled a note on his draft saying that no one in the U.S. government knew about the November 1985 Hawk flight of the CIA. It was an extraordinarily bold lie. He returned to headquarters and met in the director's 7th-floor conference room with most of the agency's leadership and many of the officers directly involved in the Iran arms shipments. The meeting was an unmitigated disaster, remembered Casey's executive staff director Jim McCulloch. Dave Grease, another of Casey's closest aides, said that no one present was able, or perhaps willing, to fit together all elements of the Iran-Contra puzzle. The atmosphere at the meeting was surreal, Grease recalled. Many of the participants seemingly were more interested in protecting themselves than in assisting Casey, who was visibly exhausted and at times incoherent. It was clear to McCulloch and me that the next morning we would be accompanying a badly confused director to Congress. On Friday, Casey delivered closed-door testimony to the Congressional Intelligence Committees. It was a farrago of evasion and befuddlement, accompanied by one riveting fact. A senator asked if the CIA had been shipping secret support to both Iran and Iraq as the two nations slaughtered each other. "Yeah," Casey said. "We've been aiding Iraq for 3 years." Over the weekend, North's memo to Poindexter about skimming millions from the Iran arms sale and funneling the money to the Contras turned up. Both men had been shredding and destroying documents furiously for weeks, but North somehow missed that one. On Monday, November 24th, Vice President Bush dictated a note for his diary. A real bombshell. North had taken the money and put it in a Swiss bank account to be used for the Contras. It's going to be a major flap. It was the biggest political uproar in Washington since Richard Nixon left town. 4 days later, Casey convened a conference of American intelligence chieftains from CIA, State, and the Pentagon. "Feel very good about our community having worked together for 6 years more effectively than most of our government without any significant failures," his talking points read. "No scandal and a good many solid successes." The silence seemed to last forever. Ever since Watergate, it was not the crime but the cover-up that destroyed the powers of Washington. Casey was in no shape to cover up. He staggered and stumbled through a week of incoherent testimony on Capitol Hill, lurching in his chair, unable to string sentences together. He could barely hold up his head. His aides were aghast, but they kept pushing him. "Bill Casey had a lot to answer for," said Jim McCulloch, his staff man and a 34-year CIA veteran. "It is doubtful that the operation would have ever gotten off the ground, much less be sustained for well over a year, without his acquiescence and support." Casey attended a memorial dinner for the slain CIA officer Bob Ames in Philadelphia on the evening of Thursday, December 11th. He returned to headquarters at 6 a.m. on Friday for an interview with a Time magazine reporter named Bruce Van Voorst. The agency had often turned to Time for a public relations boost in moments of crisis. Van Voorst was a dependable man. He had served for 7 years at the CIA. The agency set the ground rules: 30 minutes for Iran-Contra, 30 minutes for a review of the CIA's many accomplishments under Casey's command. McCulloch had heard Casey give the good news spiel many times before. He was confident the director could recite his lines even in a state of exhaustion. The first half-hour proved an ordeal, but when it was over, the softball question came right down the plate. "Mr. Casey, could you talk a little about some of the agency's accomplishments under your leadership?" We all breathed a sigh of relief and relaxed, McCulloch recalled. But Casey stared at Van Voorst as if he could not believe or did not understand the question. He said nothing. The silence seemed to last forever. Monday morning, December 15th, Casey had a seizure in his 7th-floor office. He was wheeled out on a stretcher before anyone really grasped what had happened. At Georgetown University Hospital, his doctors determined that he had an undiagnosed central nervous system lymphoma, a malignant spider's web spreading in his brain, a rare disease, difficult to detect. It often led to inexplicably bizarre behavior in the 12 to 18 months before it was discovered. Casey would never return to the CIA. Bob Gates went to see him at the hospital on January 29, 1987, on orders from the White House, carrying a resignation letter for the director to sign. Casey could not hold the pen. He lay back on the bed, tears in his eyes. Gates went back to the White House the next day, and the President of the United States offered him the job. A job no one else seemed to want, Gates reflected. No wonder. Gates served as acting director of Central Intelligence for 5 excruciating months, until May 26, 1987. But his nomination was doomed. He would have to wait for the wheel to turn again. It quickly became clear that he was too close to whatever Casey was or was not doing, said the next director of Central Intelligence, William Webster. Bob's approach had been that he did not want to know. In these circumstances, that was not acceptable. Webster had been running the FBI for 9 long years. He was a square-jawed, squeaky-clean, apolitical Carter appointee, one of the few emblems of moral rectitude left standing in the Reagan administration after the Iran-Contra imbroglio. He once had been a federal judge and preferred to be addressed by the honorific. The attraction of appointing a man named Judge to run the CIA was obvious at the White House. Like Admiral Turner, he was an upright Christian Scientist and a man of moral conviction. He was not a Reagan man. He had no political or personal connection with the president. "He never asked me for anything," Webster said. "We never talked business. It was not a buddy-buddy relationship." Then, at the end of February 1987, I got a call. Reagan was all business now. On March 3rd, the president announced Webster's nomination as Director of Central Intelligence and praised him as a man who is committed to the rule of law. The same was never said about Bill Casey. After he died on May 6th, at age 74, his own bishop denounced him from the pulpit at his funeral as Presidents Reagan and Nixon listened in silence. Casey had nearly doubled the size of the CIA over 6 years. The clandestine service now had some 6,000 officers. He had built a $300 million glass palace to house his new hires at headquarters. He had mobilized secret armies around the world. Yet he left the agency far weaker than he found it, shattered by his legacy of lies. Bob Gates learned a simple lesson serving under Casey. "The clandestine service is the heart and soul of the agency," he said. "It is also the part that can land you in jail." 42. To think the unthinkable. The President of the United States confessed to the American people that he had lied to them about trading arms for hostages. The White House tried to spin the political whirlwind toward Casey and the CIA. Neither the man nor the institution could put up a defense. Congress summoned Casey's officers and agents to testify. They left the impression that the United States had hired a gang of con men and thieves to run its foreign affairs. The arrival of Judge Webster heralded a hostile takeover at CIA. Congress and an independent counsel set out to determine what exactly Casey had been up to. Operations were suspended, plans shelved, careers shattered. Fear shot through agency headquarters as 36 FBI agents carrying subpoenas stalked through the corridors, opened double-locked safes, and thumbed through top-secret files, gathering evidence for obstruction of justice and perjury charges. The leaders of the clandestine service underwent interrogations and envisioned indictments. Casey's vision of a CIA free from the restraints of law had brought them to grief. "It took me months to get a clear understanding of what had happened and who had done what to whom," Webster said. "Casey left behind a lot of problems. Chief among them, Webster thought, was a tradition of defiant insubordination. People out in the field had felt they needed to act on their own," he said. "They weren't supposed to act without approval from the boss, but chiefs of station felt, 'I am the boss.'" The officers of the clandestine service were sure that Webster, instantly dubbed Mild Bill, had no grasp of who they were, what they did, or the mystique that held them together. "No one else can understand it," said Colin Thompson, who had served in Laos, Cambodia, and Vietnam. "It's a mist you dip into and hide behind. You believe you have become an elite person in the world of American government, and the agency encourages that belief from the moment you come in. They make you a believer." To outsiders, they look like members of a Virginia men's club, a white-shirt Southern culture. But they saw themselves as a camouflaged combat battalion, a blood brotherhood. The friction with Webster was white-hot from the start. We probably could have overcome Webster's ego, his lack of experience with foreign affairs, his small-town America world perspective, and even his yuppier-than-thou arrogance, the CIA's Dwayne Claridge complained. What we couldn't overcome was that he was a lawyer. All of his training as a lawyer and a judge was that you didn't do illegal things. He could never accept that this is exactly what the CIA does when it operates abroad. We break the laws of their countries. It's how we collect information. It's why we're in business. Webster had an insurmountable problem with the raison d'etre of the organization he was brought in to run. Within weeks of Webster's arrival, the word went out from Claridge and his colleagues to the White House. The man was a lightweight, a dilettante, a half-bright social butterfly. He recognized the rebellion he faced and tried to beat it back with advice from Richard Helms, who had emerged from his brush with the criminal courts as a respected gray eminence. A point Dick Helms made with me. Because we have to lie and do those things overseas, it is very important that we do not lie to each other and subvert each other, Webster remembered. The message I wanted to send was that you can do so much more when people trust you. I don't know how much difference it made. People listened very carefully, but the question at the agency was, does he mean it? There was always a question in their minds. Webster vowed that the agency would keep no secrets from Congress. But the Congressional Intelligence Committees had been burned too often. They decided that the lesson of Iran-Contra was that the agency needed to be managed from Capitol Hill. Congress could impose its will because, under the Constitution, it ultimately controlled the checkbook of the government. Webster raised the white flag, and with his surrender, the CIA was no longer an instrument of purely presidential power. It was poised precariously between the commander-in-chief and the Congress. The clandestine service fought hard against giving Congress a role in running the CIA. It feared that among the 535 elected representatives, there might be 5 who understood the first thing about the agency. So the staffs of the congressional oversight committees were quickly seeded with career CIA officers who could look after their own. The committees had a knife out for Clair George, still the chief of the clandestine service. He had been Casey's special liaison to Congress and a master of the art of deception. Casey had loved his charm and his cunning, but these 2 qualities were not in demand at Webster's CIA. Clair had a glibness about him that endeared one to him, Webster said, but he thought the way to handle a question from Congress was to dance around it. At the end of November 1987, Webster called him on the carpet and said, "The fact is that Congress doesn't believe you. I'm going to have your job." George considered this for a moment. He said, "I really think I should retire, and maybe I'll take some people with me who ought to retire too." 3 weeks later, Duane Claridge was having a stiff noontime cup of Christmas cheer with George when Webster summoned him upstairs and told him it was time to go. Claridge briefly considered fighting back, first by blackmailing Webster, and then by using his connections in the White House. He had just received a nice note from his good friend, the Vice President of the United States. "You have my friendship," George Bush wrote, "my respect and high esteem. That won't ever change." But Claridge decided that a covenant of loyalty had been broken. He quit. A cadre of covert operators with 2,000 years' experience among them walked out the door with him. American intelligence was generous. What haunted Clair George the most in his retirement was not the blown operations or the prospect of indictment, but the shadow of a mole inside the CIA. On his watch during 1985 and 1986, the Soviet Eastern Europe Division of the clandestine service had lost every one of its spies. Its dozen Soviet agents in place had been arrested and executed one by one. The small CIA stations in Moscow and East Berlin ceased to function, the officers' covers blown, their operations destroyed. In 1986 and 1987, the division was collapsing like a dynamited building caught on slow-motion film. The CIA had no idea why. At first, it thought a rookie officer named Ed Howard was the traitor within. He had joined the clandestine service in 1981 and was selected to serve on his first tour abroad as a deep-cover officer in Moscow. He had gone through 2 years of training. A few personal details about Howard had escaped the CIA's notice until the last possible minute. He was a drunk, a liar, and a thief. The agency let him go, and he had defected to Moscow in April 1985. As part of his training, Howard had read the files on some of the best spies the CIA had in Moscow, among them Adolf Tolkachev, a military scientist who had for 4 years delivered documents on cutting-edge Soviet weapons research. Tolkachev was regarded as the CIA's greatest Soviet source in 20 years. When the Politburo met in the Kremlin on September 28, 1986, the KGB chairman, Viktor Chebrikov, proudly informed Mikhail Gorbachev that Tolkachev had been executed for treason the day before. "American intelligence was generous with him," Gorbachev remarked. "They found 2 million rubles on him." That was more than $500,000. The KGB now knew the going rate for world-class spies. The agency believed that Howard might well have betrayed Tolkachev, but he could not possibly have been responsible for more than 3 of the dozen deaths that wiped out the CIA's roster of Soviet spies. Something or someone else was to blame. The President's Foreign Intelligence Advisory Board looked into the case and reported a fundamental inability of anyone in the Soviet division to think the unthinkable, that a traitor might be hiding inside the clandestine service. Casey had read the report and reprimanded Claire George. "I am appalled," he had written, "at the astonishing complacency in the face of this catastrophe." But in private, Casey shrugged it off. He placed 3 people, one of them part-time, on the investigation of the deaths of the CIA's most prized foreign agents. It was a measure of the trust placed in Webster by the senior officers of the clandestine service that they never told him the whole truth about the case. He never knew that it constituted the worst penetration in the agency's history. He knew there was a low-level investigation, an exercise, nothing more. If they found something, fine, he said. If they didn't find a sinister reason, maybe they'd find another reason. Or no reason at all, he said. That's all I ever heard about it. The investigation collapsed, and the counterintelligence nightmare confronting the CIA grew under Webster. In June 1987, Major Florentino Aspiaga Lombard, the chief of Cuban intelligence in Czechoslovakia, drove across the border to Vienna, walked into the American embassy, and defected to Jim Olson, the CIA chief of station. He revealed that every Cuban agent recruited by the agency over the past 20 years was a double, pretending to be loyal to the United States while working in secret for Havana. It was a genuine shock and hard to believe, but CIA analysts glumly concluded after a long and painful review that the major was telling the truth. That same summer, a trickle of fresh intelligence about the deaths of the CIA's agents began coming in from a new set of Soviet and Soviet bloc military and intelligence officers. It grew to a stream and then a flowing river, and 7 years passed before the terrible realization that it was disinformation delivered to mystify and mislead the CIA. They actually did something right. Webster turned to Bob Gates shortly after his swearing in and asked, "Well, Bob, what's going on in Moscow? What's Gorbachev up to?" He never was satisfied with the answers. "I had my glass-half-full guys and my glass-half-empty guys," Webster sighed. "On the one hand, this, on the other hand, that." The CIA did not know that Gorbachev had told the Warsaw Pact meeting in May 1987 that the Soviets would never invade Eastern Europe to shore up their empire. The CIA did not know that Gorbachev had told the leader of Afghanistan in July 1987 that the Soviets were going to start pulling their occupying troops out soon. And the agency was flabbergasted in December 1987 when throngs of adoring American citizens hailed Gorbachev as a hero in the streets of Washington. The man in the street seemed to understand that the leader of the communist world wanted to end the Cold War. The CIA did not grasp the concept. Bob Gates spent the next year asking his underlings why Gorbachev consistently surprised them. Over the course of more than 30 years, the United States had spent close to $250 billion on spy satellites and electronic eavesdropping equipment built to monitor the Soviet military. These programs were, on paper, the responsibility of the Director of Central Intelligence, but in reality run by the Pentagon. They provided the data for the endless strategic arms limitation treaty negotiations with the Soviets, and it could be argued that those talks helped keep the Cold War cold. But Washington and Moscow never gave up a single weapon system that they had wanted to build. Their arsenals remained capable of blowing up the world 100 times over. And in the end, the United States abrogated the very idea of arms control. But in August 1988, a payoff came in a moment of perfect irony. Frank Carlucci, now Reagan's Secretary of Defense, went to Moscow for meetings with his counterpart, Soviet Defense Minister Dmitry Yazov, and he lectured generals and admirals at the Voroshilov Military Academy. "How is it you know so much about us?" one of them asked Carlucci. "We have to do it from satellites," he replied. "It would make it a lot easier for us if you'd just do what we do and publish your military budget." The room exploded in laughter, and afterward Carlucci asked his Russian escort officer what was so funny. "You don't understand," the Russian said. "You attacked the heart of their system. Secrecy." The face-to-face contacts between American and Soviet military chiefs made the Russians realize two things. First, the Americans did not want to kill them. Second, they might be every bit as strong as the Americans in nuclear missiles, but it made no difference whatsoever. They were far weaker in every other regard. They knew then that their closed system, built on secrecy and lies, could never defeat an open society. They saw that the game was up. The agency did not. The CIA still managed to achieve 3 stirring successes that year. The first came after Colonel Chiang Xianyi, the deputy director of Taiwan's Nuclear Energy Research Institute, defected to the United States. For 20 years he had worked in secret for the United States, ever since the CIA recruited him as a military cadet. His institute, ostensibly established for civilian research, had been built with the aid of American plutonium, South African uranium, and international expertise. Taiwan's leaders had created a cell within it to build a nuclear bomb. That weapon had only one conceivable target, the Chinese mainland. China's communist leaders had vowed to attack if Taiwan deployed a nuclear weapon. The United States demanded a halt to the program. Taiwan lied about it and continued apace. Among the few Americans who knew about Colonel Chiang's long service was the CIA's Jim Lilly, who had served as station chief in China and Taiwan, and was soon to become the U.S. ambassador to China. You pick a comer. You put the right case officer on him and recruit him carefully on an ideological basis, although money was involved, and keep in touch, Lilly said. Colonel Chiang sent out an alert to his case officer, defected, and delivered proof positive of the nuclear weapons program's progress. A CIA spy of 20 years' standing had helped stop the spread of weapons of mass destruction. This was a case where they actually did something right, Lilly said. They got the guy out, they got the documentation, and they confronted the Taiwanese. Armed with the evidence, the State Department leaned hard on the government of Taiwan, which finally announced that it had the ability to build nuclear weapons but no intent to do so. This was arms control at its best. Then came a brilliant plot against the Abu Nidal organization, a gang that had been killing, hijacking, and terrorizing Westerners across Europe and the Middle East for a dozen years. It involved 3 foreign governments and a former president of the United States. It grew out of the new counterterrorism center at the CIA, and it began after Jimmy Carter delivered a package of intelligence on Abu Nidal to the president of Syria, Hafez al-Assad, in a March 1987 meeting. Assad expelled the terrorist. Over the next 2 years, with the help of the PLO and the Jordanian and Israeli intelligence services, the agency waged psychological warfare against Abu Nidal. A strong and steady flow of disinformation convinced him that his top lieutenants were traitors. He killed 7 of them and dozens of their underlings over the next year, crippling his organization. The campaign peaked when 2 of Abu Nidal's men defected and mounted an attack on his headquarters in Lebanon, killing 80 of his men. The organization was shattered, a stirring victory for the CIA's Counter-Terrorism Center and the Near East Division under Tom Twetton, who would be promoted to Chief of the Clandestine Service. The third great success, so it seemed to everyone at the time, was the triumph of the Afghan rebels. Every other force among the CIA's freedom fighters was falling apart. The Contras signed a ceasefire days after the agency's secret report was cut off for the last time. Ballots replaced bullets in Nicaragua. A lost patrol of anti-Gaddafi warriors was wandering around in the Sudan. The CIA had to demobilize this half-baked insurgency and extract its troops from North Africa, taking them first to the Congo, then to California. Diplomacy supplanted covert action in southern Africa, and the flow of arms from Washington and Moscow ran dry. Casey's program to back a Cambodian rebel army fighting Hanoi's forces, a grudge match against the winners of the Vietnam War, was badly mismanaged, with money and guns winding up in the hands of corrupt Thai generals. And it placed the CIA's allies in alignment with the butchers of Cambodia, the Khmer Rouge. Colin Powell, serving as Reagan's deputy national security advisor after the Iran-Contra housecleaning, cautioned that the White House should think twice about the operation. In time, it was shut down. Only the Mujahideen, the Afghan holy warriors, were drawing blood and scenting victory. The CIA's Afghan operation was now a $700 million a year program. It represented about 80% of the overseas budget of the clandestine service. Armed with Stinger anti-aircraft missiles, the Afghan rebels were killing Soviet soldiers, downing Soviet helicopter gunships, and inflicting deep wounds on the Soviet self-image. The CIA had done what it set out to do, to give the Soviets their Vietnam. "One by one we killed them," said Howard Hart, who had run the mission to arm the Afghans from 1981 to 1984. "And they went home. And that was a terrorist campaign." We walked away. The Soviets announced that they would pull out for good as soon as the Reagan administration left office. The CIA's briefing books never answered the question of what would happen when a militant Islamic army defeated the godless invaders of Afghanistan. Tom Twetton, the number 2 man in the clandestine service in the summer of 1988, had the task of figuring out what would become of the Afghan rebels. He said it quickly became clear to him that we don't have any plan. The CIA simply decided there'll be Afghan democracy, and it won't be pretty. The Soviet war was over, but the CIA's Afghan jihad was not. Robert Oakley, the American ambassador to Pakistan from 1988 to 1991, argued that the United States and Pakistan should drastically reduce our assistance to the real radicals in Afghanistan and work to make the Mujahideen more moderate. But the CIA couldn't or wouldn't get its Pakistani partners in line, he said. So we continued to support some of the radicals. Chief among them was the Afghan rebel leader Gulbuddin Hekmatyar, who had received hundreds of millions of dollars in arms from the CIA and hoarded much of them. He was about to turn those weapons against the people of Afghanistan in a drive for total power. "I had another problem with the agency," Ambassador Oakley said. "The same people who were fighting the Soviets were also profiting from the narcotics trade. Afghanistan was and remains the world's single greatest source of heroin, with endless acres of opium poppies harvested twice a year. I suspect that the Pakistani intelligence services may have been involved and that CIA was not going to rock their relationships over this issue," Oakley said. "I kept asking the station to obtain information on this traffic from its sources inside Afghanistan," he said. "They denied that they had any sources capable of doing so. They could not deny that they had sources since we were getting information on weapons and other matters. I even raised the matter with Bill Webster," Oakley said. "Never got a satisfactory answer. Nothing ever happened." Webster invited the leaders of the Afghan rebels to lunch in Washington. This was not an easy crowd, he remembered. Hekmatyar was among the honored guests. When I met Hekmatyar in Afghanistan a few years later, he vowed to create a new Islamic society, and if it took 1 million more deaths, he said, so be it. At this writing, the CIA is still hunting for him in Afghanistan, where he and his forces are killing American soldiers and their allies. The last Soviet soldier left Afghanistan on February 15, 1989. The CIA's weapons kept flowing. None of us really foresaw the major consequence, Ambassador Oakley said. Within a year, white-robed Saudis began to appear in the provincial capitals and ruined villages of Afghanistan. They proclaimed themselves emirs. They bought the loyalties of village leaders, and they began to build little empires. They were emissaries of a new force abroad in the world that came to be called Al-Qaeda. We walked away from it, Webster said. We should not have walked away. 43. What are we going to do when the wall comes down? The agency celebrated when George H.W. Bush was sworn in as president on January 20, 1989. He was one of them. He loved them. He understood them. He was, in truth, the first and only commander-in-chief who knew how the CIA worked. Bush became his own director of Central Intelligence. He respected Judge Webster, but he knew the troops did not, and he shut him out of his inner circle. Bush wanted daily briefings from professionals, and if they did not satisfy him, he wanted raw reports. If something was cooking in Peru or Poland, he wanted to hear from the station chief pronto. His faith in the agency bordered on religious belief. It was sorely tested in Panama. On the campaign trail in 1988, Bush denied that he had ever met General Manuel Noriega, that nation's notorious dictator. But there were pictures that proved it. Noriega had been on the CIA payroll for many years. Bill Casey had welcomed the general at headquarters annually and had flown down to Panama at least once to see him. Casey saw him as a protege, said Arthur H. Davis, Jr., the American ambassador to Panama under Reagan and Bush. In February 1988, the general was indicted in Florida as a cocaine kingpin, but he remained in power, sneering at the United States. By then it was public knowledge that Noriega was a murderer as well as a long-standing friend of the CIA. The impasse was excruciating. The CIA, who had dealt with him for so long, didn't want to end the relationship, said the National Security Council staffer Robert Pastorino, who had met for many hours with Noriega as a senior Pentagon civilian during the 1980s. After the indictment, the Reagan White House twice ordered the agency to find a way to dislodge Noriega, and shortly after his inauguration, President Bush again instructed the CIA to overthrow the dictator. Each time the agency balked. General Vernon Walters, then the American ambassador to the United Nations, was particularly wary. As a former deputy director of the CIA, just like some people in the Pentagon who had been at Southcom, the U.S. Forces Southern Command, he was not eager to see Noriega brought to the U.S. and put on trial for anything, said Stephen Daci, who knew both General Walters and General Noriega personally and served as the number 2 man at the American Embassy in Panama during 1989. Noriega's old friends in the agency and the military did not want him testifying about them under oath in an American courtroom. On President Bush's orders, the agency spent $10 million backing the opposition in a May 1989 election. Noriega outmaneuvered the CIA's 4th operation against him. President Bush approved a 5th covert action against Noriega, including paramilitary support for a coup. Forget about it, the covert operator said. Only a full-scale military invasion could dislodge Noriega. Some of the agency's most experienced Latin America hands, including the station chief in Panama, Don Winters, were loath to go up against the general. Furious, Bush let it be known that he was learning more about events in Panama from CNN than CIA. That was the end of William Webster's standing as Director of Central Intelligence. From then on, the president made plans to topple Noriega in concert with Defense Secretary Dick Cheney, whose skepticism about the agency deepened with every passing day. The CIA's failure to unseat its old ally in secret forced the United States to mount its biggest military operation since the fall of Saigon. During Christmas week of 1989, smart bombs blasted Panama City slums into rubble while Special Forces soldiers fought their way through the capital. 23 Americans and hundreds of innocent Panamanian civilians died in the 2 weeks it took to arrest Noriega and to bring him in chains to Miami. The CIA's Don Winters testified for the defense at Noriega's trial, where the United States admitted paying the dictator at least $320,000 through the agency and the American military. Winters described Noriega as the CIA's trusted liaison between the United States and Fidel Castro, a loyal ally in the war against communism in Central America and a linchpin for American foreign policy. He had even sheltered the exiled Shah of Iran. Noriega was convicted on 8 counts of drug trafficking and racketeering. Thanks in great part to post-trial testimony by Winters, Noriega's sentence as a prisoner of war was reduced by a decade, and his parole date was reset to September 2007. I can never trust the CIA again. In 1990, another dictator challenged the United States, Saddam Hussein. During the 8-year Iran-Iraq War, President Reagan had dispatched Don Rumsfeld as his personal envoy to Baghdad to shake Saddam's hand and offer him American support. The agency had given Saddam military intelligence, including battlefield data from spy satellites, and the United States granted him high-technology export licenses, which Iraq used to try to build weapons of mass destruction. Skewed intelligence from Bill Casey and the CIA was a decisive factor in these decisions. Saddam Hussein was known to be a brutal dictator, but many thought he was the lesser of two evils, said Philip Wilcox, the State Department liaison to the agency. There were intelligence estimates about the threat from Iran that, in retrospect, exaggerated Iran's ability to prevail in that war. We did indeed tilt toward Iraq, he said. We provided Iraq with intelligence, took Baghdad off the list of state sponsors of terrorism, and viewed positively comments from Saddam Hussein suggesting that he supported an Arab-Israeli peace process. Many began to view Iraq optimistically as a potential factor for stability, and Saddam Hussein as a man with whom we could work. The return on the investment in Iraq was exceedingly slight. No intelligence flowed back. The agency never penetrated the Iraqi police state. It had next to no first-hand knowledge about the regime. Its network of Iraqi agents consisted of a handful of diplomats and trade officials at overseas embassies. These men had little insight on the secret councils of Baghdad. At one point, the CIA was reduced to recruiting an Iraqi hotel clerk in Germany. The CIA still maintained a network of more than 40 Iranian agents, including mid-level military officers who knew something about the Iraqi army. The CIA station in Frankfurt communicated with them through the ancient technique of invisible ink. But in the fall of 1989, a CIA clerk mailed letters to all of the agents, all at the same time, all from the same mailbox, all in the same handwriting, all to the same address. When one of the agents was unmasked, the whole network was exposed. It was a failure of Tradecraft 101. Every one of the CIA's Iranian spies was imprisoned, and many were executed for treason. The arrested agents were tortured to death, said Phil Giraldi, then the deputy chief of base in Istanbul. Nobody in CIA was punished, he said, and the chief of the field element responsible was in fact promoted. The collapse of the agent network closed the CIA's window both on Iraq and on Iran. In the spring of 1990, when Saddam began mobilizing his military again, the CIA missed it. The agency sent a special national intelligence estimate to the White House saying that Iraq's armed forces were exhausted, that they would need years to recover from the war with Iran, and that Saddam was unlikely to embark on any military adventures in the near future. Then, on July 24, 1990, Judge Webster brought spy satellite images to President Bush showing two Republican Guard divisions, tens of thousands of Iraqi troops, massing at the border of Kuwait. The headline on the CIA's National Intelligence Daily the next day read, "Is Iraq bluffing?" Only one prominent CIA analyst, Charles Allen, the National Intelligence Officer for Warning, judged the chances for war at better than even. "I did sound the warning bell," Allen said. Surprisingly, there were very few listeners. On July 31st, the CIA called an invasion unlikely. Saddam might make a limited grab for some oil fields or a handful of islands, but no more. Not until the next day, 20 hours before the invasion, did Deputy Director of Central Intelligence Richard J. Kerr warn the White House that an Iraqi attack was imminent. President Bush did not believe his CIA. He speed-dialed the President of Egypt, the King of Saudi Arabia, and the Emir of Kuwait, and they all told him Saddam would never invade. King Hussein of Jordan told the President, "On the Iraqi side, they send their best regards and highest esteem to you, sir." Bush went to sleep reassured. Hours later, the first wave of 140,000 Iraqi soldiers poured over the border to seize Kuwait. This book is continued on Disc 15. Legacy of Ashes by Tim Weiner, continued. Disc 15. The President's most trusted intelligence advisor, Bob Gates, was having a family picnic outside Washington. A friend of his wife's joined him. "What are you doing here?" she asked. "What are you talking about?" Gates replied. "The invasion," she said. "What invasion?" Gates asked. In short, there wasn't much intelligence on what was going on inside Iraq, noted Secretary of State James Baker. For the next 2 months, the CIA behaved in an unfortunately quite typical pattern, said Charles W. Freeman, Jr., the American ambassador to Saudi Arabia. It swung to the opposite extreme. On August 5th, it reported that Saddam would attack Saudi Arabia. He never did. It assured the President that Iraq did not have chemical warheads for its short-range and medium-range missiles. Then it asserted with increasing confidence that Iraq did have chemical warheads, and Saddam was likely to use them. There was no hard evidence behind the warnings. Saddam never came close to using chemical weapons during the Gulf War. But there was great fear when Iraqi Scud missiles started falling on Riyadh and Tel Aviv. In the weeks before the 7-week air war on Iraq began, on January 17, 1991, the Pentagon invited the CIA to pick bombing targets. The agency selected, among many other sites, an underground military bunker in Baghdad. On February 13th, the Air Force blew it up, but the bunker was being used as a civilian air raid shelter. Hundreds of women and children died. The agency was not called upon to pick targets after that. Then a brutal argument broke out between the CIA and the American commander of Operation Desert Storm, General Norman Schwarzkopf. The fight was over the battle damage assessment, the daily reports on the military and political impact of the bombing. It was imperative for the Pentagon to assure the White House that the American bombers had destroyed enough Iraqi missile launchers to protect Israel and Saudi Arabia, and enough Iraqi tanks and armor to protect American ground forces. The general assured the President and the public that the job was well done. The CIA's analysts told the President that he was exaggerating the damage done to Iraqi forces. And they were right. But the agency broke its sword when it challenged Schwarzkopf. The agency was banned from conducting battle damage assessments. The Pentagon took away the job of interpreting spy satellite photos. Congress forced the agency to assume a subservient role in its relations with the American military. After the war, it was compelled to create a new Office of Military Affairs to serve solely as second-echelon support for the Pentagon. The CIA spent the next decade answering thousands of questions from military men. How wide is that road? How strong is that bridge? What's over that hill? For 45 years, the CIA had answered to civilian leaders, not uniformed officers. It had lost its independence from the military chain of command. The war ended with Saddam still in power, but the CIA weakened. The agency, taking the word of Iraqi exiles, reported the potential for a rebellion against the dictator. President Bush called on the Iraqi people to rise up and overthrow him. The Shiites of the south and the Kurds in the north took Bush at his word. The agency used every means at its disposal, chiefly propaganda and psychological warfare, to promote an uprising. Over the next 7 weeks, Saddam crushed the Kurds and Shiites mercilessly, murdering thousands and sending thousands more fleeing into exile. The CIA began working with the leaders of those exiles in London and Amman and Washington, building networks for the next coup and the next. After the war, a United Nations Special Commission went into Iraq looking for chemical, biological, and nuclear weapons. Its investigators included CIA officers carrying the United Nations flag. Richard Clarke, an unusually intense National Security Council staffer, remembered their raid on the Iraqi Agricultural Ministry, where they discovered the core of Saddam's nuclear weapons directorate. "We went there, broke down doors, blew off locks, got into the sanctum sanctorum," Clarke recalled 15 years later for a Frontline television documentary. The Iraqis immediately reacted, surrounded the facility, and prevented the UN inspectors from getting out. We thought that might happen too, so we had given them satellite telephones. They translated the nuclear reports on site into English from the Arabic and read them to us over the satellite telephones. They determined that Iraq was probably 9 to 18 months away from having its first nuclear weapon detonation. CIA had totally missed it, Clarke said. We had bombed everything we could bomb in Iraq, but missed an enormous nuclear weapons development facility. Didn't know it was there, never dropped one bomb on it. Dick Cheney looked at that report and said, "Here's what the Iraqis themselves are saying, that there's this huge facility that was never hit during the war, that they were very close to making a nuclear bomb, and CIA didn't know it." Clarke concluded, "I'm sure he said to himself, I can never trust CIA again to tell me when a country is about to make a nuclear bomb." There's no doubt that the Dick Cheney who comes back into office 9 years later has that as one of the things burnt into his memory. Iraq wants a nuclear weapon. Iraq was that close to getting a nuclear weapon, and CIA hadn't a clue. And now the mission is over. The CIA had no idea in January 1989 that a tidal wave of history was about to break upon us, said Bob Gates, who had left headquarters that month, for good he thought, to become President Bush's Deputy National Security Advisor. The agency had pronounced the dictatorship of the Soviet Union untouched and untouchable at the hour it was starting to vanish. On December 1, 1988, the month before Bush came to office, the CIA issued a formal report confidently stating that the basic elements of Soviet defense policy and practice thus far have not been changed by Gorbachev's reform campaign. 6 days later, Mikhail Gorbachev stood at the podium of the United Nations and offered a unilateral cut of 500,000 troops in the Soviet military. It was unthinkable, Doug McEachin, then the CIA's chief of Soviet analysis, told Congress the next week. Even if the CIA had concluded that such earth-shaking changes were about to sweep the Soviet Union, we never would have been able to publish it, quite frankly, he said. Had we done so, people would have been calling for my head. While the Soviet state withered away, the CIA was constantly reporting that the Soviet economy was growing, said Mark Palmer, one of the Bush administration's most experienced Kremlinologists. They used to simply take what the Soviets officially announced, discounted 1%, and put it out. And it was just wrong. And anybody who had spent time in the Soviet Union, in the villages and towns, could look around and see that this was just crazy. This was the work of the CIA's best thinkers, like Bob Gates, for years the chief Soviet analyst, and Palmer found that fact infuriating. He'd never actually been to the Soviet Union. He'd never once been there, and he was the top so-called expert in the CIA. The agency had somehow missed the fact that its main enemy was dying. They talked about the Soviet Union as if they weren't reading the newspapers, much less developing clandestine intelligence, said Admiral William J. Crowe, Jr., chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff under Bush. When the first deep cracks in the Soviet republics started to develop in the spring of 1989, the CIA did indeed get its information from reading the local papers. They were 3 weeks old when they arrived. No one at the agency asked the question that Vernon Walters, Bush's newly appointed ambassador to Germany, put to his officers in May 1989. What are we going to do when the wall comes down? The Berlin Wall had stood for nearly 30 years, the greatest symbol of the Cold War. When it began to crack one night in November 1989, the chief of the Soviet division of the clandestine service, Milt Bearden, sat speechless at headquarters, staring at CNN. The upstart network had become a huge problem for the agency. In a crisis, it provided what passed for real-time intelligence. How could the CIA top that? Now the White House was on the line. What's happening in Moscow? What are our spies telling us? It was hard to confess that there were no Soviet spies worth a damn. They all had been rounded up and killed, and no one at the CIA knew why. The agency wanted to drive eastward like conquering heroes and capture the intelligence services of Czechoslovakia, Poland, and East Germany. But the White House advised caution. The best the CIA could do at first was to train the security staffs of new leaders, such as the Czech playwright Václav Havel, and to bid the highest dollar for the purloined files of the Stasi, which started floating out a window in East Berlin one fine day, tossed into the streets by a ransacking crowd overthrowing the secret police. The intelligence services of Soviet communism were enormous and precise instruments of repression. They had served above all to spy on their own citizens, to terrify them, to try to control them. Bigger and more ruthless than the CIA, they had beaten their enemies in many battles overseas. But they lost the war, undone by the brutality and the banality of the Soviet state. The loss of the Soviets tore out the CIA's heart. How could the agency live without its enemy? It was easy once upon a time for the CIA to be unique and mystical, Milt Bearden said. It was not an institution, it was a mission, and the mission was a crusade. Then you took the Soviet Union away from us and there wasn't anything else. We don't have a history, we don't have a hero, even our medals are secret. And now the mission is over. Fini. Hundreds of veterans of the clandestine service declared victory and pulled out. One among many was Phil Giraldi, who had started out as a field officer in Rome and ended up 16 years later as chief of base in Barcelona. His partner in the Rome station had been a PhD in Italian politics. In Barcelona, she was an English major who spoke no Spanish. The ultimate tragedy is spiritual, he said. Most of the younger officers I knew have resigned. These were the best and the brightest. 80 or 90% of the people I knew, halfway through their careers, have packed it in. There was very little motivation left. The enthusiasm was gone. When I joined the agency back in '76, there was a tribalism. The esprit de corps that the agency had was created by this tribalism, and it served a good purpose. And now it was gone, and most of the clandestine service was gone with it. As early as 1990, this was rapidly evolving into a very bad situation, said Arnold Donahue, an agency veteran in charge of national security budgets under Bush. Whenever the White House wanted 10 or 15 more clandestine people on the ground to find out what was happening in Somalia or the Balkans, wherever the crisis of the moment arose, it asked the CIA, "Is there a cadre of people ready to go?" And the answer was always, absolutely not. Adjust or die. On May 8, 1991, President Bush called Bob Gates up to the front cabin aboard Air Force One and asked him to take the job of Director of Central Intelligence. Gates was both thrilled and slightly terrified. His confirmation hearings became a bloodbath. The ordeal went on for 6 months. He was battered for Bill Casey's sins and belittled by his own people. Gates had wanted to address the future of the CIA, but the hearings became a battle about its past. They gave voice to an angry crowd of analysts whom Gates and Casey had whipsawed for years. Their anger was professional and personal. They attacked a culture of deceit and self-deception at the CIA. Harold Ford, who had served with distinction over the course of 40 years, said that Gates and the CIA itself had been dead wrong on the facts of life inside the Soviet Union. Those two words called into question the rationale for the Central Intelligence Agency. Badly shaken, Gates felt like a prizefighter, barely able to answer the bell for the next round. But he managed to convince the senators that they would be his partner in a not-to-be-missed opportunity to reassess the role, mission, priorities, and structure of American intelligence. He owed the votes he won in no small part to the staff director and stage manager of the Senate Intelligence Committee, the future director of Central Intelligence, George J. Tenet. 37 years old, fantastically ambitious, ferociously gregarious, the son of Greek immigrants who ran a hamburger joint on the edge of Queens called the 20th Century Diner, Tenet was the quintessential staff man, hard-working, loyal to his bosses, eager to please. He marshaled the evidence for the senators who only wanted proof that Gates would cede them power to gain a measure of his own. While Gates agonized in Washington, the CIA experienced some dizzying moments overseas. In August 1991, as a coup against Gorbachev fizzled and the Soviet Union began to fall, the CIA was reporting live from Moscow, from the best seat in the House, Soviet Intelligence Headquarters in Dzerzhinsky Square. One of the stars of the Soviet division, Michael Sulik, drove into Lithuania as it proclaimed its independence, becoming the first CIA officer to set foot in a former Soviet republic. He openly introduced himself to the fledgling nation's new leaders and offered to help them create an intelligence service. He found himself invited to work in the offices of the new vice president, Karol Motieka. Sitting alone in the vice president's office was surrealistic for a CIA officer who had spent his entire career combating the Soviet Union, Sulik wrote in the agency's journal. If I had been alone just months before in the office of the vice president of a Soviet republic, I would have thought I had struck an intelligence motherlode. As I sat behind Motieka's desk, documents strewn about, my only purpose was to phone Warsaw. The bits and pieces of intelligence so painstakingly smuggled out by spies had never come close to providing a big picture of the Soviet Union. Over the whole course of the Cold War, the CIA had controlled precisely 3 agents who were able to provide secrets of lasting value on the Soviet military threat, and all of them had been arrested and executed. Spy satellites had counted tanks and missiles precisely, but the numbers now seemed immaterial. Bugs and taps had picked up billions of words, and now they had lost their meaning. New world out there. Adjust or die, Gates wrote on a notepad before 2 days of meetings with the leaders of the clandestine service on November 7th and 8th, 1991, immediately after he was sworn in as Director of Central Intelligence. The next week, Bush sent a signed order to the members of his cabinet, labeled National Security Review 29. Gates had drafted it over the past 5 months. It called on every arm of the government to define what it wanted from American intelligence for the next 15 years. This effort, Gates announced to an audience of hundreds of CIA employees, was a monumental and historic undertaking. The National Security Review carried Bush's signature, but it was a plea from Gates to the rest of the government. Just tell us what you want. He knew the agency had to be seen to change in order to survive. Richard Kerr, the Deputy Director of Central Intelligence for 4 years under Bush, wondered aloud whether there was going to be a CIA in days to come. The agency was in as much of a revolution as the former Soviet Union, he said. We have lost the simplicity of purpose or cohesion that essentially has driven not only intelligence, but has driven this country for 40-plus years. The consensus on where American interests lay and how the CIA might serve them was gone. Gates put out a press release calling the National Security Review the most far-reaching directive to assess future intelligence needs and priorities since 1947. But what were those needs? During the Cold War, no president and no director of Central Intelligence ever had to ask. Should the CIA now focus on the wretched of the earth or the rise of global markets? What was more threatening, terrorism or technology? Over the winter, Gates compiled his to-do list for the New World, completed it in February, and presented it to Congress on April 2, 1992. The final draft included 176 threats, from climate change to cybercrime. At the top were nuclear, chemical, and biological weapons. Then came narcotics and terrorism. The two were twinned as drugs and thugs. Terrorism was still a second-tier issue, and after that, world trade and technological surprise. But they did not add up to the immensity of the Soviet Union. President Bush decided to reduce the size and refocus the scope of the agency. Gates agreed. It was a reasonable response to the end of the Cold War. So the power of the CIA was diminished by design. Everyone thought the CIA would be smarter if it were smaller. The intelligence budget began going down in 1991, and it fell for the next 6 years. The cuts were taking a toll in 1992, at the moment when the CIA was instructed to dramatically increase its support for day-to-day military operations. More than 20 CIA outposts were shuttered, some large stations in major capitals downsized by more than 60%, and the number of clandestine service officers working overseas plummeted. The analysts were hit harder. Doug McEachin, now their chief, said he found it hard to do serious analysis with a bunch of 19-year-olds on 2-year rotations. That was something of an exaggeration, but not much. Tensions rising as budget pinches, Gates wrote in a private work diary not long after his swearing in. The cuts kept coming, and in years to come, Bush and many others blamed them on knee-jerk liberals. The record shows they were equally his work. They were in the spirit of the times, captured in a television commercial Bill Colby taped for an advocacy group called the Coalition for Democratic Values as the 1992 election season started. "I'm William Colby, and I was head of the CIA," he said. "The job of intelligence is to warn us of dangers to our military. Now the Cold War is over, and the military threat is far less. Now it is time to cut our military spending by 50% and invest that money in our schools, health care, and our economy." This was the famous peace dividend. But this peace proved as fleeting as it had been after World War II. And this time there were no victory parades, and the Cold War's veterans had cause to mourn the vanquished enemy. "If you're going to be involved with espionage, you've got to be motivated," Richard Helms once said to me, his eyes narrowed and his voice low and urgent. "It's not fun and games. It's dirty and dangerous. There's always a chance you're going to get burned. In World War II and the OSS, we knew what our motivation was, to beat the goddamn Nazis. In the Cold War, we knew what our motivation was, to beat the goddamn Russians. Suddenly the Cold War is over, and what is the motivation? What would compel someone to spend their lives doing this kind of thing?" Gates spent a year trying to answer those questions. Days on end testifying on Capitol Hill, shoring up political support, making public speeches, leading task forces and round tables, promising more intelligence for the military, less political pressure on analysts, an all-out attack on the top 10 threats, a new CIA, a better CIA. He never had time to realize any of these visions. He had been in office for 10 months when he had to set his work aside to fly to Little Rock and brief the man who would be the next President of the United States. Part 6. The Reckoning. The CIA under Clinton and George W. Bush, 1993 to 2007. 44. We had no facts. No commander-in-chief since Calvin Coolidge had come to the White House thinking less about the wider world than Bill Clinton. When he spun the globe, it always came back to rest on the United States. Born in 1946, no older than the CIA, Clinton was shaped by the national resistance to Vietnam and the military draft, perfected as a politician by the local and state affairs of Arkansas, and elected on a promise to revive the American economy. No aspect of foreign policy made the top 5 items on his agenda. He had no deep thoughts about American strategic interests after the Cold War. He saw his time in office as a moment of immense democratic and entrepreneurial opportunity, in the words of his national security advisor Tony Lake. The administration was 8 months old before Lake pronounced the new foreign policy of the United States, increasing the number of the world's free markets. This was more of a business plan than a policy. Clinton equated free trade and freedom, as if selling American goods would spread American values abroad. Clinton's national security team was second string. He selected the high-minded but scatterbrained Congressman Les Aspin for Secretary of Defense. Aspin lasted less than a year. He chose the high-collared attorney Warren Christopher for Secretary of State. Christopher was formal and distant, handling great global issues as if they were case law. And at the last minute, Clinton picked the high-strung veteran of Richard Nixon's National Security Council staff for Director of Central Intelligence. R. James Woolsey, Jr. was a 51-year-old lawyer and an experienced arms control negotiator who had served as Undersecretary of the Navy under President Carter. His bulging temples and biting wit gave the impression of a highly intelligent hammerhead shark. A month after Clinton's election, Woolsey gave a well-noticed speech saying the United States had fought a dragon for 45 years and finally had slain it, only to find itself in a jungle filled with poisonous snakes. No one had articulated a more vivid vision for American intelligence after the Cold War. He got the call a few days later, flew to Little Rock, and met Clinton after midnight on December 22nd. The laid-back president-elect chatted about his youth in Arkansas and asked about Woolsey's boyhood next door in Oklahoma, taking him on a short trip down a 1950s memory lane. At dawn, Woolsey learned he would be the next director of Central Intelligence. 15 minutes before the formal announcement that morning, Dee Dee Myers, Clinton's press secretary, glanced at her notes and said, "Admiral, I didn't know you served in the Bush administration as well." "Dee Dee, I'm not an admiral," Woolsey said. "I never got above captain in the Army." "Whoops," she said. "We'd better change the press release." He fled as fast as he could. With the airport fogged in, Woolsey shanghaied a CIA officer to drive him to Dallas so he could fly to California for Christmas. It would be his last act of free will for a long time. He was about to become a prisoner of war at the CIA. He met precisely twice with the President of the United States in the course of the next 2 years, an all-time low in the agency's annals. "I didn't have a bad relationship with the President," he said years later. "I just didn't have one at all." The CIA's top officers served a director who they knew had no clout and a president who they thought had no clue. "We had a fabulous relationship with the White House under Bush, Christmas parties at Camp David, that sort of thing," said Tom Twetton, chief of the clandestine service from the start of 1991 through the end of 1993. "And we went from that to nothing. After about 6 months under Clinton, it dawns on us that nobody's seen the President or the National Security Council. The CIA was powerless without direction from the President. It was a ship in irons, adrift." Though Clinton came to office in a state of willful ignorance about the CIA, he quickly turned to the clandestine service to solve his problems overseas and ordered up dozens of covert action proposals during his first 2 years in office. When they failed to produce quick fixes, he was forced to turn to his military commanders, who almost to a man scorned him as a draft dodger. The results were dreadful. There was no intelligence network. "No harsher test was there than Somalia," said Frank G. Wisner, Jr., the son of the founder of the CIA's clandestine service. Somalia was a casualty of the Cold War. The wholesale provision of weapons to its competing factions by the United States and the Soviet Union left enormous arsenals for warring clans. The day before Thanksgiving, 1992, President Bush had authorized an American military intervention for humanitarian purposes. 500,000 people had died from starvation in Somalia. 10,000 a day were dying as the Bush administration came to a close. Now the clans were stealing food aid and killing one another. The mission of feeding dying people quickly mutated into a military operation against the strongest Somali warlord, General Mohammed Farah Aidid. On Inauguration Day, 1993, after serving for a moment as the acting Secretary of State, Weiner moved to the Pentagon as the Undersecretary of Defense for Policy. He looked to Somalia and he found a blank. The Bush administration had closed down the American embassy and the CIA station 2 years earlier. "We had no facts," Weiner said. "There was no intelligence network. There was no way of knowing the dynamics." This was Weiner's problem to solve with the help of the CIA. He set up a Somalia task force, which deployed American Special Forces commandos and turned to the agency to serve as its eyes and ears on the ground. That job fell to Garrett Jones, the newly appointed station chief in Somalia. Once a Miami police detective, Jones was dropped into the middle of nowhere with 7 officers beneath him and the task of overthrowing an army of warriors before him. His headquarters was a ransacked room of the ambassador's abandoned residence in Mogadishu. Within days, his best Somali agent shot himself in the head. Another was killed by a rocket fired from an American helicopter. His deputy chief of station was shot in the neck by a sniper and nearly died, and Jones found himself leading the manhunt for Aidid and his lieutenants down a series of blind alleys. That path led to the death of 18 American soldiers in a clash that killed 1,200 Somalis. A post-mortem on Somalia came from Admiral William Crowe, who had retired as chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, to become the leader of the President's Foreign Intelligence Advisory Board, the Council of Elders created by Eisenhower. The board investigated and concluded that the intelligence failure in Somalia was right in the National Security Council, Admiral Crowe said. They expected intelligence to make their decisions for them, not just give them information about what was going on there. They couldn't understand why intelligence didn't advise them correctly on what to do. It made for considerable confusion right at the top as to what was going out to Somalia, Crowe said. The president himself wasn't very interested in the intelligence, which was most unfortunate. The result was an ever-deepening distrust between the White House and the CIA. Retaliating quite effectively against Iraqi cleaning women. At the start of 1993, terrorism was not an issue at the forefront of most minds at the agency. The United States had undertaken no meaningful action against the sources of terror since it had been caught selling missiles to Iran. The American hostages taken during the Reagan years had all come home from Beirut by 1991, though Bill Buckley came home in a box. In 1992, there was serious talk about shutting down the CIA's counterterrorism center. Things had been quiet. People thought perhaps the problem had solved itself. Not long after dawn, on January 25, 1993, the 5th day of the Clinton administration, Nicholas Starr, a 60-year-old career CIA officer, was first in line at the stoplight outside the main entrance to the agency's headquarters. The light takes forever to turn green, and cars back up to the horizon on Route 123, waiting to enter the tranquil woods of the CIA's headquarters. At 7:50 a.m., a young Pakistani stepped out of his car and began firing an AK-47 assault rifle. First, he shot Frank Darling, 28, who worked as a covert operations communicator, hitting him in the right shoulder as Darling's wife screamed in horror. The gunman wheeled, shot, and killed Dr. Lansing Bennett, 66, a CIA physician. He turned and hit Nick Starr in the left arm and shoulder, then shot Calvin Morgan, 61, a CIA engineer, and Stephen Williams, 48, later identified in court records as a CIA employee. The killer turned again and blew Darling's head off. And then he drove away. It was all over in half a minute. Grievously wounded, Nick Starr somehow reached the guardhouse at the CIA's gates and raised the alarm. President Clinton never came to the CIA to pay his respects to the dead and wounded. He sent his wife instead. It is hard to exaggerate how much fury this created at headquarters. When Fred Woodruff, the acting station chief in Tbilisi, Georgia, was shot and killed in an apparently random murder that summer while on a sightseeing trip, Woolsey made a point of flying halfway around the world to receive his mortal remains. On February 26, 1993, 1 month after the shooting at the agency's gates, a bomb went off in the subterranean parking garage of the World Trade Center. 6 people were killed and more than 1,000 injured. The FBI thought at first it was Balkan separatists, but within a week it became clear that the bombers were the acolytes of a blind Egyptian sheikh who lived in Brooklyn, Omar Abdel Rahman. His name rang a very loud bell at CIA headquarters. The blind sheikh had recruited many hundreds of Arab fighters for the war against the Soviets in Afghanistan under the banner of Al-Gama'ah al-Islamiyah, the Islamic group. Tried and acquitted in the 1981 assassination of President Anwar el-Sadat, he had nonetheless remained under house arrest in Egypt until 1986. As soon as he got out of prison in Egypt, he started trying to get into the United States. He succeeded in 1990, but how? The sheikh was a known seditionist, and, as it developed, the spiritual leader of a conspiracy to kill Americans by the thousands. His visa had been issued in the capital of Sudan by a member of the Central Intelligence Agency in Khartoum, said Joe O'Neill, the chargé d'affaires at the American Embassy. The agency knew that he was traveling in the area looking for a visa and never told us. It must have been a mistake, O'Neill thought. That name should have shown up like a shot. In fact, CIA officers had reviewed 7 applications by Abdel Rahman to enter the United States and said yes 6 times. I can't tell you what a terrible thing it is that had happened, O'Neill said. It was atrocious. On April 14, 1993, George H.W. Bush arrived in Kuwait to commemorate the victory in the Gulf War. His wife, 2 of his sons, and former Secretary of State Jim Baker were among his entourage. On that trip, the Kuwaiti secret police arrested 17 men and charged them with a plot to kill Bush with a car bomb, close to 200 pounds of plastic explosives hidden in a Toyota Land Cruiser. Under torture, some of the suspects confessed that Iraq's intelligence service was behind the assassination attempt. On April 29th, the CIA's technicians reported that the construction of the bomb bore an Iraqi signature. A few days later, the FBI started interrogating the suspects. 2 said they had been sent by Iraq. The only part of the puzzle that did not seem to fit was the suspects themselves. Most of them were whiskey smugglers, hashish peddlers, and shell-shocked veterans. But the CIA eventually concluded that Saddam Hussein had tried to kill President Bush. Over the next month, President Clinton weighed a response. At about 1:30 a.m. on June 26th, on the Muslim Sabbath, 23 Tomahawk missiles landed in and around Iraqi intelligence headquarters, a complex of 7 large buildings inside a walled compound in downtown Baghdad. At least one of the missiles struck an apartment building and killed several innocent civilians, including a prominent Iraqi artist and her husband. General Colin Powell, chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, said the bombing was intended to be proportionate to the attack on President Bush. The director of Central Intelligence was enraged by the president's sense of proportion. Saddam tries to assassinate former President Bush, Woolsey said years later, and President Clinton fires a couple of dozen cruise missiles into an empty building in the middle of the night in Baghdad, thereby retaliating quite effectively against Iraqi cleaning women and night watchmen, but not especially effectively against Saddam Hussein. Not long thereafter, he noted, our helicopters were shot down in Mogadishu, and as in Beirut 10 years earlier, we left. With the images of dead Army Rangers being dragged through the streets of Mogadishu still fresh in American minds, Clinton set out to restore the power of the elected president of Haiti, the leftist priest Jean-Bertrand Aristide. He genuinely viewed Aristide as the legitimate ruler of the Haitian people, and he wanted to see justice done. This required undoing the military junta that had ousted Aristide. Many of its leaders had been on the CIA's payroll for years, serving as trusted informants for the clandestine service. This fact was an unpleasant surprise for the White House. So was the revelation that the agency had created a Haitian intelligence service whose military leaders did little but distribute Colombian cocaine, destroy their political enemies, and preserve their power in the capital, Port-au-Prince. The agency was now placed in the awkward position of overthrowing its own agents. This put Clinton and the CIA in direct conflict. So did the CIA's accurate assessment that Aristide was not a pillar of strength or virtue. Woolsey painted the conflict as ideological. The president and his aides desperately wanted us at the CIA to say that Aristide was effectively going to be the Thomas Jefferson of Haiti, he recalled. We somewhat grumpily declined to do that, and pointed out both his short side as well as some of the positive things about him. We were not popular because of that. Woolsey was only partly right. The White House found the CIA's analysis of Aristide's weaknesses inconvenient, but it also found the agency's old allies in Haiti appalling. Furious when the CIA crossed swords with him on Haiti, paralyzed by his inability to formulate a foreign policy, shell-shocked by the shoot-down in Somalia, the president wanted to withdraw from Third World adventures for a while. But as soon as American soldiers and spies started pulling out of the Horn of Africa, where they had gone on a humanitarian mission and wound up killing and being killed, they were called upon to go save lives in Rwanda, where two tribes were at each other's throats. At the end of January 1994, the White House studiously ignored a CIA study saying 500,000 people might die in Rwanda. Soon the conflict exploded into one of the great man-made disasters of the 20th century. Nobody was really focused on how serious the situation was until things were out of control, said Mort Halperin, then a member of Clinton's National Security Council staff. There weren't any visuals and there wasn't a lot of information. Reluctant to become involved in nations whose sufferings were not televised, the Clinton administration refused to call the one-sided massacres genocide. The president's response to Rwanda was a decision to narrowly define America's national interest in the fate of faraway failed states whose collapse would not directly affect the United States, places such as Somalia, Sudan, and Afghanistan. Blow it up. Woolsey lost almost every fight he picked, and there were plenty. When it became clear that Woolsey could not restore the CIA's money and power, most of the remaining stars among the Cold War generation began flicking out the lights and going home. The veterans had been the first to vanish. Then the up-and-coming officers in their 30s and early 40s bailed out to start new careers. Recruiting new talent, people in their 20s, was harder and harder every year. The intellectual and operational powers of the CIA were fading away. Headquarters was run by professional clerks who meted out dwindling funds without any understanding of what worked and what did not work in the field. They had no system of distinguishing programs that succeeded from those that did not. Without a scorecard of successes and failures, they had little understanding of how to field their players. As the number of experienced CIA operators and analysts dwindled, the authority of the Director of Central Intelligence was sapped by his own bloated middle management, an ever-growing cadre of special assistants, staff aides, and task forces that overflowed from headquarters into rented offices in the shopping malls and industrial parks of Virginia. Woolsey found himself presiding over a secret bureaucracy increasingly disconnected from the rest of American government. Like a big city hospital whose poor practices made its patients sick, the CIA was making mistakes as part of its everyday operations. American intelligence had started to resemble Frankenstein's creature, wrote James Monier Simon, Jr., the CIA's chief administrative officer at the turn of the century. An amalgamation of ill-fitting pieces put together at differing times by different and sometimes indifferent workmen, suffering from a defective nervous system that cripples its coordination and balance. The problems were too complicated for a quick fix. Like the space shuttle, the agency was a complex system that could explode if a simple component failed. The only person with the power to start to make the pieces fit was the President of the United States. But Clinton did not find the time to understand what the CIA was, how it worked, or where it fit in with the rest of the American government. The President delegated all that to George Tenet, whom he brought to the White House as the National Security Council's staff director for intelligence. 14 months into the Clinton administration, Tenet was musing over a double espresso and a cigar at a sidewalk cafe 2 blocks from the White House. What did he think should be done to change the CIA? "Blow it up," Tenet said. He meant, of course, a creative destruction, a rebuilding from the ground up, but it was a vivid choice of words. 45. Why in the world didn't we know? Fred Hitz, the CIA's Inspector General, said his job was to walk through the battlefield while the smoke cleared and shoot the wounded. His internal investigations were painstaking and pitiless. He was old-school agency, recruited in his senior year at Princeton after being tapped by the dean of students. As fate would have it, his biggest case concerned his classmate from the CIA's career training cadre of 1967, an alcoholic burnout from the old Soviet division by the name of Aldrich Hazen Ames. On President's Day, February 21, 1994, a team of FBI agents hauled Ames out of his Jaguar as he left his suburban home for headquarters, slapped on the handcuffs, and took him away forever. I went to see him in the Alexandria County Jail after his arrest. He was a gray man of 53 who had been spying for the Soviets for nearly 9 years. He would soon be sent to a lifetime of solitary confinement, and he was eager to talk. Ames was a malcontent and a malingerer who got a job with the agency because his father had once worked there. He spoke passable Russian and wrote readable reports when sober, but his personnel records were a chronicle of drunkenness and ineptitude. He had failed upward for 17 years. In 1985, he had reached a pinnacle, chief of counterintelligence for the Soviet Union and Eastern Europe. He was known to be an alcoholic malcontent, yet the agency gave him access to the files of nearly every important spy working for the United States behind the Iron Curtain. He had become contemptuous of the CIA. He thought it absurd to say that the Soviet threat to the United States was immense and growing. He decided that he knew better. "I know what the Soviet Union is really all about, and I know what's best for foreign policy and national security," he remembered thinking, "and I'm going to act on that." Ames obtained permission from his superiors to meet with an officer from the Soviet embassy in Washington, pretending that he could recruit the Russian. In April 1985, in exchange for $50,000, he had handed a Soviet intelligence officer the names of 3 Soviet citizens who were working with the CIA. Then, a few months later, he named every name he knew. Moscow set $2 million aside for him. One by one, America's spies inside the Soviet Union were arrested, tried, imprisoned, and executed. As they died, Ames said, bells and whistles went off inside the clandestine service. It was as if neon lights and searchlights lit up all over the Kremlin, shone all the way across the Atlantic Ocean, saying, "There is a penetration." Yet the CIA's leaders refused to believe that one of their own had betrayed them. Using double agents and deception, the KGB skillfully manipulated the CIA's perceptions of the case. It had to be a bug. It could not be a mole. Ames also gave Moscow the identities of hundreds of his fellow CIA officers and a thorough rundown on their work. Their names were given to the Soviet intelligence service, as were the details of a number of operations that the United States was engaged in, Hitz said. This began in 1985, but continued until 1 or 2 years before his arrest, and Ames was an avid gatherer of information to supply to his Soviet case officer. So, in strict intelligence terms, it was a horror. The agency knew that something had destroyed its Soviet operations, but it took 7 years to begin to face the facts. The CIA was unable to investigate itself, and Ames knew it. You would wind up with people throwing up their hands and saying, "We can't do it," he said with a smirk. You've got 2,000 or 3,000 or 4,000 people running around doing espionage. You can't monitor it, you can't control it, you can't check it. And that's probably the biggest problem with an espionage service. It has to be small. The minute you get big, you get like the KGB, or you get like us. A violation of Commandment Number 1. It took Hitz more than a year after the arrest to assess the damage Ames had wrought. In the end, he found that the CIA itself had been part of an elaborate deception. Among the most highly classified papers that the agency produced during and after the Cold War were blue border reports, with a blue stripe on the side signifying their importance, assessing the strength of Moscow's missiles, tanks, jets, bombers, strategy, and tactics. They were signed by the Director of Central Intelligence and sent to the President, the Secretary of Defense, and the Secretary of State. That is what the intelligence community exists to do, Hitz said. For 8 years, from 1986 to 1994, the senior CIA officers responsible for these reports had known that some of their sources were controlled by Russian intelligence. The agency knowingly gave the White House information manipulated by Moscow and deliberately concealed the fact. To reveal that it had been delivering misinformation and disinformation would have been too embarrassing. 95 of these tainted reports warped American perceptions of the major military and political developments in Moscow. 11 of the reports went directly to Presidents Reagan, Bush, and Clinton. They distorted and diminished America's ability to understand what was going on in Moscow. This was an incredible discovery, Hitz said. The most senior CIA official responsible for these reports insisted, as Ames had done, that he knew best. He knew what was real and what was not. The fact that the reporting had come from agents of deception meant nothing. He made that decision himself, Hitz said. Well, that was shocking. What came out of this whole episode was a feeling that the agency couldn't be trusted, Hitz said. In short, it was a violation of Commandment Number 1, and that's why it had such a destructive impact. By lying to the White House, the CIA had broken the sacred trust, Hitz said, and without that, no espionage agency can do its job. The place just needs a total overhaul. Woolsey acknowledged that the Ames case revealed an institutional carelessness that bordered on criminal negligence. One could almost conclude not only that no one was watching, but that no one cared, he said. But he announced that no one would be dismissed or demoted for the systemic failure of the CIA in the Ames case. Instead, he sent letters of reprimand to 6 former senior officers and 5 still on duty, including the chief of the clandestine service, Ted Price. He defined the failures as sins of omission and blamed them on a flawed culture within the CIA, a tradition of arrogance and denial. Woolsey presented his decision to the House Intelligence Committee on the afternoon of September 28, 1994. He made a bad impression. You have to wonder whether the CIA has become no different from any other bureaucracy, the committee's chairman, Dan Glickman, a Kansas Democrat, said upon emerging from the meeting. You have to wonder if it has lost the vibrancy of its unique mission. The Ames case created an attack on the CIA that was unprecedented in its intensity. It came from the right and it came from the left, and it came from the dwindling center of American politics. Anger mixed with ridicule, a deadly brew, flowed from the White House and Congress. There was a strong sense that the Ames case was not an isolated aberration, but evidence of a structural dry rot. Lieutenant General Bill Odom, who had run the National Security Agency under President Reagan, said the solution was radical surgery. "I would disembowel the CIA," he said. "It's contaminated, and if you take half-hearted measures, it will remain contaminated." Striving to defend the agency from without and within, Woolsey promised the American people that they had a right to ask where the CIA was headed. But he had lost his ability to chart that course. So on September 30th, 1994, Congress created a commission on the future of the CIA and gave it the power to blaze a new path for the agency in the 21st century. The Ames case had created a once-in-a-generation chance for change. "The place just needs a total overhaul," said Senator Arlen Specter of Pennsylvania, a Republican who had served 6 years on the Senate Intelligence Committee. What was needed was a push from the President of the United States, which never came. It took 3 months to select the 17 members of the commission, 4 months to draft an agenda, and 5 months before the panel held its first formal meeting. The commission was dominated by members of Congress, notably Representative Porter J. Goss of Florida, a conservative Florida Republican. Goss had spent an undistinguished stint with the clandestine service in the 1960s, but he was the only member of Congress who could claim hands-on experience at the agency. The commission's most distinguished outsider was Paul Wolfowitz, who came to the table thinking that the CIA's ability to gather intelligence through espionage had collapsed, and who would be among the most influential members of the next president's inner circle. The commission was led by Les Aspin, who had lost his job as Secretary of Defense 9 months before, fired for his inability to make decisions. Clinton had named him chairman of the President's Foreign Intelligence Advisory Board. Depressed and disorganized, Aspin asked big questions without clear answers. What does it all mean now? What are the targets now? What are you trying to do? When he died suddenly of a stroke at 56 a few months later, the commission's staff was despondent and its work went adrift. The commissioners headed in a dozen different directions, unable to decide on a destination. The staff director, Britt Snyder, proclaimed, "Our goal is to sell intelligence," but many of the witnesses were warning that salesmanship was not the issue. It was the product. The commission finally convened and took testimony. Bob Gates, who had drawn up the long list of 176 threats and targets 3 years before, now said the agency was overwhelmed by the multiplicity of tasks. Case officers and station chiefs said the clandestine service was drowning under too many requests to do too many small-bore things too far afield. Why was the White House asking the CIA to report on the growth of the evangelical movement in Latin America? Was that really important to the national security of the United States? The agency was only capable of a few major missions. "Tell us what you want us to do," the CIA officers begged. But nothing focused the commission. Not the March 1995 attack by a religious cult that poured sarin gas into the Tokyo subways, killing 12 people and injuring 3,769, an event that signified the transformation of terrorism from nation-states to the self-anointed. Not the April 1995 bombing of the federal headquarters in Oklahoma City, which killed 169 people, the deadliest attack on American territory since Pearl Harbor. Not the discovery of a plot by Islamic militants to blow up a dozen American airliners over the Pacific and crash a hijacked jet into CIA headquarters. Not the warning from a CIA officer that someday the United States would face aerial terrorism, an airplane dive-bombing a target. Not the fact that a total of 3 people in the American intelligence community had the linguistic ability to understand excited Muslims talking to each other. Not the realization that the ability of the CIA to analyze information was being drowned by the explosion of email, personal computers, cellular telephones, and publicly available encryption for private communications. not the growing realization that the CIA was in a state of collapse. The report, 17 months in the making, had no weight and no impact. Counterterrorism received little attention, said Locke Johnson, a member of the Commission's staff. The limits of covert action were never defined. The weaknesses in accountability went largely unaddressed. No one who read it bought the anodyne arguments that a little fine-tuning would fix the machine. As the Commission completed its report, a total of 25 people were enrolled at the CIA's Career Training Center for Young New Recruits. The agency's ability to attract talent was at an all-time low. So was its reputation. The Ames case had made the CIA's future a casualty of its history. The clandestine service was terribly concerned about what they feel are inadequate numbers of people on the front line, Fred Hitz said at the time. Getting the right people and getting them in the right place is already a different problem to solve. We've got good people, but not enough of them, and not enough of them in the places where we need them. If the President of the United States and the Congress of the United States don't help, then the one thing that will bring us around too late. Some horrible event happening somewhere in the world, maybe in our own nation, that makes us all wake up as Pearl Harbor made us wake up and say, "Why in the world didn't we know?" 46. We're in trouble. At the end of 1994, Jim Woolsey recorded a farewell address to his troops at the CIA, sent a letter of resignation to the White House by courier, and left town in a hurry. Bill Clinton searched the government for someone willing and able to take the job. "The President asked me whether I was interested in being the Director of Central Intelligence," said his Deputy Secretary of Defense, John Deutsch. "I made it very clear to him that I was not. I saw my friend Jim Woolsey having tremendous difficulties as director. I didn't think that there was any reason for me to think I could do better." "Fine," Clinton replied. "Find someone who can." 6 weeks went by before Deutsch managed to press gang a retired Air Force general named Mike Carnes for the job. 6 more weeks passed before the nomination wobbled, plummeted, and crashed. "The President pressed on me the view that I really had to do it," Deutsch said. Thus began a short and bitter lesson in the political science of American intelligence. Deutsch had good reason to dread the assignment. He had been in and around national security circles for 3 decades, and he knew that no director of Central Intelligence ever had succeeded in fulfilling his charter, serving simultaneously as the chairman of American intelligence and the chief executive of the CIA. He requested and received cabinet rank, as Bill Casey had, to ensure himself some access to the President. He had hopes that he might become the Secretary of Defense if Clinton was re-elected in 1996. But he knew that the CIA was in a state of turmoil that could not be repaired in a year or two. Plagued by poor leadership, the agency is adrift, a veteran CIA analyst, John Gentry, wrote during the days that Deutsch first came to office. It has a palpable malaise. The unhappiness level of employees well into management ranks is very high. Senior officers are floundering as well. The agency was led by a corps of senior officers so devoid of real leadership skills that it is largely incapable of independent creative action. With Clinton apparently content to get his intelligence from CNN, Gentry wrote, the CIA had no one left to pander to. As Deputy Secretary of Defense, Deutsch had been through a year-long review of American intelligence with Woolsey, trying for a truce in the endless wars over money and power between the Pentagon and the CIA. They would pick an issue, say the proliferation of nuclear weapons, and at the end of the day they would conclude that much more had to be done. Counterintelligence? After Ames, definitely more. Support to military operations? Hugely important. Human intelligence? More spies. Better analysis? Absolutely crucial. At the end of the review, it was clear that there were an infinite number of needs and a finite amount of money and personnel available to meet them. American intelligence could not be reformed from within, and surely it was not being reformed from without. Deutsch and Woolsey both had the well-known "I'm the smartest guy in the room" syndrome. The difference was that Deutsch often was the smartest. He had been the dean of science and the provost at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. His field was physical chemistry, the science of the transformation of matter at the molecular, atomic, and subatomic levels. He could explain how a lump of coal becomes a diamond. He set out to transform the CIA under that type of pressure. At his confirmation hearings, he had vowed to change the culture of the CIA's clandestine service, down to the bare bones. But he had no clear idea how. Like his predecessors, he went to learn at the feet of Richard Helms. Helms, now 82, carried himself with the bearing of a British peer. Shortly after his skull session with the new director, I had lunch with him at a restaurant 2 blocks from the White House. Helms sipped a noontime beer, sitting beneath slowly revolving ceiling fans, and confided that Deutsch was instinctively drawing away from the clandestine service, seeing it as nothing but trouble. Nor is he the first to be distancing himself. He's got to do a job convincing them he's on the team. In May 1995, a few days after Deutsch showed up for work at CIA headquarters, the leaders of the clandestine service, always conscious of the need to recruit a new boss, presented him with a glossy brochure titled "A New Direction, a New Future." It was the list of their top 10 targets: loose nukes, terrorism, Islamic fundamentalism, support for military operations, macroeconomics, Iran, Iraq, North Korea, Russia, China. The new director and his spies all knew that the White House wanted to use the CIA as a private internet, a database on everything from tropical rainforests to compact disc counterfeiters, and that its attention needed a far sharper focus. "The trouble is there's too much to do," Deutsch said. "You get requests. What's going to happen in Indonesia? What's going to happen in Sudan? What's going to happen in the Middle East?" The call for global coverage was impossible to fulfill. "Let us concentrate on a few hard targets," the spies said. Deutsch could not settle the argument. Instead, he worked for 5 months trying to get a handle on the clandestine service. He flew off to CIA stations around the world, listening, questioning, and weighing what he had to work with. He said he found tremendously poor morale. He was shocked by the inability of his spies to solve their own problems. He found them in a state approaching panic. He compared them to the American military after Vietnam. Back then, as Deutsch put it in September 1995, a lot of smart lieutenants and colonels had looked at one another and said, "We're in trouble. We've got to change. We've got to figure out a way to do this differently. We're either leaving or we're going to change the system." And the people who stayed did change the system. Deutsch wanted the clandestine service to solve its own problems, but he found his people incapable of change. Compared to uniformed officers, he said of his spies, they certainly are not as competent or as understanding of what their relative role is or what their responsibilities are. The clandestine service was not confident of carrying out its day-to-day activity. This crisis of confidence took many forms. Some were made manifest in misguided operations that backfired. Others were continuing failures of collection and analysis. Some were breathtaking lapses in judgment. In Bosnia, on July 13, 1995, as the world's press reported mass killings of Muslims by Serbs, a spy satellite sent back pictures of prisoners being guarded by gunmen in fields outside the town of Srebrenica. No one at the CIA looked at that picture for 3 weeks. No one had thought that the Serbs would conquer the town. No one anticipated a slaughter. No one paid heed to human rights groups, the United Nations, or the press. The CIA had no officers and no agents in the field to corroborate what they were reporting. It had no information about any atrocities. It had been ordered to devote itself to supporting military operations in the region, and it had neither time nor talent to spare to check out reports from terrified refugees. 2 weeks after the first press accounts of a slaughter, the CIA sent a U-2 over Srebrenica. The plane recorded images of freshly dug mass graves in the fields where the prisoners had stood. Those photos arrived at the CIA on a regular military courier flight 3 days later. And 3 days after that, a CIA photo analyst matched up the location of the first satellite image of the prisoners in the field with the second U-2 image of burial sites. The analysis landed at the White House on August 4, 1995. Thus did the CIA report 3 weeks after the fact the biggest mass murder of civilians in Europe since Hitler's death camps 50 years before. 8,000 people were dead, and the agency had missed it. On the other end of Europe, the CIA's Paris station had run an elaborate operation trying to steal the French negotiating position on trade talks. Locked into the idea that free trade was the guiding force of American foreign policy, the White House had aggravated the CIA's woes by demanding more and more economic intelligence. The Paris station was pursuing secrets of minimal importance to the national security of the United States, such as how many American movies would be shown on French screens. The French Interior Ministry ran a counter-espionage operation that included the seduction of a CIA officer working under non-official cover as a businesswoman. There was pillow talk, and secrets were spilled. The government publicly expelled the Paris station chief, Dick Holm, a genuine hero at the clandestine service, who had run field operations in Laos and barely survived a fiery plane crash in the Congo 30 years before, and who was on his last tour before retirement. 4 hapless and humiliated CIA officers were kicked out of France with him. Another blown operation, another public embarrassment for the clandestine service, and another public example of a situation where its ability to carry out its function as its own standards required came into question, Deutsch said. He asked his officers time and again, "What are the professional standards of carrying out your very difficult mission? And are you doing it well all over the world?" His answer to that last question was a resounding no. It was clearly malice. The problems at the Paris station were a passing annoyance compared to what went on in the Latin American division of the clandestine service. The division was a world apart at the CIA, dominated by veterans of the war against Fidel Castro, men who had their own set of rules and disciplines. Since 1987, station chiefs in Costa Rica, El Salvador, Peru, Venezuela, and Jamaica had been accused of lying to superiors, sexually harassing co-workers, stealing money, threatening underlings at gunpoint, running a counter-narcotics operation in which a ton of cocaine wound up on the streets of Florida, and keeping sloppy accounts involving $1 million in government funds. It was the only division in the clandestine service in which station chiefs were removed from their posts for misconduct on a regular basis. The division's isolation flowed in part from the internal politics of the countries it covered. Throughout the Cold War, the CIA had worked with military regimes against left-wing insurgencies in Latin America. The old bonds were hard to break. In Guatemala, 200,000 civilians had died during 40 years of struggle following the agency's 1954 coup against an elected president. Between 90 and 96% of those deaths came at the hands of the Guatemalan military. In 1994, the CIA's officers in Guatemala still went to great lengths to conceal the nature of their close relations to the military and to suppress reports that Guatemalan officers on its payroll were murderers, torturers, and thieves. This concealment violated a balancing test that Woolsey had started in 1994. The test, called agent validation, was supposed to weigh the quality of an agent's information against the perfidiousness of his conduct. You don't want to be in a position of dealing with military officials or officials in that government who are known by everyone to have blood on their hands unless there is a legitimate intelligence goal to be served, said Inspector General Fred Hitz. Unless that person knows that there's a cache in southern Guatemala where biological weapons are being put together and they're going to be sold on the open market and he's your only source for it. If a person is notorious for butchering people, breaking the law, then the fact that the CIA is in contact with that individual has to be balanced against the information that individual is likely to provide. If the information is the key to the holy mystery, we'll take the chance. But let's do it with our eyes open, and not because of inertia or momentum. This problem boiled over when a Guatemalan colonel on the CIA's payroll was implicated in the cover-up of the murders of an American innkeeper and a Guatemalan guerrilla married to an American lawyer. The outcry over the innkeeper's murder had led the Bush administration to cut off millions of dollars in military aid to Guatemala, though the agency continued its financial support for Guatemalan military intelligence. The CIA station in Guatemala was about twice the size it needed to be, said Thomas Struck, the American ambassador to Guatemala from 1989 to 1992, but it could not seem to bring itself to report accurately on the case. The station chief, Fred Brugger, failed to tell Ambassador Struck that the colonel, a prime suspect, was a CIA agent. "Not only did they not tell me," Ambassador Struck said, "they did not tell my boss, the Secretary of State, or the Congress. That was stupid." Folly turned to malevolence in 1994 when Dan Donahue became the station chief. While the new American ambassador, Marilyn McAfee, was preaching human rights and justice, the CIA stayed loyal to the murderous Guatemalan intelligence service. The embassy split in two. The chief of station came into my office and showed me a piece of intelligence which came from a Guatemalan source, suggesting that I was having an affair with my secretary, whose name was Carol Murphy, Ambassador McAfee remembered. The Guatemalan military had bugged the ambassador's bedroom and recorded her cooing endearments to Murphy. They spread the word that the ambassador was a lesbian. The CIA station transmitted this piece of intelligence, later known as the Murphy Memo, to Washington, where it was widely distributed. "The CIA sent this report to the Hill," Ambassador McAfee said. "It was clearly malice. The CIA had defamed an ambassador by back channels." The ambassador was a conservative person from a conservative family. She was married, and she was not sleeping with her secretary. Murphy was the name of her 2-year-old black standard poodle. The bug in her bedroom had recorded her petting her dog. This book is continued on Disc 16. Legacy of Ashes by Tim Weiner, continued. Disc 17. We had no answers. To understand how the CIA was able to say that Iraq's weapons of mass destruction existed, go back to 1991 and the end of the First Gulf War. After the war came 7 years of intensive international scrutiny, led by United Nations inspectors looking for evidence that Saddam had a hidden arsenal. They combed the country and captured what they could. In the mid-1990s, Saddam feared international economic sanctions more than another attack from the United States. He destroyed his weapons of mass destruction in compliance with the commands of the United Nations. But he kept his weapons production facilities. He lied about it, and the United States and the United Nations knew he was lying. That legacy of lying caused the inspectors and the CIA to distrust everything Iraq did. In 1995, General Hussein Kamal, Saddam's son-in-law, defected along with a few of his aides. Kamal confirmed that Saddam had destroyed the weapons. The CIA disregarded what he said, judging it as deception. The fact that Kamal went back to Iraq and was assassinated by his father-in-law did not alter the agency's belief. His aides told the CIA about Iraq's National Monitoring Directorate, which aimed to conceal Saddam's military intentions and capabilities from the world. The CIA wanted to pierce that system of concealment, and the stroke of good fortune made it possible. Rolf Ekéus, the chairman of the United Nations inspection team, was Swedish. So was Ericsson, the telecommunications giant that made the walkie-talkies used by the National Monitoring Directorate. The CIA, the NSA, Ekéus, and Ericsson devised a way to tap the Iraqis' telecommunications. In March 1998, a CIA officer in the guise of a United Nations weapons inspector went to Baghdad and installed the eavesdropping system. Intercepted conversations were beamed to a computer in Bahrain, which searched for keywords such as missile and chemical. A sterling operation, with one exception. The CIA learned nothing about the existence of any weapons of mass destruction in Iraq. That spring, the weapons inspectors found what they thought were remnants of VX nerve gas in Iraqi missile warheads. Their report was leaked to the Washington Post. Baghdad called it an American lie. Charles Dulfer, who had led some of the inspection teams in the 1990s and returned to Iraq as Tenet's lead weapons hunter in 2004, concluded, "Ultimately, I think the Iraqis were right. They did not weaponize VX." The confrontation over the VX report was a turning point. Iraq no longer trusted the inspectors, who had never trusted Iraq. In December 1998, the United Nations pulled its inspectors out, and the United States once again started bombing Baghdad. The information the CIA had gleaned from its Ericsson taps was used to target American missiles on the people and institutions it penetrated, including the home of the man who ran the National Monitoring Directorate. Iraq declared to the United Nations that it had rid itself of weapons of mass destruction. The declarations were essentially accurate. The substantial violations were minor. But Saddam had been deliberately ambiguous about his arsenal, fearing he would stand naked before his enemies if they believed he did not have the capability to produce the weapons. He wanted the United States, his foes in Israel and Iran, his internal enemies, and above all his own troops to believe that he still had the weapons. Illusion was his best deterrent and his last defense against attack. This was the state of affairs that confronted the CIA after 9/11. Its last reliable reports from inside Iraq were very old news. We were bereft of any human intelligence, zero, nada, in terms of agents on the ground, said David Kay, who also had led the United Nations team and preceded Dulfer as the CIA's chief weapons hunter in Iraq. The White House wanted answers. We had no answers, Kay said. Then, in 2002, suddenly what looked like a golden source of human intelligence stepped forward. Defectors, he said. These defectors coming out of Saddam's regime told us about his weapons programs and weapons progress. Not all of them came out to the United States. Many came out to the intelligence services of France, Germany, Britain, and other countries. The information seemed to be unbelievably good. One of the most riveting stories was the one about mobile biological weapons laboratories. The source was an Iraqi in the hands of the German intelligence service, code-named Curveball. The Iraqi defectors understood two things. One, we shared a mutual interest in regime replacement, and two, the U.S. was very concerned about weapons of mass destruction in Iraq, Kay said. So they told us about weapons in order to get us to move against Saddam. It was basic Newtonian physics. Give me a big enough lever and a fulcrum, and I can move the world. Only one thing was worse than having no sources, and that was to be seduced by sources telling lies. The clandestine service had produced little information on Iraq. The analysts accepted whatever supported the case for war. They swallowed second-hand and third-hand hearsay that conformed to the president's plans. Absence of evidence was not evidence of absence for the agency. Saddam once had the weapons. The defectors said he still had them. Therefore, he had them. The CIA as an institution desperately sought the White House's attention and approval. It did so by telling the president what he wanted to hear. Facts and conclusions based on solid intelligence. President Bush presented the CIA's case and more in his State of the Union speech on January 28, 2003. Saddam Hussein had biological weapons sufficient to kill millions, chemical weapons to kill countless thousands, mobile biological weapons labs designed to produce germ warfare agents. Saddam Hussein recently sought significant quantities of uranium from Africa, he said. Our intelligence sources tell us that he has attempted to purchase high-strength aluminum tubes suitable for nuclear weapons production. All of this was terrifying. None of it was true. On the eve of the war, on February 5, 2003, Secretary of State Colin Powell, whose international stature was unmatched in the Bush administration, went to the United Nations. With George Tenet at his shoulder, ever the loyal aide, his presence a silent affirmation, and the American ambassador to the United Nations, the future Director of National Intelligence, John Negroponte, at his side, the Secretary of State began. Every statement I make today is backed up by sources, solid sources. These are not assertions. What we are giving you are facts and conclusions based on solid intelligence. Powell said, "There can be no doubt that Saddam Hussein has biological weapons, and he has the ability to dispense these lethal poisons and diseases in ways that can cause massive death and destruction." He again warned of Iraq's mobile biological weapons laboratories, how they could park in a shed, make their poison, and move on undetected. He said Saddam had enough lethal chemical weaponry to fill 16,000 battlefield rockets. And perhaps worst of all, there was the threat of the much more sinister nexus between Iraq and the al-Qaeda terrorist network. This was not a selective use of intelligence. It was not cherry-picking. It was not fixing the facts to fit the war plans. It was what the intelligence said, the best intelligence the agency had to offer. Powell had spent days and nights with Tenet, checking and rechecking the CIA's reporting. Tenet looked him in the eye and told him it was rock solid. On March 20, 2003, the war began ahead of schedule with a bad tip from the CIA. Tenet ran to the White House with a flash report that Saddam Hussein was hiding at a compound south of Baghdad called Dura Farms. The president ordered the Pentagon to destroy the compound. The bunker-busting bombs and the cruise missiles rained down. Vice President Cheney said, "I think we did get Saddam Hussein. He was seen being dug out of the rubble and wasn't able to breathe." It was a false report. Saddam was nowhere to be found. The first targeting failure of the war was not the last. On April 7, 2003, the CIA reported that Saddam and his sons were meeting at a house next to the Sa restaurant in the Mansour district of Baghdad. The Air Force dropped 4 one-ton bombs on the house. Saddam was not there either. 18 innocent civilians were killed. The agency had predicted that thousands of Iraqi soldiers and their commanders would surrender all along the route of the attack once it was launched over the border from Kuwait. But the American invading force had to fight its way through every town of any size on the road to Baghdad. The CIA envisioned the wholesale capitulation of Iraqi military units, and its intelligence was specific. The Iraqi division based at Anasiria would lay down its arms. The first American troops into the city were ambushed. 18 Marines were killed, some by friendly fire, in the first major combat of the war. American forces were told they would be welcomed by cheering Iraqis waving American flags. The clandestine service would provide the flags, and showered with candy and flowers on the streets of Baghdad. In time, they were met with bullets and bombs. The CIA compiled a list of 946 suspect sites where Saddam's arsenals of mass destruction might be found. American soldiers were wounded and killed hunting for the weapons that never were. The agency missed the threat posed by the assault rifles and rocket-propelled grenades stockpiled by the Fedayeen, the irregular forces led by Saddam's son, Uday Hussein. The failure led to the first major series of combat deaths of American soldiers. The Fedayeen and other paramilitary forces proved more of a threat than anyone had expected, wrote the authors of On Point, the U.S. Army's official history of the invasion of Iraq. The intelligence and operations communities had never anticipated how ferocious, tenacious, and fanatical they would be. The CIA organized a paramilitary squad of Iraqis called the Scorpions to conduct sabotage before and during the war. During the occupation, the Scorpions distinguished themselves by beating an Iraqi general to death. Major General Abed Hamed Mauhush, who was suspected of directing insurgent attacks but had turned himself in voluntarily to American forces, was clubbed senseless with sledgehammer handles by the Scorpions in the presence of a CIA officer who led them, a retired Special Forces officer who had signed on with the agency for the war. Mauhush died of his injuries 2 days later, on November 26, 2003. Earlier that month, an Iraqi prisoner named Manadal al-Jamadi was tortured to death at the Abu Ghraib prison while in the custody of a CIA officer. The brutal interrogations were part of what the White House had called upon the agency to do when the gloves came off. As the CIA concluded 3 years after the invasion, the American occupation of Iraq became the cause célèbre for jihadists, breeding a deep resentment of U.S. involvement in the Muslim world and cultivating supporters for the global jihadist movement. The assessment came far too late to be much use to American forces. Every army of liberation has a half-life beyond which it turns into an army of occupation, wrote Lieutenant General David H. Petraeus, who commanded the 101st Airborne Division in the first year of the war, oversaw the effort to train the Iraqi army on a second tour, and returned as the commander of American forces in 2007. Intelligence is the key to success, he said. Without it, military operations fall into a catastrophic downward spiral. Just guessing. The agency went pouring into Baghdad when the war was over. As Iraq transitions from tyranny to self-determination, Baghdad is home to the largest CIA station since the Vietnam War, proclaimed Jim Pavitt, the chief of the clandestine service. I am extremely proud of our performance in Iraq and of our role in liberating its people from decades of repression. The officers at the Baghdad station worked with Special Forces soldiers, trying to create a new political climate in Iraq, selecting local leaders, paying off politicians, trying to rebuild society at the grassroots. They tried to work with their British counterparts to create a new Iraqi intelligence service. But very little came of all that. When the Iraqi insurgency began to rise up against the American occupation, those projects started to fall apart, and the leadership of the CIA's Baghdad station began breaking down. As the occupation spun out of control, the CIA's officers found themselves pinned down at the American embassy compound in the capital, unable to escape the protection of the high walls and razor wire. They became prisoners of the Green Zone, powerless to comprehend the Iraqi insurgency, spending far too many hours drinking at the Babylon bar run by the Baghdad station. Many would not accept a rotation of more than 1 to 3 months, barely enough time to get their bearings in Baghdad. The station, whose ranks approached 500 officers, ran through 3 chiefs in the course of a year. The CIA simply could not find a replacement for the first station chief in 2003. They had grave difficulty finding a competent individual to go out, said Larry Crandall, a veteran Foreign Service officer who had worked closely with the CIA during the Afghan Jihad and served as the number 2 manager of the $18 billion American Reconstruction Program in Iraq. The agency had no one from the clandestine service willing or able to serve. It finally selected an analyst with next to no experience in running operations. He lasted for a matter of months. It was an extraordinary failure of leadership in a time of war. The CIA sent the best of the American inspectors who had hunted down Saddam's arsenal in the 1990s back to Iraq. David Kay led a team of 1,400 specialists, the Iraq Survey Group, working directly for the Director of Central Intelligence. Tenet continued to stand by the CIA's reporting, rejecting the growing criticism as misinformed, misleading, and just plain wrong. But the survey group scoured Iraq and found nothing. When Kay returned to report that, Tenet put him in purgatory. Kay nonetheless went before the Senate Armed Services Committee on January 28, 2004, and spoke the truth. "We were almost all wrong," he said. When it became certain that the agency had only imagined Iraq's doomsday arsenal, a moral exhaustion began to settle over the CIA. A dark, bitter anger overtook the fiery spirit that had gripped it after 9/11. It was evident that it no longer mattered much to the White House or the Pentagon or the State Department what the agency had to say. President Bush disdained the CIA's increasingly dire reports on the course of the occupation. The agency was just guessing, he said. This was a death knell. If we are not believed, we have no purpose. The evidence was completely frail. "We're at war," said Judge Lawrence Silberman, whom President Bush appointed on February 6, 2004, to lead an investigation into the ways in which the CIA had conjured Saddam's weaponry. "If the American Army had made a mistake anywhere near as bad as our intelligence community, we would expect generals to be cashiered." He continued, "It would have been eminently justifiable to have told the President and the Congress that it was likely that Saddam had weapons of mass destruction based on his past use, insufficient indications of destruction, and his deceptive behavior. But the CIA had made a grave mistake in concluding that there was a 90% degree of certainty that he had weapons of mass destruction. And it was a grave mistake not based on hindsight," he said. "The evidence was completely frail, some quite faulty, and their tradecraft wasn't good. Moreover, there was such an abysmal lack of internal communication within the intelligence community that often the left hand didn't know what the right hand was doing." The CIA had reached its conclusions on Iraqi chemical weapons solely on the basis of misinterpreted pictures of Iraqi tanker trucks. The CIA had based its conclusions on Iraqi biological weapons on one source, Curveball. The CIA had based its conclusions on Iraqi nuclear weapons almost entirely on Saddam's importation of aluminum tubes intended for conventional rocketry. It's almost shockingly wrong to conclude that those aluminum tubes were appropriate or designed for centrifuges for nuclear weapons, Judge Silberman said. "What was such a disaster," he said, "was for Colin Powell to have gone to the United Nations and set forth that absolutely unmistakable certain case which was based on really bad stuff." Judge Silberman and his presidential commission received unprecedented permission to read every article on Iraq's weapons of mass destruction from the president's daily brief. They found that the CIA's reports for the president's eyes were no different from the rest of its work, including the infamous estimate, except in one regard. They were even more misleading, the commission found. They were, if anything, more alarmist and less nuanced. The president's daily briefs, with their attention-grabbing headlines and drumbeat of repetition, left an impression of many corroborating reports where, in fact, there were very few sources. In ways both subtle and not so subtle, the daily reports seemed to be selling intelligence in order to keep its customers, or at least the first customer, interested. We didn't get the job done. George Tenet saw that his time was over. He had done his best to revive and renew the agency. Yet he would always be remembered for one thing: reassuring the president that the CIA had slam-dunk evidence on Iraq's weapons of mass destruction. Those were the two dumbest words I ever said, Tenet reflected. No matter how long he lived, no matter what good deeds he might do in years to come, they would feature in the first paragraph of his obituary. Tenet, to his credit, asked Richard Kerr, the former Deputy Director of Central Intelligence, to investigate what had gone wrong with the Iraq estimate. The study was classified upon completion in July 2004 and stayed that way for nearly 2 years thereafter. When it was unsealed, it was clear why the agency had kept it under wraps. It was an epitaph. It said the CIA had all but ceased to be when the Cold War came to a close. The fall of the Soviet Union had an impact on the agency analogous to the effect of the meteor strikes on the dinosaurs. In the case of Iraq, and in many other cases as well, analysts were routinely forced to rely on reporting whose sourcing was misleading and even unreliable. In the infamous case of Curveball, CIA officers had fair warning that the man was a liar. This warning went unheeded. That was not dereliction of duty, but it came close. The clandestine service routinely used different descriptions for the same source, so that readers of its reports believed they had 3 corroborating sources of information when they had 1. This was not fraud, but it came close. The CIA had been working on the questions of the Iraqi arsenal for more than a decade, and yet Tenet had gone to George Bush and Colin Powell on the eve of war, brandishing falsehoods cloaked as hard truths. That was not a crime, but it came close. Tragically, this was Tenet's legacy. He finally conceded that the CIA was wrong, not for political reasons or a craven desire to lead the country to war, but because of its incompetence. "We didn't get the job done," he said. The meaning of that failure was left for the CIA's chief weapons inspector, David Kay, to explain in full. "We think intelligence is important to win wars," he said. "Wars are not won by intelligence. They are won by the blood, treasure, courage of the young men and women that we put in the field. What intelligence really does when it is working well is to help avoid wars. That, in the end, was the ultimate intelligence failure." 50. The Burial Ceremony. On July 8, 2004, 7 years after he took office, George Tenet resigned. In his farewell at CIA headquarters, he summoned up the words of Teddy Roosevelt. "It is not the critic who counts, nor the man who points out how the strong man stumbles, or where the doer of deeds could have done them better. The credit belongs to the man who is actually in the arena, whose face is marred by dust and sweat and blood." Richard Nixon had quoted the same speech the day before he left the White House in disgrace. Tenet retreated to write a painful personal memoir of his time at the CIA. It was a prideful, bitter book. He justly boasted of the CIA's success, with invaluable help from British intelligence, at dismantling secret weapons programs in Pakistan and Libya. He maintained that he had transformed the agency from a shambles into a dynamo. But the machine had broken down under intolerable pressure. Tenet could not strike at al-Qaeda before 9/11. "In the absence of hard intelligence," he wrote, "covert action is a fool's game." And ever since the attacks, he had been swamped by tidal waves of threats that never materialized. Every day he conveyed the newest fears to the White House, and you could drive yourself crazy believing all or even half of what he reported. He nearly had. Gripped by uncertainty, he and the CIA had convinced themselves that Iraq's arsenal existed. "We were prisoners of our own history," he wrote, "for the only hard facts they had were 4 years old." He confessed error, but it was a condemned man's plea for absolution. Tenet came to believe that the White House wanted to blame the decision to go to war on him. It was too great a weight to bear. And now the critic took his turn as the man in the arena. Porter Goss had never been a great success at the CIA. Recruited in his junior year at Yale in 1959, he joined the clandestine service and served under Allen Dulles, John McCone, and Richard Helms. He had worked in the Latin American division for a decade, focused on Cuba, Haiti, the Dominican Republic, and Mexico. The highlight of his time in the Miami station was running Cuban agents on and off the island in small boats under the cover of the night in the fall of 1962. 9 years later, Goss was serving at the London station when a bacterial infection seized his heart and lungs and nearly killed him. He retired, recovered, bought a small newspaper in Florida, and parlayed the paper into a seat in Congress in 1988. He had a net worth of $14 million, a gentleman's farm in Virginia, an estate on Long Island Sound, and a viceroy's dominion over the CIA as chairman of the House Intelligence Committee. He was modest about his accomplishments at the agency. "I couldn't get a job with CIA today," he said in 2003. "I am not qualified." He was right about that, but he had decided that he and he alone should be the next director of Central Intelligence. He had taken aim at Tenet with a vicious fusillade. His weapons were the words of the Intelligence Committee's annual report on the agency. It will take us another 5 years. Published on June 21, 2004, 3 weeks before Tenet stepped down, the Goss report warned that the clandestine service was becoming a stilted bureaucracy incapable of even the slightest bit of success. Though 138,000 Americans had applied to work at the CIA in the previous year, few made the grade as spies. Tenet had just testified that it will take us another 5 years of work to have the kind of clandestine service our country needs. Goss seized on that sad truth. We are now in the 8th year of rebuild, and still we are more than 5 years away from being healthy. This is tragic. Goss then turned his fire on the CIA's Intelligence Directorate for producing spot news of scant value instead of the long-range strategic intelligence that had been the initial reason for creating the agency. Goss was right about that, too, and everyone in the intelligence world knew it. We haven't done strategic intelligence for so long that most of our analysts don't know how to do it anymore, said Carl W. Ford, Jr., the Assistant Secretary of State for Intelligence and Research from May 2001 to October 2003, and a former CIA officer. As long as we rate intelligence more for its volume than its quality, we will continue to turn out the $40 billion pile of crap we have become famous for, Ford said. He was incensed that the agency, while transfixed by the chimerical arsenal of Saddam Hussein, had learned nothing about the nuclear weapons programs of the rest of the president's axis of evil. We probably knew 100 times more about Iraq's nuclear program than Iran's, and 1,000 times more than Korea's, Ford said. North Korea was a blank, as it had always been. The CIA had tried to rebuild a network of agents in Iran, but failed. Now Iran was a blank, too. The agency actually knew less about those nuclear programs than it had known 5 or 10 years before. The CIA was in ruins, Ford said. It's broken. It's so broken that nobody wants to believe it. The Goss report made that clear. There is a dysfunctional denial of any need for corrective action, it said. CIA continues down a road leading over a proverbial cliff. Goss was sure he had the answers. He knew that the CIA had been fooling itself and others about the quality of its work. He knew that most of the clandestine service had spent 4 decades of the Cold War waiting and hoping for Soviets to volunteer their services as spies. He knew that its overseas officers in the War on Terror spent days and nights waiting and hoping for their counterparts in Pakistan and Jordan and Indonesia and the Philippines to sell them information. He knew that the solution was to overhaul the agency. The 9/11 Commission created by Congress was about to issue its final report. The commission did a splendid job reconstructing the events leading up to the attacks. It did not chart a clear path forward. Nor had Congress done much to fix the agency since 9/11, other than giving it billions of dollars and plenty of free advice. The Commission correctly described congressional oversight of intelligence as dysfunctional, the same epithet Goss hurled at the agency. For years there had been next to no engagement on the life and death issues that confronted the CIA by the House and Senate Intelligence Committees. The House Committee under Goss had produced its last substantive report on the conduct of the CIA in 1998. A quarter of a century of congressional oversight of the agency had produced little of lasting value. The intelligence committees and their staffs had applied an occasional public whipping and a patchwork of quick fixes for ever-present problems. It was known that the 9/11 Commission would recommend the creation of a new National Intelligence Director. The idea had been kicked around since Allen Dulles' heyday. It offered no real solution to the crisis at the CIA. Rearranging the boxes on the flowchart of the government would not make it easier to run the CIA. It is an organization that thrives through deception, said John Hamre, a former Deputy Secretary of Defense and the president of the Center for Strategic and International Studies in Washington. How do you manage an organization like that? It was one of the many questions the CIA and Congress never had answered. How do you run a secret intelligence service in an open democracy? How do you serve the truth by lying? How do you spread democracy by deceit? In the end, they won't stay. The myth about the CIA dated back to the Bay of Pigs, that all its successes were secret, that only its failures were trumpeted. The truth was that the CIA could not succeed without recruiting and sustaining skilled and daring officers and foreign agents. The agency failed daily at that mission, and to pretend otherwise was a delusion. To succeed, the CIA needed to find men and women with the discipline and self-sacrifice of the nation's best military officers, the cultural awareness and historical knowledge of the nation's best diplomats, and the sense of curiosity and adventure possessed by the nation's best foreign correspondents. It would help if those recruits were able to pass for Palestinians, Pakistanis, or Pathans. Americans like that were hard to find. Can CIA meet the ongoing threat? The answer at this moment is no, absolutely not, said Howard Hart, who had put his life on the line to run agents in Iran, smuggle guns to the Afghan rebels, and led the agency's paramilitary officers. Hart said he took offense when Goss called the CIA a bunch of dysfunctional jerks and a pack of idiots. But he conceded that CIA's clandestine service can be criticized for not having done as well as it should have. That is a fair statement, because we have people who just don't pull their weight, and the reason that most of them are there is that we have no way to replace them. President Bush pledged to increase the agency's ranks by 50%. But quality, not quantity, was the crisis at hand. What we don't need is more money and people, at least not for now, Carl Ford said. 50% more operators and 50% more analysts equals 50% more hot air. The personnel problem was the same one Walter Beadle Smith had faced as Director of Central Intelligence while the Korean War was raging. We can't get qualified people. They just simply don't exist. The CIA could not find enough talented Americans to serve as spies on a government salary. Hundreds had resigned at headquarters and in the field during 2004, infuriated and humiliated at the collapse of credibility and authority at the agency. Recruiting, hiring, training, and retaining young officers still remained the most difficult task at the agency. Goss vowed to find them. He went to his Senate confirmation hearings with a swagger on September 14, 2004, saying he could fix the CIA once and for all. I don't want to give aid and comfort to the enemy by telling you how bad I think the problem is, he said before the cameras. But the problem would be solved. Upon his confirmation by a 77-17 vote from the full Senate, Goss went straight to CIA headquarters in a state of exhilaration. I never in my wildest dreams expected I'd be back here, he told the men and women he had roundly condemned 3 months before. But here I am. He proclaimed that his powers would be enhanced by executive orders from the president. He would be Bush's intelligence briefer, the head of the CIA, Director of Central Intelligence, National Intelligence Director, and Chief of a new National Counterterrorism Center. He would not wear 2 hats like his predecessors. He would wear 5. On his first day of work, Goss began a purge more swift and sweeping than any in the history of the Central Intelligence Agency. He forced almost every one of the CIA's most senior officers out the door. He created a bitterness that had not been seen at headquarters in nearly 30 years. The resentment over the expulsion of Stephen Kappes as chief of the clandestine service was ferocious. Kappes, an ex-Marine and former station chief in Moscow, represented the very best of the CIA. In partnership with the British intelligence service, he had only recently played a leading role in a triumph of intelligence and diplomacy by persuading Libya to abandon its long-running program to develop weapons of mass destruction. When he questioned Goss's judgment, he was shown the door. The new director surrounded himself with a team of political hacks he had imported from Capitol Hill. They believed they were on a mission from the White House, or some higher power, to rid the CIA of left-wing subversives. It was the perception at headquarters that Goss and his staff, the Goslings, prized loyalty to the president and his policies above all, that they did not want the agency athwart of the White House, and that those who challenged them would pay the price. The scourging of the CIA was rightly a question of competence. It wrongly became a question of ideology. The director issued orders against dissent from the president's policies. His message was clear: get with the program or get out. The latter choice looked more and more attractive for the talented tenth of the CIA's personnel. A huge homeland security industry was growing at the outer edge of the Beltway, selling its services to a government outsourcing expertise. The best of the agency's people sold out. The CIA had been top-heavy with aging Cold Warriors 15 years before. Now it was bottom-heavy with beginners. By 2005, half of the CIA's workforce, operators and analysts alike, had 5 years' experience or less. The president's offhand proclamation that the agency was just guessing about Iraq ignited a smoldering anger that burned throughout the ranks of those professionals who remained. The CIA's officers in Baghdad and in Washington tried to warn that the path the president was pursuing in Iraq was disastrous. They said the United States could not run a country it did not understand. Their words carried no weight at the White House. They were heresy in an administration whose policies were based on faith. 4 former chiefs of the clandestine service tried to contact Goss to advise him to go slow, lest he destroy what remained of the CIA. He would not take their calls. One of them went public. Goss and his minions can do a great deal of damage in short order, Tom Twetton wrote in an opinion piece published in the Los Angeles Times on November 23, 2004. If the professional employees in the agency don't believe the agency's leadership is on their side, they won't take risks for it, and in the end they won't stay. The next day, John McLaughlin, who had held the agency together as acting director after Tennett's resignation, delivered another riposte. The CIA was not a dysfunctional and rogue agency, he wrote in the Washington Post. The CIA was not institutionally plotting against the president. Haviland Smith, who had retired as chief of the counterterrorism staff, weighed in. Porter Goss and his troops from the Hill are wreaking havoc, he wrote. Purging the CIA at this unfortunate moment, when we need to be dealing with real issues of terrorism, is cutting off our nose to spite our face. In all the years that the agency had been battered in the press, never had the director been attacked in print, on the record, by the most senior veterans of American intelligence. The facade was falling. The CIA was tearing itself apart. Here is one of the most peculiar types of operation any government can have, President Eisenhower had said 50 years before. It probably takes a strange kind of genius to run it. 19 men had served as Director of Central Intelligence. Not one met the high standard Eisenhower had set. The agency's founders had been defeated by their ignorance in Korea and Vietnam and undone by their arrogance in Washington. Their successors were set adrift when the Soviet Union died and caught unaware when terror struck at the heart of American power. Their attempts to make sense of the world had generated heat but little light. As it was in the beginning, the warriors of the Pentagon and the diplomats of state held them in disdain. For more than half a century, presidents had been frustrated or furious when they turned to the directors for insight and foreknowledge. The job, having proved impossible to fill, now would be abolished. In December 2004, with the upheaval at the agency in full force, Congress passed and the President signed a new law establishing the Director of National Intelligence, as the 9/11 Commission had urged. Hastily drafted, hurriedly debated, the law did nothing to ease the chronic and congenital problems that had plagued the agency since birth. It was continuity masquerading as change. Goss thought the President would choose him. The call never came. On February 17, 2005, Bush announced that he was nominating the American ambassador to Iraq, John D. Negroponte. A diplomat of rigorously conservative stripe, suave, subtle, a skilled infighter, he had never worked a day in the world of intelligence, and he would not long serve in it. As in 1947, the new czar was given responsibility without commensurate authority. The Pentagon still controlled the great bulk of the national security budget, now approaching $500 billion a year, of which the CIA's share was roughly 1%. The new order served only as a formal recognition that the old order had failed. Failure cannot be explained. The CIA was gravely wounded. In accordance with the laws of the jungle and the ways of Washington, stronger beasts fed upon it. The President gave great power over espionage, covert action, eavesdropping, and reconnaissance to the Pentagon's Undersecretary for Intelligence, and elevated that job to the number 3 position at the Department of Defense. That sent seismic shudders through the intelligence community, said Joan Dempsey, who was a Deputy Director of Central Intelligence and Executive Director of the Foreign Intelligence Advisory Board under Bush. That's much more of a Kremlin approach. The Pentagon moved stealthily and steadily into the fields of overseas covert operations, usurping the traditional roles, responsibilities, authorities, and missions of the clandestine service. It recruited the most promising young paramilitary officers and retained the most experienced ones. The militarization of intelligence accelerated as the nation's civilian intelligence service eroded. Negroponte's new chief analyst, Thomas Fingar, had run the State Department's small but first-rate Office of Intelligence and Research. He surveyed the state of the agency's Directorate of Intelligence and quickly determined that nobody had any idea of who was doing what where. He moved to pull the functioning remains of the CIA's analytic machinery under his aegis. The best and the brightest thinkers left at the agency signed on with him. The agency as constituted was vanishing. The building was still there, and there would always be an institution in it. But on March 30th, 2005, a wrecking ball struck what remained of the spirit of the CIA. It came in the form of the 600-page report of Judge Silberman's Presidential Commission. The judge was as rigorous a thinker as could be found in the Capitol. His intellectual badge was as strong as his intensely conservative credentials. He had twice come close to being named Director of Central Intelligence. In 15 years as a federal appeals court judge in Washington, he had consistently supported the means and ends of national security, even when they encroached on the ideals of liberty. His staff, unlike the 9/11 commissions, was deeply experienced in intelligence operations and analysis. Their judgment was brutal and final. The realm of the Director of Central Intelligence was a closed world with an almost perfect record of resisting change. The director had presided over a fragmented, loosely managed, and poorly coordinated patchwork of intelligence collection and analysis. The agency was often unable to gather intelligence on the very things we care the most about, and its analysts do not always tell decision-makers just how limited their knowledge really is. The CIA was increasingly irrelevant to the new challenges presented by weapons of mass destruction. Its overriding flaw was poor human intelligence, an inability to conduct espionage. We recognize that espionage is always chancy at best. 50 years of pounding away at the Soviet Union resulted in only a handful of truly important human sources, the Commission said. Still, we have no choice but to do better. The CIA needs fundamental change if it is to successfully confront the threats of the 21st century. That was a goal that would be difficult to meet even in the best of all possible worlds. And we do not live in the best of worlds. On April 21, 2005, the Office of Director of Central Intelligence disappeared into history. Goss called Negroponte's swearing in the burial ceremony for the agency of old. On that day, the new boss received an odd blessing. "I hope the spirit of Wild Bill Donovan guides and inspires his efforts," said Senator John Weiner of Virginia, chairman of the Armed Services Committee. A bronze statue of Donovan stands guard at the entrance to CIA headquarters, where every living former director of Central Intelligence gathered at Goss's invitation on August 21, 2005, to receive medallions commemorating their service and to mark the end of their long line. George H.W. Bush was there, at the center that bore his name. So were Jim Schlesinger and Stan Turner, so bitterly resented as outsiders. Bill Webster and Bob Gates, failed reformers and restorers. Jim Woolsey, John Deutsch, and George Tenet, who had fought to right a ship that had lost its bearings. Some of these men cheerfully despised one another. Others shared deep bonds of trust. It was a pleasant enough wake, with a touch of pomp. There was a luncheon and a lecture on the vanished office from the CIA's chief historian, David S. Robarge. Goss sat in the front row, writhing inside. He had spent weeks agonizing over an inspector general's report he himself had demanded while still chairman of the House Intelligence Committee. It was a scathing look at the flaws that contributed to the 9/11 attacks, a knife in the agency's heart, a surgical examination of its inability to wage anything resembling a war against the nation's enemies. In the tradition of Allen Dulles, Goss had decided to bury it. The agency would never account for its failure to protect the United States. But in truth, the reckoning had come to pass. The CIA's historian recalled President Eisenhower's words when he came to lay the cornerstone for the agency's headquarters on November 3, 1959. "America's fundamental aspiration is the preservation of peace. To this end, we seek to develop policies and arrangements to make the peace both permanent and just. This can be done only on the basis of comprehensive and appropriate information. In war, nothing is more important to a commander than the facts concerning the strength, dispositions, and intentions of his opponent, and the proper interpretation of those facts. In peacetime, the necessary facts and their correct interpretation are essential to the development of policy to further our long-term national security and best interests. No task could be more important. Upon the quality of your work depends in large measure the success of our effort to further the nation's position in the international scene. This agency demands of its members the highest order of dedication, ability, trustworthiness, and selflessness, to say nothing of the finest type of courage whenever needed. Success cannot be advertised. Failure cannot be explained. In the work of intelligence, heroes are undecorated and unsung. On this spot will rise a beautiful and useful structure," the President had concluded. "May it long endure to serve the cause of America and of peace." As Americans died in battle for want of the facts, the directors of Central Intelligence arose, shook hands, walked out into the heat of the summer afternoon, and went on with their lives. As the old soldier feared long ago, they had left a legacy of ashes. Admit nothing, deny everything. On May 5, 2006, President Bush fired Porter Goss after 19 months of ceaseless backstabbing at the CIA. The fall of the last director of Central Intelligence was swift and inglorious, and the bequest he left was bitter. The next day, Goss got on a plane and delivered the commencement address at Tiffin University, 90 miles west of Cleveland, Ohio. "If this were a graduating class of CIA case officers, my advice would be short and to the point," he said. "Admit nothing, deny everything, and make counter-accusations." With those words, he disappeared from view, leaving behind the weakest cadre of spies and analysts in the history of the CIA. 1 week after Goss resigned, a team of FBI agents raided CIA headquarters. They seized control of the office of Dusty Foggo, who had just stepped down as executive director, the third highest job at the agency. This was the man whom Goss had inexplicably put in charge of running the CIA from day to day. In his previous post, Fago had been quartermaster for the clandestine service. Based in Frankfurt, he kept CIA officers from Amman to Afghanistan supplied with everything from bottled water to body armor. Among his tasks was ensuring that his own accountants and cargo kickers complied with the CIA's rules and regulations. Having been the ethics guy, he wrote to a fellow officer, "I wish you the best with this annual exercise." Fago evidently had trouble with the word ethics. The indictment in United States of America v. Kyle Dustin Fago was painfully specific in its particulars. Unsealed on February 13, 2007, it charged Fago with fraud, conspiracy, and money laundering. It said Fago had fixed million-dollar contracts for a close friend who had wined and dined him in high style, treated him to extravagant trips to Scotland and Hawaii, and promised him a lucrative job, old-fashioned palm greasing. There had never been a case remotely like it in the history of the CIA. At this writing, Fago has entered a plea of not guilty. He faces 20 years in prison if convicted. On the same day that Fago was indicted, a federal judge in North Carolina sentenced a CIA contract worker named David Passaro to 8 years and 4 months in prison for beating a man to death in Afghanistan. Passaro served with a CIA paramilitary team based in Asadabad, the capital of Kunar province, a few miles west of the border with Pakistan. The agency had hired Passaro despite his history of criminal violence. He had been fired from the police force in Hartford, Connecticut, after he was arrested for beating a man in a brawl. The man who died at his hands was Abdul Wali, a well-known local farmer who had fought the Soviets in the 1980s. Wali had heard that he was wanted for questioning after a series of rocket attacks near the American base. He came to the Americans of his own free will, and he said he was innocent. Passaro doubted his word and threw him in a cell. He beat Wali so badly that the prisoner pleaded to be shot to end his pain. He died of his injuries 2 days later. Passaro was indicted and convicted under a provision of the Patriot Act, allowing American citizens to be tried for crimes committed on territory claimed by the United States overseas. The judge noted that the absence of an autopsy had shielded him from a charge of murder. The court received a letter from the former governor of Kunar, who said that Wali's death had done grievous damage to the American cause in Afghanistan and served as powerful propaganda for the resurgent forces of al-Qaeda and the Taliban. The distrust of the Americans increased, the security and reconstruction efforts of Afghanistan were dealt a blow, and the only people to gain from Dave Passaro's actions were al-Qaeda and their partners, the governor wrote. 3 days after Passaro was sentenced, a judge in Italy ordered the indictment of the CIA's Rome station chief, the Milan base chief, and 24 more officers in the abduction of a radical cleric who spent years under brutal interrogation in Egypt. A court in Germany charged 13 CIA officers for the wrongful kidnapping and imprisonment of a Lebanese-born German citizen. The government of Canada formally apologized and paid a $10 million settlement to one of its citizens, Maher Arar, who had been seized by the CIA while changing planes in New York after a family vacation, transported to Syria, and subjected to the cruelest interrogation for 10 months. By then, the CIA's prison system had been condemned. It could not long survive when it was no longer secret. Americans were asked to take it on faith that the kidnapping, imprisonment, and torture of innocent people had been part of a program essential to preventing another attack on the United States. It may be so, but the evidence is scant. It is unlikely that we will ever know. Porter Goss was succeeded at the CIA by General Michael Hayden, the Deputy Director of National Intelligence, the former chief of the National Security Agency, the executor of President Bush's orders to train electronic eavesdropping on American targets, the first man to hold the diminished title of Director of the Central Intelligence Agency, and the first active-duty military officer to run the CIA since Walter Beadle Smith left in 1953. General Hayden declared at his Senate confirmation that amateur hour was over at the CIA. But it was not. By the CIA's own standards, roughly half its workforce were still trainees. Few were ready and able to produce results. But there was nothing to be done about it. The CIA had no choice but to promote them beyond their levels of ability. As youngsters in their 20s replaced people in their 40s and 50s, the result was an abridgment of intelligence. The clandestine service began to abandon the techniques of the past, political warfare, propaganda, and covert action, because it lacked the skills to conduct them. The agency remained a place where few people spoke Arabic, Persian, Korean, or Chinese. It still denied employment to patriotic Arab Americans on security grounds if they had relatives living in the Middle East, as most did. The information revolution had left officers and analysts no more capable of comprehending the terrorist threat than they had understood the Soviet Union. And as the agency's reporting was overtaken by catastrophe in Iraq, the 5th Baghdad station chief in less than 4 years packed his bags for the closed world of the Green Zone. The CIA was at a nadir. It no longer had the president's ear, and American leaders were looking elsewhere for intelligence, to the Pentagon and private industry. The disastrous rise of misplaced power. Bob Gates took over the Pentagon on December 18, 2006. The only entry-level analyst ever to run the CIA, and the only director ever to become Secretary of Defense. 2 weeks later, John Negroponte, the new National Intelligence Czar, resigned after 19 months to become the number 2 man at the State Department. He was replaced by a retired admiral, Mike McConnell, who had run the National Security Agency during its first great collapse at the dawn of the digital age, and who had spent the past decade making money as a military contractor at Booz Allen Hamilton. When Gates settled in at the Pentagon, he looked around at the American intelligence establishment, and he saw stars. A general was running the CIA. A general was the Undersecretary of Defense for Intelligence. A general was in charge of State Department's counterterrorism programs. A lieutenant general was the Pentagon's Deputy Undersecretary for Intelligence, and a major general was running spies at the CIA. Every one of these jobs had been held by civilians going back many years. Gates saw a world in which the Pentagon had crushed the CIA, just as it had vowed to do 60 years before. He wanted to close the military prison at Guantanamo Bay, bring the suspected terrorists from Cuba to the United States, and either convict them or recruit them. He wanted to contain the Defense Department's dominance over intelligence. He longed to reverse the decline in the CIA's central role in American government. But there was very little he could do. The decline was part of a slow rot undermining the pillars of American national security. After 4 years of war in Iraq, the military was exhausted, bled by leaders who had invested far more in futuristic weapons than in uniformed soldiers. After 5 years of defending a foreign policy based on born-again faith, the State Department was adrift, unable to give voice to the values of democracy. And after 6 years of willful ignorance imposed by know-nothing politicians, congressional oversight of the agency had collapsed. The 9/11 Commission had said that of all the tasks facing American intelligence, strengthening congressional oversight might be the most difficult and the most important. In 2005 and 2006, Congress responded by failing to pass the annual authorization bill for the CIA, the basic law governing the agency, its policies, and its spending. The roadblock was a single Republican senator who obstructed the bill because it ordered the White House to file a classified report on the CIA's secret prisons. The failure of authority made the Congressional Intelligence Committees irrelevant. Not since the 1960s had there been so little congressional control over the agency. Now, a far different force gained great influence over intelligence: corporate America. At the end of Dwight Eisenhower's years as president, a few days after he lamented the legacy of intelligence failures he would pass on to his successors, he gave his farewell address to the nation and famously warned, "We must guard against the acquisition of unwarranted influence, whether sought or unsought, by the military-industrial complex. The potential for the disastrous rise of misplaced power exists and will persist." Little more than half a century later, the surge of secret spending on national security after 9/11 had created a booming intelligence industrial complex. Corporate clones of the CIA started sprouting all over the suburbs of Washington and beyond. Patriotism for profit became a $50 billion a year business by some estimates, a sum about the size of the American intelligence budget itself. This phenomenon traced back 15 years. After the Cold War, the agency began contracting out thousands of jobs to fill the perceived void created by the budget cuts that began in 1992. A CIA officer could file his retirement papers, turn in his blue identification badge, go to work for a much better salary at a military contractor such as Lockheed Martin or Booz Allen Hamilton, then return to the CIA the next day wearing a green badge. After September 2001, the outsourcing went out of control. Green badge bosses started openly recruiting in the CIA's cafeteria. Great chunks of the clandestine service became wholly dependent on contractors who looked like they were in the CIA's chain of command, but who worked for their corporate masters. In effect, the agency had two workforces, and the private one was paid far better. By 2006, something on the order of half the officers at the Baghdad station and the new National Counterterrorism Center were contract employees, and Lockheed Martin, the nation's biggest military contractor, was posting help-wanted ads for counterterrorism analysts to interrogate suspected terrorists at the Guantanamo prison. Fortunes could be made in the intelligence industry. The money was a powerful attractor, and the result was an ever-accelerating brain drain, the last thing the CIA could afford, and the creation of companies like Total Intelligence Solutions. Founded in February 2007, Total Intel was run by Cofer Black, the chief of the CIA's Counter-Terrorist Center on 9/11. His partners were Robert Richer, who had been the number 2 man at the clandestine service, and Enrique Prado, Black's chief of counter-terror operations. All three had decamped from the Bush administration's war on terror in 2005 to join Blackwater USA, the politically wired private security company that served, among many other things, as the Praetorian Guard for Americans in Baghdad. They learned the tricks of the government contracting trade at Blackwater, and within little more than a year, Black and Company were running Total Intel. These were among the best of the CIA's officers. But the spectacle of jumping ship in the middle of a war to make a killing was unremarkable in 21st century Washington. Legions of CIA veterans quit their posts to sell their services to the agency by writing analyses, creating cover for overseas officers, setting up communications networks, and running clandestine operations. Following their example, new CIA hires adopted their own 5-year plan: get in, get out, and get paid. A top-secret security clearance and a green badge were golden tickets for a new breed of Beltway bandits. The outsourcing of intelligence was a clear sign that the CIA could not perform many of its basic missions unaided after 9/11. Above all, it could not help the Army impose democracy at gunpoint in Iraq. Action without knowledge was a dangerous business, as Americans found to their sorrow. To organize and run an espionage service. In the Cold War, the CIA was condemned by the American left for what it did. In the War on Terror, the CIA was attacked by the American right for what it could not do. The charge was incompetence, leveled by such men as Dick Cheney and Don Rumsfeld. Say what one may about their leadership, they knew from long experience what the reader now knows. The CIA was unable to fulfill its role as America's intelligence service. The fictional CIA, the one that lives in novels and movies, is omnipotent. The myth of a golden age was of the CIA's own making, the product of the publicity and the political propaganda Allen Dulles manufactured in the 1950s. It held that the agency could change the world, and it helps explain why the CIA is so impervious to change. The legend was perpetuated in the 1980s by Bill Casey, who tried to revive the devil-may-care spirits of Dulles and Wild Bill Donovan. Now the agency has revived the fable that it is America's best defense. With orders to train and retain thousands of new officers, it needs to project an image of success to survive. In truth, there haven't been many halcyon days, but there have been a few. When Richard Helms was in charge, the agency spoke the truth to Lyndon Johnson and Robert McNamara about the war in Vietnam, and they listened. There was another such fleeting moment when Bob Gates ran the CIA. He kept calm and carried on as the Soviet Union crumbled. But 15 years have passed since then, and the glory is gone. The CIA found itself unable to see the way forward in a battle where information and ideas were the most powerful weapons. For 60 years, tens of thousands of clandestine service officers have gathered only the barest threads of truly important intelligence, and that is the CIA's deepest secret. Their mission is extraordinarily hard, but we Americans still do not understand the people and the political forces we seek to contain and control. The CIA has yet to become what its creators hoped it would be. The only remaining superpower doesn't have enough interest in what's going on in the world to organize and run an espionage service, Richard Helms said a decade ago. Perhaps a decade from now, the agency will rise from the ashes, infused with many billions of dollars, inspired by new leadership, invigorated by a new generation. Analysts may see the world clearly. American spies may become capable of espionage against America's enemies. The CIA someday may serve as its founders intended. We must depend on it. For the war in which we are now engaged may last as long as the Cold War, and we will win or lose by virtue of our intelligence. This concludes the reading of Legacy of Ashes by Tim Weiner. Copyright 2007 by Tim Weiner. This book was read by Stefan Rudnicki and directed by Emily Janice Card. This unabridged recording was published by arrangement with the Doubleday Broadway Publishing Group, a division of Random House, Inc., and was produced in 2007 by Blackstone Audio, Inc., which holds the copyright. Neither this recording nor any portion of it may be reproduced or used for any purpose without prior written authorization from Blackstone Audio, Inc. If you would like to obtain a complete catalog of our titles or our monthly update telling you about new releases and our new collection of books on CD and MP3 CD, call 1-800-SAY-BOOK. That's 1-800-729-2665. You may also obtain the same information from our award-winning website. Our address, all one word, is www.blackstoneaudio.com. Thank you.